Chapter 1. Am I worthy of asking you to give up this game? The sky is clear and the breeze is gentle. At the Linchuan No. 1 Middle School Martial Arts Training Ground, many students from Class 3-2 of Senior 3 were gathered around the ring. A fight is going on in the ring. With a whoosh sound, a figure was knocked out by a punch. Medical staff in white coats quickly carried the boy on the ground to the infirmary, and then a host walked to the center of the ring. Next, please invite Zhang Yang and Li Qingqing to compete. The next group, Su Chen and Jiang Yuwei, please prepare. So noisy. The young man sitting on the stone pier opened his eyes, but squinted slightly because of the glaring sunlight. There was a lot of noise all around. The boy's eyes moved. Not far away, many young boys and girls formed a circle, seemingly watching something. Where am I? Su Chen looked a little confused. The next second, a flood of memories flooded into my mind. Su Chen immediately understood his situation. He traveled through time. Traveled to a world of advanced martial arts. Hundreds of years ago, several space tunnels connecting different time and space appeared, and countless extraordinary creatures emerged from them. At the same time, a large amount of vital energy was sprayed out from the space tunnel. These vital energies appeared in this world, causing the animals and plants throughout the world to begin to mutate. Many animals gradually evolved into extraordinary creatures. The city fell. Many small countries have simply disappeared in the long river of history. Human living space is gradually shrinking. It was not until later that humans awakened their innate abilities and practiced martial arts that they were able to barely avoid complete destruction. From then on, the main subjects for human beings were no longer mathematics, physics and chemistry, but martial arts. The original owner came from an ordinary family, without parents, and lived with her aunt. She also had a younger sister who had been frail since childhood and was currently ill and hospitalized, in urgent need of medical expenses. Just as Su Chen was sorting out the memories in his mind, a pretty girl in a white training suit and a high ponytail walked towards him. The girl stood in front of Su Chen with a sour face. Su Chen, I order you to give up this competition. You are no match for my boyfriend. It's for your own good that you give up. Su Chen, even if we can't be together, I treat you as a friend. I don't want you to be hurt by my boyfriend. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to search the memories in his mind. This girl's name is Lu Qingqing. The original owner was a bootlicker and liked Lu Qingqing in the class. He brings breakfast to Lu Qingqing every day and buys her gifts even when he works part-time. Even so, Lu Qingqing was not moved at all. Instead, I feel that all the things the original owner did were because she was charming. The original owner was too honest and was completely taken advantage of by Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing's attitude towards the original owner was that she didn't like the original owner but wanted to keep her hanging. Later, the talents awakened. The original owner awakened the lowest level D-level talent, while Lu Qingqing awakened the B-level talent. There is a world of difference between the two. Therefore, Lu Qingqing looked down on the original owner even more. Soon after, Lu Qingqing agreed to be pursued by a boy named Jiang Yuwei in her class. Become Jiang Yuwei's girlfriend. At this moment, a martial arts competition is being held in the class. Su Chen's opponent happens to be Lu Qingqing's new boyfriend Jiang Yuwei. And not everyone can participate in this class competition. Instead, the top 20 students in the class were selected after various preliminary competitions. Although the original owner's awakened talent was very poor, his understanding of martial arts was quite good. Otherwise, it would be impossible to participate in the class competition. Moreover, as long as you participate in this competition, even if you lose, you can get a consolation reward. The reward is an enlightenment pill. This is a kind of elixir made from magical herbs found in the wilderness. While taking the pill, it can improve the consumer's understanding within 3 hours of its effectiveness. However, if the sparring party gives up due to fear of the opponent or other reasons, they will not receive the enlightenment pill. This enlightenment pill will be rewarded to the other party. And this is exactly Lu Qingqing's purpose. Jiang Yuwei has been practicing a new martial art recently. If he gets 2 enlightenment pills, Jiang Yuwei's martial arts training progress will be improved. In this way, your strength will be greatly improved, and your chances of becoming a seed player in the school will also be greatly increased in the future. That's why Lu Qingqing came and asked Su Chen to give up directly. Su Chen, I really am doing this for your own good. Although your understanding of martial arts is acceptable, your awakened talent is too rubbish. A D-level talent won't get you far in the martial arts world. Even when the classes are divided, you won't be able to get into the rocket class. It's even more impossible for you to get into martial arts university. In this case, you might as well help Jiang Yuwei. He will get an extra enlightenment pill, and his strength will improve a bit. The girl chattered incessantly. If the original owner heard what Lu Qingqing said, she would probably agree directly. You may even feel that Lu Qingqing really cares about you and be deeply moved by it. This is a self-help strategy for a bootlicker. But Su Chen was not the original owner, he just wanted to laugh at this moment. I've said so much, Su Chen, you should understand, right? And don't you like me? Am I worthy of you giving up once? The girl held her chin high with an arrogant attitude. She has said so much, Su Chen will definitely agree to her. After all, Su Chen always listens to her the most. She felt that Su Chen would be willing to die for her. Not to mention giving up a tiny pill. He. Su Chen replied directly with 2 words. I knew that you would definitely agree to me. Lu Qingqing stopped talking here. She looked incredulous. What did you just say? I said ha ha ha. Su Chen looked at Lu Qingqing with contempt. Can you understand what I'm saying now? Lu Qingqing's eyes widened, her chest heaving with anger. Su Chen just laughed at her and spoke to her in that tone. Ding, it's detected that Lu Qingqing's defense has been breached by your words. The defense breaching system is loading. The defense breaking system has been loaded successfully. Your words break Lu Qingqing's defense value plus 200. As long as others' defense is broken because of the host will gain defense breaking points. In the world of high martial arts, the strong are respected. The system especially encourages the host to defeat and humiliate geniuses. As long as you defeat the humiliating genius and break his defense, you can gain a large amount of defense breaking points. The more talented you are, the more you can humiliate your opponent after defeating him, the more defense you can break, and the more defense points you will gain. Defense break points can be used to practice breathing techniques, martial arts, and even improve innate abilities. A light blue light curtain appeared in front of Su Chen. Lines of text introductions appeared on the screen. Su Chen was stunned at first, then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at it carefully. Finally he was sure. He has awakened his golden finger. It's interesting to make others break down, especially to defeat and humiliate a genius to make him break down. Su Chen's mouth corners rose slightly. Su Chen, what are you laughing at? Do you know what you just said? Lu Qingqing pointed at Su Chen's face with anger on her face, and the arrogance and contempt on her face disappeared. This dead licker actually dared to say that to her. Su Chen, did you take the wrong medicine? Su Chen glanced at Lu Qingqing indifferently and said, You're not worthy of a fucking lamp. Get out of here, you bitch. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. It's so noisy. After saying this, Su Chen scratched his ears frivolously, with a look of disgust on his face. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Lu Qingqing's face turned red with anger. Su Chen actually dared to call her a bitch and said she was noisy and told her to get out. You insulted Lu Qingqing harshly, causing her defense to break. Defense points increased by 300. Chapter 2 I really think I'm a dish. So what if you have some understanding in practicing martial arts? The innate ability you awakened is just a rubbish D level. You can't possibly be Yu Wei's opponent. I order you to give up. Do you hear me? Lu Qingqing was still chattering. Su Chen's expression gradually turned cold. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of giving me orders? Do you really think you're a dish? You insult Lu Qingqing in various ways, defense penetration plus 100. Lu Qingqing clenched her fists. At this moment, she really wanted to punch Su Chen directly and smash him into a pig's head. But for her boyfriend, she held back. Su Chen, don't you really want to consider it? Lu Qingqing took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Do you really think that you can be Yu Hui's opponent? What would you do if Yu Wei beat you so badly that you couldn't even take the placement test? These words clearly contain a hint of threat. Obviously. Seeing that Su Chen was really unmoved, Lu Qingqing began to threaten him. Before Su Chen could speak, Lu Qingqing continued, If you give up, Yu Wei can give you 100,000. Isn't your sister still in the hospital and needs medical expenses? If you have this 100,000, wouldn't you be able to save your sister? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, Lu Qingqing was using bribery again this time. Both threats and inducements were used. What a good trick. The original main reason was that after hearing these conditions, he would definitely not refuse. But Su Chen is not the original owner. Moreover, the value of the enlightenment pill is far more than 100,000. Besides, Su Chen knew from his memory that his sister's illness could not be cured with just 100,000 yuan. But it requires at least 2 million. Therefore, it is impossible for Su Chen to abstain. What this world needs is strength. As long as you are strong, money is just a string of numbers. Get lost. 100,000 yuan? You're just giving alms to a beggar. Su Chen retorted without any hesitation, I will earn the money for my sister's medical treatment myself. Your words break Lu Qingqing's defense points plus 200. Okay. Lu Qingqing's chest rose and fell violently, showing how angry she was at the moment. You are so bad, Su Chen. Since you are so stubborn, then you can just wait to be beaten up by Yu Hui. That's not necessarily true. Su Chen smiled, maybe the one who got beaten up was your precious boyfriend. Ha. Since you're so ungrateful, I'm going to tell Yu Hui right now and have him beat you so hard you can't get out of bed for a month. Whatever. Su Chen looked indifferent. Snort. Lu Qingqing snorted coldly, turned around and left angrily to find Jiang Yuwei. She wanted Jiang Yuwei to teach Su Chen, the ignorant loser, a lesson. Not far away, a young man looked at what had just happened here with Su Chen, his mouth wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. He is Su Chen's good friend Wan Pang. Just now he heard the host calling Su Chen to get ready, so he looked around and saw Su Chen sitting not far away and dozing off, so he prepared to come over and call Su Chen. But unexpectedly, he saw Lu Qingqing also going to find Su Chen. As a good friend of Su Chen, he knew that Lu Qingqing was not a good person. She is the legendary bad woman. Before Lu Qingqing was with Jiang Yuwei, she was flirting with Su Chen while flirting with other boys in the class, looking for her next boyfriend. Wan Peng also told Su Chen many times that Lu Qingqing was not a good girl, but Su Chen didn't listen at all. He even got angry with his good brother because of this. From then on, Wan Peng never mentioned Lu Qingqing in front of Su Chen. But unexpectedly, just now, Su Chen seemed to have suddenly woken up and started to scold and criticize Lu Qingqing. It was as if the bootlicker from before was not him at all. Wan Peng's breast ducts were unblocked after watching this. However, thinking of the upcoming battle, Wan Peng began to worry about Su Chen again. You know, Lu Qingqing's boyfriend Jiang Yuwei has awakened a B-level talent. B-level talents greatly increase attack power, strength, etc. Su Chen, who has only awakened D-level talent, has no chance of being a match for Jiang Yuwei. Wan Peng trotted over to Su Chen and patted him on the shoulder, Shinzi. It was all right just now. I saw it all. Have you come to your senses and stopped being a bootlicker? Looking at the young man beside him, Su Chen knew that this was the original owner's good brother Wan Peng. In this world, everyone's talent can only be awakened at the age of 18. When everyone's talents have not yet awakened, no one has any of the bonuses brought by talents. Everyone can only practice popular breathing techniques and martial arts. At that time, Su Chen's grades could be said to be at the top level. Among the unawakened students, he is considered a genius. Once, Su Chen saw Wan Peng being beaten by a group of unawakened students outside the school, so he went up to help Wan Peng. In order to thank Su Chen, Wan Peng invited Su Chen to dinner. Back and forth. The two became good brothers. Su Chen shrugged, I suddenly understood a truth. If you keep licking the dog, you will end up with nothing. Wan Peng was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Well said, a dog licks a dog, but in the end, he ends up with nothing. By the way. Wan Peng's smile disappeared and he became a little serious, Shinzi, I think if you didn't agree to Lu Qingqing just now, she would definitely ask Jiang Yuwei to deal with you severely. That woman is very narrow-minded. She won't care about your past relationship. Besides, the placement test is going to be held in a week. I think you should give up. If Su Chen was injured by Jiang Yuwei this time, Su Chen would not even have the chance to participate in the test. Not to mention being assigned to the rocket class. Of course, Su Chen's awakened D-level talent makes it unlikely that he can enter the rocket class. Because the D-level talent only adds very little to a warrior's various needs. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Chen to get a good score in the test. The rocket class is the best class in the entire school, and it selects those promising students who can be admitted to the martial arts university. Wan Peng really cares about Su Chen. The speed of cultivation of B-level talents and the bonuses they provide in various aspects are not comparable to those of D-level talents. Even though Su Chen has a good understanding of martial arts, it cannot make up for the huge gap in talent. Talent is extremely important for a warrior. This thing is equivalent to the foundation. A good foundation can prevent a house from collapsing even if it is built on multiple floors. But a poor foundation means that the height of the house cannot be built. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Su Chen is very confident. Okay, then come on. It's your turn, so hurry over. Wan Peng didn't know where Su Chen's confidence came from. But he still chose to believe Su Chen and didn't say anything more. The two men walked towards the ring. At the same time, Lu Qingqing returned to Jiang Yue with an angry look on her face. Honey, what's wrong with you? You look so angry. Seeing Lu Qingqing's face turned ashen, Jiang Yue asked with concern. Chapter 3 Talent Upgrade Martial Arts Great Perfection. Didn't he ask Qingqing to ask that loser Su Chen to give up? Why does Qingqing have such an ugly expression? The reason why he asked Lu Qingqing to ask Su Chen to give up was that he wanted to get an extra enlightenment pill. After taking 2 enlightenment pills, he will be able to practice his martial arts to a higher level. By then, after class division, you will have a greater chance of becoming the school's seed students. That loser Su Chen rejected Qingqing's request? This shouldn't be possible. After all, Su Chen is not only a waste, but also a die-hard bootlicker. He licked Lu Qingqing for a long time, but still couldn't catch up with her. He just casually confessed his feelings, and the goddess that Su Chen, a loser, had been chasing for so long but couldn't get, became his girlfriend. However, after Qingqing became his girlfriend, Su Chen still loved her very much. The level of licking by this guy Su Chen is equivalent to that of someone who, even if the person he likes goes to a hotel with them, he can still say with concern, "Don't get tired." How could such a loser refuse Qingqing's request? It's impossible no matter how you look at it. Lu Qingqing pretended to be sad and looked at Jiang Yue pitifully. I'm sorry, Yue, I didn't do your job well. What's going on? Jiang Yue's face gradually turned cold. Could it be that Su Chen, that loser, really rejected Lu Qingqing? I don't know if Su Chen took the wrong medicine today. Not only did he refuse me, he also scolded me and called me a bitch. He also said. Lu Qingqing stopped here. Jiang Yue pressed on. What else did that loser Su Chen say? He said not only would he not give up, he would beat the living crap out of you in the ring. How dare you? Jiang Yue roared angrily, clenched his fists, and exuded a strong sense of coldness. That loser Su Chen actually dared to say such harsh words. Who does he think he is? Just a piece of trash with D-level talent. I asked him to give up because I think highly of him. But Su Chen actually refused and threatened to beat him up. He is simply asking for death. A D-level loser who really thinks he is a big shot? Now is not the time before the talent is awakened. The higher the awakened talent level, the greater the bonus to strength, training speed, etc. Before his talent awakened, Su Chen was indeed very powerful. Whether it was breathing techniques or martial arts training, he was at the level of a top student. But so what? After the talent awakening, Su Chen was destined to become a trash after awakening the D-level talent. A waste. Yue, you have to vent my anger and give Su Chen a good beating. Lu Qingqing pulled Jiang Yue's sleeve. Don't worry, Qingqing, I will definitely vent your anger for you. Jiang Yue narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the young man who was gradually approaching the ring not far away, his eyes full of gloom. The arena of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School is not the kind that is raised above the ground, but is level with the ground. In the middle is a huge circle, made of a special and extremely hard material, so there is no need to worry about damage during the competition. The competition on the ring continues. Su Chen stopped at the edge of the ring. You threatened to beat Jiang Yue like a dog. Jiang Yue's defense is broken. Defense break value plus 200. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. I guess Lu Qingqing said something to Jiang Yue in the past, which made Jiang Yue break his defense and thus refresh the defense breaking point. Su Chen called up the panel. He had tried it before, and he could bring up the panel with just a thought. This panel cannot be seen by outsiders. Host, Su Chen. Talent, D-level talent weak electricity. Breathing method, Dasha general breathing method. Martial arts, Diamond Fist beginner. Level, Warrior level 2. Strength, 300 kilograms. Defense breakpoints, 1000. How should I add it? Su Chen fell into deep thought. He remembered that Jiang Yuwei was a third-level warrior, so if he wanted to improve his own realm, he had to practice breathing techniques. The breathing method is equivalent to the internal energy method, which can cultivate the energy in the body. Martial arts are equivalent to moves. If you want to defeat Jiang Yuwei, you must practice breathing techniques and also improve your martial arts and talent. Su Chen felt a little helpless. There are still too few defense points, and it feels completely insufficient. At this moment, he was like a poor guy who entered a shopping mall and wanted to buy everything he saw, but he had no money in his pocket. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen decided to test the waters with his talent first. System, add 400 points to my talent. Congratulations! You've spent 400 defense break points. Your D-level talent weakness has been transformed into a C-level talent, strong electricity. Su Chen was immediately delighted. With only 400 defense points, he was able to upgrade his D-level talent to C-level. This result was not bad. However, this is mainly because D-level talent is the lowest level talent, so not many defense points are needed to evolve it into C-level. Su Chen was not greedy and continued to upgrade his talents. After all, he did not have enough defense breaking points now, and he had to spend every bit on the blade. System, spend 400 defense points to practice the Daxia Universal Breathing Method. Ding, 400 defense points were successfully used. You are quite talented in breathing techniques, and your awakened D-level talent has been upgraded to a C-level talent. Your cultivation speed is further improved. You start to try to practice breathing techniques, and after a month, you have gained a basic understanding of breathing techniques. In 3 months, you will have fully understood how to practice breathing techniques. You begin to practice breathing techniques throughout the day, and the energy in your body begins to increase. After half a year of practicing breathing techniques, you successfully advance to the third level of warrior, with a basic strength of 500 kilograms. Your breathing technique training is complete. Third level warrior, not bad. System, with 200 defense points remaining, let me practice the Vajra Fist. 200 defense points successfully used. You begin to practice the martial art Vajra Fist. You already had a good understanding of martial arts, and with your awakened talent upgraded to C-level, your understanding has been further enhanced. In half a month, your understanding of the popular martial art Vajra Fist has reached a new level. You begin to practice the Vajra Fist meticulously. After 2 months of hard practice, your Vajra Fist has achieved some success. Your training is over. After all the defense points were used up, Su Chen opened the system panel again. Host, Su Chen. Talent, C-level talent strong electricity. Breathing method, Daxia General Breathing Method. Martial arts, Diamond Fist Minor Mastery. Level, Warrior Level 3. Strength, 500 kilograms. Defense breakpoints, 0. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this attribute of his. Now that his martial arts skills have reached a minor level of success and his talent has also been upgraded by 1 level, defeating Jiang Yuwei should not be a problem. Nowadays, everyone practices the same breathing method and their martial arts are all Vajra Fist. Jiang Yuwei has only just begun to master the Vajra Fist. Even though Su Chen's talent is still 1 level lower than Jiang Yuwei's, the gap is not that big. This gap can be completely made up by taking advantage of the difference in martial arts. The next sparring match is Su Chen versus Jiang Yuwei. Please come on stage, students. Chapter 4 Su Chen, you are a frog in the well. Surrounding the arena were students from Class 3-2 and their class teacher who were watching the fun. With everyone in the class witnessing, 2 young men slowly walked into the ring. Who do you think will win between the 2 of them? What you said is bullshit. Of course Jiang Yuwei will win. That's right, Jiang Yuwei awaken a B-level talent. B-level talents can increase the awakener's cultivation speed, as well as various attribute bonuses such as strength. But although Su Chen's talent level is not high enough, he is better than the average person in breathing techniques and martial arts comprehension. So what if I'm strong? If I don't have the basic talent, my progress will be slow. The economic base determines the superstructure. Each person's awakened talent is like the foundation laid, determining the ceiling of future achievements. Everyone was talking about it, and someone in the crowd asked, Teacher Wang, what do you think? Mr. Wang is the head teacher of Class 3-2 of Senior High School, and his name is Wang Gaji. As the class teacher, I am naturally present at such important occasions. Oh. Teacher Wang sighed. He actually liked this young man, Su Chen, very much. Before the students in his class had awakened their talents, Su Chen had been very insightful in practicing breathing techniques in martial arts. I also did very well in the academic subjects. He can be said to be the real top student in the class. Moreover, this child is humble, honest, and a very good child. Many students and teachers felt that Su Chen would definitely awaken a very good talent, and would leave others far behind and become a true genius. But who could have thought? Su Chen actually only awakened the lowest level D-level talent. From then on, Su Chen went from a genius to a mediocre person. Many students even called him a loser in private. Although Su Chen was good at breathing techniques and martial arts training before, his awakening talent is too low. If he could awaken a C-level talent, he wouldn't be overtaken by others. Unfortunately, reality is so cruel that he only awakened the worst D-level talent. Jian Yuwei awakened a B-level talent, which can improve his training speed and physical attributes. Su Chen's understanding is simply not enough to make up for the gap between him and his B-level talent. So Su Chen can't possibly win. Moreover, Jian Yuwei is already a third-level warrior, while Su Chen is only a second-level warrior. There's even less hope of winning. As soon as teacher Wang said this, the students around him fell silent. Talent is really important. This is determined by nature. As long as you awaken a high-level talent, your cultivation speed will be fast. Currently in the class, only Jian Yuwei and Lu Qingqing have awakened B-level talents. In addition to these two people, there are 3 C-level talents, such as Su Chen's good friend Wan Peng, who is a C-level talent. Most of the others are D-level like Su Chen. The reason why many people laughed at Su Chen was actually because Su Chen was too dazzling in the past. He is the top student in the class. This is how people are, eager to see the fall of genius. But desire is one thing, but when teacher Wang said that the gap in talent could not be made up, they began to sympathize with Su Chen. Because most people have the same D-level talent as Su Chen, and are ordinary people who will not achieve much no matter how hard they try. It can be said that many people in the class were in very conflicted moods. But no matter what everyone thinks, Su Chen and Jian Yuwei are already standing on the stage. Jian Yuwei is full of energy and vigor. He stood with his chin held high, his back straight, and his hands behind his back. Jian Yuwei looked at Su Chen with a pair of nostrils. Su Chen, I heard from Qingqing that you rejected her request. You didn't even want 100,000 yuan? I heard that your sister is still in the hospital and needs a lot of money. But you only care about your own future and don't care about your sister's life or death. TSK, Su Chen, you are such a selfish villain. Why are you doing this? You're just a rubbish D-level talent. Even if you take the enlightenment pill, what progress can you make? With all due respect, you are just a bug crawling on the ground and will never become a dragon soaring in the sky. You're not a B-level talent, so you'll never know how strong a B-level talent is. You see me as a frog in a well looking up at the moon, or as a mayfly looking at the sky. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers around clenched their fists and their faces turned red. Everyone was extremely angry. Many of them also have D-level talents. Although Jian Yuwei was referring to Su Chen, he undoubtedly included all these students with D-level talents. Although they were angry, they could not refute it. Even if I refute it in my heart, it seems pale and powerless. Their students with D-level talents are actually very mediocre. Basically, none of them can get into a good Wuhan university. After graduating from school, you can basically only find a job and live a mediocre life. You can see the end of life at a glance. No matter how wonderful the peak of martial arts is, they will never be able to reach it in their lifetime. The clenched hands tightened and loosened. Loosened and tightened again. Lu Qingqing, who was watching in the crowd, was very proud in her heart, as she also had a B-level talent. People like her and Jian Yuwei should be superior. In the future they will become high-ranking warriors, while the rest of the people will become mediocre peasants. Su Chen, a peasant like him, had dared to scold her before. He deserved to be knocked to the ground by Yuwei. She was already looking forward to Su Chen being knocked to the ground and wagging his tail at Jian Yuwei like a wild dog, begging for mercy. At that time, she will trample on Su Chen's dignity and crush Su Chen's face with the soles of her shoes before letting him go. This is the fate of insulting Lu Qingqing. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing's mouth corners curved into a sick arc. Center of the ring. Su Chen's handsome face was calm. Even though Jian Yuwei said a lot of humiliating words, he remained terrifyingly calm. Su Chen reached out and scratched his ears frivolously. Is the chattering over? Well, what did you say? Jian Yuwei was a little confused. Why would Su Chen react like this? This shouldn't happen. He's too calm. I just showed such contempt for Su Chen. Isn't Su Chen angry? You idiot, you just kept on talking non-stop. It was so noisy. Ding, your words break Zhang Yuwei's defense points plus 200. How dare you scold me? Zhang Yuwei looked incredulous. How dare this loser scold him? What's wrong with scolding you? You're a fucking idiot, you know that. Ding, your insults have broken Zhang Yuwei's defense points increased by plus 300. You. Zhang Yuwei was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. What do you mean by I'm fucking pretending. I can barely speak, yet I'm pretending to be an expert. How many times can you pretend? It's just a B-level talent, but it's installed. You idiot, you think you have an S-level talent. Zhang Yuwei was so angry that he was speechless. He pointed at Su Chen, his face flushed red. The students around were all stunned. Chapter 5 Is this still that useless Su Chen? Is this still the Su Chen they know? In the hearts of everyone in Class 3-2, Su Chen is a loyal, honest and kind classmate. Moreover, they had been in the same class for so long, but they had never heard Su Chen swear. But now. Who is that person in the ring who can use all kinds of insulting words at will? Although everyone was shocked, more of them felt happy. Su Chen's retort dispelled all the frustration in their hearts. Zhang Yuwei's condescending attitude when he insulted the D-level talent before made them feel a nameless anger rising in their hearts. And at the same time as being angry, there was also a sense of helplessness. But now, seeing Su Chen fight back. Cool. It feels so good. I feel like my breasts are unblocked. Teacher Wang also opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly at this moment. His face was full of disbelief. The young man on the ring had a calm expression and deep eyes. Even when he was arguing with others, he still looked calm and composed. Is this still the quiet, honest, and kind student he remembered? Just as Teacher Wang was stunned, he heard the students' discussions. What happened to Su Chen? How can you be so bold? I know. It must be that Lu Qingqing rejected Su Chen and became Zhang Yuwei's girlfriend. Su Chen's heart collapsed. That's right, that's definitely the case. Just now I saw Lu Qingqing running to ask Su Chen to give up. Anyone can see her intention. Zhang Yuwei wants to take the 2 enlightenment pills for himself. Although Su Chen cursed, I think he was generous. When an honest person is severely bullied, he will explode in terrible anger. After hearing the students' discussions, Teacher Wang suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It was because Lu Qingqing and Zhang Yuwei were so unkind that Su Chen's temperament changed drastically. Su Chen, this child. This is how much suffering we have endured. A trace of pity flashed across Teacher Wang's eyes. Then he sighed and shook his head. Although Su Chen confronted Zhang Yuwei, he felt good for a while. But what next? What he will face next is the wrath of a B-level talented warrior in the 3rd stage. Talking nonsense is not a wise decision. If Zhang Yuwei is angered, he will kill him during the sparring match, and then Su Chen will be in great danger. As for Lu Qingqing in the crowd, her eyes were almost spitting fire at this moment. This Su Chen. Damn it. Not only did he scold her, but now he is scolding her boyfriend as well. This is nothing like the Su Chen of the past. In the past, Su Chen was the most sensible and obedient person, and regarded what she said as an imperial decree. But why has Su Chen become like this now? Is it really because she is with Zhang Yuwei that Su Chen is stimulated? A hint of contempt flashed across Lu Qingqing's eyes. So what if Su Chen became like this because of her? She looked down upon Su Chen, a waste with D-level talent. Still wanting her is like a toad dreaming of eating swan flesh. She couldn't possibly want a guy like that. Even if he was to be her backup, he was definitely not qualified. This guy is only fit to be an unwanted bootlicker. Your insult breaks Zhang Yuwei's defense value plus 500. On the ring, Zhang Yuwei's face turned red with anger because of Su Chen. But Zhang Yuwei didn't have that many words in his mind, and he didn't know how to fight back for a moment. In the end, I could only laugh out loud. Okay, Su Chen, you're great. Since you're so ungrateful, there's no need for me to give you face. Next, I'll beat you so hard you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. If you have the ability, just come at me. Talking harshly is useless. It's like a fart. Your words break Zhang Yuwei's defense points plus 100. Okay, don't beg for mercy like a dog later. Zhang Yuwei looked at the host and said, let's announce it. The host nodded and said, I declare, Su Chen versus Zhang Yuwei, the sparring begins. Kid, go to hell. As soon as the host finished speaking, Zhang Yuwei shouted angrily. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and with the help of the recoil force, he rushed out like an arrow. He clenched his right fist and raised it high, and his fist was like a huge hammer, smashing down on Su Chen's head. Ah, the perfect entry level of the Diamond Fist, just one step away from achieving the minor success of the Diamond Fist. As expected of a B-level talent, he's really quick in training martial arts. Su Chen is finished. There was a sudden cry of surprise from the crowd. If Su Chen was hit by this punch, he would probably lose half his life. What Zhang Yuwei used was the Vajra Fist. Linchuan High School is just an ordinary high school. The breathing techniques and martial arts that the students practice are all popular martial arts issued by the state. That means everyone can practice it. In Linchuan High School, if students want to acquire other breathing techniques, they either have them in their family or have the money to buy them from outside. However, Linchuan High School does have some low-level martial arts. These martial arts skills will not be taught to ordinary students, but only to the elite students of the school. Moreover, breathing techniques and martial arts are very expensive. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. Su Chen also practiced the popular version of breathing techniques and the popular Vajra Fist. Many people are similar in this regard, and it can be said that they are basically starting from the same starting line. You're just in time. Looking at Zhang Yuwei rushing towards him, Su Chen was in a good mood. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, system, add all the defense breaking points to the Diamond Fist. Ding, adding points successfully. You begin to spend a lot of time practicing the Vajra Fist. Although this is just a popular martial art, you only have a C-level talent, so it will be difficult to practice it to perfection. For half a year, you devoted yourself to practice and finally understood the true meaning of the Vajra Fist. In the first year, you practiced hard and your Vajra Fist reached the Grand Mastery level. In the second year, you continued to practice and finally cultivated the Diamond Fist to perfection. The training is over. Remaining defense points, 100. This system actually gives more points back than it gives back. As long as you cultivate your martial arts to the perfect level, it will only deduct the corresponding defense points. No extra deductions. That's a good point. I can finally use my strength to insult and trample on others, especially those who think they are geniuses. That's a lot of defense points. Su Chen's mouth corners rose slightly, which stunned everyone. Su Chen could still laugh at this time. Did he know what he was about to face? Amidst everyone's surprise, Su Chen also clenched his fists and punched Zhang Yuwei, who rushed in front of him. Su Chen's fist was so fast that only an afterimage was left. Swish! A sonic boom sounded in the air. Teacher Wang in the audience exclaimed, "Sonic boom? King Kong fist at the perfect level, how is that possible?" Only the perfect level of Diamond Fist can produce a sonic boom. Before Teacher Wang could be shocked, Su Chen's fist collided directly with Zhang Yuwei. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Zhang Yuwei let out a scream, and flew back the same way he came. His body drew a parabola in the air. With a bang, it fell heavily to the ground. Smoke and dust rose up. Chapter 6 One Punch Kills. The whole place was silent. It seemed as if all sound had disappeared. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at what was happening before their eyes, speechless. After a while, someone spoke tremblingly. In seconds he knocked Zhang Yuwei out in seconds with one punch. Oh my god, this is unscientific. Did you hear the sonic boom just now? It is said that only when the diamond circle is cultivated to the perfect level can it produce a sonic boom. Is Su Chen's talent in martial arts training so strong? Isn't it said that the lower the level of awakened talent, the slower the cultivation? What's going on with Su Chen? Lu Qingqing's eyes widened as she looked at everything on the ring in disbelief. How is that possible? It's all an illusion. It must all be an illusion. Su Chen is just a piece of trash with D-level talent. How could he defeat Yu Hui in seconds? Wan Ping had a look of joy on his face and even clapped his hands together. Really? Su Chen did not lie to him. Su Chen can really defeat Zhang Yuwei, his brother is really powerful. Su Chen on the ring ignored everyone's surprise and walked step by step to Zhang Yuwei. Zhang Yue had already struggled to get up from the ground. His previous pride had completely disappeared, and his face was filled with astonishment. Impossible. How can a loser like you be so strong? He yelled, obviously unwilling to believe the result. Ding! You defeated the B-level genius Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue's inner defense is broken. Defense points plus 1,000. Ha, tell me, is there a possibility? Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. It's not that I'm strong, but that you're too bad. If you're not good at it, you need to practice more. Don't come out and pretend. Your insult to Zhang Yue's strength breaks his defense. Defense break points plus 500. Su Chen rubbed his fists and said, next, it's my turn. What are you going to do? Zhang Yue's Adam's apple rolled up and down violently, and his body stepped back. Aren't you crazy? Aren't you going to beat me to death? Su Chen punched out again, and his fist made another sonic boom and hit Zhang Yue's stomach hard. Zhang Yue, who had just gotten up, flew out again in a parabolic shape. The stomach is a vulnerable part of the human body. Zhang Yue immediately lost the ability to resist. Su Chen had no intention of letting Zhang Yue go, but rushed forward with a quick step. This time he did not use martial arts, but directly used the strength of his physical body. Left hook, right hook. Uppercut, lower cut. The fist hit Zhang Yue directly in the face, and the sound of fists hitting flesh was heard. Zhang Yue's originally handsome face swelled up like a pig's head. Everyone's anus tightened and it hurt just looking at it. Finally, Su Chen stepped on Zhang Yue's face. He looked down at her with contempt. Is this the genius who awakened a B-level talent? Nothing more than that. You're just a piece of crap. How can you be considered a genius? You see me as a frog in a well sees the moon, or as a mayfly sees the sky. After the humiliation, Su Chen directly returned what Zhang Yue had said before. Your words caused Zhang Yue to collapse, defense penetration value plus 1,000. Zhang Yue, whose face was stepped on by Su Chen's shoe, was so angry that his eyes turned red and his whole body was trembling. Then he closed his eyes and fainted. You defeated Zhang Yue, Lu Qingqing's defense was broken, defense value plus 500. That's enough, Su Chen. Lu Qingqing hurried over and pointed at Su Chen angrily. He has already lost, why are you still humiliating him like that? Su Chen glanced at Lu Qingqing and moved his feet away from Zhang Yue's face. Then, as if disgusted, he rubbed his feet on Zhang Yue's white training clothes a few times, as if wiping off some dirt. This scene made Lu Qingqing so angry that she trembled all over again. Your actions have broken Lu Qingqing's defense value plus 200. Lu Qingqing, you stupid woman are really hypocritical. Didn't Zhang Yue say he would beat me to death? If I lose, I will be the one being humiliated. Why would you still say that? It's hilarious. This world is all about the survival of the fittest. The weak are destined to be trampled underfoot by the strong. Your words have broken the class's defenses. Defense breakdown plus 2,000. Su Chen's words left Lu Qingqing speechless and the rest of the class were collectively defeated. Everyone was speechless at this moment. Everyone thought, Big brother, although what you said is not wrong, why does it sound so unpleasant? Lu Qingqing couldn't find any words to refute for a moment, and just stared at Su Chen with hatred. Su Chen glanced at her indifferently. If you are not convinced, you are welcome to challenge me anytime. As long as you challenge him, he can humiliate the opponent, break the opponent's defense and gain a lot of defense points. Why not? Then Su Chen turned around and walked away without looking back. The students around him looked at him in awe and made way for him. They all knew that after today, Su Chen and they will no longer be from the same world. Su Chen did not walk far, but found a corner to sit down and rest, waiting for the enlightenment pills to be distributed later. Not long after he sat down, medical staff arrived and carried Zhang Yue away on a stretcher. After another round of discussions, Su Chen successfully received the enlightenment pill. I put the pill in front of my nose and smelled it, and there was a refreshing scent of evil medicine. This kind of pill is made by concentrating the elixir after extraction, and its efficacy is better than using the elixir directly. Such a small grain can be said to be very high for ordinary people. It is too difficult for ordinary people to practice martial arts. If they do not have good talent and cannot enter a good martial arts university, it is difficult to obtain any training resources. Any resources for martial arts training, including breathing techniques, martial arts skills, elixirs, weapons, etc., are difficult for ordinary families to afford. Of course, high-level warriors have many ways to make money. For example, you can go to the wilderness to kill extraordinary creatures, look for elixirs, etc., and make a lot of money. After looking at the pill, Su Chen threw it directly into his mouth. In his opinion, elixirs are only yours after they are eaten and digested. Don't take it off. Keeping it on your body will attract people's attention. After taking it, Su Chen started to add more again. System: use 1/3 of your defense breaking points to practice breathing techniques. Although breathing techniques can be changed to other practices later on, the realms previously cultivated will not be affected. Therefore, Su Chen chose to practice this first, hoping to improve his realm as soon as possible. As for his talent, he planned to find a place where no one was around to improve it. Ding, 1/3 of the defense breaking points were used successfully. In order to improve your own realm, you began to concentrate on practicing breathing techniques. Because of using the enlightenment pill, your understanding has been improved. In a month, you grasped the key points of breathing techniques. You began to practice them intently. However, because your breathing techniques were mediocre, your progress was slow. In 2 months, you reached the 4th level of warrior. In half a year, you reached the 6th level of warrior. In 1 year, you will reach the 8th level of warrior. Your training session ends. Chapter 7 Brother Chen is a person you cannot mess with. Su Chen took a deep breath. This time, my realm was directly raised to the 8th level of warrior, which was not bad. However, my breathing method is too bad, so I still need to learn a breathing method next. However, the breathing method is too valuable and difficult to obtain. They are generally controlled by major forces in several top martial arts universities. Su Chen's only option now is to get admitted to the top Wuhan University. Only if you are admitted to a top Wuhan University can you learn the advanced breathing techniques of a top Wuhan University. There is no need to rush this matter for the time being. Su Chen, oh no, Brother Chen. You are so awesome. From now on, you will be my idol, Wan Peng. Wan Peng looked excited. It was as if he was the one who had just killed Zhang Yuwei with one punch. On the contrary, Su Chen, the real person, had a calm expression. The students in the same class around him all looked at Su Chen in awe. This is a ruthless guy who can kill Zhang Yuwei with one punch and step on Zhang Yuwei. Now, just thinking about Zhang Yuwei's face that was swollen like a pig's head, they felt as if their faces were stinging. At the same time, everyone felt happy. Zhang Yuwei, who was so arrogant and proud just now, was defeated by a D-level talent in the blink of an eye, which made everyone feel very involved. So what if the awakened talents and abilities are poor? Still able to defeat someone with higher talent. Su Chen's victory can be said to have given everyone strong confidence. At least it gave everyone a glimmer of hope. However, what everyone doesn't know is that Su Chen's talent has improved from level D to level C. Soon, it can even be upgraded to S level or SSS level. However, Su Chen did defeat someone with high-level talent with his low-level talent. Naturally, there is no need to let others know this. It's nothing. It's not that I'm strong, it's just that Zhang Yuwei is too weak. Su Chen said calmly. Wan Peng. Everyone. If Zhang Yuwei is too weak, then what about these people? You know. Before Su Chen defeated Zhang Yuwei was the strongest in Class 3 too. It is an existence that others have to look up to. Your words break everyone's defense value plus 1,000. Brother Chen, you are too Versailles. Wan Peng sighed, then laughed and said, but Versailles is nothing, it's because you are so powerful now. By the way, Brother Chen, how much combat power do you have now? Su Chen shook his head. After my battle with Zhang Yuwei just now, my realm has made a slight breakthrough. So now I am not sure about my own fighting ability. He was telling the truth. He was now an 8th level warrior, which was a significant improvement. Therefore, naturally, we don't know the current combat strength. The so-called combat power is actually the maximum attack that can be launched when using martial arts. This is different from base strength. Basic strength is the power that can be exerted by relying solely on the strength of the body without using any energy. Combat power is the force exerted by using martial arts skills while fully mobilizing the energy. Brother Chen, how about we go to the training room and test it? Yeah, okay. Wan Peng and Su Chen walked towards the school's training room. Wait a minute, Su Chen. Su Chen had just taken a few steps when someone called him. He stopped and looked, and found that the person who called him was Mr. Wang, the head teacher of Class 3-2. What happened to Teacher Wang? Teacher Wang smiled and said, Su Chen, come to my office after you finish the test. Good. Su Chen responded casually and went to the training room with Wan Peng. The training room of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School was specially built by the school for students to practice and test their strength and combat effectiveness. Of course, Linchuan No. 1 High School is just an ordinary high school. There are only 5 practice rooms in the school. It's not that the school doesn't want to build more rooms, it's just that the cost of building a training room is too expensive. Special high-tech machines are used in every training room. These machines can collect the energy in the air and transport it to the training room, making the energy density in the training room several times higher than outside. The speed of practicing in the practice room is several times faster than outside. In addition, each training room is equipped with a combat power testing puppet. This kind of puppet is not driven by electric current, but by elemental force. Each puppet is equipped with a crystal, which significantly increases its attack power. It can adjust its strength based on the opponent's strength, accurately testing the tester's actual combat power. By the way, Brother Chen, the training room is very compact after all, and most of the time, it's occupied by someone. Generally speaking, the training rooms were occupied by the strongest people in the school, because people with average strength could not stay in the training rooms for long. And the school also encourages competition. Oh, competition? That's interesting. Because of his poor talent and low strength, his original body had basically never been to the school's training room. Just as Wan Peng said, the training room is prepared for the strong. Therefore, except for one time when the teacher led a team for a test, the original body had never gone there alone. In the original body's view, he was a waste and was not worthy of going to the school's training room. But when Su Chen heard what Wan Peng said about the rules for using the training room, he was very satisfied. This is how the world of high martial arts should be. The weak should be trampled under the feet of the strong. Resources should be fought for. Brother Chen, I know you just defeated Jian Yue, you are very powerful. But Jian Yue is nothing in our entire school. He is just a B-level talent. Our school also has A-level talents and even an S-level talent. Let's go and take a look first. If the people in the training room are too strong, we won't compete with them and we'll go back another day. Seeing that Su Chen didn't seem to care, Wan Peng hurriedly continued to remind him. Yeah, okay. Su Chen agreed casually. But I don't agree with it in my heart. It has only been a short time since the talent was awakened. In such a short time, even those students with A-level talents are unlikely to reach a level higher than the warrior level. As long as he doesn't exceed the warrior level, Su Chen will not be afraid. Besides, he still has a lot of defense points. At worst, you can just continue to add some points to improve your realm. Su Chen and Wan Peng stopped in front of the school's training room. Brother Chen, I'll go and ask if there's a vacant training room. After Wan Peng said this, he hurried to find the teacher who was in charge of the training room nearby. After a while, Wan Peng came back with a depressed look on his face. Brother Chen, I just asked, the training room is currently being used. And the users are all strong people in the school. There are 4 people who are better than Jian Yue. Although there is no rule that only one person is allowed to use each practice room, no one is willing to share it with others. Okay. Su Chen nodded, I understand. In short, this training room is basically for the strong to use. As for the weak, even if they enter, they will be thrown out by the strong. It's impossible to defend it. Su Chen didn't think there was anything unfair about this. In the world of Gaowu, strength is respected. In fact, this isn't unique to the Gaowu world, it's true in every world. It's just that the Gaowu world presents this rule more intuitively. His eyes fell on the heavy metal door. Su Chen took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand, placing it on the door handle of the training room closest to him. Brother Chen, don't. Snap. Before Wan Peng could finish his words, Su Chen had already turned the doorknob. Wan Peng looked at the room number and suddenly despair appeared on his face. It's over, it turned out to be that guy Su Yang's room. It would have been fine if Brother Chen opened any other door, but he chose to open Su Yang's room. This Su Yang is the 10th strongest person in the school. He is simply not comparable to the genius in the class like Jian Yue. Moreover, Su Yang is a very domineering person. He has fought for the training room many times and thrown out the people who were originally in the training room. There was once a student who was unwilling to accept his position and tried to snatch the training room from Su Yang. As a result, Su Yang beat him up so badly that even his mother couldn't recognize him. To protect your Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. From then on, anyone who was weaker than Su Yang would give Su Yang face. If Su Yang wanted to use the training room they occupied, they would give it to him directly. After all, you have to give it up anyway, and giving it up proactively can help you avoid getting beaten. Inside the training room, a burly young man was sitting cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky. The boy was of sturdy build, with arms several times larger than those of an average person. The whole person sitting there exudes an intimidating aura. It was obvious that this young man was not someone to be trifled with just by looking at his appearance. Chapter 8 A Pretty Boy. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the young man, who had his eyes closed and was as strong as a calf, suddenly opened his eyes. Didn't these people know he was in this training room? They were so bold as to open the door directly. The training room does not have an anti-lock function. Even if there is someone inside, people outside can open the door and enter directly. This was also deliberately designed by the school for competition. The boy's sharp eyes swept directly towards the door. At the doorway was a young man in a white training suit. He had delicate features, a handsome appearance, and a pair of extremely deep eyes. Bah, pretty boy. This was Su Yang's first impression of Su Chen. He looked down upon those boys who were handsome but not very muscular. His sharp eyes swept towards Su Chen. Get out. Su Yang's cold voice carried an unquestionable majesty, which was obviously the aura he developed from being in a superior position for a long time. That's indeed the case. As a genius in the school, Su Yang is superior to ordinary students. Ordinary students were also very respectful to him. After being in this kind of environment for a long time, Su Yang naturally looked down on these ordinary people more and more. It's over. Wan Ping, who was behind Su Chen, felt desperate. You have to know that the person inside is Su Yang, the school bully Su Yang. Wan Ping pulled Su Chen's clothes and whispered, "Brother Chen, why don't we go out? This is Su Yang in here, he's not someone you can mess with." Su Chen gave Wan Ping a look of reassurance. Wan Ping had no choice but to say nothing more. Su Chen turned around and looked at the burly young man sitting cross-legged inside. Oh? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Are you asking me to get out? What else? I remember the rules of our school. Not just the strongest can occupy the training room. Why do you want me to get out? Why can't you be the one to get out? He. Su Yang sneered, don't you know who I am? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Tell me to get out, who do you think you are? Su Yang was stunned at first, obviously he didn't expect that someone would dare to scold him. Then he stood up suddenly, furious. How dare this pretty boy scold him? Is it because he hasn't dealt with anyone for too long, so no one takes him seriously? Ding, your words have caused Su Yang to lose some of his defenses. Defense points plus 100. Boy, you're looking for death. After that, Su Yang stopped talking. He would solve any problem that could be solved directly. No need for too much nonsense. This is Su Yang's life creed. He exerted force on his feet and rushed out like a swift cheetah. Kneel down. Su Yang shouted, clenched his right fist, and punched Su Chen in the stomach. Too slow. Su Chen tiptoed and slightly tilted his body to avoid Su Yang's attack. This action seems simple, but it happens in an instant. So fast. Su Yang's pupils shrank slightly. He stopped, quickly changed his fists, and adjusted the direction of attack. Another punch blasted towards Su Chen's chest, the huge fist whistling in the air. It was obvious that the punch was quite powerful. Su Chen didn't dodge this time. He just casually stretched out his left hand, clenched his palm, and grabbed Su Yang's fist in his hand. This extremely powerful punch was firmly grasped by Su Chen's left hand. Su Yang wanted to move forward again, but his fist could not move forward at all. Even he couldn't retract his fist. He just felt that his fist was firmly fixed by an iron clamp and could not move. How is this possible? There was no more contempt in Su Yang's eyes, only shock. Next, it's my turn. Su Chen clenched his right fist and punched Su Yang directly in the stomach. The punch exploded with a sonic boom. This is the great perfection of the Vajra circle. Before Su Yang could be shocked, his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bang! His body hit the wall of the training room and then fell to the ground. This is the so-called genius in the school, nothing more than that. A waste. Su Chen said disdainfully. If a loser like this from our school can be considered a genius, then our school is truly rubbish. Su Yang blushed when he heard this. He thought of his arrogance just now. He thought of how he looked down on Su Chen just now, thinking that he was just a pretty boy. But it turned out that the other party was so powerful. You defeated the arrogant Su Yang. Su Yang found it hard to accept, and his defenses were broken. Defense points increased by plus 2,000. Su Yang felt pain and shame, and finally his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Su Chen clapped his hands very calmly, as if to brush off the dust on his hands. Wan Peng, who was standing at the door of the training room, was stunned at this moment. His eyes were wide and his mouth was open in an O shape. It was obviously difficult to accept what he had just seen. That was Su Yang, a recognized top 10 talent in the school. It was said that Su Yang had already reached the 7th level of martial artist. But such a strong man was defeated by Su Chen. And judging from Su Chen's appearance, it was obvious that defeating Su Yang didn't take Su Chen much effort. It was as if Su Yang was defeated with just a casual move. Such a scene is simply too unbelievable. Even before, when he hadn't awakened his talent, Su Chen could only rank in the top 30 in the school. Later, everyone awakened their talents. Although the exam rankings had not yet been retaken, Su Chen's ranking would obviously drop a lot. After all, what Su Chen awakened was only the lowest level D-level talent. But it was Su Chen, who had such a D-level talent, who defeated Jiang Yuwei, the most powerful student in the class. He then easily defeated the school's strongman Su Yang. This is too unbelievable. What are you staring at? Su Chen said when he saw Wan Peng in a daze. Wan Peng came back to his senses, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Brother Chen, I was just too shocked. There's nothing shocking about it. It's just basic operation. Su Chen disagreed. Wan Peng was speechless. You defeated Su Yang from the school. If this is just basic operation, then how strong will your full strength be? Your words will allow Wan Peng to break his defense. Defense break points plus 200. Okay, stop being dazed. Help me get this piece of crap to the infirmary. I need to test my strength here. Oh, okay. Wan Peng hurried to the unconscious Su Yang, and reached out to check Su Yang's breath with great concern, obviously afraid that Su Yang would be beaten to death by Su Chen's punch. Only when he felt that the other party was still breathing did Su Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am still energetic. As long as he's angry, he's not dead, so Su Chen doesn't have to worry about getting into too much trouble. The school is quite lenient on this aspect. After all, we are all martial artists, so it is normal for us to get injured from time to time. As long as you don't die, it's fine. There will be no problems such as being in trouble. Wan Peng carried Su Yang on his back and walked to the door. Brother Chen, just relax and take the test. After saying that, Wan Peng closed the metal door of the training room and hurried towards the infirmary. Not long after he walked out, he was seen by students from the school. Hey, look, the person he's carrying on his back seems to be Su Yang. Ah, no way. Su Yang is the top student in our school, a genius. There should be few people in our school who can beat Su Yang. I looked carefully, and that person is really Su Yang. No one in our school has a physique as strong as his. What happened to Su Yang? Was he knocked unconscious? Who could have knocked Su Yang unconscious? Could it be that he ran into one of the top students in our school? Originally, many students wanted to go over and find out what was going on. However, the arrival of one person dispelled their idea. Chapter 9 Academic Master Su Xiaoyun. I saw a long-haired young man walking towards the training room surrounded by a crowd of people. The boy has a 3:7 split hairstyle, with the bangs on the left side of his forehead slightly curled and hanging down to the corner of his lips, making his face look very three-dimensional. He looks very handsome and is the type of pretty boy that many girls like. Everyone who was about to leave stopped. Ah, it's Su Xiaoyun. Really? It's actually the handsome boy, Su Xiaoyun, one of the 10 recognized geniuses in our school. What is he doing here? Are you here to practice in the training room? That shouldn't be the case. If he's practicing, why would he be surrounded by so many people? Many people are very confused. But their doubts were soon answered. Get out of the way, Brother Su has made progress in his training recently, so we need to test your fighting ability. A boy following Su Xiaoyun shouted. Everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that Su Xiaoyun came to test his combat power. Moreover, Su Xiaoyun made another breakthrough so quickly, which was a bit too amazing. Swish, swish. The crowd quickly divided into two rows, leaving a passage in the middle for Su Xiaoyun and others to pass through. Faced with everyone's respectful attitude, Su Xiaoyun seemed very calm. He had seen such scenes too many times and had long been accustomed to them. In this world, the strong are respected. The strong are destined to receive all kinds of attention and be respected by many people. He walked straight through. A student following him hurriedly walked ahead and opened the door of a training room. He said to the room, Su Xiaoyun and brother Su want to test their combat power. Please give up the training room. There was a girl in the house. The door of the practice room was opened, and the girl was about to get angry when she saw the unfamiliar boy at the door. As a result, I heard Su Xiaoyun's name. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and the anger that had risen in her heart disappeared instantly. Ah, it's brother Su who wants to test his combat prowess. I'll be out right away. Oh, and ask brother Su to wait while I clean up the training room. Someone like brother Su should be tested in a clean environment. If it's not clean, it would be a blasphemy to brother Su. The girl had a bright smile on her face, as if it was a great honor for her to be chosen by Su Xiaoyun for her practice room. This is indeed the case. Su Xiaoyun is a strong man in the school, and he also looks like a pretty boy. This is the type of boy that high school girls like most. The boy at the door nodded, okay, but hurry up and don't keep brother Su waiting for too long. Okay, I'll be quick. The girl nodded repeatedly to assure him. Then she immediately picked up the broom in the training room and started cleaning it. After sweeping the floor clean, the girl used a rag to wipe the entire body of the test puppet used to test its combat power, leaving it spotless. After doing all this, the girl walked out of the practice room contentedly. Su Xiaoyun, the training room has been cleaned. You can use it, without worry. The girl stood in front of Su Xiaoyun and her voice was a little stuttering. I felt extremely excited. This is Su Xiaoyun, the handsome boy Su Xiaoyun. The idol of countless girls in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Yeah. Su Xiaoyun nodded lightly, thank you. Although he was saying thank you, his voice was very cold and distant. However, the girl didn't care about the other person's attitude at all, but was still screaming in her heart. So handsome, so cold, so cool. She likes it very much. Su Xiaoyun walked into the training room with an expressionless face, and then closed the door. Standing in the training room, Su Xiaoyun had a clear goal. His purpose was to test his combat power, so he walked straight towards the area where the combat power test puppets were located. The combat power test puppet, as the name suggests, is used specifically to test students' combat power. Its working principle is to fight with students and take the highest combat power of the students as the test result. This so-called combat power is related to breathing techniques, martial arts, one's own realm and talent, etc. Generally speaking, the higher the awakened talent, the better the breathing method, the more advanced the martial arts, and the higher the combat power. In general, combat effectiveness is affected by many factors. It is also possible that someone practices low-level martial arts, but the progress of martial arts training is very high. It is also possible that their combat power is higher than that of someone who practices high-level martial arts but has a low progress. The reason why Su Xiaoyun came here for the test was because his family recently spent a lot of money to buy a martial art that was higher in level than the Vajra fist. Moreover, Su Xiaoyun has recently made some breakthroughs in his martial arts training progress. Currently at entry level. So, he came over to test how much combat power he could achieve by using the new martial arts. As for before this, his combat power was 3,500. This combat power is generated by using the Vajra fist. Su Xiaoyun looked at the combat power test puppet and narrowed his eyes slightly. Let me see how much my fiery fist can increase my combat power. He walked to the metal puppet and reached out to press the puppet switch on its back. Then I saw that the originally lifeless puppet's dark eyes lit up with scarlet light. The metal puppet was activated. Su Xiaoyun took a few steps back and saw the metal puppet move. Fire fist. Su Xiaoyun shouted loudly, then rushed directly towards the metal puppet. Then he fought with the metal puppet. This metal puppet possesses impressive combat power, and can also adjust its strength based on the opponent's strength. Outside the practice room, those students who were watching the fun were waiting for the final results. Last time, Brother Su's combat power seemed to be 3,500, ranking 8th in the training room's combat power test rankings. I wonder how much Brother Su's combat power can be increased this time. I heard that he seems to have practiced a C-level boxing technique called the fiery fist. This boxing technique is one level higher than the basic Vajra fist we practice. I heard that this martial art was purchased for him by his parents. How enviable. A C-rank martial art with a market value of 200,000. Not many families in our school are willing to buy it. I wonder if Brother Su's ranking can move up on the leaderboard after this battle test. It's possible. Brother Su is ranked 8th with a combat power of 3,500. The guy ranked 7th has a combat power of only 4,000. There's still a good chance he'll be surpassed. There is a large screen outside the practice room. The screen will display the real-time ranking of the top 20 students who have tested their combat prowess in the training room. Just as everyone was discussing, the big screen scrolled. Su Xiaoyun, who originally ranked 8th with a combat power of 3,500, rolled up twice and finally stayed at the 6th place. It's moved, the ranking has changed. A student who saw the ranking change first exclaimed. Everyone quickly looked at the screen. I saw that Su Xiaoyun, who was originally ranked 8th, is now ranked 6th. The screen shows. Rank, 6. Name, Su Xiaoyun. Combat power, 5100. Chapter 10 SSS Talent Purple Sky Divine Thunder? Fuck, that's awesome. It's a direct jump of 2 places. You know, this is the top 10 in the whole school. It's almost impossible to move up 1 place. Last time, Brother Su's combat power was 4,500, but this time it jumped directly to 5,100. This rate of increase is far too fast. Is this the power of high-level martial arts? I'm so envious. But unfortunately, my family doesn't have that much money to buy martial arts. Actually, ordinary families like us don't have to buy martial arts. As long as we can be assigned to the rocket class in the placement test, we can choose a C-level martial art. It is said that the school will also form a group of top students, called seed players. The so-called seed players are those who have the opportunity to be admitted to the top Wuhan University. Seeded players can directly enter the school's library and choose any martial art, regardless of level. Hey, I also want to be a top student in school. While everyone was discussing, Su Chen took a look at all the equipment in the school's training room. In addition to the abundant energy in the training room, there are also a variety of instruments. There are instruments for testing basic strength, metal puppets for testing combat power, and rooms dedicated to practicing martial arts. Why not upgrade my talent and ability level here first? The so-called innate abilities and special powers are different when awakened by different people. And the levels of talents and abilities are also different. The lowest level is D and the highest is SSS. Talents and abilities are linked to the qualifications of warriors. SSS's talents and abilities are equivalent to having the most top-notch qualifications. Whether practicing breathing techniques or martial arts, he is several times faster than the average person. Moreover, innate abilities are like innate martial arts skills. When one reaches the Grandmaster level, one can use energy to leave the body and kill people from a distance. At this time, you can use your awakened talents and abilities. Moreover, innate abilities can be combined with martial arts. For example, when practicing sword martial arts, a master-level warrior can attach the ability to the sword to enhance the lethality of the martial arts and weapons. System, upgrade my innate ability to the maximum level. Ding, defense points consumed successfully, talent and ability are being upgraded. Consume a large amount of defense points to upgrade your C-level talent, strong electricity, to an SSS-level talent, purple sky divine thunder. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a great deal more relaxed, and his mind became unusually clear. It was as if any difficult problem in cultivation could be easily figured out. This is an improvement in qualifications. At the same time, Su Chen felt that his strength and combat power had increased significantly. Su Chen looked at his clenched fist and said, top-level talents and abilities are indeed different. Next, I will test my current combat power. Thinking of this, Su Chen walked straight to the metal puppet. Because he had never used the training room before, Su Chen studied it for a while. Interesting, there's actually a switch. And it uses a special elemental stone as energy. Click. After figuring out how to use the metal puppet, Su Chen reached out to the switch behind the metal puppet and pressed it. Next second. The metal puppet's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up red. Then the metal puppet scanned Su Chen. Su Chen had just read the instructions. This metal puppet had the ability to scan a warrior's strength. After determining the strength of the person being tested, it would use the power of the corresponding realm to fight. During the battle, the metal puppet will record the highest combat power unleashed by the opponent in actual combat. This highest combat power is the final result of the test. Su Chen attacked directly, unleashing his full 8th level warrior strength and using the Vajra fist to the extreme. Bang! The metal puppet was directly knocked away by Su Chen's punch. It obviously didn't expect that Su Chen's fighting power was so strong. Fortunately, this metal puppet is made of special metal and is generally difficult to destroy. A red light flashed in the metal puppet's eyes as it climbed up from the ground. Then it used the power of a 9th level warrior. The 9th level of warrior is the highest level of strength of the school's metal puppet. Generally speaking, the combat power of high school students cannot exceed the combat power range of this level. Soon, the man and the puppet fought again. However, the metal puppet was soon blown away by Su Chen again. Red light flickered in the metal puppet's eyes, just like those light bulbs with poor circuit contact, flashing continuously. Could it be that I broke it? Su Chen was a little confused when he saw the scene. If it really breaks, it will be the end of me. He has no money to compensate now. Su Chen hurried over and lifted the metal puppet up from the ground. Then just turn off the switch and put it in the corner. Then Su Chen quickly opened the training room and left in a hurry. Now there is a younger sister in the family who is receiving treatment. If another sum of money is paid as compensation, it will make the already difficult family even worse. Compensation or something? Let us talk about it after he makes money. At the same time, the metal door of another training room was pushed open. Su Xiaoyun walked out of the practice room. A group of people gathered around. Brother Su, congratulations. Brother Su, you are too strong. Your combat power has increased significantly this time. Brother Su, your ranking has improved by 2 places. Congratulations. A group of people complimented Su Xiaoyun. Su Xiaoyun didn't say much. After all, he had just started practicing martial arts and had made some progress. So the significant increase in combat power and the rise in his overall ranking in school were all within his expectations. Su Xiaoyun walked to the big screen outside the practice room to watch his message, and the others followed him. Su Xiaoyun cast his gaze on the 6th place on the big screen and immediately saw his own information. Rank, 6. Name, Su Xiaoyun. Combat power, 5100. After seeing this information, Su Xiaoyun was still very satisfied with his improvement. Currently, my grades are ranked in the top 10 in the school, but it is difficult to improve my ranking. But he was able to promote 2 this time, which can be said to be quite good. The others also looked at the rankings on the screen again. Their faces showed envy. Those who can appear on the big screen are all top 20 students in the school. The ranking is divided into 2 pages, with the top 10 on the first page and the 11th to 20th places on the second page. They don't ask to get to the first page, they will be satisfied even if they can get to the second page. It's just a pity. Ultimately, that can only be their delusion. It is extremely difficult to enter the ranking on this big screen. Just when everyone was thinking different things, the screen suddenly started to flicker. Su Xiaoyun, who was originally ranked 6th, dropped 1 place, and Su Yang, who was ranked 10th on the first page, disappeared, obviously falling to the second page. Ah, Brother Su's ranking has dropped, someone exclaimed. Everyone quickly looked towards the big screen. Really? Su Xiaoyun, who was previously ranked 6th, has now dropped 1 place to 7th. Ah, Brother Su's cousin Su Yang's ranking has fallen off the first page. What's going on? Did someone make it into the top 6? Everyone quickly turned their eyes upwards, trying to find the name of the person who had just entered the top 6. 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd place, the names were all familiar, until everyone saw the most unlikely position. That's the number 1 position. After seeing the first one, everyone was stunned. Because I was ranked 1st, my name was not displayed. Now, the first place was suddenly occupied by an unknown person. Rank, 1. Name. Combat power, 40,000. What the hell, what's going on? Someone unexpectedly landed first place, but why is there no name? Is there a system malfunction? 40,000 combat power, my god, this combat power is too outrageous. Who is this number 1 guy? Everyone was talking, and Su Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flashing. 40,000 combat power, this is a bit too exaggerated. How is it possible that someone in the school can reach such a high combat power? Su Xiaoyun knew more than others because he had a relative who ran a martial arts school. Therefore, he knew that 40,000 combat power was the limit of the combat power that this metal puppet could test. Is anyone reaching this limit now? How is this possible? Su Xiaoyun didn't believe at all that the students in the school could achieve such success. Fault, it must be a system fault. Su Xiaoyun muttered to himself. Chapter 11 Su Yang's heart collapses. You know, in his relative's martial arts school, some warriors who have just entered the martial arts master realm have a combat power of just over 40,000. If someone in the school reaches 40,000 combat power, then that person's combat power is close to that of some martial artists with lower combat power. How could such an outrageous thing happen? This is simply impossible. If there really is a student who has reached a combat power of 40,000 now, it would be outrageous. You know, Li Shishir, who is currently recognized as the school's #1 genius, has a combat power of only 20,000. Moreover, Li Shishir is at the 8th level of warrior. Therefore, it is impossible for a student with a combat power of 40,000 to appear in the school. After thinking this through, Su Xiaoyun's turbulent heart gradually calmed down. After hearing what Su Xiaoyun said, the people around nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Su is right. There must be a system failure. Even the name doesn't appear, which proves there's something wrong with the system. Yes, that must be the case. How could something so outrageous happen? 40,000 combat power, that's almost the same as a martial artist. It's a network system after all, so it's normal for some errors to occur. It's normal for something like a program to have problems. A group of people were talking. Everyone now believed that it was impossible for the school students to generate a combat power of 40,000. Everyone agreed that there was something wrong with the school's combat power ranking system. Brother Su, something bad has happened. Just as everyone was discussing, a student hurried over. Su Xiaoyun frowned. What's the matter? It's like this, Brother Su, your cousin Su Yang was beaten into the infirmary. Well, you got beaten up? You're such a loser. You're bringing shame to our Su family. Although he was cursing, Su Xiaoyun still took action and walked towards the infirmary. Although Su Yang is useless, he is still a member of the Su family. As his cousin, he cannot ignore him. As a warrior, Su Yang's pace is very fast, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Not long after, they arrived at the infirmary. After asking which ward Su Yang was in, Su Xiaoyun went straight to the door of the ward. Place your hand on the door handle. Crunch! The door opened. This was a double room. Besides Su Yang, there was also Jian Yuwei living in it. When the door opened, what came into view was a sturdy young man lying by the window. Su Xiaoyun's gaze moved to the side. On the hospital bed near the door, there was a young man with a head swollen like a pig's head. The boy's face was completely disfigured, and his body was covered in bandages. Even if his mother came, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. The corners of Su Xiaoyun's mouth twitched slightly. I felt a little sympathy for this young man. Obviously. The boy looked like he was beaten up on purpose. His eyes turned to Su Yang, who was sitting by the window again. At this moment, Su Yang was lying on his side on the bed, looking out the window, wondering what he was thinking. Even if Su Xiaoyun opened the door, Su Yang didn't care at all. At this time, the pig-headed boy raised his head and looked at the door with his eyes swollen like walnuts. Su, Brother Su. Jian Yuwei spoke tremblingly. Who are you? Brother Su, I'm Yuwei. Jian Yuwei. What, you are Jian Yuwei? Su Xiaoyun was surprised. Linchuan #1 Middle School is a combination of junior high and high school classes. Su Xiaoyun also attended Linchuan #1 Middle School when he was in junior high school. He and Jian Yuwei were classmates in junior high school. Jian Yuwei, why are you like this? There was a hint of shock in Su Xiaoyun's words. Jian Yuwei knew that he could be ranked among the top 50 in the school. But I didn't expect that I would be beaten like this. It really feels a bit unbelievable. But soon, after seeing Su Yang in the ward, Su Xiaoyun felt less surprised. Su Yang was in the top 10 of the school, yet he was beaten to the hospital. Jian Yuwei, who was in the top 50, was beaten into a pig's head, which didn't seem too unacceptable. Brother Su, it was Su Chen. It was Su Chen who beat me like this. Jian Yuwei did not act superior at this moment. He seemed like a bullied younger brother. Comparing his attitude towards Su Chen with his attitude towards Su Xiaoyun, it is enough to prove the cruelty of the survival of the fittest in this world. When facing those who are weaker than him, he gives orders. When facing those who are weaker than him, he is timid and submissive like a little brother. Who is Su Chen? Su Xiaoyun frowned. He seemed to have never heard of this name. He's a classmate of ours. Oh, then you should practice well and take revenge next time, Su Xiaoyun said in a light tone. Zhang Yuwei is not an important person to him, nor is he his friend. Naturally, he didn't care who beat Zhang Yuwei like this. Zhang Yuwei opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. He figured it out. He realized that his relationship with Su Xiaoyun was just average, and it was impossible for him to ask Su Xiaoyun to stand up for him. Zhang Yuwei clenched his fists, and his eyes, swollen like walnuts, were about to spit fire. It's all that damn Su Chen's fault. Thinking of the humiliation Su Chen inflicted on him, he felt extremely angry. He must find an opportunity to take revenge. Su Xiaoyun ignored what Zhang Yuwei was thinking and went straight to Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang ignored him and continued to look out the window with dull eyes. He looked like he had suffered a huge blow and was heartbroken. What happened? Su Xiaoyun asked in a deep voice. However, facing Su Xiaoyun's questioning, Su Yang still looked as if he had lost all hope in life. He stared blankly out the window, his eyes lifeless and without any reaction. There was no response to Su Xiaoyun at all. Seeing Su Yang like this, Su Xiaoyun's handsome eyebrows twisted together. He stretched out his hand and slapped the dark face directly. Bang! The sound of slapping rang out in the infirmary ward, frightening Zhang Yuwei, who was thinking about how to take revenge on Su Chen, so much so that his body trembled. This slap reminded him of the fear of being dominated by Su Chen. It's just a loss, what's the big deal? Who are you showing off to? Su Xiaoyun shouted. He looked down on his cousin a little. He doesn't have any warrior spirit at all. As a martial artist, winning and losing are normal. After losing once, his heart becomes unstable. He thinks it's best for him to just go home and lie down. Why practice martial arts? In Su Xiaoyun's view, a warrior must forge ahead courageously and become more courageous with every setback. It seemed the slap had taken effect, as Su Yang's eyes regained focus. However, a clear slap mark remained on his dark cheek. This shows that Su Xiaoyun did not hold back when he slapped me just now. Brother, he said I was a waste, he said I was a waste. Su Yang shouted excitedly. Su Xiaoyun frowned, who? I don't know either. Su Yang shook his head. So what exactly happened? Tell me everything. It took Su Yang a while to calm down, and then he told everything that had happened to him. He remembered everything from when he was practicing in the practice room to when someone suddenly broke in, and then the humiliating words that person said to him, word for word. Zhang Yuwei, who was standing by, was also very curious about who had beaten Su Yang, who was ranked in the top 10 in the school, into this state. I even lost my self-confidence. But the more he listened, the more familiar it seemed. Why does it feel so similar to what happened to him? Could it be that Su Yang was also? Chapter 12 40,000 combat power shocked the campus forum. How is this possible? What on earth was I thinking? Zhang Yuwei quickly shook his head and threw the idea that had just come to his mind out of his mind. What on earth is he thinking about? This kid Su Chen has some strength, but it is impossible for him to be able to defeat Su Yang. You know, Su Yang was a top 10 talent in the school, and his fighting power was even more formidable. How could Su Chen be so worthy of defeating such a person? It seems that he was really angry with Su Chen and could actually come up with these associations. Now that I think about it, the reason why he lost to Su Chen. On the one hand, Su Chen did have some strength, especially the Vajra fist, which he had cultivated to perfection. On the other hand, he had underestimated Su Chen before. He hadn't used his full strength yet, not even the new martial arts he had learned, so he was careless and was defeated by Su Chen. He believed that this was Su Chen's limit. If he could cultivate his new martial arts to the entry level, Su Chen would definitely not be his opponent. After all, Su Chen was just a useless person who had awakened a D-level talent. Not to mention defeating a genius like Su Yang. Thinking this way, Zhang Yuwei's sense of frustration after being defeated by Su Chen had dissipated a lot. After listening to Su Yang's account of what happened, Su Xiaoyun reached out and slammed the metal edge of the bed. Bang! How could this person be so arrogant? Are you sure you are not exaggerating? Su Xiaoyun looked into Su Yang's eyes and questioned. Su Yang quickly shook his head. Brother, I promise I'm not exaggerating at all. Okay, I get it. I'll help you find this guy, and then I'll pay him back for any insults he inflicted on you. Su Xiaoyun knew that although his cousin's character was not very good, at least he would not exaggerate things. Since my cousin said so, the person who beat my cousin is most likely a spoiled and arrogant person. Daring to hit his cousin, Su Xiaoyun, is equivalent to slapping Su Xiaoyun in the face. So he must get back at them. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoyun took out his cell phone and made a call. The phone rang twice and was quickly picked up. "Hello, brother Su, you called me, is there anything wrong?" A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Well, Zhang Fan, I want you to help me check on someone. This person entered training room number 2 a few hours ago. And they beat me, Su Yang, into the infirmary. Please help me check the school surveillance and find this person." Su Xiaoyun stated his purpose and provided relevant information. The person he contacted, Zhang Fan, was a cadre of the school's student union. He usually handled some of the school's student affairs and had considerable power. You can directly find the monitoring room and retrieve the school's surveillance video. As long as the school surveillance footage is retrieved, the person who bullied Su Yang will be revealed. "Okay, brother Su, I'll do it right away." After the call ended, Su Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes slightly. When he finds the other person, he will definitely crush his arrogance. Beep, beep, beep. In the office of Teacher Wang, who was in charge of the practice room, reminder sounds kept ringing. Teacher Wang, who had just returned to the office after using the toilet, was slightly stunned. This sound is that someone has broken the combat record. Teacher Wang immediately looked at the computer screen. On the lower right side of the computer, there is a combat power ranking software that is flashing continuously. This is a message prompt. This software is specially used for statistical management of school student combat power rankings. Once someone breaks the previous record, a system message will be issued to alert the administrator. Teacher Wang quickly opened the combat power management software. Click to take a look. I immediately saw it ranked first. Displayed combat power is 40,000. Fuck, this isn't an illusion. Teacher Wang rubbed his eyes quickly and looked at the computer screen again. The 40,000 combat power that was previously ranked first still exists. This isn't an illusion. He quickly moved his gaze to the left, wanting to see which student could have achieved such terrifying combat power. When Teacher Wang saw the name displayed he was stunned. Why is there no name? Is there a system malfunction? Teacher Wang fell into deep thought. At present, 40,000 combat power is simply impossible for students to achieve. This combat power is already similar to that of some martial artists. If a student wants to reach the martial artist level, it is impossible to achieve this kind of combat power. You know, Li Shishir, the most powerful genius girl in the school, has reached the 8th level of warrior. But their combat power is only over 20,000. Moreover, Li Shishir has S-level talent and her realm is so high, yet she only has this much combat power. But now a person with a combat power of 40,000 and no name appears. This only means that this person does not exist at all. Oh, it turns out it was just a system glitch. He was so disappointed because he originally thought that someone in the school had surpassed the previous strongest fighter. Teacher Wang shook his head, moved the mouse, and directly deleted the column with 40,000 combat power ranked first. Li Shishir returned to the top spot on the combat power test list. At the same time, a post on the campus forum has gone viral. #shocked, a great player with a combat power of 40,000 appeared in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. This post also included a combat power ranking outside the training room, and the number 40,000 combat power was particularly eye-catching. This was after this combat force was ranked first by Airborne. Someone took a photo with their mobile phone and uploaded it to the small campus forum. Students are the most curious. Many people like to hang out in campus forums, and some even do it to improve their level in the campus forums. They often hang out in the forums and post spam messages under major posts. Therefore, when this explosive post came out, it immediately shocked the students in the forum. The poster is really talented. The headline shocking department needs you. Fuck, is this true? 40,000 combat power? Oh my god, is there such an awesome master in our school? Isn't Li Shishir, the goddess ranked first in the school's combat power, only 20,000 combat power? Where did this 40,000 combat power come from? That's bullshit. Is this picture photoshopped? Brothers, I'm near the training room now. I'll go check out the battle power rankings. Go upstairs, hurry up and remember to take a picture and come back." Soon, some students came back with photos. The photos were published. "Brothers, the OP's picture is fake. I just checked the power rankings on the big screen, and Li Shishir is still number 1. There's no such thing as a power of 40,000. Suddenly, the campus forum exploded. A bunch of people were calling the poster a liar. But soon someone came forward and said that the picture was real. "Brothers, I was there when the 40,000 combat power was announced. I can attest that the picture you posted is real." However, although a battle strength of 40,000 appeared at that time and took first place, no name was mentioned at all. Therefore, we concluded that there was a bug in the system. This is clearly the case. I guess Teacher Wang discovered a bug in the system, so he deleted the first 40,000 combat power. As soon as this reply came out, everyone immediately understood the whole story. So the game starts with a picture and the content is all made up. Su Chen didn't know anything about the campus forum. After he left the training room, he went directly to the homeroom teacher's office. Chapter 13 Privileges of Seed Students. The world of high-level martial arts is fraught with danger. For now, my first priority is to continue earning defense breaking points and improving my cultivation. Secondly, I should find a way to make money to pay for my sister's medical treatment. Su Chen was thinking about his next goal in his mind. First of all, strength is undoubtedly the most important. Now he is in a world of advanced martial arts, and it is also a world where the human race is at a disadvantage. Although the borders are now guarded by high-level warriors, the situation is still dangerous. What if one day the border warriors fail to hold their ground, allowing high-level extraordinary creatures to break into the city? Wouldn't that mean many people would be slapped to death? High-level extraordinary creatures are quite terrifying. Some can destroy a city with just one strike. Therefore, he must become stronger as soon as possible. His destiny still lies in his own hands. While thinking, Su Chen had already arrived at the door of Teacher Wang's office. He reached out and knocked 3 times on the office door. Bang, bang, bang. "Come in." A voice came from inside the house. Crunch. Su Chen reached out and turned the door open to enter the office, then closed the door. "Su Chen, you're here, sit down." Teacher Wang pointed to a chair beside him. After Su Chen sat down, Teacher Wang said, "Su Chen, at your age, you are able to practice the Diamond Fist to perfection and defeat Jian Yuwei, who has a B-level talent, with a D-level talent. That's pretty good. That's why I have something to tell you." Su Chen opened his mouth. He wanted to say that he was no longer a D-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. But after thinking about it, he felt that even if he told it, Teacher Wang probably wouldn't believe it. So let us just not talk about it for now. Anyway, talent will be tested again during the college entrance examination. So when the words came to his lips, Su Chen changed his tone and said, "Teacher, you say it." He pretended to listen, and Teacher Wang was very satisfied with Su Chen's attitude. It seems that this child is not arrogant. The reason why he humiliated Jian Yuwei so much before must be that he was forced into a corner. It's like this. The class placement test will be held the day after tomorrow, did you know? Teacher Wang asked. Yeah, I know. The placement exam doesn't have that many test items. It mainly tests the student's combat power. The higher the combat power, the better the score. Those with good grades will be admitted to the rocket class. Students who enter the rocket class will have the opportunity to choose a C-level martial art. In addition, the school will select the top 10 students to be cultivated as seed students. These seed students have greater privileges and can learn any 2 martial arts stored in the school. Su Chen was immediately delighted when he heard this. Isn't it just like when you feel sleepy that someone hands you a pillow? At present, Su Chen lacks martial arts skills. For Su Chen, just a popular version of the Vajra fist is still too simple. What's more, he still lacks a martial arts skill that requires physical movement. Although it is not advisable to practice too many martial arts, after all, you can't digest too much. However, basic matching is still necessary. Generally speaking, it is a body movement martial art combined with 2 attack martial arts. Therefore, Su Chen currently lacks a body movement martial art and a weapon-based attack martial art. In order to acquire martial arts skills, I cannot hide my shortcomings during the class placement exam. Only by demonstrating my value to the greatest extent possible can I obtain the most resources. In this case, I, Su Chen, will continue to advance triumphantly. After figuring this out, Su Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp. Teacher Wang, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw Su Chen's sharp gaze. Su Chen's gaze just now actually scared him. However, when Teacher Wang looked carefully again, he found that Su Chen's clear eyes were still calm. It seems that it was just an illusion just now. I guess I've been overly worried about class matters lately and am a bit tired, which is why I had that illusion just now. After the class placement test, it seems he needs to have a good rest. Otherwise, this body cannot be protected. Thank you, teacher. I understand. I will try my best. Su Chen thanked him and left the office. Seeing Su Chen's back, Teacher Wang shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that although Su Chen has a good understanding of martial arts, his awakened talents are too poor, and his upper limit is ultimately limited. Senior 3-2 class. Let me tell you, after Brother Chen defeated Jian Yuwei, he prepared to go to the school training room to test his combat power. He opened the training room and found someone sitting inside. Can you guess who it was? A young man was standing on the table, talking excitedly and spitting. Around him were the students in the class who were watching the fun. Could it be that the person in the training room is one of the top 30 students in the school, someone speculated. Wan Pang, who was standing on the table, shook his head mysteriously. No. Hey, Wan Pang, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me who Su Chen bumped into when he opened the metal door to the training room. You will never be able to imagine this person. Wan Pang continued to act profound. The students from the surrounding classes all surrounded Wan Pang at this moment, with curiosity in their eyes. When Brother Chen opened the metal door, he found a young man as strong as a calf sitting cross-legged inside. After keeping everyone in suspense for a while, Wan Pang finally revealed the answer. The young man has thick eyebrows, big eyes, dark skin, and bulging muscles. Beneath those muscles lies explosive power. Hearing this, everyone became even more curious and stared at Wan Pang without blinking. Wan Pang's lips curled up slightly. This person is Su Yang, who ranks 10th on the school's combat power list. Hiss. There were sounds of people gasping for breath all around. Su Yang, everyone in the school should know him. Anyone who messes with this guy will definitely be beaten badly. At this moment, all the students were curious about what would happen to Su Chen next. Wan Pang continued. As soon as Su Yang saw Brother Chen, he yelled, "Get out! Who is my Brother Chen? He is the leader of our class." He directly retorted, "Get out? Are you talking about yourself?" Some people around even covered their mouths, obviously not expecting Su Chen to be so brave. The other party is Su Yang, and Su Chen dares to be so tough. Su Yang flew into a rage, saying, "You're courting death, kid." Then he launched a powerful punch, unstoppable. But my Brother Chen was not afraid and also punched out. The two of them exchanged blows, and guess what happened? Could it be that Su Chen was directly blasted away by Su Yang and rushed into the infirmary? Su Chen was injured, so he didn't return to class. Wan Pang rolled his eyes and said, "Of course not." After the two of them exchanged punches, my Brother Chen didn't move at all. Su Yang threw another punch, but was caught by Brother Chen. Then Brother Chen said, "It's my turn," and punched Su Yang in the stomach, sending him flying. Brother Chen calmly withdrew his hand and said, "This is the school's genius, nothing more than that, a waste." Hiss. The students in the class gasped in unison again. "I don't believe it, Wan Pang, you must be bragging." Someone spoke up. "That's right, how could Su Yang be so vulnerable in front of Su Chen? Besides, Su Yang's cousin is Su Xiaoyun, the 6th-ranked genius in the school. If Su Chen beats Su Yang, Su Xiaoyun will definitely save face for his family. Wan Pang, you must be bragging." The others also began to agree. Tisk, believe it or not. Wan Pang shrugged. At this moment, Su Chen had been standing outside the classroom for a while. He didn't expect that Wan Pang actually had a talent for storytelling. Seeing that Wan Pang was speaking excitedly, he did not enter the classroom. Only after Wan Pang finished speaking did Su Chen step into the classroom. As soon as he came in, Su Chen felt a lot of eyes falling on him. There is shock, envy, and even more fear. It was obviously because he had defeated Jian Yuwei before and severely intimidated the people in the class. Ignoring everyone's different looks, Su Chen walked directly to the back of the classroom and came to Wan Pang. Wan Pang was still standing on the table. Su Chen glanced at him and said, "Your storytelling is good. Now that you're done, come down quickly." "Oh, okay, Brother Chen." Wan Pang scratched his head in embarrassment and jumped off the table. Chapter 14 Su Xiaoyun sent someone to the door. The classmates looked at Su Chen with complicated feelings in their hearts. After all, many people in the class had laughed at Su Chen openly or secretly before, saying that Su Chen had become a waste. But now. However, Su Chen used his D-level talent to cultivate the Vajra fist to perfection, and even defeated Jiang Yuwei to prove himself. This made them very impressed. But it's just admiration. Many people still think that Su Chen is not as good as Jiang Yuwei. The reason why he was able to defeat Jiang Yuwei was only because his innate supernatural powers had only recently awakened, so Su Chen was able to defeat Jiang Yuwei by relying on his understanding of martial arts. But the level of innate abilities cannot be changed. The level of talent and ability awakened determines the upper limit. Even if Su Chen defeated Jiang Yuwei, everyone felt that Jiang Yuwei would definitely catch up soon in the future, and it would be easy for him to surpass Su Chen. It's such a pity that Su Chen's understanding in martial arts training is so low. If Su Chen could awaken an advanced talent and ability, then Su Chen's future would be immeasurable. What a pity! Su Chen only has a D-level talent ability. Fortunately, Su Chen only has a D-level talent ability. Otherwise, Su Chen would probably become a true genius. Of course, even so, Su Chen has also reached a height that many of them can only dream of. Su Chen had no idea of the complicated thoughts in everyone's mind. If he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Because everyone thinks that his talent and ability level is low, it is actually not a problem for Su Chen at all. If everyone knew, Su Chen's talent is not at the D level at all now, but at the highest level SSS, which is probably going to shock everyone. As for what Wan Pang said, Su Chen defeated Su Yang. The students in the class didn't believe it at all. Everyone thought Wan Pang was bragging. Are you kidding? Su Yang is one of the top 10 geniuses in the school. He is far more powerful than someone like Jiang Yuwei. How could Su Chen defeat Su Yang? Campus forest trails. A slender figure was walking on the path with his hands in his pockets, and his white sneakers made a rustling sound as they stepped on the dry and yellow leaves on the ground. It was Su Xiaoyun who left the school infirmary after visiting Su Yang. At this time, buzz buzz buzz. The phone in my pocket kept vibrating. Su Xiaoyun reached into his pocket with his slender white hand and took out his cell phone, then answered the call. Brother Su, I have found the person you asked me to check. A boy's voice came from the phone. It was Zhang Fan from the student union that Su Xiaoyun had contacted before. Oh, who is that person who rewarded my cousin? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Su Xiaoyun frowned slightly. What's wrong? Could it be that the person who rewarded my cousin is stronger than me? Is he one of the top 5 on the battle strength list? Oh, no. Brother Su, that person's name is Su Chen. He is a student in class 3-2 of senior high school. He has never been tested for his combat power in the school training room, so he is not on the list at all. Su Chen? Why does this name sound familiar? Who is this person? Su Xiaoyun was a little confused. Why does this name sound familiar? He was sure that it was not a famous person in the school. And in the senior class too, he only knew that there was a Jiang Yuwei and a Lu Qingqing. These two people were B-level talents. As for the others, their talent levels were not up to par and not worthy of him remembering their names. Suddenly, he remembered. When he entered the infirmary before, Jiang Yuwei said that he was beaten by a man named Su Chen. Unexpectedly, the person who rewarded my cousin was actually this person. Brother Su Chen had some insights into cultivation methods and martial arts training before. At that time, he was considered the top student in the class. However, when he awakened his special abilities, Su Chen only awakened D-level special abilities, and thus became a loser in the class. But no one expected that Su Chen would actually defeat Jiang Yuwei today. It is said that his Vajra fist has been cultivated to the perfect level. Then he went to Su Yang's lounge. Zhang Fan stopped talking here. There is no need to say more about what happened after Su Chen entered the training room where Su Yang was. Okay, I understand. Su Xiaoyun nodded. By the way, Zhang Fan, go to senior 3-2 class and tell Su Chen a message for me. What? You said, I'll wait for him in the school infirmary. Let him come to the infirmary to apologize to Su Yang, and let this matter be over. Okay, Brother Su. Hearing the beep sound from the phone, Zhang Fan put the phone in his pocket and walked directly to the grade 3-2 classroom. After a while, a boy appeared at the door of class 3-2. The boy walked straight into the classroom without knocking. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he walked straight to the podium and swept his eyes over the students in the classroom below. It looks like he is looking for someone. Hey, isn't this Zhang Fan from the student union? Why is he here? Looking at him, he seems to be looking for someone. Did anyone in the class make a mistake? The students were talking in low voices. Zhang Fan looked confused. He scanned the entire classroom, but didn't see anyone named Su Chen. You know. Before coming here, he had already looked at Su Chen's photo several times and memorized it deeply in his mind. Where is Su Chen from your class? Zhang Fan asked. Hearing his question, everyone's eyes immediately turned to a place at the back of the classroom. Zhang Fan immediately looked in the direction of everyone's gaze and saw that at the back of the classroom, there was a student sleeping on the desk. All Zhang Fan could see was the student's slightly shaved head. Judging from everyone's reactions, it was obvious that this person was Su Chen he was looking for. Zhang Fan walked straight towards Su Chen, and the rest of the class all looked like they were waiting to see the show. Zhang Fan was looking for Su Chen? Did Su Chen make a mistake, so the student union came looking for him? Bang, bang, bang. Coming to Su Chen, Zhang Fan reached out and knocked on the desk a few times. Hey. The boy at the desk raised his head, revealing a handsome and tough face. He looked at Zhang Fan, his handsome black eyebrows slightly frowned. What? Didn't your parents tell you that disturbing someone's sleep is extremely rude? Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Having been in the student union for so long, many people would give him some face. But this Su Chen was so arrogant, which made him feel a little unhappy. Zhang Fan wanted to get angry, but suddenly he remembered that this man had defeated the 10th strongest person in the school. He is no match for him. If he were to go against Su Chen, he would definitely suffer. Besides, he was just delivering a message to Su Xiaoyun. There was no need to offend such a ruthless person. As for the so-called lesson, let Su Xiaoyun teach this kid. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan suppressed the anger that was rising in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, Su Chen, brother Su Xiaoyun asked me to tell you something. He said you beat up his cousin Su Yang and asked you to go to the infirmary to apologize. If you apologize, Brother Su said the matter will be forgotten. Everyone in the class who had been paying attention to the situation took a deep breath when they heard this. Everyone opened their eyes and mouths wide. The news they just heard was too shocking for them. Zhang Fan just said that Su Chen beat Su Yang. Oh my god. Su Yang is the top student ranked 10th in terms of combat power in the school. Su Chen actually defeated Su Yang. Wan Peng had never lied before, everything he said was true. Chapter 15 Su Xiaoyun's Challenge. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, is Su Chen really just a D-level talent? It is barely acceptable that a D-level talent can defeat Jiang Yuwei, who was ranked in the top 30 in school combat power. Being able to defeat Su Yang, who was ranked 10th in combat power, really shocked everyone in the class. I originally thought that Su Chen defeated Jiang Yuwei just because of a bit of luck. But now, you can't say that defeating Su Yang was just luck. Being able to defeat Su Yang, who is ranked 10th in the school, only proves that Su Chen is indeed a real talent. At this moment, everyone looked at Su Chen with awe. Regardless of whether Su Chen is just a D-level talent, this record is enough to make them in awe. After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Su Chen just glanced at Zhang Fan indifferently. I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize? Besides, who the hell is Su Xiaoyun? Just because he asks me to apologize, I have to apologize? He's dreaming. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. No one expected that Su Chen would dare to speak like this. You know, Zhang Fan was the person called by Su Xiaoyun. Who is Su Xiaoyun? He is a tough guy known as a flower boy and ranks 6th in the school's combat power rankings. Although Su Xiaoyun is only 6th, it seems that he is not much higher than 10th. But on the combat power list, the combat power of those who can enter the top 6 is not comparable to that of the 10th one. The combat power of the 6th one is far higher than that of the 11th one. How dare Su Chen do this? Could it be that after defeating Jiang Yuwei and then Su Yang, this guy became arrogant? He actually doesn't even take Su Xiaoyun, who ranks 6th in combat power, seriously? Zhang Fan was also stunned when he heard Su Chen's answer. Obviously. He didn't expect Su Chen to have such an attitude. He originally thought that after he said that it was Su Xiaoyun who asked Su Chen to apologize, Su Chen's face would change drastically, and then he would apologize in fear and trepidation. But why was Su Chen's performance completely different from what he had imagined? This guy? So crazy. He even ignored Su Xiaoyun. Thinking about how Su Chen defeated Jian Yue and then Su Yang, Zhang Fan felt that Su Chen must have gotten carried away. Thought he was invincible. Su Chen, are you sure you want to do this? Aren't you afraid of offending Brother Su? Brother Su's fighting power is not comparable to Su Yang's. It's something that can be resolved with just an apology, but if you don't go, you might offend Brother Su. Then, he'll definitely come looking for you personally. If he comes to you personally, will you be able to bear the consequences? Why are you so long-winded? Su Chen said impatiently, just go when I tell you to. Why are you, a runner, so long-winded? Your words allow Zhang Fan to break his defense points plus 200. Errand runner? Zhang Fan was slightly stunned, and then a surge of anger rose in his heart. However, he knew very well that he was no match for Su Chen, so he could only swallow his anger. Okay, I will report the truth to Brother Su. You are so arrogant, but I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant now that you have offended Brother Su. When the time comes, Brother Su will definitely teach you a lesson. Zhang Fan thought so, left angrily, and went back to reply. Wan Peng reached out and poked Su Chen, looking worried. Brother Chen, are you really not going to apologize? I think it's okay to apologize. It won't hurt me. Su Xiaoyun is not someone to be trifled with. It's said that he's mastered a new martial art and has made a breakthrough in combat power. He's now ranked 6th in the school. Isn't it just 6th place? What's there to be afraid of? If he really comes looking for me, I'd be more than happy to help him. When the time comes, I will beat him up like I did his brother Su Yang and make him submit. Wan Peng was silent for a while, then gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Brother Chen, you're awesome. After Zhang Fan left class 3-2 in anger, he immediately went to Su Xiaoyun's class to find Su Xiaoyun. Why are you here? Did that guy named Su Chen agree to go to the infirmary to apologize? Su Xiaoyun sat on a chair, crossed his legs and flipped through a book. In Su Xiaoyun's opinion, if Su Chen knew that it was he who asked him to apologize, he would definitely rush to the infirmary to apologize to Su Yang. Su Xiaoyun is still somewhat confident about his reputation. Now, the sunlight shone through the window onto Su Xiaoyun, giving him a golden sheen and making him look even more magical. Many girls in the class were secretly looking at Su Xiaoyun at this moment, their eyes revealing a bit of obsession. Zhang Fan shook his head. No, Brother Su. That Su Chen didn't go to apologize to Su Yang. What's going on? Su Xiaoyun stopped flipping through the book and frowned slightly. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment, and then told Su Chen everything he had said when he went to find him. Su Xiaoyun's expression suddenly changed. Okay, this guy is so arrogant. Since he doesn't want to, don't blame me for being vindictive. I've already given him a chance, and since he doesn't cherish it, I'll make him know what regret is. Zhang Fan nodded quickly. That's right, Brother Su, you should teach Su Chen a lesson. Let him know that there is always someone better than you. This guy is really too arrogant. Well, Zhang Fan, go tell Su Chen that we'll meet at the school arena after school this afternoon. If he's got the guts, come over and accept my challenge. Su Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes slightly. He was determined to teach this guy named Su Chen a lesson he would never forget. Okay, Brother Su, I'll go inform him right away. Zhang Fan responded and felt happy. That guy named Su Chen was finally going to be taught a lesson by Brother Su. This was simply a relief, because that guy was so arrogant. He couldn't wait to see Su Chen kneeling down and begging for mercy. In the classroom of grade 3-2. Your words allow Su Xiaoyun to break his defense points plus 200. Your refusal breaks Su Xiaoyun's defense points plus 100. System prompts appear from time to time. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he was obviously in a very good mood. It's not that he has to be arrogant, he just has no choice. After all, if you want to become stronger, you need a lot of defense points. If you want to break through the defense point, you naturally need to attract more hatred. Only by attracting hatred and provoking the anger of those people can you make those geniuses challenge you. Then he would defeat these so-called geniuses with a strong attitude, and humiliate them severely to break their defense, so as to gain more defense breaking points. He can become stronger. So, when he needs to be arrogant, he can only be arrogant. Not long after, Zhang Fan, who had left, returned. There was no doubt that he was still here to find Su Chen. Everyone in the class wanted to know what Su Xiaoyun would do since Su Chen had been so arrogant before. Everyone was taking care of Zhang Fan and Su Chen. Su Chen, brother Su asked me to bring you a message. See you in the ring after school this afternoon. Brother Su said he wants to challenge you. There was a hint of joy in Zhang Fan's words, and it was obvious that he was in a very good mood at the moment. All the students in the class pricked up their ears, wanting to see how Su Chen would respond. Su Xiaoyun challenged Su Chen, obviously wanting to beat Su Chen in the ring. Does Su Chen dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 16, Challenges attract attention from the entire school. Hey, do you think Su Chen dares to accept Su Xiaoyun's challenge? I don't think so. That's Su Xiaoyun. I think it's normal for Su Chen to refuse. After all, Su Chen has only awakened a D-level talent. Indeed, it's no big deal if Su Chen refuses. It's normal. Many students were talking about it. Many people think that Su Chen might refuse. The other party is Su Xiaoyun. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, the 6th-ranked student in terms of combat power. He also awakened an A-level talent, and his aptitude was incomparable to someone with a D-level talent like Su Chen. It would be completely understandable if Su Chen rejected the other party's challenge. Just when everyone was thinking this, they saw Su Chen said lightly, "Challenge me? Fine, I'll give him the chance to challenge me." Everyone? Everyone had a question mark on their face. They all thought that Su Chen would refuse Su Xiaoyun's challenge, but they didn't expect that Su Chen would accept it directly, and in a superior manner. It's like he accepted Su Xiaoyun's challenge, which was a great honor for Su Xiaoyun. Is it this world that is crazy, or is it Su Chen who is crazy? Zhang Fan also widened his eyes when he heard Su Chen's words. He must have heard it right. Su Chen acted as if accepting Su Xiaoyun's challenge was a great gift to Su Xiaoyun. How dare he? Zhang Fan's Adam's apple rolled up and down. He felt like the world was upside down. He was completely insane and looked like he didn't recognize him. What's wrong? Go and report to your elder brother. Su Chen saw Zhang Fan standing there in shock and kindly reminded him. Oh, okay. Zhang Fan walked out of the senior 3-2 classroom in a daze. Wan Pang gave Su Chen a thumbs up and said, "Brother Chen, that's awesome. Regardless of whether Su Chen can win or not, at least his coolness has been fully demonstrated." The rest of the class was stunned for a moment, and then there was an uproar. Fuck, Su Chen really dares to accept Su Xiaoyun's challenge. More than that, Su Chen accepted the challenge with a contemptuous attitude. It was as if he was giving Su Xiaoyun a huge favor by accepting Su Xiaoyun's challenge. If I were Su Xiaoyun, I would definitely go crazy. It's more than just crazy. I think if Su Xiaoyun knew about it, he would definitely beat Su Chen violently during the challenge. Some people in the class also quickly opened the campus forum. Such a big event as Su Xiaoyun challenging Su Chen will definitely attract the attention of the whole school. With this thought in mind, someone quickly edited the post in the forum. #shocked, Su Xiaoyun, ranked 6th in campus combat power, challenges Su Chen from class 3-2. The two will compete in the school arena after school. Who do you think will win? There is a voting channel below the post. They are 1. Su Xiaoyun, 2. Su Chen. You know, Su Xiaoyun is a top student in the school and a genius ranked among the top 10. Moreover, Su Xiaoyun is very popular among the girls in school because of his handsome appearance. He has a large number of female fans in school. As soon as this post was published, it was quickly seen by students who visited the forum in the school and voted on it. The number of votes for Su Xiaoyun is rising rapidly. The number of replies to the post quickly exceeded 1,000. Who is Su Chen? Su Xiaoyun challenges Su Chen? Wait, how come I've never heard of this Su Chen? Is this news true? Why would Su Xiaoyun challenge a student he's never heard of? Bah, who is Su Chen? How dare he challenge my brother? This Su Chen, is he here to take advantage of my brother Xiaoyun's traffic? Does anyone know who this Su Chen is? And is this challenge real? In the post, many Su Xiaoyun fans angrily scolded Su Chen. Many students also questioned the authenticity of this post. After all, almost no one in the school has heard of this guy named Su Chen. Su Xiaoyun, who is ranked 6th in the school, is likely to be ranked higher than him if he were to challenge the combat power list. After all, it's very common. Some students are dissatisfied with the battle strength ranking list and will challenge those who are ranked higher than themselves. After all, this battle power list is just based on data. it doesn't mean that those with lower battle power will not win against those with higher battle power. But why would Su Xiaoyun challenge such an unknown little shrimp? Soon, students from Class 3-2 of senior high school came forward to share their experiences. I guarantee that this is indeed true. Su Chen is a student in our senior 3-2 class. Today, he defeated Jiang Yuwei, the most powerful player in our class, and then defeated Su Yang, who ranked 10th on the combat power list, in the training room. Su Yang was beaten so badly that he was admitted to the hospital. Su Yang was Su Xiaoyun's cousin, so Su Xiaoyun naturally wanted to vent his anger on his cousin. So he asked Su Chen to apologize to Su Yang, but Su Chen directly refused. That's why Su Xiaoyun challenged Su Chen. After seeing this person's reply, those who were following this matter in the forum finally understood what was going on. I see. But Su Yang is the 10th ranked academic master in the school. Su Chen was able to beat him into the infirmary. This Su Chen is not simple. Where did this Su Chen come from? Why have I never heard of him before? So what if Su Chen is capable? He is definitely no match for my brother. That's right, my brother Xiaoyun is ranked 6th in school combat power. He's not on the same level as 10th. Brother Xiaoyun, beat Su Chen to death. Support brother Xiaoyun to beat Su Chen to death. Brother Xiaoyun, we will come to the arena to support you after school. Some students think that Su Chen is indeed capable enough to defeat Su Yang. But more of them were Su Xiaoyun's crazy fans who insulted Su Chen and supported Su Xiaoyun. There's no way around it, Su Xiaoyun is indeed very popular in school. As for Su Chen, no one knew where he came from. No one knew where he came from. The fact that the two would fight in the school arena after school quickly became the most talked about event on the campus forum. The post also became the hottest post today. In a short period of time, there were thousands of replies. The school's top management also soon learned about this matter. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the principal's office door. The person knocking was a bald, middle-aged man, the school's dean of studies. Come in. A majestic voice came from the office. Crunch. After getting permission, the dean opened the office door and walked in. What's wrong? Principal Zhong Jiangwo asked the dean who came in. Principal, a big thing happened in the school forum. Oh, what is it? Well, Su Xiaoyun challenged Su Chen from Class 3-2 of senior high school. The two of them will fight in the ring after school. Oh, who is this Su Chen? Why did Su Xiaoyun challenge him? Did he offend Su Xiaoyun? The principal's face showed some curiosity. It's like this. The dean told the principal everything. After listening to this, the principal stretched out his fingers and tapped the table lightly, making a slight thudding sound. Chapter 17. The battle is imminent. Give me Su Chen's information. Zhong Jiangwo said after a moment. Okay, principal. I've got the information. The dean of studies quickly placed Su Chen's file on the principal's desk. He had guessed that the principal would definitely want to see Su Chen's file when he came here, so he had brought Su Chen's file with him when he came. The principal nodded appreciatively. Well done. Reaching out to open the file, the principal carefully examined Su Chen's file. The file shows that Su Chen is just an ordinary student. Both parents are dead, and he lives with his aunt. He also has a sick sister at home. The principal didn't pay much attention to Su Chen's family background. After a quick glance, he began to check the key points. For a martial arts high school student, the most important thing is data on talent, ability, realm, strength, combat power, etc. This Su Chen only has a D-level talent, the principal said in surprise. This really surprised him. That's right, principal. This Su Chen is only a D-level talent. The principal didn't say much and continued to check the information. Then he saw Su Chen's recent experience at school. Before awakening his innate supernatural powers, Su Chen's cultivation was pretty good, and he had a good understanding of breathing techniques, martial arts, and other aspects. At that time, I was barely considered a top student in the class and ranked among the top 50 in the school. However, during the awakening ceremony, Su Chen only awakened a D-level talent ability, and he suddenly went from being a top student to being called a loser by his classmates. But unexpectedly, it happened today. This Su Chen directly defeated Jiang Yuwei, who had B-level talent, and then defeated Su Yang, who ranked 10th in combat power, in the training room. Then Su Xiaoyun asked Su Chen to apologize to Su Yang, but Su Chen refused. Finally, Su Xiaoyun challenged Su Chen, and Su Chen accepted it directly. After reading Su Chen's personal information, Zhong Jiangwo was a little curious about how Su Chen managed to defeat Su Yang, who had a level talent, with his D-level talent. You know, talent and supernatural powers, to a large extent, represent a person's qualifications. The higher the level of the innate ability, the better the aptitude and the faster the cultivation. But this Su Chen is only a D-level talent, yet he was able to defeat Su Yang, who was ranked 10th in the school, and even dared to directly accept the challenge of Su Xiaoyun, who was ranked 6th in combat power. I really don't know how Su Chen did it. Zhong Jiangwo was also full of curiosity at this moment. He closed Su Chen's profile and said calmly, "Let's go down and take a look at this challenge." "Okay, principal." The dean nodded respectfully. Su Chen didn't know that Su Xiaoyun's challenge to him had already attracted the attention of the school leaders. Taking the class very leisurely. Although Su Chen attends a martial arts high school, he still has cultural courses. However, there are relatively few cultural courses. Moreover, the cultural courses are no longer mathematics, physics and chemistry, but Chinese, history, basic cultivation concepts and other courses. History is no longer ordinary history, but the high-level martial arts history of this world. At this moment, Su Chen was taking a history class. 500 years ago, several spacetime tunnels connecting different time and space appeared on Blue Planet. These tunnels released a large amount of vital energy, causing plants and animals to mutate. At the same time, extraordinary creatures would occasionally pass through the tunnels and arrive on Blue Planet, causing devastating damage to the planet. Countless small countries were destroyed. Only a few major countries with nuclear weapons managed to withstand the attacks of extraordinary creatures and survived. 300 years ago, humans created the concept of cultivation, and thus entered the era of cultivation. Su Chen listened quietly to the teacher's explanation and fell into deep thought. This world is still very dangerous. For example, every extraordinary creature from another time and space that breaks into the Blue Planet through the space-time tunnel has at least the strength of a martial arts master. The powerful martial artists in the human world can release their energy and use their awakened talents to control lightning, fire, and ice. These extraordinary creatures also possess this characteristic. Those more powerful supernatural creatures may be able to destroy a city with just one of their innate skills. This is also the reason why many countries have perished. For a long time, humans were at an absolute disadvantage. It was only after humans began to practice cultivation and strong people emerged that they were able to barely hold on. Now, there are powerful human beings guarding the time and space tunnels that have appeared. This is also why ordinary people can survive well. However, Su Chen is not someone who only knows how to rely on others. He likes to take his destiny into his own hands. What if those people failed to guard the time tunnel? What if a time tunnel appears in the city? Only when you have the strength to confront the extraordinary can you truly control your own destiny. Only then can you protect your family and the friends you want to protect. Ding-a-ling. While the teacher was lecturing and Su Chen was lost in thought, the bell rang, announcing the end of today's classes. Wan Peng took out his mobile phone and opened the forum to take a look. Then he yelled, "Damn, Su Xiaoyun has already received over 2,000 votes. Oh, then how many tickets do I have?" Su Chen asked curiously while tidying up the books on the table. Wan Peng showed an embarrassed expression on his face. It seems that he doesn't want to answer because of some unspeakable secrets. It's okay, just say it directly. I don't care about this. Su Chen quickly understood Wan Peng's reaction, smiled and spoke indifferently. Wan Peng thought about it and felt that if it were the previous Su Chen, he might really be shocked. But now, Su Chen seems to have changed a lot. It shouldn't be so easily defeated. After figuring this out, Wan Peng said, "You now have a total of 33 votes. I still have 30 votes? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, a little surprised by the result. He thought that no one would vote for him unless he accidentally voted. I didn't expect there would be more than 30 votes. That. Wan Peng stuttered. What's wrong? Do you know what happened to these 30 votes? Wan Peng nodded, then said, "These 30 votes were probably cast by Su Xiaoyun's haters. Because Su Xiaoyun is handsome and talented, he has many female fans in school. At the same time, there are also some people who dislike him, commonly known as black fans." Oh, I see. Su Chen finally understood why he had more than 30 votes. It turns out that this was voted for by Su Xiaoyun's black fans. Let's go to the arena. Su Chen stood up and walked out of the classroom. Wan Peng followed behind him like a very devout younger brother. Most of the students in the class did not leave immediately after school. They were all paying attention to Su Chen's movements. In the past, they would have run out of the classroom as soon as the bell rang. Apparently today, everyone was paying attention to Su Chen, wanting to see the show. After Su Chen left, everyone hurriedly followed him. Chapter 18 Finale? In addition to the students from Class 3-2, all the students in the school who were paying attention to this challenge also rushed to the arena. Su Chen walked towards the ring very easily. Wan Peng, who was standing behind him, had his heart pounding. He looked at the young man in front of him with some admiration. He was so nervous, but there was not a trace of nervousness on Su Chen. Regardless of whether Su Chen has the ability to defeat Su Xiaoyun, Su Chen's calmness alone is worthy of admiration. It is just as the old saying goes, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. Su Chen didn't care what Wan Peng was thinking. He was in a very good mood at the moment. He even hummed a little tune. The reason why he was in such a good mood was that he had just heard Wan Peng say that Su Xiaoyun had many fans at school. It's great to have more fans. The more fans I have, the more their defenses will break when I severely humiliate these people's idols, and the more defense breaking points I'll gain. Su Chen thought this in his heart, and his steps became lighter. The setting sun turned blood red and was about to fall. The clouds in the sky were dyed into crimson sunset glow by the setting sun, just like pieces of dyed cloth just taken out of the dye vat. Su Chen sat on a stone block not far from the arena, looking up at the sunset in the sky. When he arrived at the ring, Su Xiaoyun had not arrived yet. Su Chen could understand Su Xiaoyun's idea. He simply wanted to arrive late to create the impression that the masters always had to be the last to appear. Su Chen didn't care. The higher Su Xiaoyun's prestige, the more likely he would be able to break through his defense when he was beaten. On the other side, Su Xiaoyun walked out of the classroom slowly, surrounded by countless fans. Of course, female fans accounted for the majority of his fans. "Brother Xiaoyun, why do we have to wait 10 minutes after school before leaving the classroom?" someone next to Su Xiaoyun asked. "Are you stupid? What is the identity of our brother, and what is the identity of that Su Chen? Is Brother Xiaoyun going to the ring early to wait for that guy named Su Chen? Bah, is that guy worthy?" Before Su Xiaoyun could answer, a female fan named Han Lily in the crowd answered the man's question. Su Xiaoyun did not speak. His fans knew him very well, and his expression meant that he agreed. Obviously, the girl's answer touched Su Xiaoyun's heart. After all, Su Xiaoyun is a top student in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, and his goal is to be among the top 3 in the school. He wondered why a man like him would rush to the ring to wait for Su Chen. Although he was the one who initiated the challenge, he couldn't let down his dignity. The later he appears, the more his status and position are highlighted. How could a big guy appear before a small shrimp? So after the school bell rang, Su Xiaoyun sat in the classroom for 10 minutes before packing up and heading to the campus arena. Just as Su Xiaoyun and his group were heading towards the school arena, many students had already gathered around it. The majority of them are girls. After all, many girls are fans of Su Xiaoyun, so they naturally come to support their idol. Many students also felt that this competition was not very interesting. They all felt that Su Chen, a man they had never heard of, could not be a match for Su Xiaoyun. Therefore, this group of people had no interest in this boxing match and did not come. However, there were already quite a few people present. A large crowd of people had gathered around the ring. While Su Xiaoyun had not arrived yet, the students began to discuss. "Hey, who do you think will win this challenge?" You're asking even though you already know the answer. The winner is of course our Xiaoyun. That's right, Xiaoyun is so strong. He has recently made a breakthrough in martial arts and has been promoted to 6th in the school's combat power. How can he be compared to that Su Chen? I heard that Su Chen is just a piece of trash who has awakened a D-level talent. Someone heard this and retorted, "Su Chen is a loser? How can your loser defeat Su Yang, who is ranked 10th in school strength? Does anyone know how he defeated him? Maybe he managed to sneak attack while Su Yang wasn't paying attention? That's right, if this Su Chen is really that capable, why wasn't he well known before? He's not even on the school's battle strength list." Just as everyone was discussing this, someone suddenly shouted, "Su Xiaoyun is here." Suddenly, many people looked towards the only way from the teaching building to the arena. Then I saw a young man with slightly curly hair parted in a 3:7 ratio came over, surrounded by dozens of people. The long hair on the right side curls down to the corner of her lips. Her facial features are very delicate and pretty, with red lips and white teeth. The young man walked in front, and the others followed him at least half a body length behind him, intentionally or unintentionally. Wow! Xiao Yun is so handsome. Love it so much. I really want to have a baby with him. Xiao Yun, I love you. Xiao Yun, marry me. The girls around the ring were screaming and shouting. It was as if they had seen their idol. Hearing the sound, Su Chen turned his head and saw the target at a glance. A large group of people were walking towards the ring on the dark asphalt road, and in the front was a young boy with a pretty boy look. The corners of the boy's lips rose slightly, and he really looked a bit like those Korean oppas on TV in Su Chen's previous life's world. No wonder Su Xiaoyun is so popular in school. Girls of this age are in the age of love, and this image is exactly the type they like. Soon the boy came to the edge of the ring. The people around him quickly acted as security, reaching out to push the densely packed crowd of students to the sides. Make way, make way. Make a passage for us, Xiaoyun. The people who were pushed quickly stepped back. Even the students who had some complaints in their hearts did not dare to say anything and quickly moved away. Su Xiaoyun didn't say much and acquiesced to the fans' behavior. He had experienced this kind of thing countless times and had become accustomed to it. In this world, strength is respected. He just wanted to give way, and he didn't think it was a problem. He, Su Xiaoyun, deserves such treatment. Soon, everyone made way for Su Xiaoyun to pass through. Su Xiaoyun walked through the passage made clear by the crowd and went directly to the center of the ring. Who is Su Chen? He glanced around and spoke proudly. I am. A voice came from afar, and it seemed to be coming from behind the crowd. Sister, please make way, please make way. A magnetic male voice sounded, and everyone quickly looked in the direction of the sound. A young man wearing training clothes and with three-dimensional and tough features walked out of the crowd. The boy has a well-defined outline and a clear and smooth jawline. He is a handsome guy with a different style from Han Xiaoyun. This Su Chen is so handsome. Many girls have this thought in their minds at this moment. Chapter 19 This Su Chen is not simple. But they quickly suppressed the thought. In the world of high martial arts, what they admire and like is not just handsome guys, but also strong ones. If someone is just handsome but has no real ability, then he is just a waste. The reason why they like Su Xiaoyun so much is because Su Xiaoyun is not only handsome, but also very powerful. You are the one who hurt my cousin? Looking at Su Chen, Su Xiaoyun's voice was slightly cold and his eyes narrowed slightly. The sharp gaze seemed to be real, projecting out from those phoenix eyes and falling on Su Chen. At the same time, a faint pressure emanated from his body. The so-called pressure is the oppressive aura of a warrior. The more powerful the warrior, the stronger his aura and the greater his pressure. Rumor has it that some high-level warriors can crush the internal organs of a low-level warrior with their aura alone, killing him on the spot. But obviously, this little bit of pressure from Su Xiaoyun was nothing to Su Chen. After defeating Su Yang before, he gained a large number of defense points and had already raised his own realm. At this moment, his realm has reached the 8th level of warrior. And Su Xiaoyun is only a 7th level warrior now. Seeing that Su Chen showed no signs of abnormality at all, Su Xiaoyun was surprised. In order to give Su Chen a warning, he has unleashed all the pressure of a 7th level warrior. But Su Chen didn't react at all? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Su Xiaoyun looked at Su Chen carefully, but found that he could not see Su Chen's specific realm at all. Generally speaking, there are only two possibilities for this situation where you cannot check the other party's realm. Or the other person is just an ordinary person. Either the other party is at a higher level. The last possibility is that the opponent has learned some martial arts that conceal his own realm. This kind of martial arts does exist on the market. Because it is easy to practice and does not increase combat power, it is also very cheap. This Su Chen was the one who defeated Su Yang, so he couldn't be an ordinary person. Su Xiaoyun also believed that Su Chen's strength could not be stronger than his. So, there is only one possibility left. That is, Su Chen practiced martial arts that concealed his own realm. What a fool! Practicing such flashy things is simply a waste of time. Su Xiaoyun sneered in his heart. Su Chen, I'll ask you again. Are you going to apologize to my cousin? Su Xiaoyun asked again. Su Chen raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. Oh, what will happen if I go? What if I don't go? If you go, I can be gentler. If you don't go, I'll make you regret not going. Su Xiaoyun held his head high and chest out, his face showing strong confidence. His appearance made the girls around him dazzled. Many girls even held their faces and looked at Su Xiaoyun with infatuated eyes. He is worthy of being their male god, so domineering. They like it very much. Seeing Su Xiaoyun's domineering look, Wan Pang, who was watching outside the ring, showed a hint of worry on his face again. Judging from Su Chen's performance today, Su Chen's personality has obviously changed. Faced with Su Xiaoyun's strong attitude, Su Chen probably wouldn't give in. In this way, Su Xiaoyun will definitely go all out. I don't know if Su Chen can block it. Sure enough, just when Wan Pang was thinking this, he heard Su Chen chuckle. Are you worthy enough? What did you say? Su Xiaoyun's face changed. Your words break Su Xiaoyun's defense points plus 300. I said you don't deserve it. Su Xiaoyun, do you think you are very strong? That's ridiculous. Soon I will make it clear that you see me as a frog in a well looking up at the moon, or as a mayfly seeing the sky. Your words break Su Xiaoyun's defense points plus 200. The classmates in Su Chen's class who were watching around were all stunned at this moment. Wasn't Su Chen's last sentence what Zhang Yuwei said to Su Chen in the morning? However, Zhang Yuwei's outcome was very tragic. But now, Su Chen actually used this sentence on Su Xiaoyun. Is Su Chen crazy? He didn't know whether he understood or not that the person standing opposite him was Su Xiaoyun. He is the 6th strongest student in the school. Su Chen probably doesn't want to live anymore since he dares to look down on Su Xiaoyun like this. Su Xiaoyun will definitely be angry. Su Xiaoyun rarely gets angry, but once he gets angry, the consequences can be quite serious. And those fans of Su Xiaoyun were looking at Su Chen with their eyes almost spitting fire. Who the hell is this Su Chen? He actually dares to insult their idol. Xiaoyun, teach him a lesson. Brother, break his legs. That's right, teach him a lesson. Let him know the gap between him and you. Female fans were shouting in anger. You humiliated Su Xiaoyun, causing his fans to collectively break down. Breakdown points plus 1000. At this moment, Su Xiaoyun's face was also gloomy. Okay, very good. You're quite arrogant, but I want to see if your strength can support your arrogance. Do you really think that you will be invincible if you defeat Su Yan? I will make you understand the gap between you and a true genius. Genius, it's you. You're just being stubborn. Everyone brags, but I hope you have the ability to do it. Come on, I'll let you make the first move. Because if I make a move, you won't have a chance to fight back. Okay, let's see the fight. Su Chen kicked his feet and rushed forward like a cannonball. At the same time, his right fist was clenched tightly, and the skin on the surface of his fist seemed to have a faint golden color. Diamond fist. Su Xiaoyun had no intention of dodging. He was going to take Su Chen's punch directly. But the moment he saw the pale golden fist approaching, he only felt a great sense of danger. His intuition told him that if he took the punch head-on, he would definitely get hurt. Then, Su Xiaoyun tapped his feet lightly, taking a strange step and directly dodged Su Chen's punch. The fans watching were a little stunned. They didn't understand why Su Xiaoyun didn't just take the punch but dodged it instead. Is their brother afraid of taking this punch? No, that's definitely not possible. Their brother must be trying out new martial arts. The steps he just performed must be a kind of body movement martial arts. As expected of their brother, he actually mastered the martial arts skills. It's really amazing. In a room full of surveillance cameras, the principal and the dean of studies were looking at the largest screen. On the screen was the surveillance camera of the ring. Su Xiaoyun is indeed amazing. He has actually cultivated a martial art of body movement and even reached the entry level. He must have dodged Su Chen's punch just to test his body movement and martial arts skills. The dean of studies praised. The principal narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "No, he doesn't test physical skills." Then why is Su Xiaoyun hiding? This is because he sensed danger from Su Chen's punch and instinctively dodged it. This is impossible? Su Chen is so powerful, how could he threaten Su Xiaoyun? The dean of studies looked incredulous. His strength is only at the martial artist level, which can be said to be average, so he cannot see the tricks involved. But the principal is different. He is a strong man at the level of Wuzong. The realms of warriors are divided into warrior, martial master, and martial master. Although the martial master is not the most powerful, his vision is definitely not comparable to that of the martial master. This Su Chen is quite powerful. If I'm not mistaken, he has already reached the 8th level of warrior. Furthermore, his Vajra fist has been cultivated to perfection, and the power of one punch is terrifying. The principal pointed out the key point, and the dean of studies was shocked. He actually dodged it? Seeing Su Xiaoyun dodge his attack, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a martial art involving physical movement. Thinking of Su Xiaoyun's special steps just now, Su Chen instantly understood. Su Xiaoyun's realm, strength, and combat power are not as good as his own. Under normal circumstances, Su Xiaoyun's speed cannot match his own. So it is also difficult to avoid your own attacks. But Su Xiaoyun did it. This only proved that Su Xiaoyun had mastered a martial art of body movement, which was how he was able to dodge his attack. Chapter 20. Is he really just a D-level talent? Swish, swish. Soon Su Chen threw out a few more punches, but the result was the same. Su Xiaoyun dodged them all with his body skills. Although Su Chen's realm is slightly higher than Su Xiaoyun's, his basic speed is also faster. But after Su Xiaoyun used his body movement martial arts, Su Chen was still a little slower. He felt that he really needed a martial art that could improve his physical skills. Otherwise, it is very frustrating to have great strength but be unable to defeat the opponent. As for the issue of physical skills and martial arts, a solution has already been found. The placement exam is an opportunity. As long as you can become the school's seed student, you can choose to learn all the martial arts of the school. Although Linchuan No. 1 High School is just an ordinary high school, it still has several physical and martial arts skills. As for Su Xiaoyun, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he couldn't hit him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack and would just wait for Su Xiaoyun to take the initiative. When Su Xiaoyun took the initiative and burst out with all his strength, he would fight head-on. At that time, Su Xiaoyun naturally could not avoid his attack. You have good physical skills, and it is indeed difficult for me to hit you with my attacks. So now it's your turn. Looking at Su Xiaoyun, Su Chen spoke lightly. Although he didn't hit Su Xiaoyun, there was no trace of dejection on Su Chen's face. He remained calm. After all, after the previous additional training, his current hard power is obviously much stronger than Su Xiaoyun. As long as the face-to-face confrontation, he could defeat Su Xiaoyun with just one move. This is Su Chen's confidence. Su Xiaoyun's eyes flashed slightly, and he thought about Su Chen's words in his mind. He had a hunch that it would be difficult for him to block Su Chen's attack. Although it was difficult for Su Chen to attack him due to his practiced body skills, dodging all the time was not a solution as his physical strength would always decline. Once he falls to a certain level, it will be difficult for him to avoid Su Chen's attack. It would be better to take the initiative now while we are at our peak. Burst with all your strength. Try to defeat Su Chen with one blow. He also has the B-level Fiery Fist, which is more than one level higher than the Vajra Fist. He has the possibility of killing Su Chen instantly with one blow. Only by killing Su Chen in one blow can he regain his lost face. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoyun said, I admit, your strength is indeed a little beyond my expectations. But that's all. Watch this, Fiery Fist. Su Xiaoyun clenched his right fist, and his fist was dark red. If he could reach the Grandmaster level, when he used this martial art, his fist would be covered with a layer of scorching flames. Because he is only a 7th level warrior now, it is impossible for him to fully unleash the power of this martial art. The fist was also dark red, as if it was over-congested with blood. But Su Xiaoyun was confident that this was enough. The powerful fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, smashed towards Su Chen's head. Fall down. The fans around were all excited at this moment. Their brother is finally going to beat up Su Chen, the arrogant guy. It's so cool. Beat him to death. My brother beat him to death. Brother Xiaoyun is the best. They had been annoyed with Su Chen for a long time. If anyone dared to insult their brother, he should be beaten to death. In addition to the fans, many other students also felt that Su Chen could not block Su Xiaoyun's powerful punch. The power of one punch is so terrifying. It is estimated that Su Chen will be knocked down by one punch. But the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the center of the ring, Su Chen firmly grasped Su Xiaoyun's unstoppable fist with one hand. Before this, everyone thought that Su Chen would be knocked down by Su Xiaoyun with one punch. However, facing Su Xiaoyun's fist, Su Chen simply stretched out his hand and grabbed Su Xiaoyun's fist. And it also prevents it from moving forward at all. Su Xiaoyun's previously unstoppable fist seemed like a joke in front of Su Chen. How is this possible? Su Xiaoyun widened his eyes. Everyone around was in disbelief. This guy Su Chen actually took their brother's full-strength attack so easily. It must be their brother who let them off. That's right. It must be like this. Fans were making excuses for their brother in their hearts. Su Chen didn't care about that. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I caught you. Now you can't run away. Swish. The light golden fist made a sound of breaking through the air and hit Su Xiaoyun's stomach. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Xiaoyun was suddenly thrown high up. His body drew a parabola in the air and flew out violently. Boom! His body fell heavily to the ground. Smoke and dust rose up. However, Su Chen did not intend to let Su Xiaoyun go so easily. To him, Su Xiaoyun was the most experienced person he had met since he came to this world. So we have to squeeze it out first. Su Chen rushed out quickly and came to Su Xiaoyun, who was lying on the ground. One hand picked up Su Xiaoyun. A big hand flapped quickly and slapped Su Xiaoyun's fair cheek hard. Then a pa-pa-pa sound was heard. While slapping him, Su Chen said proudly, "Is this your strength? This is the genius of our school? It's so funny. To me, you're complete and utter garbage. That's all. You defeated Su Xiaoyun, and Su Xiaoyun broke through the defense. Defense break points plus 3,000. Your words broke Su Xiaoyun's defense points plus 200. Your behavior has broken the defense of Su Xiaoyun's fans, breaking defense points plus 2,000. Su Xiaoyun was quickly beaten into a pig's head by Su Chen. He couldn't accept this reality in his heart, and coupled with the injury, he fainted. Su Chen then stopped and threw Su Xiaoyun to the ground like a dead dog. Ah, brother. Su Chen, I hate you. Su Chen, I'm going to fight you. The screams and shouts of Su Xiaoyun's fans were heard all around. Su Chen completely ignored it and wiped his hands calmly. Soon. Then staff from the school clinic came up and carried Su Xiaoyun, who looked like a dead dog, onto a stretcher and took him away. Wan Pang looked at Su Chen in the ring in shock. He is such an awesome brother. He could even defeat Su Xiaoyun. He had thought that Su Chen was bragging before, but he didn't expect that it was actually true. In the school monitoring room, the dean opened his mouth wide. He murmured, I didn't expect that Su Chen would actually defeat Su Xiaoyun. And it was so easy. The principal smiled faintly. I have said it before, Su Chen is not simple. Su Xiaoyun's combat power is probably not in the same league as Su Chen. In other words, it was because Su Chen did not learn any martial arts skills that allowed Su Xiaoyun to dodge the attack at the beginning. If Su Chen had a physical skill, he could kill Su Xiaoyun in one blow. The dean was a little lost in thought. Did he really just awaken a D-level talent? Chapter 21 Mom, I don't want to be treated anymore. I'm not sure about that, but one thing I do know is that our school has produced another promising talent. With this kind of growth rate, even if he's truly a D-level talent, what's the difference? It's not like there aren't D-level talents who have cultivated themselves into powerful warriors. The principal shook his head, a relieved smile on his face. Su Chen's performance was indeed beyond his expectations. Su Chen's strength completely crushes Su Xiaoyun. Even though Su Chen has only awakened a D-level talent, he is undoubtedly a good seedling for Wuhan University and a real dark horse. Su Chen's situation is not uncommon. In many high school senior years, some previously mediocre students suddenly emerge. He grew at an extremely fast pace and was eventually admitted to the top Wuhan University. Zhong Jiangwo felt that Su Chen was one of these people. Director Liu. Why? Call this student named Su Chen to my office tomorrow. Ah, the Dean of Studies said, puzzled, Principal, why don't you go now? It's time to go home now. The principal reached out and patted the dean's shoulder. Old Liu, as school leaders, we should avoid taking up students' spare time if we can. After all, they work so hard every day, so the little spare time they have should be left to them to manage as they please. Oh, okay, Principal Gaoyi. The dean flattered him. On the ring, after Su Xiaoyun was carried away by the people from the school infirmary, everyone at the scene looked at Su Chen in awe. Originally, some of Su Xiaoyun's die-hard fans wanted to criticize Su Chen, but when they thought of Su Chen's strength and Su Xiaoyun's miserable condition, they all dared not to criticize him. Many people in the crowd were whispering. I think Su Chen is actually very handsome, said a girl. Yeah, he's so strong. Actually, I think I prefer Su Chen's looks. He's more manly. Indeed, I declare that Su Chen is my new husband from now on. I will also be a fan of Su Chen from now on. Su Chen! At this time, a girl shouted loudly. Then, more people cheered in the audience. Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen! The world of high martial arts always values the strong. The so-called appearance is nothing compared to strength. Su Chen is so strong and handsome, so why not just become a fan of Su Chen? Many of Su Xiaoyun's fans have now switched to Su Chen. As a woman, it is impossible for her to always be a fan of only one idol. Many people fall in love with every girl they meet. Just like the world in Su Chen's previous life, every time a new male star becomes popular, there will be female fans from other stars who will rebel in minutes. Ignore the shouts of those around you. Su Chen opened the panel to check what he had gained from defeating Su Xiaoyun this time. Host, Su Chen. Talent, SSS level talent Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Breathing method, Daxia General Breathing Method. Martial arts, Diamond Fist Perfection. Level, Warrior Level 8. Strength, 1600. Defense breakpoint, 12,000. This time, we gain tens of thousands of defense points, and the defense points reach 12,000 points. Obviously, this is a huge gain. Su Chen was very satisfied with this. After closing his personal panel, Su Chen saw that there were still many people around him. His brows furrowed slightly. Everyone, I'm done playing and ready to go home. You should all go do what you need to do and stop gathering here. Among these people, many girls even looked back every few steps as they left. Brother Chen, are you going home? No. Su Chen shook his head, I'm going to the hospital to see my sister. Both Su Chen and Wan Peng come from poor families, and both live in the old city of Linchuan. However, the hospital is in the new city area, so the two people are heading in different directions. The two separated at the school gate and left on different buses. And at this moment, the campus forum of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School has completely exploded at this moment. Hashtag shocked, Su Chen vs Su Xiaoyun, Su Chen won with a crushing victory. Fuck, Su Chen can actually beat Su Xiaoyun. Didn't they say that Su Chen only awakened a D-level talent? How could he defeat Su Xiaoyun? That's awesome. 666. I declare that Su Chen is my new male god from now on. Su Chen defeated Su Xiaoyun, shocking the entire campus. Su Chen was unaware of all this as he didn't usually like surfing the internet. At this moment, Su Chen was dozing off on the bus on the way to Linchuan People's Hospital. Linchuan People's Hospital. Our hospital has been allocated a bottle of that liquid medicine, and I hope you can gather the money as soon as possible. If we can't raise enough money to buy the medicine within a month, we will have to allocate the medicine to the next waiting patient. The doctor in a white coat gave instructions to a middle-aged woman. Good doctor, I will definitely try my best to raise money. The middle-aged woman was wearing an old brown coat, which was the same coat she wore when she got married. She looked a little haggard. After leaving the infirmary, the woman stood in the hospital corridor for a while, enjoying the cold breeze. Then the middle-aged woman took out a very worn-out cell phone and dialed a number. Brother, the doctor told me today that Yue's illness can be cured, but the medicine costs 2 million. Can you lend me some money? Life is tough these days. Mingliang needs money to attend martial arts high school. Our family has been struggling to make ends meet for a long time. Xiaoju, you should borrow money from someone else. I'll just leave now. The man on the other end of the phone hung up quickly, as if he was afraid of being pestered by Wu Xiaoju. Avoid it like the plague. The wind outside seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, bringing with it a biting chill, and tiny snowflakes fell from the sky. It's so cold. Wu Xiaoju tightened her old coat and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Borrow from others? Who else would be willing to do that? If even her own brother is unwilling to lend her money, how can she count on those relatives who are more distantly related? People can only rely on themselves. Others are unreliable. But I am just an ordinary employee in a pharmaceutical factory. Where can I find 2 million? And let alone 2 million, even 200,000 is difficult. But this is my daughter's life. If I give up, she will really have no way to survive. Tears rolled down Wu Xiaoju's eyes, but she quickly wiped them away. She couldn't bring these negative emotions to her daughter. At this moment, at the door of a ward not far away, a girl in hospital gown hurried back to the ward. Then he quickly lay down on the hospital bed. Wu Xiaoju did not notice the girl behind her. After calming down, Wu Xiaoju returned to the ward. Then he saw an extremely beautiful girl, as delicate as a porcelain doll, lying on the hospital bed. However, the girl's face was a little pale and she looked sick. "Mom, you're back," the girl said softly. "Well, Yue, are you thirsty? Mom will pour you some hot water." "Mom, I'm not thirsty. By the way, Mom, I have something to tell you." Wu Xiaoju walked to the bedside and sat down in confusion. "I want to hear what my daughter wants to say. Mom, I don't want to be treated anymore." Chapter 22 Brother, can you give me your WeChat? "Ah, daughter, what are you talking about?" Wu Xiaoju was shocked. Why would my daughter have such an idea? This is absolutely not possible. She cannot lose her daughter. A bitter look appeared on Zhang Yue's face. "Mom, if I continue with the treatment, it won't be very effective, and staying in the hospital will also cost money. Besides, I need money to go to martial arts high school." "No, I'll find a way to deal with the money. Just promise me that you won't say such things again," Wu Xiaoju said seriously. Seeing Wu Xiaoju's serious and earnest eyes, Zhang Yue finally nodded helplessly. Only then did Wu Xiaoju relax and remember what the doctor had just said about the medicine. After hesitating for a moment, she decided not to tell her daughter. The disappointment after hope is the most painful. If my daughter knew that the medicine cost 2 million, she would definitely refuse without hesitation. My daughter has always been so sensible. So she tried to find a way to get the money quietly on her own. Wu Xiaoju thought so in her heart, but what she didn't know was that Zhang Yue already knew that the medicine would cost 2 million. Turning her head to look at the sky outside the ward window, Zhang Yue felt a sense of longing in her heart. It had been a long time since she had felt the outside world and had been able to go shopping and walk freely. Staying in the hospital all day like this. She's tired of it. Not only did it drain the family's resources, but it also made my mother work so hard. She was the one who dragged down the family. After seeing my brother again, I'll end all this. Zhang Yue thought to herself. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the People's Hospital Station. Please be careful when the door opens. A mechanical female voice announced, and the bus slowly stopped. There are quite a lot of people getting off at this station, after all, it is a hospital. Following the crowd, Su Chen got out of the car and walked into the gate of Linchuan People's Hospital. Fine snowflakes were falling, and many people on the road were shivering from the cold. Su Chen's head was covered with a lot of snowflakes, which quickly melted into water droplets. Su Chen didn't react much. As an 8th-level warrior, his physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even though Su Chen was simply wearing a popular sweatshirt, he still didn't feel cold. There are a lot of people coming and going in front of the hospital. Many people looked serious and had no smiles on their faces. This is normal. Many people may contribute all the money they save after working hard all their lives to the hospital. In this situation, it would be strange to be happy. Su Chen took out a very old cell phone and called his aunt. "Aunt, I'm at the hospital entrance. Have you eaten? If not, I'll bring you some food at the door." "Not yet. You can buy 2. Buy them from the roadside stall at the back door of the hospital. Don't go to the store. It's more expensive there." "Okay, auntie." After hanging up the phone, Su Chen went directly to the back door of the hospital. There are many vendors setting up stalls at the back door of the hospital. Although it is snowing lightly now, the vendors still have no intention of closing their stalls. These days, making money is not easy. The street vendors will naturally not close their stalls just because of a little bad weather, let alone a little snow. Even if it is a downpour, the street vendors may not close their stalls. Many people choose to continue operating with umbrellas open. For them, if they can earn more, they will try to earn as much as possible. Su Chen came to the stall of an uncle wearing a woolen hat. The uncle held the iron pan in his left hand and shook it quickly. The food in the pan rolled rapidly and soon emitted an enticing aroma. Then the uncle put the vegetables into boxes of rice and covered them on the white rice. "Uncle, how much is this lunchbox?" $12 a copy. "Then give me 3 servings, uncle." "Okay, but you might want to take the next pot, young man." This one is for the person in front of you. Good. Suchun used his mobile phone to scan the payment code on the cart, paid 36 yuan, and stood aside waiting. Then Suchun listened to the chatter of people buying food nearby. Hey, have you heard? There have been several missing persons cases in the old town recently. Ah, is this true? What's going on? Of course it's true. I rent a house in the old city, and the patrol team has questioned me several times in the old city. Who is missing? Well, it seems that the missing ones are all young girls. Oh my god, could it be some human traffickers who did this? I'm so scared. Suchun turned his head and saw that the girl who said she was scared was a fairy weighing about 200 pounds. I rolled my eyes in my heart. This little fairy really thinks too much. Although Suchun didn't know what the human traffickers wanted to do with the young girl, he was sure that the little fairy was very safe. Just when Suchun was thinking this, the little fairy suddenly discovered the handsome guy Suchun. Then the little fairy's eyes lit up. Walking towards Suchun. Hey, Shanshan, where are you going? A companion shouted. The little fairy ignored her companions. At this moment, she only had eyes for the handsome guy Suchun. The little fairy walked quickly, the fat on her body trembling. Little brother, do you know what I am missing? What is missing? The little fairy held her chin with her chubby hands and said delicately, Brother, can you give me your WeChat ID? Suchun took 2 steps back, taking a defensive stance. No. I only have one WeChat account. What would I use it for if I gave it to you? Ah. The little fairy looked stunned. Your words break the fairy's defense points plus 200. Ha, that's not what I meant. The little fairy laughed dryly. I just meant that I'm in need of a boyfriend. Well, it turns out that she is attracted by my handsome body. Suchun's eyes rolled, and then he had an idea in his mind. That's a coincidence. What a coincidence. What's a coincidence? The little fairy looked confused. I need a boyfriend too. As soon as Suchun said this, the little fairy was petrified on the spot. Well, it turns out that the guy she likes is gay. Your words break the fairy's defense points plus 300. The fairy returned to her companions, cursing, and the low laughter of the onlookers echoed around her. Hey boy, your meal is ready. At this time, a new pot of lunch was ready. The boss packed 3 boxes of twice-cooked pork lunchboxes and handed them to Suchun. Okay, thanks. Suchun reached out to take it, then turned around and left gracefully. Tell me what's wrong with the world these days. All the good-looking people are fucking gay. The little fairy behind him was still complaining, without any sign of the affectation just now. The young ladies around her were speechless. Is there a possibility that the other person said this on purpose in order to reject you? However, her companion only thought about this in his heart and did not say it out loud. There were a lot of people in the hospital. When Suchun went upstairs, he even saw a middle-aged man sitting in the stairwell and crying. Ordinary people work like slaves all their lives, and the money they save with great effort still cannot afford medical treatment. Who wouldn't he collapse? An ordinary person in this world cannot make much money in his lifetime. Only high-level warriors can make money. If ordinary people want to cross classes, they can only do so by becoming strong. I will definitely earn defense points and become a strong person standing at the top of the pyramid. Suchun swore secretly in his heart. Chapter 23 Cost Problem? When Suchun walked to the door of the ward with the lunchbox he had bought, he saw 2 figures inside the ward. One of them is a girl with long hair. The girl has curly eyelashes and delicate features like a porcelain doll. Her long hair is casually scattered, giving her a 2-dimensional feel. But the girl's face was pale and sickly. The other figure was a middle-aged woman sitting beside the bed. She was wearing an obviously worn brown coat, had a thin figure and a haggard face. Suchun was not unfamiliar with these 2 people. They were his younger sister Zhang Yue and his aunt Wu Xiaoju. Yue, aunt, I'm here. Suchun walked into the ward and placed the lunchbox on the cabinet next to the bed. The girl on the hospital bed smiled palely. Brother. Well, have you been eating well recently? Suchun reached out and rubbed Zhang Yue's head. After accepting the original owner's memory, he no longer felt unfamiliar with everything in the original work. I also feel no sense of unfamiliarity with the original owner's family. As if that was his relative. Yeah. The girl nodded quickly. That's good. Let's have dinner first. Su Chen took out the lunchboxes and gave one to each person. At this time, he found that the bed next to him was empty. He remembered that the last time he came here, an old lady was staying in the bed next to him. Every time the original body came to the hospital, the old lady would enthusiastically give the original body fruits and snacks. She was a very kind and nice old lady. "Auntie, where is the old lady next door?" My aunt's rough hands paused slightly, and Zhang Yue beside her also looked a little lost. "Ah." My aunt sighed. "The old lady passed away a few days ago. Her body was taken to the funeral home overnight. So that's how it is. Aunt and sister, don't be sad. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the normal state of life." Yes, birth, aging, sickness and death are the normal state of life. Zhang Yue lowered her head and muttered something, not knowing what she was thinking about. "Okay, silly girl, stop thinking about it and eat quickly. I won't let anything happen to you. I'll find a way to cure your illness." Su Chen was serious about this, but neither of the two people in the room believed it. After all, they all knew that Su Chen had only awakened a D-level talent. People with this kind of talent can never become high-level warriors. The most likely thing is that I will just be an ordinary person in the future. However, it is slightly easier to find a job than for people who have no talent at all. "Xiaochen, aren't you tired of practicing recently?" my aunt asked while eating her lunchbox. "I'm not tired, I feel very relaxed." With the system, Su Chen found it really easy to practice. Because he doesn't need to practice at all, his most important goal is to find a way to break through the defense point. Then, by the way, I will try to find breathing techniques, martial arts, and training resources. With these he can reach heights that others cannot imagine. Compared to those who practiced hard, he could be said to be quite comfortable. But it was obvious that neither Zhang Yue nor Wu Xiaoju believed it. My aunt continued, "Xiaochen, don't try too hard. I'm only a D-level talent, so no matter how hard I try, it won't make much difference. There's no need to tire yourself out. It would be nice to find a job and live a peaceful life in the future." "I understand, aunt," Su Chen said helplessly. He knew that no matter what he said, his aunt would not believe it. After all, it was an indisputable fact that the original owner had only awakened one D-level talent. At this moment, Su Chen, in front of his relatives, is completely different from the Su Chen in school who was full of vigor and contempt for everyone. Obviously, when facing outsiders, Su Chen always wears a mask. There is nothing we can do about this. After all, the more arrogant and conceited he behaves, the more likely other geniuses will challenge him. To gain defense points. Everything is for the purpose of becoming stronger. After eating the boxed lunch, Su Chen packed up several takeout boxes and threw them into the trash can in the corridor outside. This is to prevent the lunch boxes from breeding bacteria in the ward trash can. The family chatted together and soon night fell. Zhang Yue was probably tired and fell asleep on the bed. Su Chen took his aunt out of the ward and then gently closed the door. "Aunt, is there any progress in my sister's illness?" Su Chen asked. Soon after he arrived today, he noticed that his aunt looked listless, and it was obvious that something had happened. "Currently, the only thing that can affect my aunt is my sister's illness." There was a conflicted look on my aunt's tired face. She wasn't sure whether she should tell Su Chen about Yue. "If you tell me, Su Chen is just a child and can't help at all. Telling it might make Su Chen worry. I can't tell anyone about this, because there's no one at home to discuss it with. After all, my husband committed a crime a few years ago and was put in jail. Su Chen is the only one in the family who can discuss things with him. Aunt, I'm an adult now. I can take on family responsibilities. If you have any questions, just tell me directly." Perhaps seeing the hesitation in his aunt's heart, Su Chen added. My aunt took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision. Finally, she said, "Xiaochen, I know I shouldn't tell you, but I don't have anyone to discuss this with, and I'm not well educated, so I don't know what to do." As she said this, tears as big as beans rolled down the corners of my aunt's eyes. It dripped onto the ground, splashing water. Su Chen is now an 8th-level warrior, and his hearing is far superior to that of ordinary people. He could clearly hear the patter sound of his aunt's tears falling to the ground. Su Chen reached out and patted his aunt on the shoulder. My aunt covered her face and cried quietly. She didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of waking up her daughter who was sleeping in the ward. After a long time, my aunt's mood finally improved. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "The doctor came to see me today and said that the medicine allocated by the higher authorities is about to arrive. I hope I can raise the 2 million yuan in 1 month. Otherwise, the dose will be given to the next patient in line. I called your uncle today, hoping to borrow some money from him. But he didn't agree and hung up the phone as if he was avoiding the plague. Having said this, my aunt felt even more sad. That's his biological brother, but he's so cold-blooded. When Xiaoqin's parents got into trouble, his brother did the same thing, fearing that Xiaoqin would be given to him to raise. It's okay, aunt. Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Leave the matter of Yu Wei's medical expenses to me. Don't ask anyone else for help. How can this be possible? Auntie quickly refused. You are just a child. Aunt, I'm an adult now. So what if you're an adult? You're still a child in my aunt's eyes. You're still in school. What can you do? Don't worry, Auntie. I have a classmate whose family owns a company and is very wealthy. I have a good relationship with him, so he'll be willing to lend me money. Su Chen didn't say that he would find a way to make the money, but instead made an excuse. So as not to worry my aunt. Chapter 24 Convincing my sister. If you are an ordinary person, it would probably be difficult to earn 2 million in a lifetime. But this is not the case for the warriors in this world. For a powerful warrior, it is countless times easier to make money than for an ordinary person. For warriors in this world, especially those of higher levels, it is easier to make money. After all, the resources needed for training by warriors in many big cities can easily reach hundreds of millions. Even in Linchuan, Su Chen's school will provide students with some resources. Although not much, the price of these resources is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In short, it is easy for powerful warriors to make money. For example, warriors can go to the Warrior Association to accept tasks. Or you can go into the wilderness and hunt extraordinary creatures. Generally speaking, the difficulty of the task depends on the difficulty. The higher the difficulty of the task, the higher the reward. Extraordinary creatures are divided into native and non-native. The local extraordinary creatures are mutants of ordinary wild beasts, also known as exotic beasts. Generally speaking, this kind of native exotic beast has relatively low strength. Those non-native extraordinary creatures refer to creatures from other worlds that come through space channels. This kind of creature is very powerful, and even the weakest ones have the strength comparable to that of a human martial master, able to release the energy and unleash innate abilities. Currently, neither of these two ways of making money is applicable to Su Chen. Su Chen is only an 8th level warrior now, and this strength may be considered strong among the students of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Can be placed outside. He is just a weakling who has just started practicing martial arts. Maybe I can ask Wan Peng tomorrow to see if there's any way I can get the money. Su Chen thought so in his heart. Although Wan Peng's strength is not very good, he knows a lot. He often hangs out on the internet and is the first to know what's new. He also has an uncle who seems to be a teacher in a martial arts school. Therefore, Wan Peng knows much more than Su Chen. After hearing what Su Chen said, my aunt seemed to be in a much better mood. She looked a little hesitant. Xiaochen, would it be bad to borrow money from your classmates? Su Chen knew that his aunt was afraid of troublesome others. He smiled and said, Don't worry, auntie. 2 million is a lot for an ordinary family like us, but it's nothing to those rich people. Then you can tell your classmate not to worry, we will definitely return the money to him as soon as possible. My aunt looked determined. My family also has a house in the old city, which should be able to be sold for hundreds of thousands. As for the rest of the money, she will definitely find a way to pay it back. Even if I have to work a few more jobs. After talking about this, Su Chen and his aunt entered the ward. Su Chen didn't plan to go home today and planned to rest in the ward for one night. The night gradually deepened. The snow outside the window was getting heavier and heavier, turning from fluffy snowflakes into heavy snow. Outside the window, everything is covered in snow. My aunt had fallen asleep at some point, and Su Chen was lying on a chair in the ward, breathing deeply, and seemed to have fallen asleep as well. On the hospital bed, the pale girl had opened her eyes at some point. She sat up carefully. He carefully looked at his mother lying on the hospital bed next to him, and then at his brother lying on the chair. As if afraid of waking the two of them up, Zhang Yue slowly put her feet into the slippers on the ground. Got down to the ground gently. He walked lightly towards the ward door. A moment later, Zhang Yue came to the door and gently opened the door of the ward. Then he carefully closed the door. She came out into the corridor and looked outside. Ice and snow covered the outside world, and all you could see was a vast expanse of white. How beautiful! To die in such a beautiful winter is a good destination. Zhang Yue murmured softly, her bright eyes filled with reluctance. She really doesn't want to leave this world. I don't want to leave my mother, I don't want to leave my brother. But she couldn't bear the burden on her family any longer, and she didn't want to see her mother begging for medical expenses. I don't want to see myself dragging down the entire family. The corridor was very quiet late at night, with almost no one there. Zhang Yue climbed up the corridor railing with great effort. She stood on it, closed her eyes and opened her arms. The slightly loose hospital gown was blown by the cold wind. Goodbye, this world. Goodbye, mother, brother. Finally, I don't have to burden my family anymore. Zhang Yue was about to jump down when suddenly a pair of warm and strong hands embraced her. While she was stunned, he carried her down and placed her on the floor in the corridor. Zhang Yue turned around in confusion and saw that it was her brother. It was her brother who stopped her. Brother, the girl's voice was filled with tears, why did you save me? Just let me go. I don't want to drag this sick body around anymore. I don't want to be a burden to my family anymore. Silly girl, if you really leave like this, I don't know how sad your aunt will be. But brother, our family has no money. My illness can't be cured. I don't want to wither away like a plucked flower. Silly girl, I won't let you die. Su Chen reached out and rubbed the girl's head. My aunt told me today that your illness only needs one medicine to be cured. Don't worry about the money, I'll take care of it. But brother, that's 2 million. I know, I'm about to break through to the martial artist realm. You know, it's easy for a martial artist to make money. So don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Su Chen's words stunned Zhang Yue. Brother, are you about to be promoted to a martial artist? She remembered that her brother had only awakened a D-level talent ability. This is the lowest level of innate ability. Generally speaking, talent of this level is very slow to cultivate. His lifetime achievements are also very limited, and he will never be able to be promoted to Wuzong and reach an extraordinary level. But it's only been a short time. Is brother about to become a martial artist? No matter how you look at it, this is unrealistic. Su Chen nodded, I'm about to be promoted to a martial artist, so don't worry about the money. But brother, didn't you only awaken a D-level talent? How come you improved so quickly? Zhang Yue still didn't believe Su Chen. A low level of innate ability means poor qualifications and slow realm improvement. This is common sense that even ordinary people know. Could it be that her brother deliberately lied to her in order to comfort her? I did have a D-level talent before, but later my talent mutated and became SSS level, so my training became much faster. Ah. Zhang Yue opened her mouth slightly, her face full of shock. Can supernatural powers actually mutate? This was the first time she heard that talents and abilities could mutate. Yes, but this is a rare case. Yue, don't tell anyone else. If others knew your brother's innate abilities could mutate, they might capture him and use him as a guinea pig for experiments. Ah! Zhang Yue exclaimed and quickly covered her mouth. Don't worry, brother, I won't tell even Mom. Yeah. Su Chen nodded. Okay, go in and rest. It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. Chapter 25 Underground Black Fist. Zhang Yue nodded obediently and returned to the ward with a lighter pace. Obviously. Su Chen's comfort just now was undoubtedly a shot in the arm, which greatly soothed Zhang Yue's previously restless heart. I must transfer this money as soon as possible. Looking at his sister's back, Su Chen's eyes were firm. The next day. The sun is rising. After buying breakfast for his mother and sister, Su Chen went straight to school. Today, he wanted to ask Wan Peng about ways to make money. Someone in Wan Peng's family runs a martial arts school, so he knows a lot of things that ordinary students don't know. Wan Peng knows a lot of ways to make money quickly as a warrior. This is what Wan Peng told Su Chen personally on WeChat last night. However, Wan Peng did not specify in his WeChat moments what warriors should do if they want to make money quickly. He said that there were too many specific details to explain clearly in a few words on WeChat. When they arrived at school, Wan Peng explained the details to Su Chen in person. When Su Chen came to the class, he was still greeted by the admiring and adoring gazes of the students. Su Chen, a person with D talent, defeated 2 geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the school with his rubbish talent. This is simply a mythical existence. Although many people still felt that Su Chen would not go far in the future, at least for now, they admired Su Chen very much. Su Chen didn't care about the gazes of his classmates and sat down in his seat. His eyes fell on Wan Peng. Lao Wan, tell me in detail how warriors make money. Wan Peng nodded and pinched his chin, trying to fall into deep thought. My mind quickly recalled the news I learned yesterday. After organizing himself, he began to tell his story slowly. As long as we can cultivate Yuanli within our bodies, we can be called warriors. The so-called warrior is a general term. Whether it is a first-level warrior or a martial king or martial emperor, they are all called warriors. There are many ways for warriors to make money. For example, you can become a bodyguard for someone, or you can master a popular martial art and teach at a martial arts school. Alternatively, you can go to the Warrior Association to take on quests, and if you complete them, you'll receive generous rewards. Wan Peng paused for a moment when he said this. It seemed as if he was letting Su Chen digest the information he had just said. Then he continued. In addition to these methods, warriors can also go to the wilderness to hunt extraordinary creatures. The meat of these extraordinary creatures has a strong nourishing effect and can help warriors improve their strength. Therefore, each one is worth a lot of money. Especially those high-level extraordinary creatures, which can be sold at sky-high prices. Or you could search for plants in the wilderness that contain elemental energy. These plants are called elixirs and are also very valuable. Of course, whether it is hunting extraordinary creatures or looking for elixirs, you need to go to the wilderness. The wilderness is extremely dangerous, there is no need for us to consider it. In addition to these methods, there is actually another relatively safe way to make quick money, and that is fighting undercover boxing. Underground boxing? What is this? Su Chen became interested. Well, the so-called black boxing, as the name suggests, refers to those underground boxing matches. This kind of thing is similar to gambling on sports in the previous civilized era. Spectators watching the boxing match can spend money to choose their favorite players and place a bet. As for the contestants, they can accumulate bonuses by winning the competition. The more consecutive wins you have, the more prize money you get. This is a way to make money, of course, provided you have enough skills. Su Chen frowned slightly. However, I am only at the warrior stage, not even at the martial artist stage. This kind of strength might be okay in school, but compared to other warriors in society, it's completely inadequate. How can you possibly win? Wan Peng shook his head. Brother Chen, it's not what you think. This competition will not allow warriors to fight against martial artists. Basically, you're pitted against opponents of the same level. If you're at the warrior level, your opponents will also be warriors. Unless you're already invincible at the warrior level, then you can challenge a warrior who's just entered the master level. If you win this kind of cross-level challenge, you will get more prize money. Furthermore, this kind of ring competition is generally much safer than going out into the wilderness. When your opponent strikes, they're generally more measured. At most, they'll severely injure you. I see. Su Chen nodded lightly, his eyes becoming even deeper. He has become very interested in this so-called black boxing. In the ring, defeat a large number of opponents. Although those people may not be geniuses, they should be able to provide a lot of defense breakthrough points. Therefore, this is a great opportunity to earn defense points. After all, now at school, there won't always be people who are so ignorant as to challenge me. But in the ring, it's different. On the ring, there is an endless stream of battles. Although the quality of those people is not good, the defense points they provide are not as many as those of defeating geniuses. But if we can't go for quality, then go for quantity. This is the same reason as those anchors selling cheap goods. Although it is cheap, as long as you can sell it in large quantities, you can still make amazing money. He can't miss this opportunity. Su Chen had already made up his mind that he was determined to fight this so-called black boxing match. Lao Wan, after school today, take me to see this underground black boxing. Wan Peng hesitated for a moment, but still advised. Brother Chen, have you really thought it through? Although fighting in underground boxing is much safer than going out into the wilderness and there are fewer casualties, there are still many people who have been seriously injured or even disabled for life. It's okay. Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. If he were to fight against those who were 2 or more realms higher than him, he would definitely not be their opponent. But when fighting against opponents of the same level, he has the confidence to win. Even if he were to fight against those martial artists who were just beginning their careers, he would still have at least a 50% chance of winning. He is a cheater and has SSS level talent. Even his martial arts have been cultivated to perfection. Would he still be afraid of those martial artists of the same level or even a higher level than him? This is totally impossible. Seeing Su Chen's determined expression, Wan Peng hesitated for a moment and didn't continue to persuade him. He also knew the situation in Su Chen's family. Su Chen's sister was seriously ill and needed a lot of money for treatment. Replace him? I will make the same choice as Su Chen. What's more, Su Chen is so powerful. Among the warrior-level crowd, there are probably few who can be Su Chen's opponent. Su Chen was thinking about fighting underground boxing when he suddenly felt a resentful gaze. He turned his head slightly to look at the source of the gaze and found that it was a woman's resentful look. He was not unfamiliar with this woman. She was Lu Qingqing, whom the original owner had been pursuing relentlessly. He glanced at everyone in the class again and found that Zhang Yuwei did not come to class today. This shouldn't happen. The level of medical technology in this world is countless levels higher than that in the previous life. Zhang Yuwei's injuries were just intimidating and insulting to look at, but they were not actually serious. It takes one day to fully recover. I guess Zhang Yuwei felt too embarrassed and didn't dare to come to class for the time being. Chapter 26 Unwilling to believe. After a quick glance, Su Chen looked away. He doesn't care too much about what others think. At the same time. School infirmary. Zhang Yuwei, your injuries have fully recovered and you can be discharged from the hospital. The school doctor in a white coat said, holding the examination results. Ah, doctor, I feel like my injury may not be fully healed yet. I should stay in for 2 more days. Zhang Yuwei responded quickly. He doesn't want to be discharged from the hospital now. Mainly because he felt his scalp tingling when he thought about returning to class and the strange looks from his classmates. I really don't want to face it at all. Being defeated by a D-level rubbish talent is a complete joke. Those students in the class don't know how to control themselves. All this is thanks to Su Chen. If it weren't for Su Chen, he wouldn't have encountered all this. Nor will you go from being the top student in the class to being the laughingstock of the class. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuwei clenched his fists. His face was filled with resentment. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. He must avenge this grudge. No, you can't stay here anymore. The beds in our medical center are public resources. You can't stay here forever just because you want to. Faced with Zhang Yuwei's unreasonable request, the doctor directly refused. Joke. This is a martial arts high school. Every day there are students who get injured due to martial arts training and sparring. Beds and other things are in short supply. This is a public resource. It is not a hotel where you can stay as long as you want as long as you have money. After an argument, Zhang Yuwei could only pack up his things angrily. While packing up, he suddenly thought of Su Xiaoyun. Yesterday, Su Xiaoyun, a genius ranked among the top 10 in the school, went to find Su Chen. I guess Su Chen has been severely punished and even seriously injured. He should be in the ward now, groaning in pain. Thinking of that scene, Zhang Yuwei's mood suddenly improved. Su Chen, as a classmate, how could I not come to visit you? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuwei packed his things even faster. After quickly packing up his things, he started visiting each ward. There are not too many wards in the school clinic, only about 10 in total. It doesn't take long to check them one by one. Therefore, Zhang Yuwei did not ask others which ward Su Chen was in. Search each ward one by one. You can find it eventually. Zhang Yuwei prepared to search from top to bottom. Soon. He went to the top floor where the ward was located. Start searching from the top down. In the first ward, no. The second ward, no. The third ward, no. The fourth and fifth wards still had no patients. Then came the sixth and seventh rooms. It was not until Zhang Yuwei found the ninth ward that he finally saw a man wrapped in gauze. The man was wrapped in gauze all over his body, even his head was covered with it. The whole head was wrapped tightly, and even the hairstyle could not be seen. Zhang Yuwei's eyes lit up when he saw this man. In his impression, Su Chen must have been beaten badly by Su Xiaoyun. The overall appearance of the boy in this ward completely matched his imagination of Su Chen's miserable condition. This person must be Su Chen. Jian Yuwei was very confident. He was in a good mood and went to the fruit shop on campus to buy some fruit before returning to what he thought was the door of Su Chen's ward. He is doing fine and is visiting Su Chen. Lifting the fruit in his hand, Jian Yuwei showed a satisfied smile on his face. He walked straight into the ward with his head held high. There was only one boy in this ward. He was wrapped in bandages all over his body and looked like a mummy. He was staring out the window in a daze. Jian Yuwei was very sure that this person was Su Chen. Only someone as arrogant as Su Chen would be beaten like a dead dog. Jian Yuwei walked straight over. Su Chen, you can't be too arrogant, do you understand? Although you are indeed very strong, you must know that there are always people better than you. Jian Yuwei put the fruit in his hand on the cabinet beside the bed and spoke lightly with a smile. His posture. It's like a senior who is tirelessly teaching the younger generation. There is no doubt that Jian Yuwei places himself in a very high position. The boy who was wrapped in bandages and staring out the window in a daze finally came to his senses when he heard the voice. Su Xiaoyun turned his head and looked at Jian Yuwei, his eyes as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Who is this person? Does he know him? He was thinking about how to defeat Su Chen and get his place back. As a result, there was another person next to him, and he kept whispering in his ear. Even more bizarre is that this person is still calling him Su Chen? His entire body was wrapped in bandages, like a mummy. How does he look like Su Chen? This guy is here to poke his own lungs. Thinking of this, the mummy-like boy's eyes were filled with anger. The murderous intent in that gaze seemed to be shot towards Jian Yuwei. Who the hell are you calling Su Chen? Who the hell is Su Chen? Su Xiaoyun was so angry that he cursed. If other students in the school knew what Su Xiaoyun looked like, they would be shocked. Su Xiaoyun usually gives people the impression of being a gentle, elegant, and well-spoken handsome man. How could he possibly swear? Jian Yuwei was frightened by the murderous look in Su Xiaoyun's eyes and took a step back. He looked at Su Xiaoyun carefully. Are you really not Su Chen? There was a hint of uncertainty in Jian Yuwei's words. The voice of the mummy-like boy in front of him seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with Su Chen's arrogant voice. But Jian Yuwei was still reluctant to believe it. How could this person not be Su Chen? How could it not be Su Chen? What he was most looking forward to was Su Chen being in the miserable state of the man in front of him. But the person in front of him might not be Su Chen, and Su Chen might not be in such a miserable state. This is really hard for Jian Yuwei to accept. Is that so? Just look at the name and you'll know. Su Xiaoyun pointed to the patient's name on the headboard of the bed. Jian Yuwei looked in the direction of Su Xiaoyun's finger, and the three big words Su Xiaoyun immediately came into his sight. How is it possible? How is it possible? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. His eyes widened. He looked like he couldn't accept it. Su Xiaoyun, the sixth-ranked genius in the school. Such a person was beaten so badly. Considering that Su Xiaoyun had previously helped his cousin, it was very likely that Su Chen beat Su Xiaoyun into a mummy-like state. But this? It was even more difficult for him to accept. Just when Jian Yuwei refused to believe that the person in front of him was not Su Chen, a nurse walked in. Su Xiaoyun, you have fully recovered. Next, I will remove your bandages. Please cooperate. After the nurse said this, she stepped forward and untied the bandages wrapped around Su Xiaoyun's body one by one, revealing that handsome face. This person is Su Xiaoyun. No matter how much Jian Yuwei didn't want to believe it, it was the fact. By the way, Su Xiaoyun, who exactly hurt you? He suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly. There was still a trace of expectation in his words. It must not be Su Chen. That loser Su Chen, how could he have the ability to defeat the sixth-ranked genius in the school? Chapter 27 Selection of Martial Arts. Humph, do you think you can call Su Xiaoyun? Su Xiaoyun snorted coldly and glanced over with a cold look. Jian Yuwei was suddenly shocked. Only then did I remember that this person was Su Xiaoyun, the sixth-ranked genius in the school. He can't order people around. I'm sorry, Brother Su, I was just too excited just now. Jian Yuwei apologized quickly. Seeing him like this, Su Xiaoyun retracted his cold gaze and said, I was indeed injured by that guy named Su Chen. He is very strong. But I will get back at him sooner or later. Hearing Su Xiaoyun's words, Jian Yuwei suddenly felt dejected. Really? Su Xiaoyun was injured by Su Chen. Why is Su Chen so strong? He was clearly just a waste who had only awakened D-level talent before. Although strength does not rely solely on talent, talent is definitely one of the biggest factors. The so-called talent. It also represents a person's qualifications. The higher the level of talent and ability, the higher the person's qualifications. On the contrary, the lower the level of the innate ability, the lower the person's qualifications and the slower the cultivation. Although, some people may have talent in martial arts, which can indirectly improve their strength. However, it is difficult for one's own cultivation level to catch up with those with higher talents and abilities. But why could Su Chen defeat the school genius of the same age so easily? Not only did he defeat himself, he also defeated Su Xiaoyun, who was ranked 6th in the school. Is this still the same trash as before? Zhang Yuwei began to doubt his life. Thinking of Su Chen's previous arrogant attitude, Zhang Yuwei felt so angry that his teeth were itching. He wanted to stomp on Su Chen's arrogant face and rub it on the ground. However, with Su Chen's current strength, it would be impossible for him to get back at his old self in a short period of time. Now the plan is, I can only ask my cousin for help. So what if Su Chen is so powerful? He is very capable, but can he be more capable than his cousin? My cousin is Li Shishir, a talented girl who ranks first in the school. And my cousin is a recognized genius of the highest level. His strength is completely not on the same level as other geniuses. My cousin is now working on breaking through to the martial artist realm. No matter how powerful Su Chen is, he can never be my cousin's opponent. Now, I have no choice but to ask my cousin for help. Zhang Yuwei left the ward and began to think in his mind how to ask Li Shishir for help. Although Li Shishir is his cousin, she has always been quite cold. Not very concerned about things other than cultivation. If you ask the other party to help you rashly, they will definitely not agree. You have to find a good reason. What reason should I give to get my cousin to take action? Zhang Yuwei rubbed his hands and went downstairs, muttering to himself. Just after going down 2 floors, Zhang Yuwei paused and clapped his hands suddenly. Got it. My cousin hates conceited and arrogant people the most. Since Su Chen is so arrogant, tell me about this in an exaggerated way. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Thinking this in his mind, Zhang Yuwei quickly walked towards Li Shishir's class. However, when Zhang Yuwei walked to Li Shishir's class, he was told that Li Shishir had recently taken leave and had not been attending classes, and had been staying in the school practice room to practice. Li Shishir was practicing in the practice room, so Zhang Yuwei naturally didn't want to disturb her. Therefore, I can only wait until Li Shishir is done with her work before asking her for help. In addition, after his body recovered and Su Xiaoyun left the ward, he immediately went into the training room. After being defeated by Su Chen and beaten into a mummy by Su Chen, he had lost all his face in school. I was too embarrassed to go back to class. So I just went to the training room to retreat. He wanted to concentrate on practicing martial arts in the training room so that he could catch up with Su Chen and then defeat Su Chen. He, Su Xiaoyun, must personally regain the face he lost. Su Chen in the classroom didn't know about this. He just wants to make money now. However, he was not in a hurry to start fighting underground boxing immediately, because the school's class placement test would be coming soon. He wants to make a splash in the class placement test. Enter the school's seeded team. Only by entering the seeded team can you get the opportunity to select the school's martial arts. Su Chen plans to practice another martial art that involves physical movement, and then go fight underground boxing. Otherwise, if he encounters someone with martial arts skills that require physical movement, even if he is strong, he will be very annoyed if he cannot hit the opponent. He didn't want to encounter that kind of situation. Body movement and martial arts skills must be practiced. Su Chen was thinking. At this moment, almost all the students in the class were sitting in the classroom, whispering from time to time. Tell me, what did Teacher Wang plan to say when he asked us all to stay in the classroom for a class meeting? I'm not sure. Maybe there are some instructions from the school. Maybe Teacher Wang wants to tell us about the placement test. That's indeed possible. Wasn't it rumored before that the time for the class placement test would soon be determined? The students were discussing the class meeting. Before that, Teacher Wang asked everyone to return to the classroom, saying that he had something to announce. Therefore, almost all the students in the class are here. Of course, this does not include Zhang Yuwei. He also didn't have the face to come to class for the time being. After all, after losing to Su Chen, he would definitely face strange looks from his classmates. Before he finally sure, he went straight home. Be prepared to escape for as long as possible. As the classmates were discussing, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a shirt walked into the classroom holding a notebook. This person is Mr. Wang, the head teacher of Class 3-2 of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Ahem. Teacher Wang coughed and signaled everyone to be quiet. Everyone understood what Teacher Wang meant, and they all kept quiet out of respect. Next, there is something very important to announce. After saying this, Teacher Wang reached out and smoothed the few strands of hair on his head that had some natural curls. Tomorrow, the school will conduct a placement test. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the audience were in an uproar. Some people were excited and clenched their fists. Some people also looked depressed and lost. Linchuan No. 1 High School is a comprehensive high school. Not only do they study martial arts, they also study liberal arts. After all, not everyone can awaken innate abilities, and not everyone is suited to the path of martial arts. Some students are destined to never achieve anything in martial arts in their lifetime. The school had already consulted the students' opinions not long ago. Many of those students who did not have the qualifications chose liberal arts. When the class placement test begins, those who choose liberal arts will only take the liberal arts test and then be placed in classes. Those who choose to study military science will take a military science test and then be divided into classes. This is somewhat similar to Su Chen's division into arts and sciences in his previous life. But in the previous life, there was not much difference between liberal arts and science. But this world is a world of high martial arts. In the world of high martial arts, the strong are respected. This world values powerful military force. Only powerful military force can bring status and position. No matter how well you study liberal arts, you are still at the bottom of society. The reason I chose liberal arts was simply out of helplessness. Okay, let's stop discussing this and listen to me first. Teacher Wang stretched out his hand and pressed it down. He waited until the students quieted down before continuing. For those who choose the liberal arts major, you can just take the general knowledge exam during the placement test tomorrow. Next, I'm going to focus on the martial arts placement test. Teacher Wang reached out and looked at the contents written in the notebook. Students of the Military Science Department, the class placement test is divided into several items. The first is the talent and ability test, then the combat power test, and finally the martial arts training level test. Only those who excel in these subjects can enter the elite class of military science. In addition, the school will select the top 5 students in terms of talent, combat power, etc. from the entire school to enter the seed team. Students from the seed team will be eligible to enter the school's martial arts room to select martial arts. At this point, the students in the audience were in an uproar again. Unexpectedly, the school actually set up a seed team. In addition, students who enter the seed team can also enter the school's martial arts room to choose martial arts. That's just a huge bonus. You know, that's a martial art. Most of the students at Linchuan No. 1 Middle School come from average families. The price of martial arts is beyond their reach. But now, join the seed team and you can get martial arts for free. How can this not be exciting? Chapter 28. It is impossible for Su Chen to enter the seed team. But after a brief moment of excitement, there was a deep sense of loss. Martial arts are very important resources. Not only in schools, but even in families with martial arts, not everyone can learn them. Those who are qualified to learn these excellent martial arts are generally elites. Therefore, it is only natural for the school to let the seeded players learn martial arts. But if you want to become a seeded player, you must be in the top 5 in this class placement test. Top 5. This is the best among the best students, far beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. After realizing this, deep disappointment appeared on the students' faces. A feeling of powerlessness enveloped them. They knew that there was no way they could ever reach that level. Therefore, they dare not even dream of learning martial arts. After realizing this, many people only hope to get a better score on the class placement test. Get into a better class. As for the seed team, they didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. Okay, let's stop here for today. The school has decided to give everyone a holiday early. Everyone should go home early and have a good rest today. I hope everyone can get good grades tomorrow. Teacher Wang announced after he finished explaining everything. However, even though they were able to leave school early today, the students did not show any joy. On the contrary, everyone's face was filled with worry. The placement test determines whether they can enter a good class, whether good educational resources can be obtained. Naturally, most people were extremely nervous. Of course, there are always poor students no matter where you are. After teacher Wang left, a few poor students packed up their things and left the classroom. However, many people did not leave immediately. Instead, they were discussing the placement test in the classroom. Hey, what do you think? Su Chen defeated Su Xiaoyun. Is it possible for him to enter the school's seed team? It's really possible. Su Xiaoyun is ranked 6th in the school. If Su Chen can beat him, he really has a chance to be selected for the seeded team. Come on, that's impossible. Although Su Chen defeated Su Xiaoyun and is very strong, the placement test doesn't rely solely on actual combat ability. Didn't you just hear teacher Wang say that the placement test first looks at talent? That's right, Su Chen is just a D-level talent. With this level of talent, it's impossible to be selected for the seeded team. Indeed, but Su Chen should have no problem getting into the rocket class. Lu Qingqing, who was about to leave the classroom, stopped when she heard the students talking. When he heard his classmates say that Su Chen defeated Su Xiaoyun, his eyes widened. She had been taking care of Jian Yuwei in the infirmary these 2 days and had not visited the school for him, so she did not know about such a big event as Su Chen defeating Su Xiaoyun. When I heard my classmates talking about it, my eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Su Chen could actually defeat Su Xiaoyun. The bootlicker whom she looked down upon, the waste in her eyes, not only defeated Jian Yuwei, but also defeated Su Xiaoyun, a genius in the school. She couldn't believe it and found it hard to accept. It wasn't until she heard that Su Chen only had a D-level talent and had no chance of being selected for the seed team that her unbalanced mentality felt a little better. Lu Qingqing looked at Su Chen again, sneering in her heart. Su Chen, even if you can defeat Su Xiaoyun, so what? You are just a D-level talent. In the martial arts world, you won't go far. Lu Qingqing felt that her choice was right. Although she was very surprised that Su Chen could defeat Su Xiaoyun. But with Su Chen's useless talent, it was impossible for him to be selected into the seed team. Lu Qingqing left school in a good mood and went to find Jiang Yuwei. Although the classmates' discussions were not loud, Wan Pang, as a cultivator, still heard them. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Chen. Brother Chen, don't pay attention to what those people say. Even if you can't make it into the seeded team, it doesn't mean you are weaker than those who can make it into the seeded team. And Brother Chen, with your strength, you will definitely have no problem getting into the rocket class. Obviously Wan Pang was a little worried that Su Chen could not accept the criticism. But he was obviously overthinking it. Don't worry, I don't care about what they say. Su Chen waved his hand to express his attitude. He is not a person who cares about what others say. His eyes flashed slightly, and a determined look of winning appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen is sure to join the school's seed team. After packing up their things, Su Chen and Wan Pang left the school together. He went straight to the hospital to see his aunt and sister. Upon learning that Su Chen would have a class placement test tomorrow, his aunt hurriedly sent Su Chen back to rest. Su Chen knew that his aunt would not be worried if he didn't go back to rest. In order to avoid worrying his aunt, he did not refuse. After buying dinner for my aunt and sister, I went home. At the same time, after a period of fermentation, the issue of class placement testing has become a hot topic on the school forum. Especially the topic of seed teams is the hottest. Hey, in this senior year class test, it said that the top 5 students in terms of overall scores will be selected for the school's seed team. The seed team members can also enter the school's martial arts pavilion to choose martial arts. I really hope I can become a seed student. You know, seed students can obtain martial arts. That's martial arts. The price of a martial arts manual is simply sky high for an ordinary family like mine. Although our school doesn't have many martial arts books, at least they're better than people like us who only know the popular version of the King Kong Fist. It is said that the most advanced martial arts book in our school seems to be a B-level martial arts book. Who do you think will make it to the seed team this time? Li Shishir must be able to do it. And Tang Yang. The students were discussing in the post, and suddenly someone spoke up. Hey, do you think that Su Chen who defeated Su Xiaoyun has any chance? As soon as this statement was made, it immediately caused many people to refute it. Ah, the guy upstairs, you're kidding me. That's right. Although Su Chen defeated Su Xiaoyun was only ranked 6th. And the talent that Su Chen awakened is just a useless D-level talent. Selection of seeded teams is not just based on current strength, but also on qualifications. D-level talent. Future potential is very limited. It's unlikely that one will go very far in the martial arts. In the school, students who knew Su Chen didn't think that Su Chen could make it into the seeded team. After all, Su Chen only has a D-level talent. They couldn't even get past the first hurdle of being selected into the seeded team. Although Su Chen seems to have mastered martial arts to perfection and has strong combat power. But talent and qualifications are always a flaw. His talents and abilities were rubbish, so he was directly eliminated. No one will even consider combat power or martial arts proficiency. Chapter 29 Class Placement Test begins. The next day. The clouds are light and the breeze is gentle. After Su Chen arrived at school, he entered the classroom and sat in his seat. "Brother Chen, you're here." Wan Peng greeted Su Chen. Su Chen responded. He didn't come early, so when he arrived, the rest of the students in the class were already there. Many students even changed into new clothes, and the girls were all dressed up in youthful and beautiful ways. Today is the day for the class placement test. Today the head teacher will distribute admission tickets to everyone, so everyone is waiting for the head teacher to arrive. Su Chen noticed that Wan Peng beside him was trembling slightly. "What's wrong, Da Peng? Are you nervous?" Su asked in a low voice. "Yeah, a little bit." "What are you nervous about?" "I'm afraid my grades will be too bad and I won't be able to get into the rocket class." "No need to worry. Your talent is pretty good for the school. You should have no problem getting into the rocket class." Su Chen comforted him with a few words, and what he said was indeed the truth. Wan Peng's talent and ability level is considered high in the school. And Wan Peng's strength is also quite good. Although it can't be compared with the top 10 schools. But at least getting into the top 100 should be no problem. There are 2 military science rocket classes in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. There are 100 students in each class. Therefore, there will basically be no surprise if Wan Peng joins the rocket class. "Well, I hope so." Wan Peng sighed. Just then, Teacher Wang walked into the classroom with 2 bags. The bags contained the admission tickets for military students and the admission tickets for liberal arts students. After distributing the admission tickets to everyone, Teacher Wang encouraged everyone again. Liberal arts students should take their admission tickets, find their corresponding classes and seats, and wait for the exam. Martial arts students, take your admission tickets and follow me. Teacher Wang said something and walked to the classroom first. Wait until he leaves. Then some art students complained, "Why do martial arts students have teachers to take them to the exam, but we art students have to fend for ourselves and go by ourselves?" "Okay, stop talking. How can we, the liberal arts students, have the same status as the martial arts students?" "That's right, we liberal arts students, no matter what, can only be at the bottom of society." "Okay, stop complaining and go find a seat." Someone said it very self-awarely. "This world is like this, it is a world of warriors. The top leaders of the entire Dragon Kingdom are all martial arts masters. Those liberal arts students simply cannot hold important positions. It's unfair, but that's reality." The military students hurriedly followed Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang brought all the martial arts students to the martial arts training ground specially built for them in the school, and lined up with everyone in the training ground. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School has a total of 6 classes in the senior year. There are about 50 or 60 students in each class. Each class, in order from 1 to 6, lined up neatly in the training ground. Anxiety and tension can be seen on everyone's face. After all, this is a placement test. It affects what class they can be assigned to. At present, the resources of the rocket class are undoubtedly the best. Of course, above the rocket class, there is also a seed team with the best resources. However, there are only 5 spots in the seed team, which is something ordinary people can't even dream of. Many people want to enter the rocket class. Enter the rocket class and gain access to better resources, so you can quickly advance in the martial arts world. Only then can you get good grades in the college entrance examination and be admitted to a good martial arts university. The students of the martial arts class waited in the training ground for a while, and then they saw the school principal coming up to them. "Dear teachers and students. Hello everyone. Today, we gather here to carry out an important task for senior high school students. That is the military science placement test. The purpose of placement tests is not to label children as good or bad. The principal held a microphone in his hand and gave the students a long motivational speech, and then instilled a lot of chicken soup. It makes people feel drowsy. Su Chen was also speechless after hearing this. No matter which world it is, it seems that as long as a leader speaks, he or she will be very long-winded. Besides, the so-called military science placement test is just to select outstanding students and allocate resources to them. The principal's words just sound nice. The principal spoke for a long time. Fortunately, half an hour later, several staff members brought over a huge instrument, and the principal stopped his long speech. Su Chen's eyes immediately fell on this instrument. I saw that this instrument was very large, with a bracket at the bottom and a display screen in front of the bracket. Above the bracket, there is a huge transparent crystal ball. Is this the talent and ability tester? In the original owner's memory, the talent tester seemed to be a little different from this instrument. After the original owner awakened his talent, he used a talent tester to test his talent. It's just that the talent tester at that time was much smaller than this talent tester. Overall, it doesn't seem to be as advanced as the talent tester in front of it. The other students in the school also looked at the talent tester. Of course, it wasn't because everyone was paying too much attention to the talent tester. It was mainly because everyone was standing in the martial arts field, listening to the principal's long speech, and there was nothing else to do. Now someone suddenly came over carrying such an instrument, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. The talent tester was placed right in the center in front of everyone. At the same time, there was another teacher standing next to the talent tester, who seemed to be responsible for testing everyone's talents. Talent is something that will be tested several times in high school. The first time was when I just awakened my talent. The second time was during the class placement test. The last time was during the college entrance examination. The reason for conducting so many tests is mainly because there is a possibility of mutation during the initial period of activation of the talent. For example, the innate ability of a person who originally has a D-level talent may mutate to a higher level. During the college entrance examination, more precise instruments will be used. This can accurately measure the student's talent and ability level. By the time of the college entrance examination, one's talents and abilities have basically been determined and will never change throughout one's life. Therefore, after passing the college entrance examination and entering university, students' talents and abilities will basically no longer be tested. Everything is based on the talents and abilities you have during the college entrance examination. At this time, the invigilator next to the talent testing instrument said, "Classmates, I will now announce that the class placement test has officially begun. The first thing we did was a talent and ability test. This test is to more accurately test the students' talents and abilities. Next, I will read out your name and admission ticket number. Students whose names are read, please place your hands on the crystal ball and mobilize the supernatural powers within you, gathering them in your palms. The first one is Zhang Chuan, test number 0001. Chapter 30. It's a pity that he is only a D-level talent. Even though Zhang Yuwei still didn't want to come to class today, he had to come because it was a class placement test after all. Faced with the strange looks from his classmates, Zhang Yuwei cursed Su Chen in his heart for 10 minutes. At this moment, he looked at the talent testing instrument in front of him and sneered in his heart. Su Chen, even if I was careless for a moment and you beat me, so what? You are just a useless D-level talent. You won't go far in the martial arts world. Today, you will be embarrassed once again in front of the entire school." Not only Zhang Yuwei was thinking about Su Chen, Lu Qingqing and Su Xiaoyun were also thinking about Su Chen at this moment. Of course, they didn't do it because they liked it, but because they hated it. Thinking that Su Chen would be embarrassed again when testing his talent later, Lu Qingqing had a smile on her lips. This damn licker dared to scold her, he deserved to be humiliated. As for Su Xiaoyun, after being defeated by Su Chen, he got to know Su Chen better. When he learned that Su Chen had only awakened a D-level talent and was previously recognized as a waste, he began to doubt his life. Su Xiaoyun, a top student in the military science department of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School and a campus idol loved by all the girls in the school. He was actually defeated by a loser like Su Chen. He was also beaten into a pig's head in front of all the teachers and students in the school. It's a great shame and humiliation. But fortunately, Su Chen is just a D-level talent. This talent is rubbish. Even though Su Chen is very good at understanding martial arts. But if the talent level is not good enough, it means that the qualifications are not good enough. If you don't have the talent, you won't go far even if you have a strong understanding of martial arts. Su Xiaoyun thought of the day when Su Chen beat him up and his contemptuous attitude, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. So what if he's so arrogant? He's still just a piece of trash with D-level talent. As long as he puts in a little effort, he will soon surpass Su Chen. When the time comes, he will personally take back everything he has lost. Su Chen naturally didn't care about what these people thought. At this moment, he was thinking in his mind whether he should show his SSS level talent and ability. If it were to be shown, it would be too shocking. So far, in the entire Linchuan No. 1 middle school, the one with the highest talent and supernatural power is Li Shishir, who ranks first, and has S-level supernatural power. As for the rest, the highest ability they have is only a level. Forget it, let's just display the S-level ability for now. Su Chen made a decision in his heart. As for his SSS level abilities, he would demonstrate them when he prepared for the college entrance exam. So, when other people see his special ability, their defense will be broken. He can gain 2 waves of defense breakthrough points. It's so cool. Students were called over one by one to test their talents and abilities. When the students learned about their special abilities, their faces showed no expression. They already knew their talents and abilities, so there was no suspense and naturally no expression. Although the test was fast, there were still many people involved. There is only one tester. Even though the test only takes 1 minute for each person, it still takes a lot of testing time due to the large number of students. Finally, the teacher standing next to the talent tester shouted, "Next, Su Chen, test number 1353. Upon hearing this name, many listless people suddenly trembled all over, became alert and focused. Recently, Su Chen has been very popular in school. First, he defeated Jiang Yue with a domineering attitude, and then he defeated Su Yan, a top student in the top 10 of the school, with a tyrannical attitude. In the end, he even defeated Su Xiaoyun, who was ranked 6th. Each and every one of these things seems like a fairy tale. You know, Su Chen only awakened a D-level talent. A D-level talent can achieve this. It's just too unbelievable. But in many people's minds, Su Chen is just that. With Su Chen's level of talent and ability, he is destined not to go far in the future. In the martial arts, the later you get, the more you rely on talent and aptitude. It's just like studying liberal arts. At the beginning, the university study may be similar, but as the grade increases, the difficulty of study will increase significantly. At the beginning, there may not be too big a gap between everyone, and some hard-working people may even surpass talented people in their performance. But in the later period, if your qualifications are too poor, no matter how hard you work, it will be useless. I can't learn at all. This is what is meant by hard work being nothing compared to talent. When Su Chen walked towards the talent tester, the other senior high school students in the military department looked at his tall figure and began to talk in low voices. What a pity, this Su Chen is only a D-level talent. Yes, it is said that he is also very good at martial arts training. It's a pity that his talent level is too low. If Su Chen is an A-level player, oh no, even if he's a B-level player, he can go very far. Maybe he can even join the school's seed team and become a seeded player. It's a pity he's only a D class. Forget about getting into the seeded team, even getting into the rocket class might not be a sure thing. Yeah, what a pity. Many students were shaking their heads and sighing. In their opinion, Su Chen was able to defeat Jiang Yue, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyun and others, and he must have made efforts in private that ordinary people could not see. Only by making efforts that others can imagine can such results be achieved. Unfortunately, in this world, hard work is the least worthwhile thing. Jiang Yue, Lu Qingqing, Su Xiaoyun and others were sneering in their hearts. Su Chen, with D-level talent, just wait to be ridiculed again. Not far away, a group of school leaders were gathering together. Is this person Su Chen? The Su Chen who can defeat Su Xiaoyun? It's him. He has cultivated his Vajra fist to the perfect level. What a pity, the level of his awakened talent and ability is too low, otherwise he would definitely be a promising student at a key university. Looking at Su Chen's back, Principal Zhong Jiangwo shook his head. Linchuan No. 1 High School is a comprehensive high school. The school's military department is ranked in the middle and lower levels in the entire Dragon Country. Every year, only a handful of students can be admitted to the key Wuhan University. If Su Chen's talent and ability level could be higher, he would definitely be a good candidate for a key university. Pity. Su Chen only has D-level talent. In the path of martial arts, you are destined not to go too far. At this time, Su Chen had already walked in front of the talent tester, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Su Chen is a warrior and his hearing is extremely good. Even though the students' discussions were not loud and were very noisy, they still fell clearly into Su Chen's ears. I hope these people won't be too shocked later. Before, Su Chen was worried that if his ability level increased, he would be caught and used as a guinea pig. But later he found out that he was totally overthinking it. Although it is rare for talents and abilities to mutate or upgrade, it does not mean that they do not exist. The higher-ups wouldn't take him for slice-up research just for such a small matter. The more talented he is, the more attention he will receive. Therefore, Su Chen now has no worries at all about showing his talent and being caught for research. Put your hand on the crystal ball and mobilize all your supernatural powers. The invigilator next to the talent tester said lightly. Su Chen didn't say much, just nodded slightly. A fair and slender hand was placed on the crystal ball of the talent tester. Chapter 31 Chapter 31 S-level talent, all students in the school are broken. Su Chen closed his eyes, he could clearly feel the supernatural power in his body. He currently cannot use this ability. If you want to release supernatural powers, you must release your energy. The basis of superpowers is also Yuanli. The so-called innate ability is equivalent to a martial art that one is born with. In order to unleash this martial skill, it needs to be based on Yuanli. But if you want to release your energy, you need to at least reach the level of a martial master. Only a strong martial artist can release his energy and fully unleash the power of his martial arts and innate abilities. He activated his innate abilities and gathered the energy in his palms. Of course, Su Chen did not try his best to activate the innate abilities in his body. Instead, he used 1/3 of his supernatural powers. In the back, most of the students had playful smiles on their faces. Su Chen has been too much of a sensation recently, and the campus forum has almost been dominated by him, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among many students. Most people would be happy to see this popular figure suffer a setback. Su Chen's homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, looked a little worried. He was a little afraid that Su Chen would be hit again in this test of his talent. As for the principal and school leaders, their faces were filled with regret. Su Chen didn't care about the different reactions from the rear. The supernatural power gathers in the palm of the hand, and the palm covers the surface of the crystal ball. The color inside the crystal ball began to change slowly. When the talent tester is testing, different color reactions will appear according to different talent levels. Generally speaking, the D-level talent will eventually be fixed on the color green. Class C is blue. Grade B is orange. Grade A is red. S level is purple. According to legend, SSS level talents will appear golden on the talent tester. Of course, the so-called SSS level talent is something that is rarely seen in a century. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, it is said that there has only been one SSS level gifted person. The color of the talent tester slowly turned green. Seeing this, many people immediately showed a look of sarcasm on their faces. D-level talent, many of them have talents and abilities higher than this level. Zhang Yuwei, Lu Qingqing, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyun and others all showed disdain on their faces. Even if Su Chen defeated them all, he was still just a D-level talent. In the path of martial arts, you are destined not to go far. Soon they will be able to surpass Su Chen. Get back the lost dignity. Su Chen, Su Chen, just accept your fate. D-level talent, destined to be useless. However, when many people thought so in their hearts, they saw that the color in the crystal ball was changing rapidly. Blue. Orange color. Red. How is this possible? All the teachers and students in the school widened their eyes, and there was an expression of disbelief in everyone's eyes. Impossible, impossible. Lu Qingqing bit her lower lip, her face full of disbelief. This is not true, it's not true. Zhang Yuwei's face also changed drastically. Isn't he a D-level talent? Su Xiaoyun was also full of disbelief. Wan Ping showed surprise on his face, as expected of my brother Chen, he is so strong. The color inside the crystal ball has turned red. This means that Su Chen's innate ability is at least A level. The school leaders all looked incredulous. What's going on? The dean asked in horror. The principal is indeed a man who has seen the world, and his expression is relatively calm. He touched his chin with his hand. There are only two possibilities. One is that there was an error in the last talent test. Or, Su Chen's talent has mutated. Well, there are really only two possibilities. A blue light screen appeared in front of Su Chen, which only he could see. On the light curtain, prompts keep popping up. You test your talent, allowing Lu Qingqing's inner defense to break, defense points plus 200. You test your talent and make Zhang Yuwei's inner defense break down. Defense break points plus 200. You test your talent and make Su Xiaoyun's inner defense break down. Defense break points plus 300. You test your talent, allowing S inner defense to break, defense points plus 10. Just as all the students in the school were in disbelief and several school leaders were discussing it, something even more unbelievable happened. I saw that the color of the crystal ball did not stop after turning red. Instead, it is transforming towards purple. I saw a ray of purple beginning to appear in the big red crystal ball. Seeing this scene, the principal, who had been relatively calm, finally lost his composure and turned into shock. The color of the crystal ball is starting to turn purple. Could this guy be an S-level talent? The principal's shocked voice was heard in the training ground. The others were unusually quiet at this moment, which caused the principal's voice to spread throughout the entire training ground and reach the ears of all teachers and students. Quiet. It's so quiet. Everyone seemed to have restrained their breathing, staring at the crystal ball in front of them with wide eyes without blinking. Lu Qingqing's face became increasingly ugly. The pride in the hearts of Zhang Yuwei, Su Xiaoyun and others was shattered. The talent level that Su Chen has shown at the moment is no weaker than theirs. And this? It seems that this is not the end for Su Chen. The colors inside the crystal ball are still changing. Just like ink dropped into water, it spreads out quickly. The purple color spread quickly from the initial trace and soon filled most of the crystal ball. Final. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the color inside the crystal ball completely turned purple. Until this moment, the final color of Su Chen's talent test was fixed at purple. A line of red words appeared on the screen below the crystal ball. That is the final result of the talent test. Talent level, S level, lightning ability. There are many superpowers on the market, and some common superpowers already have specific names. But it is obvious that Su Chen's special ability is not among them. The testing equipment can only confirm that he is a lightning type and is S level. Okay. A hearty laugh was heard on campus, and the person laughing was Zhong Jiangwo, the principal of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. After a moment, everyone reacted. The entire playground was filled with gasps of shock. S level. Someone stammered. Then the discussion on campus broke out completely. Oh my god, it's actually S rank. Didn't they say that Su Chen's innate ability is only D level? Could it be that something went wrong in Su Chen's last talent and ability test? Oh my god, S rank. Su Chen's understanding of martial arts was already very strong. Now even his innate ability has reached S level. He is about to take off. Lu Qingqing shook her head. Impossible. Zhang Yuwei, Su Xiaoyun and others' moral convictions were completely shattered. Originally, they thought that Su Chen's talents and abilities were rubbish, and that if they worked harder in the future, they would be able to catch up with Su Chen quickly and leave him far behind. But now, what's the point of chasing after it? The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly at this moment. On the light screen in front of him, prompts continued to appear. You test your talent, allowing Lu Qingqing's inner defense to break, defense points plus 100. You test your talent and make Zhang Yuwei's inner defense break down. Defense break points plus 100. You test your talent and make Su Xiaoyun's inner defense break down. Defense break points plus 200. You test your talent, allowing S inner defense to break, defense points plus 10. Chapter 32 I want to make her cry. Another large wave of defense breaking points is obtained. It's just too cool. Su Chen was in a very good mood. Amidst the awe and jealous gazes of the crowd, he slowly walked back to the classroom. Teacher Wang hurried over and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Okay. He was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Originally, after this class division, he was going to lead the military science class. However, the school has not yet finalized the classes that the teachers will teach. If you want to lead a good class, that requires the students in this class to achieve good results. Now that there is a student with S-level talent in the class, it is very likely that he can lead the rocket class. Rocket class. That's where all the elites of the school gather. It is the class with the highest admission rate in the school. In all these years of his career, he has never taught a rocket class. If he can lead the rocket class this time, his teaching career will be further enhanced. To put it bluntly, the bonuses he can get will be far better than teaching an ordinary class. This naturally made him feel excited. Seeing teacher Wang's excitement, Su-Chen nodded lightly at him without saying anything more. I just showed S-level talent, but teacher Wang was so excited. If teacher Wang knew that he was not an S-level talent but an SSS-level talent, he would be so excited that he would faint. Several classmates standing near Su-Chen also complimented Su-Chen. Su-Chen still didn't say much to these people and responded indifferently. On the other side, the class where Senior 3-1 is located. A girl with long, black hair, a face as cold as ice and a temperament as cold as ice glanced at Su-Chen. There was a glint in her eyes. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School finally had another student with S-level talent. I hope this student named Su-Chen can give her a sense of urgency in the future. She needs some pressure to make herself progress. While the talent and ability test was taking place, the combat power testing equipment had already been set up not far away. After the talent test, those who had finished it began to line up in front of the combat power testing equipment under the teacher's arrangement. The value of the combat power tester is estimated to be lower than that of the talent tester. Su-Chen looked at the combat power test location and saw 3 combat power testers in total. After careful observation, he found that these combat power testing instruments were very familiar, and were exactly the same as those in the school's training room. I guess it was moved out of the school's practice room. This combat capability testing device belongs to the school and has internet connectivity. The combat power data of the tester can be directly uploaded to the campus combat power ranking list, and the combat power ranking can be directly carried out. The school's ranking of students is the ranking of their combat effectiveness. Last time, Su-Chen had a combat power test in the school training room. However, because his combat power was so high, comparable to that of a martial arts master, the teacher in charge of the training room directly deleted his combat power test results. The school principal and other leaders are also aware of this matter. It is impossible for a warrior to have combat power comparable to that of a martial artist, according to common sense. Therefore, those who knew that there was a combat power of 40,000 on the ranking list thought that there was an error in the school's ranking data. No one thought that anyone could really reach this level of combat power. Let's go and see how much combat power that S-level talented kid has. The principal said to the school leaders. Now he has lost interest in the talent and ability levels of others. Because except for Su-Chen, the talent levels of the other students are still the same as when they awakened their talents and abilities, without any change. Obviously, the accident that happened to student Su-Chen will never happen again. Therefore, there is no need to continue reading the talent and ability test. Okay, I'm also curious about how much fighting power this kid has. Yeah, I'm curious too. A group of school leaders expressed their agreement with the principal's proposal, and then everyone walked over to the combat power test. They have only one main goal this time. That's Su-Chen. There is no doubt that Su-Chen has now completely entered their sight. They all wanted to know how powerful this dark horse from the school named Su-Chen was. In this world, as long as one possesses S-level talent and ability in the martial arts college entrance examination, one is eligible to enter the top martial arts schools in Dragon Country. Of course, the college entrance examination cannot only focus on this one item. In addition to the level of talent and ability, combat power is also a very important indicator. High combat power means strong combat capability. During the college entrance examination, in addition to looking at the level of talent and supernatural powers, there will also be a combat power test. In addition to these 2 items, there is another item in the college entrance examination, which is actual combat. All candidates will be thrown into an area to fight against low-level, mutated local supernatural creatures. Gain points by killing creatures. The higher the combat power and the higher the martial arts training, the stronger the actual combat ability will be. Actual combat also tests students' character. Some students may have good test scores, but their character is not good. They don't have the courage to fight against extraordinary creatures. Top universities will not admit students with such bad character even if they are talented and have high fighting ability. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School naturally cannot have the ability to get so many low-level extraordinary creatures to train students. Therefore, the school's test only looks at the students' talent, combat power, and the completeness of their martial arts training. Generally speaking, If there is no problem with these items, then there will be no problem with the student's ability. The 3 combat power testing instruments are very efficient. Compared with the talent and ability level test, the efficiency is much higher. Soon it will be Su Chen's turn. The combat capability test is conducted in groups of 3, with 3 people tested at a time. At this time, the teacher in charge of the combat capability test called out, "Next group, Li Shishir, test number, Lu Yang, test number, Shuefugui, test number." When Su Chen heard the name Li Shishir, he was very calm. However, Wan Pang, who was standing next to him, became excited. "Wow, Brother Chen! Goddess Li Shishir is coming on stage. She's the top-ranked genius in our school, with an S-level ice-type talent. I wonder what her current combat power is." "You'll know soon," Su Chen replied calmly. He wasn't curious at all. "No matter how powerful Li Shishir is, she is not as strong as me. His combat power has exceeded the limit of a warrior and reached a level comparable to that of a martial artist." "Oh, by the way, Brother Chen," Wan Pang leaned close to Su Chen's ear, "this Li Shishir is said to be Jiang Yuwei's cousin. I heard that Jiang Yuwei went to see Li Shishir yesterday, probably hoping that Li Shishir would help him." There was some worry in his voice. Although he likes Li Shishir very much and regards her as the goddess in his heart. But compared to women, brothers are more important. He Wan Peng. Always stand on the side of brothers. "Oh, it's okay. She can come and take revenge. I'm looking forward to it," Su Chen said nonchalantly. If someone could look closely at Su Chen's eyes, they would find that Su Chen's eyes were bright at this moment. "It is not afraid of the other party coming. But I'm afraid that the other party won't come. If a talented girl who ranks first in the school were beaten to tears by him, that should give you a lot of defense points." Chapter 33 I am afraid of my brother's suffering and I am afraid of my brother's driving Land Rover. If Wan Peng knew what Su Chen was thinking at the moment, he would be speechless. She is the #1 beauty in the school. She is his goddess. She is also the goddess in the hearts of countless boys and girls in Linchuan #1 middle school. But Su Chen actually wanted to beat the goddess until she cried. This psychological designation is a bit problematic. While Su Chen was thinking about how to make Li Shishir cry, Li Shishir and several others had already walked to the combat power tester. "You may use your most powerful boxing techniques to attack." The invigilator gave a few instructions. This combat power tester tests the strength of punches. There are many kinds of martial arts, including fist martial arts, palm martial arts, knife martial arts, sword martial arts, gun martial arts and so on. When testing your combat prowess, you will not be allowed to chop the tester with martial arts. Therefore, most instruments that test combat power test punching strength. There is no need to worry that everyone doesn't know how to perform boxing or martial arts. Everyone can learn popular boxing and martial arts like the Vajra fist. Certainly. If you knew other better and more powerful boxing skills. It can also be used when testing combat power. "Goddess, come on!" Suddenly a student shouted. It was like Pandora's box had been opened, and the other students began to speak up. "Goddess, you are the best. Goddess, you are the strongest. Come on, Goddess. Believe in yourself, you must be the best." Shouts rang out one after another. This is enough to show Li Shishir's popularity in Linchuan #1 middle school. "Quiet!" An invigilator shouted, and the noise died down. The principal looked at this scene and smiled. Shishir is really popular in school. Yes, it is said that she has been practicing very hard recently. I wonder how much her combat power has improved now. A school leader echoed. In front of the tester, the girl with long hair took off a blue rubber band from her hand. One hand casually pinched her long hair together, while the other hand quickly tied her hair into a high ponytail, revealing the girl's cool and delicate face. It was a simple action, but it looked so cool that it made all the boys' eyes sparkle. The girl rubbed her fair fists a few times, then punched hard at the attack point of the combat power tester. Bang! A huge sound rang out, in front of everyone's eyes. A number slowly appeared on the testing instrument. The invigilator took a look and announced, "Li Shishir, combat power 29,000. Hiss! There was a sound of people gasping for breath throughout the playground. This is enough to prove the shock in everyone's hearts. "Oh my god, 29,000, that's too strong." "Yeah, 29,000 combat power, that's pretty impressive. The last time Li Shishir played in the training room, her combat power was only 20,000. I didn't expect her strength to increase so quickly. As expected, you are the #1 genius in our school. Li Shishir has a good chance of getting into one of the top universities in Longhua. I'm so envious. Hey, do you remember that there was an unnamed person on the battle power list before, with a battle power of 40,000? That 40,000 combat power is fake. It must have been a system error, so it appeared. It was deleted by the teacher who manages the rankings shortly after it appeared. Everyone around was talking about it. Brother Chen, Li Shishir's fighting power is too strong, you have to be careful. Wan Peng also whispered in Su Chen's ear at this time. A combat power of 29,000. If Li Shishir really wanted to cause trouble for Su Chen would have no chance of resisting. Will definitely be completely defeated. Well, a combat power of 29,000 is not bad. Su Chen commented casually. Although the combat power of 29,000 is indeed very impressive and powerful in the eyes of ordinary students. But for Su Chen, it can only be said to be barely acceptable. Su Chen's current combat power is over 40,000, which is more than 10,000 higher than Li Shishir's. Therefore, Su Chen naturally did not think much of this combat power. But others don't know this. Although Su Chen's voice was very low, it was still heard by several classmates standing nearby. All the students in the class had different expressions. With such a powerful combat power of 29,000, Su Chen actually said it was just average. Su Chen is a bit too arrogant. Although everyone thought so in their hearts, they did not dare to say it out loud. After all, Su Chen is someone they can't afford to offend now. Most of them can only complain in their hearts. But this does not include Jiang Yuwei. Jiang Yuwei sneered. Ha, Su Chen, you are too arrogant. The combat power of 29,000 is average. Do you think you can exceed this combat power? It's completely meaningless, just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. Ha ha. Jiang Yuwei, you loser, have you forgotten who the frog in the well is? This. Su Chen's words made Jiang Yuwei furious. The bad memory from before reappeared in my mind. This scene seems familiar. He had previously called Su Chen a frog in a well, but Su Chen taught him a lesson with one punch. This directly proves that Jiang Yuwei is the frog in the well. Snort. Thinking of those bad memories, Jiang Yuwei snorted coldly and said no more. Then he shook his hands vigorously, as if he wanted to throw away something dirty. The combat capability test is still going on. Soon. Jiang Yuwei also underwent a combat power test, and the result was 16,000. Then Lu Qingqing also took a combat power test, and the result was 15,000. Then there is Wan Peng, whose combat power is 11,000. After the combat power test, Wan Peng was obviously in a much better mood. He walked to the other side of the martial arts test team with a smile. Obviously. This combat power is already a good result for Wan Peng. If you are lucky, you can barely get into the rocket class. Taking a step back. Even if you can't get into the rocket class, you can still get into an elite class that is slightly worse than the rocket class. The school's classes are divided into 3 levels. The first tier is the rocket class. The second tier is the elite class. The third tier is the ordinary class. Wan Peng thinks it would be pretty good if he could get into the elite class. Wan Peng has a clear understanding of himself, so he has nothing to worry about now. Next group, Su Chen, test number. The scene fell into silence again. Almost everyone immediately shifted their attention to the combat power test. Because Su Chen, the most influential figure in the school's senior year in recent days, is about to take the stage for a combat power test. To many students, Su Chen is a legend. From a bootlicker, a waste with D-level talent, he directly counterattacked to become a top student who can beat the top 10 students in the school. Today's talent test directly gave me an S-level grade. A small shrimp with D-level talent suddenly became a big shot whose talent was comparable to Li Shishir. Everyone wants to see it. How much combat power does this legendary figure have? As a former awakener with trash talent, Su Chen made many students with the same trash talent have very complicated expectations of him. They hope that Su Chen can be on par with Li Shishir and let Su Chen prove that a loser can also make a comeback. They also hope that Su Chen will not be as good as Li Shishir because they don't want Su Chen to get better. To put it in a common saying, it means that you are afraid of your brother's suffering, and you are also afraid of your brother's driving a Land Rover. Chapter 34 Lao Wang, you lead the rocket class. Su Qingqing prayed in her heart that Su Chen's fighting ability was not much higher than hers. Otherwise, doesn't this completely prove that she has poor vision? Zhang Yue, Su Xiaoyun and others were also praying in their hearts, hoping that Su Chen's combat power would not be too high. They secretly hoped that they might still be able to catch up with Su Chen. The school leaders, Teacher Wang and others are very much looking forward to Su Chen's combat performance. They hope that Su Chen's combat power will be as high as possible. In this way, Teacher Wang taught a talented martial arts student. A good seedling emerged in the school, a dark horse who had the opportunity to go to the top Wuhan University. Su Chen naturally didn't care about the different thoughts of the people. He stood quietly in front of the combat power testing equipment, his back straight and his body as tall as a pine tree. Under the gazes of countless people, Su Chen raised his fist and punched towards the attack part of the combat power tester. Wow! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the fist hit the attack part of the tester heavily. Of course, Su Chen did not use his full strength. However, the numbers on the digital display of the test instrument were jumping wildly. Finally, the combat power stopped at 30,000. 30,000 combat power. Teacher Wang stammered. The school leaders also looked shocked. They thought Su Chen's combat power would be very high, but they didn't expect that Su Chen's combat power could surpass Li Shishir, the talented girl. This is so unexpected. Although every year in the senior year of high school, there will be a dark horse rising. But Su Chen, this dark horse, is undoubtedly the most outrageous one in the 10 years that Principal Zhong Jiangwo has been in office. There have been dark horses in previous years. But it was just a dark horse that suddenly broke into the top 20. It is extremely rare for someone like Su Chen to reach the top directly and powerfully. Okay. The principal laughed and said 3 good words in a row. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School has added another promising student who has the potential to enter the top Wuhan University. Lu Qingqing, Zhang Yue and others in the crowd widened their eyes. A look as if he had seen a ghost. They thought that Su Chen's combat power might be very high. After all, Su Chen now has S-level talent. But what they thought was that Su Chen's combat power would be higher than theirs. I never expected that Su Chen could surpass Li Shishir, the talented girl from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Okay. I'm afraid I'll never be able to catch up with Su Chen in the future. You can't catch up even if you flatter me. Many other students in the school exclaimed in surprise after seeing this combat power. Oh my god, a combat power of 30,000, this is too outrageous. Is Su Chen so strong? That's amazing. Woo, there are so many geniuses in this world, why can't there be one more like me? +1, what's wrong with adding me? Too strong. He actually surpassed Li Shishir directly. Awesome. From today on, Su Chen is my idol. I declare that from now on my husband will not be Su Xiaoyun, but Su Chen. I also want Su Chen to be my husband. Get lost, you're a grown man, why do you want a husband? What's wrong? Who says men can't have husbands? A disgusted look. The students had a heated discussion. Even those students who were afraid of Su Chen's high fighting ability before, felt uncomfortable at this moment. They understood that Su Chen started from today. We are from 2 different worlds. They have no right and no reason to be jealous. When someone's achievements are slightly higher than theirs, they will be jealous and want to pull the other person down. But when someone is much better than them, one is in heaven and the other is below them, they will not be jealous. I can only envy and look up to you. How can mortals envy gods? A waste with D-level talent, Li Shishir counterattacked and became the No. 1 genius girl who surpassed Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. This is simply a legend. No. More than just a legend. But it is a legend among legends. Su Chen was already legendary enough, but no one expected that Su Chen could create even more outrageous legends. Now, Su Chen is the god in their hearts. The cool girl with a high ponytail raised her eyebrows in surprise. Although she did not use her full strength, she did not use higher level martial arts in this combat test, but instead used basic martial arts. But Su Chen can also use basic martial arts, and his combat power surpasses hers. This still took her by surprise. At the same time, a sense of nervousness also rose in my heart. The tension excited her. How long has it been? Linchuan No. 1 Middle School finally has an opponent who makes her feel a little oppressive. She might be able to. With this pressure, he broke through to the martial artist realm in one fell swoop. If other people knew what Li Shishir was thinking, they would be shocked. No one wants to be caught up. But Li Shishir is different. She even hopes someone can make her feel oppressed. Sure enough, people are different. Genius, worthy of being a genius. At this time, the principal came to Teacher Wang with a smile. He patted Teacher Wang on the shoulder very kindly. This immediately made Teacher Wang feel very nervous. When did the principal become so kind? In the past, he was basically criticized by the principal, but now he is so gentle. It's quite rare. The reason why he was so afraid of the principal was definitely not simply because subordinates were afraid of their leaders, but because the principal is also the only martial arts master in the school. In every gesture, you can then release your energy and use powerful supernatural powers in magnificent martial arts. This is the oppression of strength. The principal spoke gently at this moment. Old one, yes, you are very good. You have made an invaluable contribution to bringing up a good talent like Su Chen. The class you will lead hasn't been decided yet, but I'll make the decision. You can lead one of the 2 Wuka rocket classes. Suddenly, the slight nervousness in Teacher Wang's heart when facing the powerful Wu Zone was replaced by a huge joy. A bright smile immediately appeared on his face. I can't even suppress the corners of my mouth. Principal, are you telling the truth? Of course, when have I ever told a lie? Ah, that's not what I meant. Thank you, Principal. Thank you. The principal patted Teacher Wang on the shoulder again and said, don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank you for bringing up a good student like Su Chen. You deserve the opportunity to lead the rocket class. After the principal left, Teacher Wang clenched his fist excitedly. Lead the rocket class. He hasn't taught a rocket class in all these years. But this time, he can lead a rocket squad. This means that his teaching title can be promoted again. You know, teachers' salaries are mainly linked to their professional titles. Ordinary teachers, elite teachers, backbone teachers, etc. The higher the professional title, the higher the teacher's income. How can I not be happy about such a good thing as a salary increase? He decided to go home and celebrate with his wife tonight. The students in class 2 of grade 3 saw their head teacher dancing around like a madman. Teacher Wang, are you having a seizure? A student asked. Get lost. Teacher Wang cursed angrily. However, that excitement was suppressed. Chapter 35 Seed Team List confirmed. Su Chen didn't pay attention to the situation here, nor did he care about everyone's different opinions. After testing the combat effectiveness, under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen walked towards the last test. At this time, just then, the clouds were blown away by a gust of wind, and the sunlight shone down, falling on the slender figure. A layer of soft golden light covered his body, and at this moment the boy seemed to be wearing golden armor, like a god descending to earth. So handsome. This thought came to many people's minds, and many girls were even stunned by it. At this moment, Su Chen was really too charming. Not only is he so handsome, but he is also so powerful. Su Chen didn't care about everyone's gaze and came to the martial arts practice area to wait. Wan Pang, who had already been tested, was also here. When he saw Su Chen coming, he hurried over. Brother Chen, you are so awesome. You even surpass Li Shishir's combat power. You are simply invincible. Wan Pang sighed sincerely. He was originally worried that Li Shishir would cause trouble for Su Chen, but he didn't expect that Su Chen's fighting ability was actually higher than Li Shishir's. This alleviated his worries a little. Calm down, it's just basic training. Su Chen spoke lightly. Wan Pang suddenly felt admiration in his heart again. His brother is so awesome now. It seems that after being hurt by that woman named Lu Qingqing, Su Chen seemed to have suddenly awakened. Just like a phoenix rising from the ashes, reborn. Once transformed, it will soar to the sky. It should be said that Wan Ping felt that this was all thanks to Lu Qingqing's rejection of Su Chen. Otherwise, Su Chen might not have been able to achieve this and soar into the sky. By the way, Brother Chen, I still need to remind you not to be careless. Thinking of Li Shishir's identity and background, Wan Peng decided to remind Su Chen. Li Shishir is from the Linchuan Li family. The Li family is considered the largest martial arts family in all of Linchuan. The family not only has a martial arts school, but also various other industries. Although her fighting ability may be slightly weaker than yours, Brother Chen, Li Shishir may not have used her full strength. She used the popular version of the King Kong fist to test her combat power. As a member of a family like her, it is naturally impossible for her to just practice a popular version of the Vajra fist. Their family's breathing techniques and martial arts are at least several levels more advanced than the common ones we practice. So? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Wan Peng continued, so Li Shishir's true combat power, or even her actual combat ability, must be far greater than what she displays. Oh, really? Su Chen pondered for a moment. Just when Wan Peng thought Su Chen had become alert, he heard Su Chen continue, this way, I'm even more eager to beat her until she cries. Well, Brother Chen, you just need to be vigilant. Wan Peng originally thought that Su Chen knew how powerful Li Shishir was and had become alert. But he stopped talking halfway. He realized what Su Chen meant by the second half of his sentence. Ah, Brother Chen, you. When Wan Peng finally reacted, his voice stuttered a bit. What did he just hear? He's not hallucinating, is he? Brother Chen just said that he is looking forward to making the goddess cry. Oh my god. What a ridiculous idea. You know. That S. Li Shishir. She is the undisputed school beauty of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless boys and girls. She is the dream lover of boys. But even with such a perfect goddess-level figure, Brother Chen was not moved at all. Also thinking about is, beat the other person until he cries. Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Could it be that Brother Chen has suffered a huge blow since being rejected by Lu Qingqing? Become misogynistic from now on? Wan Peng fell into deep self-doubt and remained speechless for a long time. If Su Chen knew what Wan Peng was thinking, he would be speechless. He is not misogynistic. He just doesn't have much interest in matters between men and women right now. In the previous life, it's not that he has never experienced love. Only, the so-called love, the final result, is actually just like that. After much difficulty, I arrived at the world of high-level martial arts. Naturally, we should stand at a higher position and take a look. He wanted to experience the feeling of standing on the top of the mountain and overlooking all the other mountains. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, this feeling must be amazing. And this world of high martial arts is not a safe world. This world, filled with countless dangers. Just talking about those extraordinary creatures, they are a huge hidden danger. If one day, what should we do if an extremely powerful extraordinary creature appears in this world? Su Chen didn't want to encounter that kind of danger and just wait for death. He must be strong enough to control his own destiny. He must be strong enough to protect his family and friends. And the dangers go far beyond that. What will be at the other end of the time and space tunnel where this world appears? Is it really only possessed by extraordinary creatures? Of course, given Su Chen's current level, it's too early to think about these things. For Su Chen, the current top priority is to become stronger as quickly as possible. He needs to earn defense points as soon as possible. Naturally, they will not let go of Li Shishir, the big fat sheep. Such a talented girl, a goddess-like figure. It will definitely provide him with a large number of defense breaking points. The placement test is still ongoing. In the last martial arts practice, Su Chen once again became everyone's focus. The proficiency of martial arts is divided into several levels. There are several levels, namely entry level, proficient, minor success, major success, and perfect. The Vajra fist displayed by Su Chen was just a popular version of a low-level martial art. But it is extremely difficult for a high school student to cultivate to perfection. But Su Chen directly cultivated to the perfect level. This once again shocked all the teachers and students in the school. Li Shishir, the school's top genius girl, only reached the level of perfection when she displayed the Vajra fist. Of course, as a member of a martial arts family like the Li family, Li Shishir naturally would not focus on practicing the Vajra fist. What she practiced must have been the advanced martial arts of her family. As for proficiency, outsiders don't know for the time being. After all, Li Shishir has never used her full strength when fighting with others. Naturally, no one knows the true strength. The class placement test lasted a whole day before it officially ended. All the students' grades are out. This also means that the final list of members selected for the school's seed team has been finalized. Principal Zhong Jiangwo walked to the front of the group with a smile. Huff, huff. He raised the microphone and called out, Then after confirming that it was working properly, he looked at the student in front of him and said, "Dear students, after today's intense placement test, everyone's scores have been determined. The results of the class division will be announced tomorrow morning." The principal glanced at everyone and said, "Next, I'm going to announce the final list of names that will be selected for the school's seed team." The principal looked down at the list in his hand and read, Class 2, Grade 3, Su Chen. Senior 3, Class 1, Li Shishir. Class 3, Senior 3, Tang Yang. Class 6, Senior 3, Su Xiaoyun. Class 3-4, Senior High School, Shuizhejia. Let us congratulate these 5 students. When the principal said this, he was the first to applaud. Chapter 36 Martial Arts Room? Wah 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 wah. Seeing the principal taking the lead in applauding, the other students also applauded out of respect. Suddenly, the whole campus was filled with warm applause. It was obvious that almost everyone had an expression of envy on their faces. The school's seed team. Anyone who can enter this team can at least get into a prestigious university. If you are lucky, it is not impossible to enter the top Wuhan University. And the resources obtained by the seed team are not comparable to those of ordinary students. Not only are there more potions needed for cultivation, but you can also enter the school's martial arts pavilion and choose more advanced martial arts from the school's collection. Although the martial arts collected by the school are much inferior to those advanced martial arts outside. But at least, it's not something ordinary people like them can have. Even if it is a B-level martial art, many of them cannot obtain it on their own. This kind of martial arts, if you spend money to buy it. One door. They can all be sold at a price that is a sky-high price for them. But now, for ordinary people, this martial art, which is unimaginable and worth a fortune, is within their reach for the seed team. It's so enviable. Alright, everyone, go back and get some rest. The class division information will be posted on the bulletin board tomorrow. Go directly to the notice board tomorrow to check your respective class assignment information. At this point, the principal paused and said, "The members of the seed team will stay, and the rest of you can go home." As soon as these words were spoken, the students quickly dispersed. Only 5 students were left at the scene. Among these 5 students, there are 3 boys and 2 girls. They are the members of the seed team who have just been confirmed. Su Chen looked at Su Xiaoyun, who stayed at the scene, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Unexpectedly, this guy Su Xiaoyun can actually enter the seed team. This surprised him a little. Is the threshold for the seed team so low? After all, Su Xiaoyun couldn't even take one of his moves. If the others knew what Su Chen was thinking at the moment, they would definitely complain. Do you really think everyone is a freak like you? Su Xiaoyun's strength is actually very good in the entire Linchuan No. 1 middle school. The reason why Su Xiaoyun was able to enter the seed team. This was because he suffered a great blow after being brutally defeated by Su Chen 2 days ago. Of course, Su Xiaoyun did not give up. Instead, he turned the blow into motivation for his progress. That's why yesterday he cultivated a B-level martial art that his family bought for him to the minor success level. Therefore, the combat power has increased a lot. Only then did he manage to enter the seed team as the last one among the 5 people. Su Xiaoyun was also feeling a little complicated at the moment. To a certain extent, he was able to enter the seed team thanks to Su Chen. If there is no Su Chen, then he might not even be selected for the seeded team. So at this moment, Su Xiaoyun's feelings towards Su Chen were extremely complicated. Then, a magical scene happened at the scene. That is, Su Xiaoyun looked at Su Chen with complicated eyes. In those eyes, it seems to be filled with love and hate. This scene was also seen by the others. Tang Yan was a little fat boy. When he saw Su Xiaoyun looking at Su Chen, he felt as if he had eaten something big. His eyes sparkled. He quickly said to Shuizhejia, who was standing beside him, "Fuck, sister, look at the way Su Xiaoyun looks at Su Chen, it's so complicated. It seems to be filled with love, hate, and vengeance." Shuizhejia is a cute lowly-looking girl who is 1.5 meters tall. She has 2 ponytails and wears a pair of big black framed glasses on her nose. She looks a bit like an intellectual loli. She adjusted her black framed glasses and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. There's only one truth, and that's that Su Chen beat Su Xiaoyun before. Su Xiaoyun, however, was a quick-witted person. Because of this fight, he fell in love with Su Chen. That's why he has such a complicated look in his eyes. That makes sense. The little fat man nodded in agreement. When Su Chen heard the conversation between the two, he felt as if a flock of crows flew over his forehead. What the hell is going on? So you just start with a picture, and the whole process depends on your imagination. Su Xiaoyun was also speechless. He looked at the fat boy and the little girl in anger and said, "What nonsense are you two talking about? TSK, he's anxious. Little lowly Tang Jia clicked her tongue twice. The fat boy Tang Yang also nodded quickly. Indeed, he is anxious. These two are both geniuses in the school, and their combat power is much higher than Su Xiaoyun, the last of the five. Of course, it is impossible to be afraid of Su Xiaoyun. You, shut up! Su Xiaoyun shouted angrily. Hearing this, the fat boy's expression changed slightly. He rubbed his hands together, and his joints made a crackling sound. Then he turned the thick bobbin around and looked at Su Xiaoyun with contempt. Why, you want to practice with me? Su Xiaoyun. Su Xiaoyun was so angry that he was speechless. Finally, he snorted coldly and shook his sleeves fiercely. He can't afford to offend anyone in the seed team. Any one of them could beat him. Although Su Xiaoyun acted arrogantly in front of ordinary students, he still didn't dare to show his temper in front of the real geniuses in the school. If you can't afford to offend him, he can afford to hide. Okay, I think you all already know why I kept you here. The principal went to the bathroom and came back to say this. Everyone looked at each other immediately. The little fat boy Tang Yang raised his right hand. The principal nodded. Little fatty, go ahead. The little fat boy said, Principal, my name is Tang Yang. He emphasized it again and continued, Principal, are you going to take our school's martial arts room? Smart. The principal nodded with a smile. Indeed. Okay, follow me. Everyone hurriedly followed the principal and headed towards the school's martial arts collection room. Now, except for Li Shishir, everyone else was very excited. Even Su Chen is the same. He was finally able to acquire other decent martial arts. He has used the popular version of the King Kong fist enough times. Su Chen's goal was to learn a powerful sword-type martial art, and then learn a body movement-type martial art. So, his methods would not be so simple. He would also be able to master more means, so that he could go to the underground black boxing ring and earn money for his sister's medicine. They were all warriors, and their pace was quite fast. Led by the principal, everyone soon arrived at the 6th floor of the Academic Affairs building, in front of a door labeled Martial Arts Room. This martial arts room actually has a small room with a window, and you can see an old man in his 50s guarding it. Mr. Liu, I brought some promising students from the school here to choose martial arts. The principal knocked on the window glass and said respectfully. Such a scene surprised everyone behind the principal. Unexpectedly, the principal was so respectful to the old man who looked like a security guard and was guarding the martial arts room. Chapter 37 Incomplete Martial Arts. It is obvious that the old man guarding the martial arts room is also from an important background. However, although everyone was curious, they also knew not to ask questions that they shouldn't ask. Therefore, no one talked much. Yeah. The old man surnamed Lu looked at the students behind the principal and nodded. Then he opened the door of the martial arts room from the inside and returned to his own small room. The principal turned around and looked at the people behind him and said, The martial arts room is not very big, so you will be ranked according to your performance this time and enter the selection process one by one. You don't have to worry about the good martial arts being picked up by others, leaving the rest of the people with nothing to choose from. Each martial art has many backups in it. Please note, after you choose this martial art, you can only learn it yourself and cannot pass it on to others. Having said this, the principal swept his eyes over everyone and asked solemnly, Do you understand? Understood. Everyone nodded in response, indicating that they understood. Yes. The principal nodded and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, you go in and choose first. Each person can choose 2 martial arts, 1 attack-related and 1 body-related. Each person is limited to 10 minutes. Su Chen's heart moved. This opportunity finally came. He nodded and walked directly into the martial arts room. The martial arts room is not too big, about 90 square meters. There are several bookshelves in the room. There are many books neatly arranged on the bookshelf. Su Chen took a look and found that although there were many books, not all of them were about martial arts. There are some other books on several bookshelves near the front of the door. For example, high-level martial arts history and the like. There are also some herbal medicine books. Su Chen's eyes quickly swept over the books, and then he came to the back of the martial arts room. Martial arts books are displayed on a row of bookshelves at the back of the martial arts room. When Su Chen saw these books, his eyes suddenly lit up. These are exactly what he needs. Various martial arts are categorized on the bookshelf. There are several types of offensive martial arts in this martial arts room: sword techniques, knife techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. Of course, after careful observation, Su Chen discovered that the levels of these martial arts were not high. The highest level is only B. Not even a single A-level course. Not to mention S-class. But this is understandable. After all, Linchuan No. 1 High School is just a comprehensive high school. Moreover, Linchuan is a small city, a small place, so its resources are naturally not as good as those of key high schools in big cities. Therefore, there are naturally no advanced martial arts. This made Su Chen feel a little disappointed. After all, who doesn't want to practice more advanced martial arts? The more advanced the martial arts, the greater the power. Su Chen carefully selected and then picked a martial arts book called Fleeting Light and Shadow. Although this martial art is only a B-level physical martial art, it is extremely difficult to practice. And there was one thing that made Su Chen feel very good. That is, as long as this martial art can be practiced to perfection, it can reach the A-level level. Take this martial art skill in your hand. Su Chen continued to choose offensive martial arts. He took several books and looked through them, then prepared to choose a sword-related martial art. Su Chen let out a light exclamation because he found an old, thin book on the floor of the bookshelf. The book was placed at the foot of the bookshelf. Fortunately, the cover of the book was quite thick, so there was no major damage. Su Chen bent down and carefully pulled the book out from under the bookshelf. He reached out and wiped the dust off the surface of the book, revealing a few slightly blurry large words. Thunderblade technique, surprisingly, has no level label. Then Su Chen reached out and opened the martial arts book, which did not have any level indicated. It contained pages and pages of action drawings, accompanied by text. Su Chen watched quietly, with great interest. However, after turning 2 or 3 pages, I found that there was no sequel. And after turning to the last page, you can find that this martial arts book has obvious signs of tearing. There are at least a dozen more pages to come. Obviously. These dozen pages have been torn off by someone because they don't want people to learn from them. This martial arts manual was once obtained by me on the battlefield. However, it is an incomplete manual. It only has the beginning, without the middle or the end. Therefore, no one can successfully practice this martial art. While Su Chen was lost in thought, a voice came from behind him. Su Chen was slightly startled. When I turned around, I saw an old man with half-white hair appear behind me. Importantly, the old man came behind him without him noticing. Obviously, this old man is not just a gatekeeper. But if you think about it, you can understand it. After all, this is the school's martial arts room, and the martial arts inside are extremely precious treasures of the entire school. It is naturally impossible to let an ordinary person guard it. Battlefield? Which battlefield are you talking about, old man? Su Chen asked curiously. You don't need to know these for now. You only need this martial arts book. It's impossible for you to successfully practice it. It's better to change to another one. Old man, I'm interested in this martial art. I want to give it a try. After watching just now, Su Chen felt that this swordsmanship martial art was definitely not a simple one. And although this martial art is incomplete, it is impossible for others to practice it successfully. But this does not include Su Chen. As long as there is a beginning, Su Chen can use the defense breaking points to practice. As long as there are enough defense points, Su Chen believes that the system can deduce the complete version of this martial art. Whatever you say. Old man Lu was a little angry, waved his hand and turned away. Originally, he saw that this boy was the first one to come in, and he should be the top student in the senior year this year, so he wanted to remind him. Unexpectedly, this guy is an extremely conceited guy. An incomplete martial art still requires time to study. Do you think you can succeed in cultivation just by relying on this incomplete martial art? How is this possible? It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with kind words. Old man Lu thought it would be better to let this young man suffer a little and hit a wall. By then, this kid understands that some things are destined to be impossible to do. Su Chen had no idea what the old man was thinking. He put away the two martial arts and walked out of the martial arts room. "Su-chen, have you made your choice?" the principal asked hurriedly when he saw Su-chen coming out. "Well, I've already chosen it. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." At this moment, Su-chen just wanted to find a place to read these two martial arts books. Then practice these two martial arts. In this way, he can quickly start fighting underground boxing. "Okay, you go back first." The principal didn't keep Su-chen for long. He waved his hand and spoke gently. Generally speaking, the principal should actually let Su-chen and other members of the seed team choose their martial arts and leave together. But Su-chen is now a top student in the school after all. It is only right to give preferential treatment to top students. So he generously agreed to Su-chen's request to leave early. Chapter 38 Linchuan Arena. After leaving school, Su-chen went directly to a park near the school. I found a pavilion and sat down. Then Su-chen took out the martial arts skill Fleeting Glimpses and looked through it. Check every word and every action one by one. Then Su-chen called up the system panel, and a blue light screen appeared in front of him. Below the personal information, there is an additional martial arts skill in the martial arts column. It is Fleeting Moments. Behind the martial arts, there is also the progressive training. For example, for the martial art Vajra Fist, there is a progress bar at the back. When it reaches the maximum value, the level is displayed as perfect. However, the martial art Fleeting Glimpses had no progress at all and was completely blank. There are also no levels of progress in martial arts training. After all, Su-chen has not started practicing this martial art yet, so naturally there is no progress at all. System, let me practice glimpses of light without restricting the use of defense points. Like practicing breathing techniques, martial arts, and the like. Su-chen can specify the number of defense breaking points to practice. For example, if you want to cultivate 3,000 defense breaking points, and specify this number of defense breaking points for cultivation, the cultivation will automatically stop as soon as the 3,000 points are used up. If there is no restriction on the use of defense breaking points, then the practice will continue. It will not stop until the defense breaking points in the account are used up, or the martial arts are cultivated to the perfect level. At present, Su-chen's account has a large number of defense points. I think it is enough for practicing martial arts. Bite. Consume defense points and start practicing the martial art Glimpses of Light. You begin to seriously delve into and comprehend the profound meaning of this martial art. Because your talent has reached SSS level, your martial arts training will also be faster. Get started with glimpses in 1 day. In 3 days, I completed Fleeting Glimpses. Fleeting Glimpses was completed in 4 days. In 5 days, Glimpses was perfect. This training session is over, spending a total of 5,000 defense points. At this moment, Su-chen only felt that he had already comprehended all the key points and essence of this martial art. It was as if he had practiced this martial art himself for 5 days and had brought it to perfection. It took a total of 5,000 defense points to cultivate this martial art to the perfect level. Not bad. Su-chen was quite satisfied with the result. Although the system said that he had been practicing for 5 days. But his actual practice time was only 2 minutes. 2 minutes of text display time. If others knew that he had mastered a B-level martial arts skill to perfection in just 2 minutes, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would pop out of their heads. Of course, the main reason is that the system saves him time. If he were to practice it himself, even with his current SSS level talent, it would take him 5 days to master this martial art. But this is also quite surprising. Generally, it doesn't take much time for an S-level talent to practice a B-level martial art to the mastery level. Not to mention the perfect level. Okay, now let's practice the Thunder Blade technique. Su-chen put the martial arts book Fleeting Glimpses into his pocket, and then opened the incomplete martial arts book Thunder Sword technique. Still read carefully and take note of the actions. After Su-chen opened the system panel, he found that there was a new Thunder Sword technique in the martial arts column. System, start practicing the Thunder Blade technique. There is no limit on the defense breaking point. Bite. Use defense points to start practicing the Thunder Blade technique. Because this sword technique is incomplete, it is quite difficult for you to practice it. After you have completed the previous few sword techniques, you will begin to try to deduce and repair this incomplete sword technique. Because your knowledge is limited, it is extremely difficult for you to deduce. 10 years later, you gained a lot of experience and knowledge, and finally gained the ability to deduce martial arts. You spent a year and successfully deduced the following sword technique. You spent 2 years successfully deducing the next sword technique. It took another 5 years before you successfully deduced the complete Thunder Blade technique based on the incomplete content. You begin to practice the Thunder Blade technique. Because this martial art is of a very high level, it is extremely difficult to practice. In 1 month, you will have mastered the basics of the Thunder Blade technique. In half a year, you have mastered the Thunder Blade technique. In 1 year, your Thunder Blade technique has achieved minor success. In 2 years, your Thunder Blade technique has reached perfection. In 3 years, your Thunder Blade technique has been perfected. Practice is over. This deduction and practice cost you a total of 30,000 defense points. I didn't expect that this incomplete martial art would take so long to master. If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to master it in their entire life. Su Chen shook his head. Fortunately, I have a system, otherwise it would be impossible to practice this incomplete martial art to the perfect level. Su Chen felt a little distressed because he spent so many defense points. But on second thought, this martial art consumes so many defense points that even with the complete version of the martial art, it will take several years to reach the perfect level. This also indirectly proves that this martial art is indeed not simple. It shouldn't be a low-level martial art, as expected of a martial art acquired from a so-called battlefield. Su Chen exclaimed in admiration, then put away his martial arts and went home. After returning home, Su Chen put away his martial arts and called his aunt. "Aunt, I have something to do today. I may be back very late, so I won't come to the hospital today." "Okay, eat well and take care of yourself." My aunt's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. "By the way, Xiaochen, didn't you take the class placement test today? What were the results? Which class were you assigned to?" "Aunt, I've been assigned to the rocket class." "Ah, the rocketry class is great. The learning atmosphere and teaching quality of the rocketry class are the best in the school. You will definitely be able to do well in the future." "Okay, Xiaochen, go get busy." After the call ended, Su Chen called Wan Peng again to ask for the address of the underground black boxing gym. Then he put on a bag and went out. I found a store selling traditional jewelry and bought a white fox mask, then I found a weapons store and bought an ordinary steel knife. Then he went to the underground black boxing gym. The Warrior Arena is located in the suburbs of Linchuan City. Although this kind of underground black boxing is not legal in name, there are no clear regulations stating that such boxing gyms are in violation of the rules. The constraints on warriors in this world are not very strong. To be precise, this kind of black boxing gym is a place that crosses the line. As long as the higher-ups don't cause trouble, we can continue operating. If they insist on finding fault, they can indeed order you to suspend business. The company that Wan Peng introduced to Su Chen was obviously more related. Although it is located in the suburbs, the venue is very large. Chapter 39 Registration. The arena is a standalone 3-story building. It covers a large area, roughly comparable to some fire stations in Su Chen's previous life. People were coming in and out of the door from time to time. Among these people, there are warriors and ordinary people. Su Chen took out a traditional Chinese-style white fox mask from his backpack and put it on his face, then walked in. The hall is decorated magnificently. The warm yellow European style looks very cozy. But it is obvious that people who come here are not interested in appreciating the warm decoration here. Everyone hurried into the elevator. The elevators here are all large freight elevators, and each elevator can accommodate dozens of people. Moreover, the elevators here can basically only go to the first floors. This one floor is obviously the underground arena. That's where the black boxing happens. The arena and the audience seats are all down here. As for the upper layers, they obviously have little effect. It is usually used as a residence for the staff of the Coliseum and a place to store some tools and equipment of the Coliseum. Follow the crowd into the elevator. Soon the elevator closed and began to descend. Because there was only one floor, we quickly reached the basement floor. Bang! We've arrived at the basement level. A mechanical, electronic female voice sounded in the elevator. Then the elevator doors opened. Suddenly, a noisy sound came over me. Su Chen looked at the style of the place and it looked very spacious. In the very center, there is an enclosed ring. The area surrounding the arena is filled with densely packed seats for spectators. There were quite a few people sitting in the audience seats. There is a battle going on in the ring at this moment. The audience in the auditorium was cheering and shouting. Su-Chen walked out of the elevator, scanned the entire basement floor, and then found a studio. It looks like this is the place prepared by the staff. Su-Chen came to the door of the room and knocked. "Come in." A strong male voice came from the room. Su-Chen, wearing a white fox mask, walked into the room. "Hello, I'm a warrior who comes to fight in the ring. How do I sign up?" Without much greeting, Su-Chen directly stated his purpose. There was a slightly fat man in the room. When he heard Su-Chen's voice, he looked up at Su-Chen in surprise. There is no other reason. It's mainly Su-Chen's voice, which sounds too young. Seeing that Su-Chen was wearing a mask covering his face, Su-Chang didn't find it strange. After all, this is an underground arena. Those who come here to fight are basically warriors who want to make money. Many contestants who do not want to reveal their true faces will wear masks. Of course, these are just a few people. For the sake of fame, more people would rather show their true appearance directly in the ring. By using their real faces to compete, not only can the contestants' fame be enhanced, but they may also be noticed and hired by some wealthy people. It is equivalent to a platform to showcase yourself. Young man, are you sure you want to sign up? Sure. Let me warn you, this underground fighting ring is very dangerous. Generally speaking, there's no danger to your life, but fists and kicks have no eyes. If you are not strong enough, injuries are common. Our arena does not provide free medical services. If you are injured, you will need to pay for the treatment yourself. I understand. Seeing that Su-Chen still wanted to sign up, Su-Chang didn't say anything more. He actually hoped that there would be more fresh blood in this arena. Newcomers represent freshness. The audience will be more interested. Su-Chang took out a form from the desk drawer and placed it on the desk. He pointed to the form and said, "This is the registration form. You don't have to fill in your real name. Just a code name will do. Then you need to fill in the bank card form carefully. If you win a fight in the ring, you will get a bonus. Our bonuses are settled once a week. By the way, I would like to remind you that the bonus is also linked to consecutive wins, such as 3 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins, and 10 consecutive wins. The longer your winning streak, the higher the bonus you get." Su-Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He likes this bonus acquisition mechanism. The more consecutive wins you have, the higher the bonus you will receive. This mechanism is tailor-made for him. Su-Chen picked up the pen on the table and began to fill out the information. When he saw the codename column, he reached out and touched the fox mask on his face, thinking of a movie called Snow Mountain Flying Fox he had seen in his previous life. So he wrote the word Snow Fox in the black box behind the code name. Anyway, as long as he can earn enough money to buy medicine for his sister, this code name will no longer be needed. So just pick anyone. It doesn't matter whether it sounds good or not, or whether it is domineering or not. Next was the bank card form, which Su-Chen filled out carefully and confirmed several times. After all, it is the card number for receiving money, so it must be carefully confirmed. Then there is the warrior level. Here you only need to fill in the major level. Su-Chen directly filled in warrior. The last one is the exemption clause, which means that players need to bear their own medical expenses if they are injured. Su-Chen took a look and signed his real name after confirming that there was no problem. Putting down the pen, Su-Chen handed the form back to Su-Chang. Su-Chang took a look and nodded after confirming that there was no problem. "Well, my name is Su-Chang. You can call me Brother Chang. You can come to me for anything that happens in the arena in the future." "Okay, thank you, Brother Chang." "You're welcome. By the way, what are you going to do on stage?" Su-Chang asked. "Is it possible today?" "Yes. There are warriors at the warrior stage competing in the ring right now. If you feel you are up to it, you can go on stage directly. I advise you to carefully assess your opponent's strength before going in. Only go in when you're sure you can defeat them. Otherwise, the injuries you suffer will be in vain. If you don't win, you won't get any prize money. You'll also be responsible for the medical expenses for any injuries you suffer. Thank you very much." After Su-Chen thanked him, he walked directly to the front of the ring. There is an area near the ring, which is a temporary resting place for contestants preparing to go on stage. Players can watch here and confirm whether they want to play. Su-Chen came here and sat down. There are already quite a few people sitting here at this moment. At this moment, a sturdy man who is 2 meters tall is fighting with a thin man on the stage. The big man's muscles were muscular and full of explosive power. Every punch he threw was incredibly powerful. The thin man was exhausted from dealing with the situation. Suchen could see that the thin man was no match for the strong man. Every time he took on the opponent's attack, it was extremely difficult. On the other hand, this muscular man seems to be very relaxed. From Suchen's perspective, the muscular man obviously did not use his full strength. It's a gesture of completely teasing the opponent. Obviously, he doesn't want to defeat his opponent so quickly. The stone has awakened a power-type ability, so its strength is naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. Someone next to him spoke at this time. Suchen turned his head and saw a man next to him. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Brother, why are they all using fists and feet instead of weapons? You don't even know this." "Are you new here?" the man asked. Suchen nodded. "Well, I just came here today, so many things are still unclear." "I see. Today's competition is a hand-to-hand combat competition, meaning no weapons are allowed. What matters is the sense of power that hits the flesh. Some viewers like to watch this. Tomorrow's arena will be a weapons battle. So that's how it is." Suchen immediately understood. Chapter 40, The Power of Martial Arts Skills is revealed. He said, "Why not use weapons? I think those players who are not good at fighting with bare hands but are good at stacking weapons will not be on the stage today." But it doesn't matter to Suchen. Although at the moment, his swordsmanship is more powerful. But the King Kong fist is also perfect level. I think there will be no problem in dealing with warriors of the warrior level. Besides, he now has a martial arts skill that he has cultivated to perfection. Today, he would try this martial art first. As for the opponent, it is this big guy codenamed Stone. On the ring, the muscular man seemed to have had enough fun and didn't want to waste any more time. He used all his strength. A punch was thrown. The force of this punch was so immense that the thin man's pupils shrank sharply. He had never expected that the power of this blow from the stone was several times greater than before. I thought to myself, "Oh no. He shouldn't have thrown that punch directly." But it was obviously too late at this time. A parabola was thrown high up, and then fell heavily. The thin man was knocked off the ring by the big guy's punch. The thin man lost. Oh, 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 oh. The audience cheered. Stone, stone, stone. Stone, stone, stone. Stone, stone, stone. Stone, stone, stone. The cheers continue. There is always a host standing on the stage. The area of the ring is very large, and when the contestants fight, he stands at the very corner of the ring. At this moment, after the thin man was knocked off the ring, the host quickly came to the center of the ring. He raised his muscular hand and announced, "The winner of this round is Shir2. Let's congratulate him." There was a burst of warm applause from below. The host looked at Shir2 and asked, "Shir2, do you still want to defend the title?" "Continue." "Well, is there any player here willing to play? If not, we will randomly match them with an opponent. Is there any?" The host's eyes swept across the contestant area. However, the scene fell into silence. No one spoke. Shir2 is so strong, he's probably close to reaching the late stage of martial arts. If we go up there, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. Who would be willing to go up there? That's right. I'm not going. Suchen heard the contestants whispering. "I'll do it." Seeing that no one was willing to go on stage, he stood up and raised his right hand. This action was a habit the original owner developed at school. Love to raise your hand before speaking. Suchen's body still had some habits of his original body, so he raised his hand directly. This was nothing in Suchen's opinion. Raising your hand before speaking is also a polite gesture. However, in the eyes of the other contestants, it seemed a little funny. He even raised his hand when he went on stage. Is this guy a kid? Okay, this gentleman challenges the stone. Please invite this gentleman to come on stage. The host made a gesture of invitation. Suchen slowly walked onto the stage under the gaze of everyone. The other contestants' discussions could be heard from behind. This guy even raised his hand. It's hilarious. Looking at his appearance, he might still be a student. Exactly. Only those students in school like to raise their hands when they are talking. Although he was wearing a mask, he looked very young. Is this guy going up there looking for trouble? Could it be that this guy's hobby is getting beaten? The audience at the scene also saw the contestant who dared to go on stage to challenge the stone. I saw. He was a tall and slender boy. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously a young man. He has a strong sense of youth. The boy wore a white fox mask on his face, with only his lips and chin exposed. Just from the boy's temperament, as well as his exposed lips and chin, you can tell that he is very young and most likely very handsome. Wow, I think this guy must be very handsome. You look so young. This isn't still a student, is it? He's really handsome. Bah, what's the use of being handsome? This is a boxing match, not a competition of looks. This guy is obviously a pretty boy. He will probably be beaten until he cries. Someone said disdainfully. Even though this person speaks rudely. But the audience had the same idea as him. The man wearing the mask is obviously a teenager. How could he be a match for this guy Shirtu when he is so young? You know, Shirtu's strength at the warrior level is very outstanding. This young man? There is no way it can be a match for the stone. How long do you think this boy can withstand the stone? Someone in the contestant area spoke up. I don't think he can last even one move. That's not necessarily true. Shirtu likes to toy with his opponents. He won't even use his full strength at the beginning. On the ring. The host smiled and asked, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you new to our arena today? Yes. What's your name? Snow Fox. Okay, Snow Fox player, do you think you can win? Certainly. Suchin spoke lightly. The tone was very calm, as if his victory was a matter of course. This completely messed up the host. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the host said with a smile, contestant Snow Fox is really confident. I'm looking forward to your performance. All the audience members below the stage who heard Suchen's answer were stunned. Good job. Does this young man really have the ability, or is he just blindly confident? The self-righteous tone was so overwhelming that even the host couldn't understand it. Such an arrogant boy, I guess Shirtu will teach him a lesson. Many people have this thought in their minds at this moment. Shirtu's expression on the stage also changed slightly at this moment. Boy, you are very crazy. I hope you can still be so crazy later. He rubbed his fists and said, you are a delicate boy. It must be very interesting to see you cry. Oh, you are such a big guy, I think it would be more contrasting if you cry. Suchen spoke in a calm tone, not feeling scared at all by the strong man's words. I've never cried in my life. Really? Then you will cry today. Shirtu felt a little crazy inside. Why is this guy so mean? He couldn't stand it anymore. He would definitely beat the other person until he cried. Boy, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Shirtu threw a punch, and the huge force made a sound of breaking through the air. Those players who were familiar with Shirtu understood that this guy was really angry. This move. No holding back. It was obvious that he had used all his strength and wanted to finish the boy off with one punch. Many people think that. This boy is finished. Even some women who were attracted to the boy's temperament and had a good impression of him couldn't bear to watch. Such a cute little brother was beaten away. This is so cruel. The old lady's heart couldn't take it. They even closed their eyes, unable to bear seeing the boy being seriously injured. A grim smile appeared on Stone's face. However, soon, the grim smile froze on his face. The young man in front flashed and seemed to turn into a shadow. He disappeared from where he was and appeared on the right side of the stone. Body movements and martial arts, fleeting glimpses. Chapter 41 10 consecutive victories. Why so fast? What was that just now? Shirtu just thought that he could defeat the young man with one blow, but the scene just now happened too quickly, so Shirtu didn't see anything clearly. Coincide. It must be a coincidence. This guy was just lucky and happened to dodge his attack. It must be like this. Shirtu was trying to find an excuse for his recent mistake. Boy, you were lucky just now and dodged my attack. This time, let's see how you can dodge it. If you return the snow fox, I will turn you into a dead fox. This time, Sure didn't punch anymore, but changed his fist to a palm. Martial arts skill, wind-splitting palm. Audiences who often watch arena competitions know that the wind-splitting palm is another famous martial art of Sure. And it is the most powerful martial art he has practiced. Generally speaking, Sure always uses the popular martial art of Vajra fist to fight his enemies. This is a popular martial art that almost every martial artist will practice when they first start practicing. If he cannot defeat his opponent with this boxing technique, Sure will use his fierce wind palm technique. But at this moment, Sure had already used this palm-style martial art. What does this mean? This shows that Sure is serious this time and has put in all his strength. Unexpectedly, he was just a teenager, yet he could make the stone use its full strength. This is certainly due to the boy's bad mouth, but it must also be related to the boy's strength. The palm wind blew and slapped towards Su Chen. However, this time, Su Chen's figure once again turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot, appearing beside the stone. Shita's pupils suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed, "A martial art of physical movement." He hadn't seen it clearly before, so he looked very carefully this time. The young man avoided his attack not because he was lucky, but because his body movements were too fast. Before his attack landed, he had already turned into a shadow and changed his position. This is a martial art that requires physical skills. It is extremely difficult to practice body movement martial arts. Sure has also practiced it, but he still hasn't gotten started. Therefore, it cannot be used. Martial arts that require physical skills are not easy to acquire, and even if you obtain them, it is difficult to practice them successfully. But this young man's body movement. It's obvious that he has reached a high level of cultivation. Sure gritted his teeth and continued to use palm techniques to attack. However, he launched dozens of palm strikes in a row, but the young man dodged them all easily. Can't hit. It's totally unreachable. Huff, huff. Sure was so tired that he was out of breath, supporting himself on his knees and breathing heavily. "Big guy, you can't do it." Seeing the other party's appearance, Su Chen said lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience burst into laughter. Many of them were worried about the boy before, but now it seems that their worries were completely in vain. The big guy couldn't hit the boy at all. Who the hell are you saying is incompetent? Sure glared with eyes full of anger. He is a man. The most taboo thing is for others to say that he is not good enough. Ding, your taunt breaks your opponent's defense points plus 200. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Keep the taunt mode on. You're so tired after just a few strokes. What else can you do? I suggest you buy some Luwei Dihuang pills. Luwei Dihuang Wan? What is that? Is it a magical medicine? Su Chen shook his head. No, it's for kidney nourishment. It's very suitable for people like you who look strong but are actually weak. Ding, your opponent's defense is broken by your taunt, defense points plus 200. Ah, you bastard, I'm going to fight you. Sure roared and rushed towards Su Chen. Then Su Chen used his body skills and martial arts to dodge all the attacks. Sure was sweating profusely from exhaustion. His face was flushed and he was gasping for breath with his mouth open. Big guy, you look like a dog panting from the heat. Su Chen mocked again. It's not that he wants to be mean, it's just the only way to gain defense points. It would be great if the defense could be broken. It's okay to be a bit mean. Ding, your words break the opponent's defense points plus 300. Sure glared at Su Chen angrily. If you have the guts, don't hide. If you keep hiding, you're not a real hero. Under the mask, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Just now he was just testing his body movements and martial arts. As for the results of the experiment, Su Chen was very satisfied. He raised his fist and punched the stone directly. Sure wanted to dodge, but found that he seemed unable to dodge. The fist magnified at an extremely fast speed in Stone's eyes, and Stone quickly punched back. Click. The sound of bones cracking was heard. Sure let out a scream, and then the whole person flew out. The scene suddenly became quiet. The audience didn't expect that this young man codenamed Snowfox was so powerful. Before, they saw the boy dodging all the time and thought that he would not be a match for the stone in a head-on battle. But unexpectedly, the youth's power is so strong. That cracking sound just now must have been caused by broken bones. It hurts just thinking about it. This young man is really too powerful. He is the type who hides his true potential. Before co-authoring, they worried for nothing. This young man is completely playing the pig to eat the tiger. The young man on the stage walked over to the stone lying on the ground, groaning like a dead dog. The boy's lips curled up slightly. I told you that you can't do it, but you still don't admit it. You are useless. Ding, you defeated your opponent and taunted him, causing him to break his defense. Defense breakpoints plus 500. The audience was speechless. This young man is simply murderous and heartbreaking. Not only did they beat someone to death, they also made personal attacks. Su Chen had no idea what the audience was thinking, so he pondered for a moment. Sure enough, the defense points gained by defeating an ordinary person like this are far less than those gained by defeating a genius. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Since quality isn't enough, I'll go with quantity. As long as I can break through the defenses of a large number of people, I'll get a lot of defense points. After all, geniuses are not cabbages that can be found everywhere. Su Chen looked at the dazed host on the stage and said, "Announce the results." The host came to his senses and quickly raised Su Chen's hand. "Congratulations to Snow Fox for winning. Is there anyone who wants to challenge Snow Fox next?" After a long while, a young man came on stage. His purpose was to have a good fight with this guy called Snow Fox. This also makes sense. Some people here are not here for the money, but for actual combat. To sharpen oneself. This kind of people do martial arts for their own sake, not for making money. Naturally, you don't care about winning or losing. However, the young man went up quickly and came down even faster. Su Chen won several games in a row, and no one dared to challenge him afterwards. No way. If you challenge Su Chen, you will not only be beaten like a dead dog, but also be physically attacked. They actually wanted to defeat Su Chen. But my strength doesn't allow it. Therefore, he could only dislike Su Chen, but he couldn't get rid of Su Chen. Then I got so angry that my teeth itched. Finally, the host directly asked the system to match an opponent for Su Chen. Because the warriors he was matched with were all at the warrior level, no one was a match for Su Chen. In this section, Su Chen is completely invincible. It has an attitude of "I'm invincible, do whatever you want." Soon Su Chen achieved his first 10 consecutive victories in the arena. The audience was excited. That night, many people became fans of Snow Fox. Chapter 42 I'm afraid of scolding her. The back of the auditorium. A slightly plump middle-aged man was standing here. This person is Su Chang. He came over to see what was happening after hearing his men report that the Snow Fox had won 10 consecutive games. Su Chang was really shocked. He had previously thought that Su Chen was just a student and had even given him some advice. I hope the other party will give up when they see the difficulty and avoid getting hurt. I didn't expect that I was wrong. This boy is so amazing. He must be a genius in the school. Su Chang muttered to himself. A young man like Su Chen, who is so strong at the warrior level, is extremely rare. He must be a genius from the school or some martial arts family. But this has nothing to do with him. The higher Su Chen's popularity, the more benefits it will bring to the arena. You know, audiences need to buy tickets to watch the game. This is all money. The closing time of the arena is 12 o'clock in the evening, and Su Chen stayed on the ring until closing time. A total of 15 consecutive victories were achieved. Su Chen has accumulated 100,000 Dragon Country coins in his personal account in the arena. Returned to home in the old town. Su Chen washed up, and the warm water flowed down his body, washing away the fatigue of the whole day. Su Chen lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Su Chen woke up from his sleep. After washing up, Su Chen went to school. The results of today's class division will be posted on the school bulletin board. When he arrived at the campus, Su Chen noticed that the bulletin board was already surrounded by students. I think they are all looking at the results of this class division. Su Chen walked towards the bulletin board. As he approached, he could hear various discussions among the students. Wow, I was assigned to the rocketry class this time. Ha ha, Mom, your son has made it big. Although you are no longer here, your son has made it big. You should be smiling in your grave too. Hey, I was assigned to the elite class. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied with this result. Wow, I was only assigned to the regular class. It's okay. As long as you work hard, you can still get into Wuhan University from a regular class. Hey, Su Chen is here. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned to look at Su Chen with awe in their eyes. This is the first in the school. Although many people believe that Li Shishir's true strength is the best, Li Shishir did not try her best in the class placement test. But Su Chen is indeed ranked first. Even if Su Chen's real strength is not first, he is at least second. Everyone naturally respects the strong. Seeing Su Chen coming, everyone involuntarily made way for Su Chen. For Su Chen to pass. This is how the strong are treated. Brother Chen, you're here. Wan Peng shouted in surprise in the crowd. Then he hurried to Su Chen. Su Chen responded. The two came to the bulletin board. Wan Peng pointed to the first name on the first official form. Brother Chen, you are first and are assigned to Class 1. Class 1 and Class 2 are both rocket classes, and I am in Class 2. Wan Peng's tone was filled with joy. His score was 98th. Among the two rocket classes, it ranked second to last. Although he was only the second to last, he at least managed to get into the rocket class. Being able to enter the rocket class was already a huge surprise for him. Su Chen looked in the direction of Wan Peng's finger. Then he saw his name at the first position on the first form. Then looked down. The second one is Li Shishir. The third one is Tang Yang. Obviously, the classes are also divided according to the results of this class placement test. Several seeded players were all assigned to Class 1. The entire class is composed of the top 50 students in this division. Class 2 has 51 to 100 students. Then there are several elite classes and several ordinary classes. It is worth mentioning that the head teacher of Rocket Class 1 this time is actually Su Chen's previous head teacher. That is Teacher Wang. Obviously. In this class placement test, Su Chen won the first place, which made the school look at Teacher Wang with a higher regard. This gave Teacher Wang the opportunity to lead the rocket class. What should we do now? Su Chen asked Wan Peng after looking at the notice board. At 8 o'clock, the head teachers of each class will come and take us to our new classes. Su Chen nodded to show that he understood. Then I found a flower bed, wiped off the dust with a tissue, and sat down to wait. Just as Su Chen was waiting, a young girl glanced at Su Chen and walked over hesitantly. This person is Lu Qingqing. Is there something? Su Chen didn't even raise his eyes. Lu Qingqing felt a little conflicted at the moment. Ever since she saw Su Chen get first place in the class yesterday, she began to waver. She decided to choose Su Chen again. After all, Su Chen liked her so much before, and now she told Su Chen that she wanted to be Su Chen's girlfriend. Su Chen will definitely agree happily. And in recent days, Su Chen has been cold towards her. In Lu Qingqing's opinion, Su Chen was angry because she chose Jian Yuwei. Men always care about face. I always have a little temper. As long as she apologizes and gives him a little comfort, naturally, you will forgive her. Then, she will have a boyfriend who has S-level talent and ranks first in the school. Su Chen, I'm here to apologize to you. I shouldn't have treated you like that before. But I didn't do anything wrong. You were only a D-level talent before, so naturally I couldn't choose you. She said as a matter of course. Well, then what? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath. I admit that I underestimated you before. So I apologize to you, let's make peace, and I will be your girlfriend from now on. In the future, all your resources in the seed team should be given to me so that I can improve and catch up with you as soon as possible. That way, we can all move forward together. Lu Qingqing said it as a matter of course, puffed out her chest and looked at Su Chen proudly. It was as if Su Chen Tian had been given a great opportunity. Su Chen was immediately amused. This woman is too self-righteous. She wanted him to give her the resources he obtained in the seed team, so that she could improve her strength. The most important thing is, this idiotic woman actually thinks it's her right. As if it was his honor to do this for her. You're dreaming. Just when Lu Qingqing was feeling proud, Su Chen sneered and said, I originally thought that Su Chen would agree excitedly, and then become Lu Qingqing's boyfriend and let her suck his blood. But unexpectedly. But Su Chen's reply was this. What did you say? Lu Qingqing's face was full of disbelief. She must have heard it wrong. Why would Su-chan react like this? Shouldn't Su-chan be so excited that he fainted or jumped for joy when he heard that she was willing to be his girlfriend? I say you're dreaming. You're such a loser and you want to be my girlfriend, you don't deserve it. It's ridiculous. Ding. Your words make Lu Qingqing unbelievable. Her inner defense breaks down. Defense points plus 300. Originally, Su-chan didn't want to bother with this idiotic woman. He didn't want to scold this woman for fear of scolding her too much. But this is a defense breaking point that was given to me, so I'd rather take it. Chapter 43 was called by Li Shishir. Lu Qingqing was disheveled in the wind. What did she hear? Su-chan called her a waste. Why does this scene feel so familiar? It seems that she always thought Su-chan was a waste, but now times have changed and the roles have been reversed. Waste? It has become her. This made Lu Qingqing unable to accept it for a while. Ding ling ling. The bell rang and teachers from each class came nearby. Start by gathering the classes. Teacher Wang stood there, looking very energetic and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. It gives me a feeling of the horse gallops in the spring breeze, and I see the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Su-chan no longer cared what Lu Qingqing was thinking and walked straight to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, you seem to be in high spirits as if something good has happened to you. Su-chan greeted him. Teacher Wang's mouth corners were originally slightly raised, and when he saw Su-chan, his face showed a bright smile. He said gently, thanks to you, the teacher can continue to be your homeroom teacher. He likes Su-chan as a student very much. He was able to get this opportunity to lead the rocket class because of Su-chan. In addition, Su-chan now has S-level talent and is also very good at learning martial arts. One can imagine the status of such a student in Teacher Wang's heart. What Teacher Wang didn't know was that Su-chan's talent was not just S-level, but SSS level. His real combat power directly exceeded 40,000, reaching the level of an early martial artist. If Teacher Wang knew all this, he would probably be shocked. At the same time, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep for several days. This level is definitely the ceiling of Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Peking University. No way. Su-chan waved his hands quickly, it's all because of the teacher's high teaching level. Su-chan complimented. Ha ha, Teacher Wang laughed heartily, I didn't realize you were so good at talking, kid. Now. Some of the students who were assigned to Rocket Class 1 curled their lips in disdain. He whispered, what? You only know how to flatter the teacher. Hush, keep your voice down. That's Su-chan, an S-level talent, and the top student in our school's senior year. And I heard he's really good at beating people up, so be careful not to get beaten up by him. Although the two men spoke in a low voice, everyone present was a warrior. That hearing ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. Of course, almost everyone heard it. Su-chan didn't care. If you are not envied by others, you are a mediocre person. He wouldn't beat someone up just because someone whispered something. Soon, teachers from each class began to gather students from their respective classes. Then comes the roll call. After getting everything in order, Teacher Wang took the brand new Rocket Class Senior 3-1 to the classroom where Senior 3-1 was hung. This is the former Senior 3-1 class. It's just right to use it now. After everyone sat down in the classroom, Teacher Wang held a class meeting for Rocket Class 1. What is said? Naturally, it is the benefits of the Rocket Class and some teaching arrangements. Because this is Rocket Class 1, all the SEED team members of the entire school are in Class 1. Teacher Wang called all the members of the SEED team to his office and specifically talked about the school's arrangements for the SEED team members. Teaching geniuses is naturally different from teaching ordinary people. The 5 seeded players including Su-chan do not need to come to school to study every day. They don't have to go to class. They only need to collect the resources from the SEED team, and they can arrange and decide the rest of the training by themselves. They just need to take the college entrance examination together. For such an arrangement, Su-chan was very satisfied. The teachers in the school are of average level, so their teaching is naturally not suitable for SEED players. For SEED team members, the best teaching method is to let them develop freely. Just provide the resources. Geniuses are different from ordinary people. No need for excessive intervention at all. Teacher Wang said this, and then handed the first month's training resources to the SEED team. Then let everyone decide where to practice. Small bluff bot document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select small bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. You can practice at school or with other people in your class. Besides, seated players also have priority use of the school's training room. The training resource the school gave to the seed team for the first month was a bottle of yuanya worth tens of thousands of yuan. It is said that this was extracted from the spiritual medicines full of vital energy in the wilderness. After Su-chan got the resources, so I prepared to leave school. He wanted to go directly to the Colosseum. If he fights a few more fights, he can earn more money to buy medicine for his sister. Just as Su-chan walked into the corridor, a cold voice came from behind him. Student Su-chan, wait a minute. Su-chan stopped when he heard the voice and turned to look behind him. I saw a cold girl standing on the top of the stairs against the light. Perhaps because of the backlight, the girl's face seemed to have a layer of filter added. Makes the already fair skin appear more delicate. If an ordinary boy was stopped by such a beautiful girl, he would probably be extremely excited. But Su-chan was very calm. Joke. Su-chan is not a teenager at heart. Moreover, the principle that Su-chan follows now is to have no women in his heart and to be a god when he draws his sword. The so-called woman. It will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. He is not like some of the novels I read in my previous life, who would be unable to walk when seeing a woman. Here he is. There is no difference between men and women. As long as you can get defense breaking points, it doesn't matter how beautiful you are. They were all beaten up. In Su-chan's opinion, the best way is to gain points by breaking through defense. This comes first. What love brain thing? Just get out of here right now. Come to the high martial arts world. There is a golden finger again. Naturally, he would seize every opportunity to become stronger, reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and see the scenery below. There is a saying that goes, if you stand on the ground, all you see is garbage everywhere. But if you stand high enough, you will see beautiful scenery. In the previous life, Su-chan has always been an ordinary person and has never been able to reach a high position. In this life, he wanted to stand where he could see the farthest. Is there something? Facing the cold girl, Su-chan also had a faint expression. It looked no different from meeting an ordinary person. Su-chan's attitude surprised Li Shirshir. Before, if she takes the initiative to talk to someone, especially a boy, the other person will definitely be excited. Many people even blush. Li Shirshir is very aware of her beauty. Su-chan's performance surprised her because she had heard of Su-chan from Jian Yuwei. In Jian Yuwei's mouth, Su-chan is a complete love-brained person. He's the kind of guy who can't even walk when he meets a woman. According to Jian Yuwei, Su-chan had done all kinds of things for Lu Qingqing before. Li Shirshir sneered at these boys who were in the late stage of love brain. A boy. He doesn't know how to practice well, doesn't know how to make progress, and just acts like a bootlicker all day long. This guy is trash. But the Su-chan in front of him seemed a little different from the one Jian Yuwei described. Chapter 44 spread throughout the school. It was time for get out of class to end. Soon. Some first and second year high school students saw what was happening here. As the school belle of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, Li Shirshir is the well-deserved and undisputed one. Therefore, not only the senior high school students, but even the freshmen and sophomores basically know Li Shirshir. And many boys regard Li Shirshir as their goddess. But they remember that Li Shirshir was a very cool and aloof school beauty. I almost never talked to boys on my own initiative. But now, Li Shirshir actually called a boy. Who is this boy? How could I be worthy of being called by a goddess? Many students looked at Su-chan with jealousy. Those students in the first and second year of high school did not know Su-chan. Although Su-chan has caused a lot of noise in school recently, the students in the first and second grades don't know Su-chan. For example, in Su-chan's previous life, the top student in the senior year of high school might be very famous in the senior year, and almost everyone knew him. But I hardly know those in the first and second year of high school. After all, everyone pays attention to the top students in the same grade as them, and it is impossible for them to pay attention to those in different grades. But school beauties are different. The so-called school belle must naturally be ranked among the top in the entire school and all grades. Like Li Shirshir. He is a celebrity among all grades in the school. Almost everyone knows the name of the school beauty of Linchuan number 1 middle school. Who is this person? The goddess talked to him, but he ignored her. It's installed, right? Do you want to attract the goddess' attention in this way? The students were talking about it. Li Shishir was only surprised for a moment. It didn't matter whether Su Chen was really calm or just pretending to attract her attention. She had only one purpose in looking for Su Chen. That is to challenge Su Chen. Although it is unlikely that Su Chen will surpass her, it is at least a good stepping stone. Now she has reached the 9th level of martial artist perfection. She had already vaguely felt that the realm was loosening a little. Now she needs a whetstone to sharpen her sharp sword. Zhang Yue found her again yesterday, hoping that she would teach Su Chen a lesson. Although Li Shishir was not willing to take the lead, Su Chen was indeed a good opponent, so she agreed to Zhang Yue. But she usually doesn't have the chance to find Su Chen. Xiaohu bot prevents document piracy. To find a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. This guy Su Chen leaves school very quickly as soon as school is over. Having just seen Su Chen leave, she felt that Su Chen might leave again. So she hurried to catch up. So that Su Chen wouldn't run away and be nowhere to be found. I want to challenge you. Li Shishir said. Oh? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Do you think you are worthy of being my opponent? Su Chen began to attract hatred. The greater the hatred, the more competitive the opponent will be, and then you can defeat him her severely. This way you can maximize the defense points you gain. This is not because Su Chen is arrogant, but because he wants to gain some points by breaking the defense. There is such a system. He is destined not to be a low-key and peaceful person. Those who were paying attention to the two people's movements were all shocked when they heard Su Chen's words. Then came anger. Who is Li Shishir? She is the school belle of Linchuan number 1 middle school and the goddess in the hearts of boys of all grades. Moreover, Li Shishir is a super academic master with S-level talent. How dare this boy talk to the goddess like this? Who does he think he is? This guy is so crazy. Indeed, it's too crazy. You dare to talk to the goddess like this, you want to attract her attention. Who is this guy? Does anyone know? I know. He's Su Chen. He ranked first in this class placement test, and his combat power surpasses that of Goddess Shishir. Oh, it's him. But it's impossible to surpass Goddess Shishir. I heard that when Goddess Shishir tested her combat power, she used the Diamond Fist, not her family's advanced martial arts. It's so funny. The goddess didn't even use her full strength, but Su Chen really thinks he's stronger than her. Many of the onlookers were mocking. Li Shishir also frowned slightly at this moment. She had heard before that Su Chen was very arrogant. At that time, she thought it was just an exaggeration by others, but after hearing Su Chen's words, she realized that what those people said was true. This Su Chen is indeed a rather conceited and arrogant person. Su Chen, do you really think you are invincible in school? Li Shishir asked coldly. She already felt somewhat disgusted with this classmate named Su Chen. Relying on his own strength, he is so arrogant. Such a person. It's time to learn some lessons. Su Chen shrugged, I do think so. If you don't agree, then please challenge me with all your strength. You are too narrow-minded. Although we ranked first in the placement test, we must remember that the placement test is just a test, and not everyone gave their best. Oh, you mean you didn't try your best on the placement test? But how do you know if I did my best? You're so stubborn. Li Shishir's face turned even colder. Now. She felt less and less favorable towards Su Chen. She felt that Su Chen was an arrogant and conceited person. Facing such people, what she wants to do is to teach the other party a profound lesson. Make it clear. There is always someone better than you. Whether I'm being stubborn or not, you'll know when the time comes. Okay, then let's go to our school's martial arts training ground and see who wins. Okay, grab your weapons and I'll see you in the training grounds later. I'll finish you off quickly. I have things to do. Li Shishir was so angry that she almost laughed. What does it mean to get rid of her as soon as possible? It seemed as if she was just a random person. She, Li Shishir, is at least an S-level genius. Since Su Chen is so arrogant, she will definitely teach Su Chen a lesson that he will never forget. Let Su Chen understand. There is always someone better than you. Good. Li Shishir responded, turned around with a cold face and went back to get her weapon. Su Chen was originally planning to go directly to the arena, with his sword on his back. So there is no need to go back to get it. He walked directly to the school's martial arts training ground. Those who were watching knew that there was going to be something exciting to watch, and they all became excited. Many people even quickly took out their mobile phones to share the news with their good brothers and sisters. Hey, Lao Wang, hurry to the school martial arts training ground. There's something exciting to watch. Brother, the school beauty Li Shishir wants to fight someone in the martial arts training ground, come quickly. Sister, come and watch the fun. Some people even posted on the school forum. #shocked, Li Shishir, the campus beauty of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, issued a challenge. As soon as this post was published, it was quickly seen by students in the school who had been lurking in the forum for a long time. Oh my god, is this true? Li Shishir actually challenged someone? Li Shishir is an S-level genius. Who is so prestigious that she can be challenged by her? Li Shishir's battle, this is something you rarely see. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Ha, I'll just skip class and go watch it. Goddess, come on, I will always support you. I'm really curious about who can be challenged by Li Shishir. Because this incident was so shocking, it quickly spread throughout the entire campus. In a short time, most people in the school knew that Li Shishir, the campus beauty of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, had issued a challenge. The students went to the martial arts training ground. Chapter 45 Su Chen arouses public outrage. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Countless students were excited because Li Shishir was going to challenge a male student. Among them are not only high school students. Even the first and second year high school students were agitated by this incident. Throughout the school, most students were heading to the school martial arts training ground. The corridors and stairs of the teaching building were crowded with heads. At this moment, these people were very excited. This battle is a rare sight. That was the battle between Li Shishir, the recognized No. 1 goddess of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. It is extremely rare to see Li Shishir take action. Because almost no one in the school can match Li Shishir. So, few people have seen Li Shishir fight in person. This time, they finally had the chance to see the goddess take action. I can finally cheer for the goddess in person. As for the person challenged by the goddess, they just hope that the goddess will beat him to death. Now, in the school's martial arts training ground, a handsome young man, carrying a long sword on his back, stood with his hands behind his back on the ring. He exuded an invincible aura. Like a peerless genius. Is this the person Goddess Shishir wants to challenge? The students who saw Li Shishir's opponent were all stunned at this moment. This young man is too dazzling. As expected, he is not an ordinary person who can be challenged by a goddess. Outside the martial arts training ground, a male student saw the handsome young man in the center of the ring, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. This person was Jiang Yuwei, who saw the news. Su Chen, don't people say that you are a miracle worker? This time, let me see if you can continue to create miracles. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he felt extremely proud. In his opinion, Su Chen is bound to lose this time. He will also be beaten severely by Li Shishir, just like Su Chen beat him. Li Shishir will also beat Su Chen into a dead dog lying on the ground. Thinking of this, he felt extremely happy. Today, he had heard that Lu Qingqing went to find Su Chen. Delusion of getting back together with Su Chen. When Jiang Yuwei heard others talking about this, he felt a green patch on his head, as if a green grassland had grown on his head. This kind of thing. No man can stand it. But he couldn't take revenge on Su Chen, because Su Chen was no longer the useless D-level talent he used to be. Su Chen is too strong now, like a huge mountain to him. It can never be surpassed. But, as long as someone could teach Su Chen a lesson, he would be looking forward to it. Besides him, there were also people at the scene who had been taught a lesson by Su Chen. Su Yang and Su Xiaoyun were also in the crowd. They were also expecting Su Chen to be defeated by Li Shishir. They also wanted to see the arrogant young man being trampled into the mud. Besides, the rest of the seed team is also here. The fat boy Tang Yang took a bite of the chicken drumstick in his hand and said, "Hey, who do you think will win between the two of them?" Standing next to him was a loli with twin pigtails, only 1.5 meters tall. She was Shui Jejia, another girl from the seed team. Shui Jia was eating a lollipop in her hand and thought for a moment, I feel that Li Shishir should win. Although Su Chen's talent has mutated and he is now S level, Li Shishir was already S level when she awakened her talent. Moreover, Li Shishir's family is a martial arts family. She definitely has a hidden card that she has never revealed. Su Chen's family is just an ordinary family, and its background is definitely not as good as Li Shishir's. Their combat effectiveness in the class placement test was not much different. So, the final winner will definitely be Li Shishir. Having said that, she put the lollipop into her mouth and licked it again. Yeah, Tang Yang nodded, I think so too. After saying this, he took another big bite of the chicken leg in his hand and tore off a large piece of chicken meat. At this moment, someone exclaimed, Goddess Shishir is here. Everyone in the martial arts training ground quickly looked towards the teaching building. I saw a cool young girl wearing a white training suit, with a curvy figure and long legs, walking slowly towards me, holding a spear. The cold tip of the spear reflected an icy luster, so sharp that it seemed to be able to easily cut through any defense. Look back at the long knife on Su Chen's back. The long sword has a dull luster and its surface looks a bit rough. At first glance, this long sword is a weapon made of very low quality material. In terms of style, Su Chen was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Look, that guy named Su Chen, his knife looks so rubbish. It feels like something you buy at a street stall. It looks like one of those toys. To think you can compete with a goddess with such a low-grade weapon is simply ridiculous. His knife will break in the middle of a fight. Although Su Chen has good looks and temperament, his weapon is too lame. Compared to the goddess, he is like heaven and earth. The goddess's spear is the warrior's weapon. Amidst everyone's discussions, the girl had already arrived at the martial arts training ground. The crowd that was packed around her quickly made way for her, and the girl walked straight through the crowd and came to the middle of the ring. A gust of wind blew, and a strand of hair on the girl's forehead was blown up. It is so beautiful. But the girl's face was expressionless, and even had a strong sense of coldness. This makes the girl beautiful, but with a cold beauty that is unapproachable and can only be admired from afar. The name of the iceberg goddess is well deserved. In the middle of the ring, the boy and the girl looked at each other. Like the peak of a mountain against the awn of wheat. There seemed to be invisible sparks of lightning flashing in the air. I hope your strength can match your pride. I also hope that your strength will not disappoint me. Li Shishir spoke first. I hope you don't cry when you lose. Su Chen responded indifferently. Although his response was lukewarm, the audience felt that Su Chen was extremely arrogant. How dare they talk to their goddess like that? Many of Li Shishir's fans were furious. Goddess, defeat him. Rampage him. Don't pity him just because he's a handsome guy. Give him a good lesson. Let him know that one should not be too arrogant. The onlookers were outraged. Almost everyone in the crowd expected Su Chen to be defeated by Li Shishir. The only exception is Wan Pang. Wan Pang clenched his fists at this moment, feeling a conflict between his conscience and his desires. Li Shishir is also the goddess in his heart, but Su Chen is his brother. After a fierce battle between heaven and man, Wan Pang still hopes Su Chen will win. Come on, brother Chen. Amidst the unanimous cheers for Li Shishir, there was also a voice cheering for Su Chen. It seems quite abrupt. Everyone looked at Wan Pang with unfriendly eyes. The person standing next to Wan Pang moved away from him. This resulted in a clear gap around Wan Pang. Chapter 46, Are your martial arts skills your strength? Well. Wan Pang looked at the students around him speechlessly. Brother Chen is my brother, so what if I support him? Wan Pang said timidly. The unfriendly looks from those people were really scary. He felt as if he had offended everyone, so his voice lacked confidence at the moment. Of course it's fine if you support Jean, but do you really think that Su Chen can win? Brother, don't be naive. Compared to Goddess Shishir, Su Chen is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Su Chen was able to get first place in combat power in the class placement test because Goddess Shishir didn't try her best at all. So brother, you better give up. Su Chen can't win. Wan Pang fell silent. He understood that these people were right. People from martial arts families have a background that is unimaginable for ordinary students. Ordinary students can only learn popular versions of breathing techniques in popular martial arts. People in the martial arts world learn high-level breathing techniques and high-level powerful martial arts. Come on, the market is open. Just as Wan Peng was lost in thought, a voice rang out. This is a guy who opened a game. Su Chen vs Li Shishir, the odds are 10:1. If you bet on Su Chen to win, you can get 10 times the payout. It's better to act than to be moved. Hurry up and do it. Soon many students came to place bets. I bet 100 on Li Shishir to win. I bet 1,000 on Li Shishir to win. I'll bet 500 on Li Shishir to win. I'll bet 100 on Li Shishir to win. A long line of people all placed their bets, betting on Li Shishir to win. Hey, don't you consider betting on Su Chen? If Su Chen wins, you can get 10 times the odds. The boy tempted everyone. But obviously, no one would be tempted by him. I'm crazy about betting on Su Chen. How could he possibly win? That's right, how could Su Chen possibly win? If you bet against Su Chen, you will lose everything. Obviously, no one bought it. The boy who opened the market suddenly felt a little disappointed. If he bet everything on Li Shishir, he would lose a lot of money. But never mind. His family has money anyway. Just consider it as supporting goddess Shishir. Thinking of this, the boy felt much better. At this moment, he suddenly saw Wan Peng in the crowd. His eyes suddenly lit up. That brother. Me? Wan Peng pointed at his nose and asked in confusion. The boy nodded quickly. That's you. Hey, you're not Su Chen's brother. Why don't you come and place a bet to support your brother? This. Wan Peng hesitated. Although Su Chen is his good brother, he really feels in his heart that Su Chen cannot beat Li Shishir. After all, in terms of background, Li Shishir is so much better than Su Chen. Moreover, Li Shishir's talent is no worse than Su Chen's. There are also more advanced breathing techniques and more powerful martial arts. How can we lose this? Aren't you and Su Chen good brothers? Do you also think that Su Chen can't win? The boys used provocation and moral kidnapping. Wan Peng was silent. Really? He is Su Chen's brother. If he doesn't support Su Chen, then Su Chen is too pitiful. After all, I can't let my brother have no one to support him. Okay, I'll bet 1,000 yuan on Su Chen to win. Wan Peng said, gritting his teeth. Although his family is not wealthy, they are well off. 1,000 yuan is still something he can afford. Of course, it does hurt a bit. But as long as he can support his brother, Wan Peng has no choice but to do so. If I lose this 1,000 yuan, I lose it. Okay. The boy was overjoyed. Finally, there is a sucker who supports Su Chen. If he opened a game but no one supported Su Chen, it would be so boring. At the same time, on the ring, the eye contact between the two men has ended. You make the first move. Li Shishir said coldly. Su Chen shook his head. You go first, otherwise if I make a move first, you won't have a chance to make a move. Arrogant. Li Shishir's face turned even colder. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. You will pay the price for your arrogance. She was originally prepared not to use her full strength. Find out Su Chen's background and see what his true strength is. But at this moment, she wasn't going to do that. She was going to defeat Su Chen with the force of thunder. She wanted Su Chen to understand. There is always someone better than you. She wanted to trample on Su Chen's arrogance. This is for Su Chen's own good. As a person, one should not be too conceited. At this moment, Su Chen was also a little surprised. There was no system defense breaking prompt. This shows that Li Shishir is a very smart girl. Even in this way, the defense was not broken. If it were someone else, they would probably be able to provide a lot of defense points. But it's okay this way. This shows that Li Shishir is very confident in her abilities. She never felt that she would lose. In this way, Su Chen can defeat it and gain more defense points. Su Chen's eyes were sharp, his pupils slightly narrowed, emitting a dangerous gleam. At this moment, Li Shishir felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious wolf king, and her hair stood on end. Is it her illusion? How could Su Chen's gaze be so terrifying? I must have just felt wrong. What Li Shishir didn't know was that her feeling just now was actually correct. Su Chen really treated her as prey. For Su Chen, Li Shishir is now a walking defense breaking point. Su Chen naturally wanted to take these numerous defense points. Look at the gun. Li Shishir swept the spear in her hand diagonally, preparing to pick Su Chen up and make him fly. However, Su Chen flashed and dodged the attack. Li Shishir's eyes flickered slightly. Martial arts skills? So this is your confidence. But it's useless. As long as my attack speed is fast enough, you can't dodge my attack. Besides, you are not the only one who knows the martial arts skills. Li Shishir dodged and used the same martial arts skills to shorten the distance between her and Su Chen. Wow! The spear swept out quickly, attacking Su Chen with a sound of breaking through the air. His cold face was full of fierceness. I have to say that when Li Shishir fights, she is like a female general, heroic and valiant. The eyes of countless Li Shishir's fans who were watching were shining at this moment. It depends on how Su Chen dodges. So what if he has martial arts skills? Li Shishir also has martial arts skills, and it is impossible for Su Chen to dodge the rapid attack at such a close distance. He could only take the blow head-on. If Su Chen were to take this attack head-on, he would definitely not be a match for Li Shishir and would be knocked away directly. Just as fans were waiting to see Su Chen fail, there was a clang sound as weapons collided. I didn't know when Su Chen had taken off the long knife on his back. He held the knife in one hand and blocked Li Shishir's gunshot. The spear could no longer advance an inch. The attack was blocked, but Li Shishir was not angry. On the contrary, the fighting spirit in her eyes became even deeper. Su Chen was indeed quite powerful, able to block the first shot of her family's inherited spear technique, the Gale Spear. Okay, come again. Li Shishir swung the spear in her hand faster, and the sound of metal clashing was endless in the air. However, every attack from Li Shishir was blocked by the long sword in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen's sword drawing speed is surprisingly not inferior to Li Shishir's. Chapter 47 The goddess is unrecognizable. The battle between the two. Li Shishir has already used all her strength. Even beyond expectations. She knew that this was entirely because she had encountered a powerful opponent. This allows her to do her best without any scruples. Li Shishir could feel that the barrier of that realm had begun to loosen. This also caused her combat power to rise rapidly. It's even close to the combat power of a martial artist. When Su Chen occasionally used his body movements and martial arts to dodge attacks, Li Shishir's attacks landed on the floor of the ring. The spear actually drew shallow white marks on the floor of the arena. You know, the school's arena is made of very strong special materials. Generally speaking, warriors at the warrior level cannot leave any trace on this arena. But now, Li Shishir's attack had actually left shallow marks on the ring. If the two were not fighting on the arena made of this special material, but on the ground paved with ordinary stones, the terrifying destructive force would probably have caused the boulders to explode and fly. Oh my god, Goddess Shishir's spear actually left scratches on the ring. Has her fighting power already surpassed the warrior level? That's amazing. As expected of the Goddess Shishir, Su Chen is doomed to fail. The onlookers were shocked. But Su Chen disagreed. He is still on the passive defensive and has not taken any initiative to attack. The reason for this is, it was entirely because Su Chen had already seen that Li Shishir had reached the state of great perfection in the late stage of martial arts. There are even faint signs of breaking through to become a martial artist. Just try harder and the barrier between warriors and martial artists can be broken. Once this barrier is broken, Li Shishir will be promoted to the level of martial artist. If most people knew this situation, they would definitely end the fight as soon as possible before the opponent advances. But Su Chen is different. Su Chen hopes that Li Shishir can be promoted directly to a martial artist. Defeating a talented girl at the martial artist level would surely earn you even more defense breaking points. That's why Su Chen has been giving Li Shishir some advice. However, in the eyes of others, it seemed that Su Chen was too exhausted to deal with it and was suppressed by Li Shishir and could not fight back at all. Only Li Shishir knows. Her fighting power has already surpassed that of a martial artist at great perfection, and she has a hint of the power of a martial artist. But Su Chen was still able to take her attack. This shows that Su Chen is indeed not simple. A few more moves passed. Li Shishir only felt that the barrier in her body was completely broken, and her aura soared at this moment. She finally succeeded in entering the realm of martial artist. At this moment, she only felt that her whole body was full of strength. Your strength really surprised me. No wonder you are so arrogant. You do have the capital to be so arrogant. But that's all. I've broken through to the martial master realm, and this should all be over. Li Shishir spoke lightly. This again caused a burst of exclamations from the surrounding students. As expected of the goddess Shurshur, she is truly a genius. Goddess Shurshur is the #1 genius in our Linchuan #1 middle school. No one would object to this, right? That's amazing. Is this a genius? He actually broke through in battle and directly entered the martial master realm. It seems like Linchuan #1 middle school hasn't had a high school student at the martial master level in many years. The onlookers were talking in amazement. Su Chen's expression remained the same. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh, you've broken through to the martial master realm, congratulations. But, having said that, Su Chen paused for a moment. He looked at Li Shurshur and continued, but do you think you have me defeated? What if I told you that I haven't fought back because I've been waiting for you to break through to the martial master level? Hearing this, Li Shurshur's pupils suddenly contracted. What's the meaning? That's exactly what I meant. I just want to wait for you to break through to the martial master level, and then defeat you. Let me show you how big the gap is between you and me. Then you will understand that I am not arrogant, but confident in my own strength. Playing tricks and making big claims. Li Shurshur chuckled twice. You probably don't know how big the difference in combat power is between a warrior and a martial artist, so you are so confident. Frog in the well, I will let you see yourself clearly now. Li Shurshur felt that Su Chen definitely didn't know how big the gap was between a warrior and a martial artist. That's why I'm so confident. Then let Su Chen see clearly. Li Shurshur held the spear in both hands and used all her strength to strike hard at Su Chen. The spear whistled away with a gust of wind. The onlookers were cheering. Many people showed excitement on their faces. That annoying guy was finally going to be defeated. It's just great. Everyone thought that Su Chen would be killed in one move. After all, today, Li Shurshur is no longer at the warrior level, but at the martial artist level. The gap between a martial artist and a warrior is not small. Su Chen is such an arrogant guy that he has made everyone unhappy for a long time. They were eager to see Su Chen lose and then laugh at him. Weren't you very arrogant? Why do you look like a drowned dog now that you have failed? Su Chen didn't care about these people's reactions. He took a deep breath and clenched the long sword in his hand. All the strength in the body is concentrated in the wrist. Then he slashed with his sword. Thunder sword technique. This knife, carrying unparalleled violent power, struck out as fast as thunder. Li Shurshur instinctively felt that something was wrong. She had a hunch that this knife was very dangerous. You have to avoid it. But how is this possible? She is now at the martial arts master level. How could she not be able to catch a blow swung by a warrior in the late stage? And it's too late to hide now. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal colliding, and Li Shurshur only felt an unmatched force coming from the spear. Unstoppable. The next moment, Li Shurshur flew backwards uncontrollably and hit the ground. The spear fell out of her hand and fell to the side. Li Shurshur, who was lying on the ground, had a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Those students who were originally preparing to welcome the goddess' triumphant return were now all petrified on the spot. What did they see? Shouldn't he, the one flying backwards, be that arrogant guy named Su Chen? How could it be Li Shurshur? Goddess Shurshur has already broken through to the martial artist level, how could she lose? This is unscientific. Ding, you defeated Li Shurshur. Li Shurshur's admirer's inner defense is broken. Defense points plus 100. You defeated Li Shurshur, and Li Shurshur's admirer's inner defense is broken, defense points broken plus 200. You defeated Li Shurshur, and Li Shurshur's admirer's inner defense is broken, defense points plus 100. System improvements continue to emerge. Crack clang. First there was a sound of metal breaking, followed by the sound of metal falling to the ground. Only half of the long sword was left in Su Chen's hand. It was obvious that it had been unable to bear the weight and broke into 2 pieces. Really? This rubbish weapon still doesn't work. Su Chen smiled bitterly in his heart and threw the remaining half of the long sword on the ground. At this time, Li Shurshur just got up from the ground, but Su Chen did not let her go so easily. With the use of body movements and martial arts, the distance between the two people quickly narrowed. Then Su Chen started working with both hands. He directly launched into a set of his favorite unrecognizable punch. He showed no pity for the girl at all because of her beautiful face. Every punch. All of them hit directly on the extremely beautiful and cold face. This punch is not a martial art, but a pure and simple punch. The damage is not high, but the insult is extremely strong. After a while, then he saw a girl lying on the ground with her face swollen beyond recognition and looking like a pig's head, her eyes lifeless. Chapter 48. It turns out that the 40,000 combat power was earned by Su Chen. Genius girl? Ha, nothing more than that. In my opinion, you are nothing but a loser. Why are you pretending? Su Chen disdainfully spoke. Then he picked up the dagger on the ground and threw it into the trash can. After telling Wan Pang that he was going back first, he left without looking back. That arrogant look makes people hate him so much. Ding, you defeated Li Shishir, the talented girl from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Li Shishir's inner defense is broken. Defense points plus 3,000. Your words make Li Shishir feel ashamed. Defense break plus 2,000. Li Shishir was lying on the ground with a pig's head and lifeless eyes. Her heart was filled with bitterness. It was a pity that she had such a high opinion of herself before, and wanted to teach Su Chen a lesson, so that Su Chen would understand that there are always people better than you. Unexpectedly, in the end, the person who was sitting in the well and looking at the world was herself. Even if she broke through to the martial artist level, she would still not be a match for Su Chen. What kind of genius is she? Su Chen is the real genius. The students watching around were almost going crazy when they saw the goddess with lifeless eyes and swollen head like a pig. This is the school belle of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. She has always been the goddess in their hearts. But at this moment, he was beaten into a pig's head. They just felt their hearts were broken. Ding, you beat Li Shishir into a pig's head. Li Shishir's admirer's defense is broken, defense points broken plus 100. You beat Li Shishir into a pig's head, and Li Shishir's admirer Li Feng's inner defense is broken, defense points broken plus 200. You beat Li Shishir into a pig's head, and Zhang Chuan, Li Shishir's admirer, is internally broken. Defense points plus 100. You beat Li Shishir into a pig's head, and Li Shishir's admirer Su Xian's heart is broken, and the defense point is broken plus 200. You beat Li Shishir into a pig's head, and Li Shishir's admirer Wu Li's inner defense is broken, defense points broken plus 100. After everyone saw Li Shishir's miserable condition, Su Chen gained another wave of defense points. As expected. Only by bullying and humiliating geniuses and breaking their defenses can you gain the most defense-breaking points. Just by defeating Li Shishir today, Su Chen directly obtained more than 10,000 defense points. It's just wonderful. As for beating the beautiful girl into a pig's head, Su Chen didn't feel guilty at all. He was letting this talented girl know. There is always someone better than you. Let her be less proud in the future and motivate her to make progress. I am such a good person. Su Chen, do you still know how to be gentle with women? Why are you so harsh on girls? Someone couldn't help but question Su Chen from behind. Sorry. There is no distinction between men and women here. Everyone is treated equally. Su Chen's voice rang out in the martial arts training ground. Everyone was speechless. Can such a delicate and beautiful lady really be the same as others? Besides, Yu Shun-ti hit someone in the face. Why is this guy Su Chen so unconventional? They just couldn't bring themselves to do it. This Su Chen is a pervert, and an extremely conceited and arrogant pervert. The girls were terrified. At this moment, in their hearts, Su Chen is no different from the greatest devil in the world. This guy has no mercy on women at all. Such a beautiful girl was beaten into a pig's head. If people like them who are not so pretty were to offend Su Chen, they would probably be in even worse trouble. Countless girls secretly decided in their hearts that they must never offend Su Chen. At the scene, those who had been defeated by Su Chen, such as Zhang Yuwei and others, stood there, still unable to believe the final result. Li Shishir actually lost. That is Li Shishir, the recognized No. 1 genius in the school. Moreover, Li Shishir also broke through to the martial artist level during the battle. But he still lost. A complete defeat. Lying on the ground, his face was swollen like a pig's head and his eyes were dull. So miserable. Damn it. How come Su Chen is so strong? Even martial artists can be defeated. This guy is simply too evil. They had already thought highly of Su Chen, but they didn't expect that they still underestimated him. The current Su Chen is to them. It is like a towering, insurmountable mountain. Just seeing it from a distance is enough to make them want to back off. Ding, you defeated Li Shishir. Zhang Yuwei is questioning his life. Defense breakpoints plus 300. Ding, you defeated Li Shishir. Su Yang is questioning his life. Defense breakpoints plus 300. Ding, you defeated Li Shishir. Su Xiaoyun is questioning his life. Defense breakpoints plus 300. When Su Chen left, Wan Peng was still confused. He didn't expect that. Su Chen can actually beat Li Shishir. And still better than Li Shishir, who broke through to the level of martial artist in battle. Brother Chen is too strong. Etc. It seems that he had bet 1,000 yuan to support Brother Chen. If I remember correctly, the odds were 10 times. That is to say, the 1,000 yuan he bet today increased tenfold. It became 10,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Wan Peng happily went to find the boy who opened the market before to get his reward. Thanks to his brother Chen, he earned 10,000. Delicious. After a while, the nurse from the school infirmary came over and carried Li Shishir away. Then everyone dispersed. Su Chen's deeds today became the most talked about topic in the school. This matter is being discussed in every class, classroom, and school forum. Soon the matter reached the school leaders. What, are you telling the truth? In the principal's office, Zhong Jiangwo quickly stood up from his office chair after hearing the dean's report, his face full of shock. It's true. This matter has spread throughout the school. And principal, you can watch their battle. I have sent the battle video of the martial arts field to your email. Hearing this, the principal hurried back to his desk. Then he held the mouse with trembling hands, opened his email, and clicked to play the video sent by the dean. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He didn't expect that during the battle, Li Shishir actually broke through to the martial artist level. What was even more unexpected was that Su Chen actually did this on purpose. Even after Li Shishir broke through to the martial artist realm, she was still defeated by Su Chen, who attacked with all his strength. Principal, how did Su Chen do it? The dean cried out in horror. A warrior actually defeated a martial artist. But if he remembered correctly, during the class placement test, Su Chen's combat power score was not much higher than Li Shishir's. This is also the reason why Li Shishir hides her shortcomings. He always thought that Li Shishir's actual combat power is much higher than Su Chen's. But I didn't expect it. Su Chen was actually able to defeat Li Shishir. The principal pondered for a moment. The real reason is that Su Chen's combat ability is also hidden. During the class placement test, I am afraid that what Su Chen showed was not his true combat ability. He was able to defeat Li Shishir, who was at the martial master level, which means his true combat power is probably over 40,000. The principal is a powerful martial artist who can release his energy and display powerful supernatural powers in various martial arts. His knowledge is naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. The real reason was soon guessed. The dean's pupils suddenly dilated. Principal, you mean that Su Chen's combat power is over 40,000? His combat power at the warrior level is comparable to that of a martial artist. This is horrifying. Being able to cross borders and defeat a powerful being of a higher realm is something that only those legendary geniuses can do. I'm afraid that's the case. By the way, didn't a person with a combat power of over 40,000 appear in the school's combat power rankings before? We all thought it was a system failure at the time. Now it seems that it is not the case. That exaggerated combat power was created by Su Chen. Because the puppet can only test a maximum combat power of 40,000. Su Chen's combat power probably exceeds this number, so the system made an error and didn't display the person's name. I see. After hearing the principal's analysis, the Dean of Studies suddenly understood. Chapter 49, Is he too inflated? And inside the office, the principal paused for a moment. He moved the video progress bar to the time when Su Chen first performed martial arts. Come here and see what you can see? Upon hearing this, the Dean of Studies hurried to the principal's side, placed one hand on the back of the chair to support his body, and bent over to watch the video on the screen. In the video, when Su Chen dodged Li Shishir's attack for the first time, his body moved very quickly and he changed his position almost in the blink of an eye. This is a body movement martial art. Su Chen seems to have practiced it quite well. The Dean of Studies said. He didn't quite understand the meaning of the principal asking him to watch this picture. Seeing that the Dean of Studies didn't understand, the principal explained, this is indeed a martial arts technique. Moreover, it is obvious that he has cultivated it to a certain level. But what? The dean still didn't understand what was going on. But, if I'm not mistaken, this martial art is the B-level martial art glimpses of light in our school's martial arts room. But at this point, the principal looked deeply at the dean of studies and said, this physical skill was one of the 2 skills Su Chen chose when I took the seed team to the martial arts room to select martial arts after the class division test yesterday. What? The dean exclaimed. How is this possible? Su Chen only got this martial art yesterday, and he can use it today? He was shocked. If Su Chen had only obtained this martial art yesterday, he would have been able to use it today. Doesn't that mean that Su Chen only took less than a day to master the martial arts skills? You know. After the class placement test yesterday, I went to the martial arts room. It was already afternoon. Even if Su Chen didn't sleep all night, the time he had for practicing was limited. But he has learned to this extent. This is impossible no matter how you think about it. Principal, do you think Su Chen has practiced this martial art before? The dean of studies asked uncertainly. However, he felt that this was the most reasonable option at the moment. If someone could really master a martial art overnight, it would be too outrageous. The principal feels that this world shouldn't be that crazy. Yes. The principal nodded. You have a point. Then principal, should we ask Su Chen to come over and ask about the situation? No need. The principal waved his hand. Everyone has their own secrets. We don't need to care about how he practices. We just need to know that he will bring honor to our school. That's enough. In the office illuminated by bright incandescent lights, the principal's eyes flickered. With Su Chen's current strength, maybe even Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Peking University can compete with it. Thinking of this, the principal was extremely excited. Since its establishment, Linchuan No. 1 Middle School has never produced any students who were admitted to Peking University, Tsinghua University, or Beijing University. If only there could be a student who could be admitted to Peking University, Tsinghua University, or Beijing University. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School will definitely take off. The Dean of Studies has a similar idea to the principal. Thinking of that beautiful future, both of them blushed with excitement. Just then, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses suddenly walked into the office. Principal, today our school. Because the office door was not closed, the head teacher did not knock and went straight into the office. Then, she saw the dean bending over with his hands behind the principal's back. Originally, the dean's hand was on the chair, but from the woman's perspective, it looked like the dean was holding the principal with his hand. The most outrageous thing is, both the dean and the principal blushed. Could it be that these two people? The women were going crazy. Did I see something I shouldn't have seen? Will I be bullied and made to face all kinds of difficulties, and eventually fail in school? Thinking of this, the woman's face turned even paler. She quickly said, I'm sorry, Principal, Dean of Studies, I didn't see anything. After saying that, the woman hurriedly ran out. Her high-heeled foot even twisted when she reached the door, but she did not stop. He quickly disappeared at the door of the principal's office. The principal looked puzzled. Is she saying she didn't see anything? I don't know. It's inexplicable. Today is a good day. Everything you want will come true. On the way to the arena, Su Chen was humming a song and was obviously in a good mood. Su Chen obtained a large number of defense breaking points today. He felt that these defense breaking points should be enough for him to cultivate to the martial artist level. But he was not planning to break through immediately. Instead, he planned to go to the arena to challenge the martial artist first. He is at the warrior level, and if he challenges a warrior who is at a higher level than him and wins, he can get more bonuses. This way I can gather enough money to buy medicine for my sister as soon as possible. Arriving outside the Coliseum building, Su Chen put on a mask and walked in, then went to the B1 floor to find Su Chang. Su Chang was very surprised to see Su Chen. Snow Fox, why are you here today? All the people in the arena today are martial artists. In Su Chang's opinion, today is a special show for martial artists. Although warriors are not prohibited from going on stage, the gap between warriors and martial artists is very large. Generally speaking, no warrior would take the initiative to fight with a martial artist. Brother Su, I also want to play today. Su Chen stated the purpose of this trip. What? Su Chang even suspected that he had heard it wrong. I said, I want to play. Ah, are you crazy? That's a martial artist, not a warrior. Although you are very strong at the warrior level, and almost no one can be your opponent. But this does not mean that you can fight against a martial master. Brother Su, I can do it. Just let me try. Oh, okay. Su Chang sighed. Su Chang felt that Su Chen was not the kind of person who was ignorant of the immensity of the world. In addition to some people coming to the arena to hone themselves, some people come simply to make money. Su Chang felt that Su Chen came here simply to make money. That's why I work so hard. I think he must have encountered some difficulties, but it is basically impossible for a warrior to defeat a martial artist. Anyway, he has never seen it. In the end, he didn't say anything more, but just reached out and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Then do your best. Then Su Chen came on stage wearing a mask. Su Chen was not arrogant. His current strength is enough to fight against those who have just entered the martial artist realm. If it is a mid to late stage martial artist, then of course it won't work. After watching for a while from the audience, I found that the person on the stage was a martial artist in the early stage. Su Chen no longer hesitated and went straight on stage. However, after Su Chen came on the stage, many people at the scene were stunned. There were also many audiences today who were at the scene yesterday. They were all surprised when they saw Su Chen. This is the Snow Fox who won more than 10 consecutive victories yesterday, right? But isn't he at the warrior level? This guy is crazy. Is he going to challenge the martial arts master? Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Is this guy bloated because he had such a smooth journey yesterday? Chapter 50 touched, so touched. Ah, he is indeed a young man who does not know his place. It would be better to let this young man suffer some setbacks. Young people should experience some setbacks. The audience was talking about it in a flurry. With Su Chen's hearing ability, he could naturally hear the audience's discussions. But I don't care at all. He was in a very good mood and didn't care about the sarcasm at all. After all, it's not like he's really just a teenager. In his previous life, Su Chen had worked in sales for a long time, and he had already developed the ability to be thick-skinned. On the ring, the martial artist was a man of medium build. His eyes fell on Su Chen. Boy, you are so arrogant, you actually think you can compete with a martial artist. Today, I will let you know what a martial artist is. Let you know what a martial artist is like. Finally, boy, let me tell you. A martial artist should not be insulted. Su Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. You talk too much. What you said just now made me think you were a powerful martial arts master who could release supernatural powers. Arrogant boy, let me teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, the man rushed directly towards Su Chen. Su Chen disagreed. Martial artists like this man are just trash among martial artists. Even a martial artist who just broke through like Li Shirshir can't compare to her. Su Chen was naturally not afraid. He had the ability to kill this man in seconds, but Su Chen was not planning to do so. If he appears too strong, others will be wary of him. Maybe they wouldn't dare to come up and fight him. This will affect his ability to make money. So Su Chen decided to show off his acting skills and make it look like winning was difficult in every match. In this way, others would definitely think that he was exhausted and could be easily dealt with. Then, a very funny scene occurred on the ring. That was the first battle, and everyone found that Su Chen seemed exhausted. After a long battle, Su Chen finally won. Even though it was hard for him to win, he still won. This really shocked everyone. Are they seeing things? A warrior actually defeated a martial artist. I admit, I was a little loud before. I never thought a warrior could beat a martial arts master. I heard that only a true genius can achieve victory across such a vast realm. This young man is extraordinary. He is obviously at least a top talent. Indeed, although he won with great difficulty, at least he won. But that's all. This young man has already given his all in the fight just now. The host on the ring announced that the contestant codenamed Snowfox was the winner. The host then asked him if he wanted to continue. Su Chen nodded directly, and then the host asked if anyone wanted to go on stage. The martial artists waiting in the audience immediately started talking. This guy is really powerful. A warrior can defeat a martial artist. But that's all. He's clearly already exhausted all his strength just now. In the next match, no matter who comes up, he'll definitely lose. Then I'll go. I want to restore our martial artist's dignity. No, I'll go. I'll go. For a moment, a group of martial artists were arguing fiercely for the opportunity to go on stage, and they almost got into a fight. Finally, the martial artists used rock paper scissors to decide who would go on stage. After layers of selection, a martial artist was finally chosen to perform on stage. Originally, the martial artist who came on stage thought that he could easily defeat the exhausted Su Chen, but he didn't expect it. Although Su Chen looked very tired, even overwhelmed by the situation. But unexpectedly, the martial artist who came on stage was unable to take him down in the first place. The martial artist advised himself in his heart that it was almost time, the warrior would not be able to hold on any longer. He will be able to take down the opponent in no time. However, after another round of fighting, the martial artist was actually defeated by the young man who looked a little wobbly. The boy's body was swaying, as if he could fall down at any time. But his eyes were extremely determined and he refused to give in. Everyone was moved to tears by this scene. That was the passion of youth that refused to admit defeat. Many people thought of the past. I remembered running in the sunset, that was my lost youth. The emotional audience wiped away tears. Come here, I want to give this young man a reward. Yes, a peony basket. Some spectators called out to the arena staff. Obviously. There is no shortage of rich people who can come here. I want to give a tip too. I want to give you a baby's breath basket. I'll give you 5 peony baskets as a reward. I'll give you a reward of a basket of golden chrysanthemums. I'll give you a tip. At this moment, many viewers were moved by the boy's perseverance and gave him rewards. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't stop laughing. These so-called flower baskets are not simple flower baskets. But it is a gift, equivalent to the gifts in those live broadcast rooms. To put it more intuitively, it is money. But this gift is much bigger than those in the live broadcast room. The peony basket represents 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. The baby's breath flower basket represents 50,000 Dragon Country coins. The golden chrysanthemum basket represents 30,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Then another martial artist came on stage. Everyone felt that in the last match, this young man must have really tried his best. I'm definitely not going to be able to fight again this time. So the martial artist attacked with great confidence again. Then the previous scene was played out again. The young man on the stage was staggering, as if he would fall down at any time, but he didn't fall down in the end. It was the martial artist who came on stage who fell down. This was the case in battle after battle. The young man on the stage seemed like an indestructible cockroach. No matter how hard you hit him, you can't knock him down. He won victory after victory despite looking like he would collapse at any moment. 10 consecutive victories. In the first few shows, many audiences were moved by his perseverance and gave him tips. But later, gradually, everyone felt something was wrong. Didn't this guy almost collapse in the first game? How come he hasn't collapsed after so many games? Not long after, everyone realized that this guy was just pretending. The so-called falling down at any time is just a performance. Ding, your opponent realizes you're acting and breaks their defense. Defense breakpoints plus 200. Fuck, this guy's acting is so good, it would be a shame if he didn't become an actor. The martial artists all understood. They were being acted out. The audience also realized that the tears they had shed before were in vain. This guy is kind of hateful. It's just playing the victim. It's a pity that they all gave rewards to this young man. If it weren't for the rule in the arena that gifts given as rewards cannot be returned, they would have definitely taken back the gifts they had given out. The audience realizes they've been tricked by you, defense breakpoints plus 100. A large number of defense points came from opponents and spectators. After the battle, Su Chen called Su Chen to his office. Tell Su Chen about his income today. Then Su Chen was completely shocked. 2 days? He actually earned a total of 1.5 million. Of course, the prize money for the fight is only 500,000. But Su Chen's gift was worth more than 1 million. The profits are split 70% between the arena and the contestants. Su Chen obtained this 1 million after the division. Before, Su Chen thought that the so-called flower basket was just an ordinary flower basket. Unexpectedly, It turned out to be a gift, stacks of banknotes. This was a complete surprise. In this way, soon I will be able to earn enough money to cover my sister's medical expenses. Next. The speed of making money is not that fast. After playing for 5 consecutive days, Su-Chun only earned more than 500,000 yuan. At the end of the week, Su-Chun earned a total of over 2 million. Mission accomplished. Chapter 51 The mud-legged man dies and dies. Linchuan People's Hospital. Doctor's office. Ms. Wu, the medicine allocated to the hospital will arrive today. I wonder how the money you prepared is going. Well. Doctor, can you give us a little more time? We will definitely try our best to raise enough money to buy the medicine. Aunt Wu Xiaoju looked pleading. Well, I'll try to delay it for a few more days, but if you can't raise the money, then I have no choice. I can't just leave the medicine there and not let the patient use it. The doctor said helplessly. He is not unkind. On the contrary, he actually sympathizes with Zhang Yue and her family. He also took good care of this family. It's just sympathy. It's impossible that he would keep the medicine for the other party if the other party couldn't pay. To put it bluntly, that medicine wasn't something most people could afford. Dr. Zhang wasn't optimistic about the other party being able to come up with 2 million. 2 million, is that something an ordinary person can afford? This world is a world of warriors. An ordinary person may only earn 5 or 6,000 yuan a month after working hard. This kind of income is just enough for ordinary people to live on. How much money can be saved? Moreover, recently, another patient in the hospital had the same disease and also needed the medicine allocated above. And this patient is no ordinary person. He comes from a family of martial artists, and it is said that there is a patriarch in this family who was a martial artist in the late stage. Late stage martial artist? Such a person can be said to be a big shot in a small city like Linchuan. Ordinary people can't afford to offend him. This time, patient Zhang Yue is most likely completely beyond help and will most likely just have to wait for death in the end. After all, the patient's disease has reached the late stage and cannot be delayed any longer. If the medicine cannot be taken in the near future, the only thing that awaits this little girl is death. The doctor just felt a little sad in his heart. That's all. As a doctor, he has seen a lot of things like this. Wu Xiaoju came out of the doctor's office with red eyes. She stood in the hospital corridor for a long time to calm herself down before returning to the ward. A new patient was admitted to Zhang Yue's ward. It was a child with pneumonia and was also receiving treatment in the hospital. The child was very much loved. Her mother stayed with her in the ward and bought her all kinds of good things every day. Obviously, he comes from a good family. Seeing Wu Xiaoju come in, the woman in the ward glanced at her and said, "Sister Wu, did the doctor ask you to talk again?" After staying in this ward for so many days, she already knew the situation of Wu Xiaoju's family. The only people in this family are Wu Xiaoju, who takes care of her daughter and a child from a relative's family. There is no man at home. Wu Xiaoju is also an ordinary person working in a factory, and her monthly salary is only a few thousand yuan. Being able to raise 2 children by myself was already a good thing. There was no savings at home. My daughter also has a genetic disease and can only be cured by using genetic medicine. But can ordinary people afford genetic drugs? Her family was relatively well off, with a small business, but even then it was still difficult to come up with 2 million. Yeah. Wu Xiaoju responded absent-mindedly. She was feeling very complicated at the moment. Although Xiaochen said that the medical expenses would be left to him. But Xiaochen is still a child after all. Can you really get 2 million? She was in a complicated mood at the moment, and felt sorry for Su-Chen for having to bear such a heavy burden at such a young age. But she was a woman and had little knowledge. There is no other good way. Seeing her like this, the woman in the ward said, "Sister, I'm not being sarcastic. I don't think you need to stay in the hospital any longer. It's too expensive. You might as well use this money to take the little girl out for some delicious food and show her the world." Wu Xiaoju bit her lip, and after struggling for a moment, she shook her head. "No, my Xiaochen said that he would find a way to pay for the medical expenses." The woman shook her head. "Your Xiaochen? You mean your nephew? He's a student, where can he get money? I guess he just said that to comfort you." This. Wu Xiaoju's heart began to waver again. Although I had persuaded her before and told her not to worry about the medical expenses. But she still had some doubts in her heart. Sister Wang is right, Xiaochen is still just a child. A senior high school student. Where can a kid like this get 2 million? I guess this child really did comfort her, as Sister Wang said. This child is sensible and knows how to tell white lies. Thinking of this, Wu Xiaoju felt bitter. How's the investigation going on for you? In another luxuriously decorated ward, a woman dressed in extraordinary attire spoke. At first glance, you can tell that this ward is different from ordinary wards. The facilities in the ward are very complete. Generally, the beds in wards are all made of iron frames, but the bed in this ward is a wooden bed with a soft latex mattress on it. This ward is the hospital's VIP ward. It is generally used by people of noble status. In front of the woman stood a muscular man, and one could tell at a glance that he was a warrior. However, men appear respectful and humble in front of women. Obviously. The woman's identity is not simple, and this warrior is just her subordinate. The man clasped his fists and spoke respectfully. Madam, according to my findings, Linchuan People's Hospital has been allocated a gene drug that can treat genetic defects. The medicine has arrived at the hospital today. However, this drug was ordered by a woman. Her daughter also has a genetic disease and needs this gene drug to treat it. Oh, what is the other party's identity? Madam, she's just an ordinary woman living in the old town. She works in a factory, has a daughter, and a nephew who's in high school. It was her daughter who was ill. She's just an ordinary peasant. How could she come up with 2 million? The man shook his head. Probably not. Her family is very ordinary. The 2 children's schooling and living expenses are all dependent on her working in the factory. The family probably doesn't have any savings. In that case, go contact the doctor and have him give this medicine to my son. As for that peasant child, he's not worthy of using this medicine. If he dies, then so be it. For her family, this is a relief as they no longer have a burden. The woman spoke nonchalantly. It seems that in her opinion, ordinary people who get seriously ill should just wait to die. In fact, given her family's financial situation, it would not be difficult to get another genetic medicine. There is no need to grab this potion. But the woman felt that it was unnecessary to go through so much trouble. Since the hospital has it ready, it should be given to her son. How noble is the son! As for the daughter of the peasant family, she is dead. Yes, ma'am. The man responded and left the ward. Chapter 52. What a courageous dog. Wu Xiaoju thought about it and decided to tell Su Chen that the medicine would be delivered to the hospital today. If Su Chen really had no way to get the money, then she would listen to Sister Wang and take her daughter back. I try my best to satisfy my daughter's needs no matter what she wants to eat or where she wants to go. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Auntie, what's going on? It's like this. Aunt told Su Chen everything about the conversation the doctor had with her today. Auntie, don't worry. I've already earned the money, and I'll come to the hospital later. This time when she made the call, Wu Xiaoju did not go outside. Instead, he made the call directly from the ward. Even after she hung up the phone, she still had a confused look on her face. As if to say, who am I? Where am I? Although she had only spoken to Su Chen for a few minutes, the information Su Chen revealed shocked Wu Xiaoju. Therefore, I lost my mind. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Did your nephew tell you that he can't get the money? Wu Xiaoju was still stunned. Seeing her like this, Sister Wang thought she was right. He quickly spoke again. Hey, if you ask me, this is a very normal thing. You don't have to be sad. After all, your nephew is just an ordinary high school student. Where can he get 2 million? He probably just promised to get 2 million to please you. 2 million, what a huge number. Her husband has been doing business for many years, but he hasn't saved that much money. Wu Xiaoju's nephew is just a high school student. Where can he get the money? Never mind 2 million. It's probably not easy for a child of this age to get 2,000 yuan. Mom, it's okay. It's okay even if my brother didn't get the money. Zhang Yue shook Wu Xiaoju's hand. Now her face has become even paler. Obviously. Her illness became more serious. She was like an oil lamp about to run out of oil in the wind, the candlelight flickering as if it could go out at any time. If the genetic medicine is not used as soon as possible, I might die at any time. No, it's not. Wu Xiaoju quickly shook her head. Sister Wang, Yue, it's not like that. Xiaochen just said that he has earned 2 million and said he will come over to deal with the hospital matters immediately. I was so shocked just now that I was in a trance. Ah, really? Zhang Yue covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. My brother is so amazing that he can earn 2 million in such a short time. Sister Wang was also stunned. His face was also filled with shock. Big sister, has your nephew really earned 2 million? He's not still trying to make you happy, is he? Obviously, Sister Wang still didn't quite believe it. But this is normal. Who would believe that an ordinary high school student could earn 2 million in such a short time? Wu Xiaoju quickly shook her head. No, Xiaochen wouldn't lie to me about something like this. All right. Sister Wang curled her lips and said nothing more. She turned around, took out a yogurt, opened it, and fed it to her son with a spoon. In fact, in her heart, she still didn't believe that a high school student could earn 2 million. Besides, she had heard that the high school student had told Wu Xiaoju a week ago that he wanted to get 2 million. It's only been a week. On average, 2 million is nearly 300,000 per day. A high school student still has to study in school. Where can I make 300,000 yuan a day? Even if you go out and stand on the street, you can't earn so much. After all, she was still young back then. At that time, she was not married to her current husband. At that time, she worked as a street prostitute. Therefore, I have a very clear idea of how much money I can earn in a day from this job. The best time. Even if I receive a lot of clients, I can only earn a few thousand yuan a day. Later she made money and found an old classmate to take over. Only then did he become a good person. Her husband also started his own business with the money she earned from this business. Life got better and better after that. But these husbands don't know this. On the other side, after Su Chen finished talking to his aunt, he immediately took a taxi to the Municipal People's Hospital. After he paid the money from the Coliseum yesterday, he was planning to go to the hospital today. Unexpectedly, his aunt called him today and brought him the news that the genetic medicine to cure his sister's disease will arrive at the hospital today. This timing is just perfect. If he had earned enough money a few days later, he might not have been able to give this genetic medicine to his sister. After all, the hospital is not a charity. It's impossible for me to keep the medicine for you when you have no money. The distance from the old city to the Municipal People's Hospital is not very close, and it takes half an hour to take a taxi. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped in front of Linchuan People's Hospital. The car door opens. A young man with a tall figure and outstanding temperament got out of the car. This person is Su Chen. After entering the hospital, Su Chen went directly to his sister's attending physician's office. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen reached out and knocked on the office door 3 times. This is basic social etiquette. When knocking on the door, knock 3 times and then pause. If the owner hears it, he will respond. If the owner doesn't hear it, knock 3 more times after a while. Come in. There was obviously someone in the office, and someone responded immediately after Su Chen knocked on the door. Su Chen walked straight into the office. When the doctor saw Su Chen, he looked a little strange. He obviously knew Su Chen. After all, Su Chen came to the hospital many times. So he knew that this was his patient's family member. Only, not long ago, another patient's family came to see him. It was someone sent by a young lady of the Wang family. The lady's purpose was very clear, which was to get the genetic medicine that could be delivered today. And he did promise the other party that if the other party could not come up with the money to buy the potion today, he would give the potion to the young lady of the Wang family. He had clearly promised Wu Xiaoju before that he would try to delay the situation for a few days for the other party. But I didn't do it. Seeing the other party's family at this moment, the doctor naturally felt a little embarrassed. In his heart, he actually hoped that the genetic medicine would be given to Zhang Yue. After all, Zhang Yue is a kind and sensible child, and she comes from an ordinary family. The Wang family is a martial arts family. Even if they didn't get this potion, they could get it somewhere else. This is not a particularly difficult thing for the Wang family. But Zhang Yue's family is not like that. Ordinary people definitely don't have the channels. Although he could see that the doctor seemed a little embarrassed, Su Chen didn't ask any more questions. Hello, doctor. I heard from my aunt that the genetic medicine will arrive today. Is this true? It's true, but. The doctor stopped talking here. Doctor, just tell me what you have to say. Su Chen's expression was slightly gloomy. Is there something wrong with my sister's genetic medicine? To be honest, today. The doctor told Su Chen everything that happened today, including the Wang family's tyranny and power. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The so-called young lady of the Wang family is so bold that she actually wants to steal the life-saving medicine for her sister. A murderous aura emerged from his body, frightening the doctor. After all, doctors are just ordinary people, not warriors, so they naturally cannot bear it. Brother Su, are you okay? The doctor asked with some stammering, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. He just felt that Su Chen was very scary just now, so his words were a little respectful, and he didn't even notice it. Chapter 53 The medicine has arrived. Fine. In the doctor's office, the murderous aura that erupted from Su Chen flashed away before he came to his senses. Doctor, I've already earned 2 million. I'll go pay the bill later, and when the medicine arrives, I'll take it away. The doctor's face showed some joy. Okay. He also likes Zhang Yue, a sensible child. If Su Chen can earn 2 million, then Zhang Yue will be saved. As for the Wang family. Anyway, he promised that if Zhang Yue's family could not come up with 2 million, he would give the medicine to the Wang family. The Wang family obviously did not think that an ordinary family could come up with 2 million today, so they agreed on the spot. By the way, once the medicine arrives, take it and leave the hospital immediately as a family. The doctor made a suggestion. In his opinion, the Wang family is the largest martial arts family in Linchuan besides the Li family. It is said that the head of the Wang family is a martial artist in the late stage. Maybe it is possible that he has already broken through to the Wuzone level. In front of a martial arts family like yours, ordinary people seem so insignificant. If Su Chen took the potion, it was obvious that he would offend the Wang family. I don't know what this powerful martial arts family will do. So the doctor suggested that Su Chen take the medicine and hide as soon as possible. Okay, thank you, doctor. After leaving the office, Su Chen hurried to his sister's ward. Sister Wang in the ward quickly looked up at Su Chen. Sister Wang was admitted to the hospital a few days ago. Su Chen has been fighting underground boxing this week and has not been to the hospital. This was the first time Sister Wang met Su Chen. In her opinion, Su Chen was just a burden. After all, Wu Xiaoju is a single mother, and it is already difficult for her to raise a daughter, but now she has to take care of a child from a relative. If she were in their place, she would definitely not help her relatives raise children. Xiaochen, you're here. Elder brother. Yes, aunt, I'm here. Su Chen nodded to his aunt and sister. At this time, Sister Wang quickly said, Big sister, this is your nephew Su Chen. Oh, yes. Auntie looked at Su Chen and introduced, Xiaochen, this is Auntie Wang. Hello, Aunt Wang. Su Chen called out politely. Sister Wang's eyes flickered, full of gossip and curiosity. Well, Xiaochen, I heard you tell your aunt today that you earned 2 million yuan for your sister's medical expenses. Is that true? Yes, it's true. Sister Wang was shocked when she heard this. Xiaochen, how can a high school student like you make so much money? Well, although I'm a high school student, I'm also a warrior. Aunt Wang, you should know that warriors make money differently from ordinary people. It's easy for warriors to make money. Sister Wang was speechless. However, there is nothing wrong with what Su Chen said. In this world, it is indeed countless times easier for warriors to make money than ordinary people. For an ordinary person, earning 5 or 6,000 yuan a month is considered good. But warriors? You can easily earn tens of thousands. The more powerful the warrior, the easier it is to make money. But it's too outrageous that this kid can make 2 million so quickly. Could it be that this kid is a very high-level warrior? Xiaochen, tell Aunt Wang what your current strength is. Well, the peak of the warrior, the next step is to strive for the martial artist realm. Su Chen thought for a moment and replied. As a warrior, the most important thing to do is to retain your strength. No matter when, always keep a trump card for yourself. However, Su Chen now has a large number of defense points on her panel, which she has earned during this period of time. With these defense points, he can break through to the martial artist level at any time. He estimated that Those defense breaking points can at least allow him to improve his strength to the middle stage of martial artist. In this way, even if others knew that his current strength was at the peak of martial arts, it wouldn't be a problem. Ah! When Sister Wang heard Su Chen's words, she was so shocked that she screamed. Although she is just an ordinary person, she also knows that being a peak warrior is already very good. Moreover, Su Chen is so young and is about to break through to the martial artist level. This is simply too amazing. As long as Su Chen breaks through to the level of martial artist, he will be a real big shot. Martial artist. In the small city of Linchuan, ordinary people have to look up to him. Ha, big sister is really lucky to have a nephew like you. Sister Wang felt a little sour. She had previously thought that Wu Xiaoju was raising a relative's child and was creating a burden for herself. But now it seems this isn't a burden at all, this is a blessing. Wu Xiaoju's good days are still to come. At least, she will live many times better than me. The more I think about it, the more sad I feel. She was originally a woman whom she looked down upon, but in the future she might live many times better than her. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. Su Chen didn't care what the elder sister was thinking. He directly told his aunt and sister to go back first. Why are you asking us to go back when everything is fine? My aunt was a little confused. Aunt, the doctor said my sister will be cured if she drinks the medicine, so she doesn't need to stay in the hospital any longer. Su Chen made up an excuse. He didn't dare tell the truth to his aunt. If my aunt knew, she would be extremely worried. If my sister knew, she would definitely not want the medicine. Su Chen knew them very well. So I didn't tell them the truth. My aunt nodded. So that's how it is. That's a good thing. Staying one day less can save a lot of money. Knowing that her daughter's medical expenses were solved, my aunt was obviously in a much better mood. Finally, a rare smile appeared on the face of the man who had been suffering for a long time. Then Su Chen helped pack up the things in the ward and arranged for his sister to be discharged from the hospital. He asked his aunt and sister to go back first while he waited in the hospital. When the medicine arrived, Su Chen paid the money and took it back himself. Su Chen sent his aunt and sister to a taxi. Aunt, call me when you get home. If there is anything at home, call me as soon as possible. Okay, Xiaochen, go back to the hospital and rest for a while. We don't know when the medicine will arrive. Well, I know, Auntie, you and your sister can go back without worry. After saying that, Su Chen paid the taxi driver. Watching the car drive away and disappear from sight, Su Chen turned back to the hospital and waited. This wait lasted 3 hours. The medicine came with other medications from the hospital. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, the doctor called Su Chen. After paying the bill, Su Chen took the medicine and left the hospital immediately. It was already afternoon when I walked out of the hospital. The sky was gray, as if covered with a curtain. The wind was blowing wildly. I guess it will rain today. Chapter 54 Carrying a knife but not an umbrella on a rainy night. What? The potion has been taken away? Didn't they say that if they don't have money, they'll give it to us? How do you actually do things? A woman's scolding voice came from the office. The woman had a ferocious expression and looked as if she wanted to eat someone. The doctor pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said, Madam, we did agree before that if the other party can't pay today, the medicine will be given to you. But the other party has already taken out the money today. This potion was originally ordered by the other party, and since he has money, there's no reason not to give it to him. You useless piece of shit. Don't you know to tell the other party that the potion has been bought? Lu Qingwen shouted angrily. Then leave the office. As soon as she left the office, she found a corner where there were few people and no surveillance. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey Zhanghu, take a few martial artists and warriors with you to kill one of them for me. Bring back the potion. Oh, and remember to do it cleanly. Lu Qingwen's eyes were filled with viciousness. You are a bunch of peasants. You dare to snatch the potion from my son? You should all die. When she was investigating Su Chen's family before, she already knew all the information about Su Chen, the only warrior in the family. This Su Chen is a warrior. According to the information found, Su Chen has reached the perfect state of martial artist. It is a person who is about to break through to become a martial artist. And he also has a record of defeating early martial artists. This kind of strength may be considered good for ordinary people. But to the Wang family where her husband belongs, it is nothing. The Wang family is a family of warriors. There are many powerful martial artists in the family. The Zhang who she contacted was a martial artist, and a third-level martial artist at that. He was in the early stage of great perfection as a martial artist and was infinitely close to the middle stage of martial artist. The realm of martial artists from level 1 to level 3 is called the early stage of martial artists, levels 4 to level 6 are the middle stage, and levels 7 to level 9 are the late stage. In her opinion, Zhang Hu alone was enough to deal with the man named Su Chen. But she has always been cautious in doing things. So let Zhang Hu bring a few more martial artists and warriors to help. This way, everything will be stable and no more accidents will happen. After dealing with that guy named Su Chen, all the people in Su Chen's family must be dealt with. When doing something like this, you have to cut the weeds at their roots. Eliminate all hidden dangers. Moreover, this family is just a bunch of peasants. To the Wang family, they are just ants. Any ant that dares to provoke her will be crushed to death. Hey, it's raining. It's raining really hard. Looking at the dripping rain outside the window, the taxi driver sighed. Indeed, the rain is really heavy. The taxi drove along the wet road and soon turned into a small road, leaving a long line of water behind the rear of the car. This trail is a forest path leading to the old town. Swish! The taxi stopped suddenly and almost overturned due to the sudden braking. Several cars appeared ahead, blocking the road. Damn, where did this idiot come from? The taxi driver cursed, rolled down the window, and prepared to teach the car owners on the ground a lesson. There are 3 cars blocking the road on the opposite side. The car door opened and several men in black windbreakers and sunglasses got out of the car. And several of them were holding weapons that were shining coldly. The rain fell on the surface of the weapon and quickly formed into lines of water that dripped onto the ground. These people are all warriors, and there are even a few martial arts masters. At this moment, they all came with the intention of killing, and the aura they exuded was very terrifying. The taxi driver, who was about to curse, immediately swallowed his words. The driver's eyes were filled with fear. Oh my God! Could this be some kind of conflict between warriors? But wasn't the one he was pulling a young man? Could it be that this young man had offended someone, causing others to come and kill him to silence him? Now that he has encountered such a thing, he will not be silenced, right? Oh my God! He doesn't want to die yet. He has an 80-year-old mother to support and hungry children to feed. If he died, what can the family do? He is definitely not afraid of death, absolutely not. The taxi driver's mind was full of thoughts and his face was full of fear. Cold sweat covered his forehead and soaked his back. Master, please go back the same way. Just when the driver was extremely frightened, a calm male voice sounded in his ears. The voice was very calm, without a trace of emotion. It was as if nothing had happened. The young man got out of the car and closed the door slowly, as if he couldn't see the horrific situation. The driver was a little impressed by the young man he was driving. Okay. He responded. The driver was still a little worried. Can he really get away? The driver didn't even bother to ask Su Chen for the fare. He started the car and turned the steering wheel sharply. The car body did a dragon tail swing, turned around quickly, and then left. It quickly disappeared. Fortunately, those people didn't want to kill me. It was not until the car ran a long distance that the driver patted his chest with lingering fear. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a 50 yuan dragon country currency note on the passenger seat where the young man had previously sat. Show. It was the fare left by the boy. What a good young man. He even knows not to cause trouble for others. It's a pity. In his opinion, the boy was doomed to die. After all, there are so many warriors living here. Those who carry knives but no umbrellas on rainy nights are definitely killers. How could a teenager escape facing so many killers? The driver sighed and continued to speed up towards home. He wasn't going to continue racing tonight. Forest path. This is a relatively remote road and there are usually very few cars. After all, people in the old city are not rich, and few are willing to take taxis. Moreover, there are many factories near the old city, so people from the old city basically do not go to the new city to work. Plus it was a rainy night. There are hardly any cars passing through this road. It's a perfect place to kill and steal. It was obvious that this section of forest path was a carefully chosen place for murder. Hand over the things, and I can let you die more quickly, the leading man said lightly. This person is the leader Zhang Hu. An existence that has 1 foot halfway into the middle stage of martial artist. He had just looked at Su Chen and immediately saw that Su Chen was still only at the warrior level. It is said that this is a little genius who can defeat an early stage martial artist at the warrior level. But so what? He has already stepped half a step into the middle stage of martial artist. It is not something that a small warrior can contend with. He crushed a warrior to death as if he were crushing an ant. He felt it was a bit unnecessary for his wife to ask him to lead so many people. Madam is really too steady. Someone from the Wang family? Coming here to steal the genetic medicine? Su Chen's voice remained calm, and the rain flowed down his hair. Chapter 55. What's different? Wow, you actually guessed it was us. You're not stupid, kid. Zhang Hu did not refute, and his words could be regarded as a tacit agreement. He didn't care how Su Chen guessed their identities. In his eyes, this kid is already dead. Even if we know that they are from the Wang family, there is no problem. In this world, the strong are respected, and the laws for warriors and mortals are different. The warriors in this world often engage in various fights. The ownership of various territories and resources is determined through the use of force. Boy, I advise you not to resist. Just stretch out your neck and let me chop off your head. This way, I can also make your family's death less painful. Zhang Hu added another sentence. Are you going to attack ordinary people? Under the night sky, Su Chen's eyes darkened, as if a blizzard was brewing. This world is a world of warriors, where the strong are respected. Therefore, there are different constraints between ordinary people and warriors. Warriors are governed by the Warrior Association. The most common rule is that warriors are not allowed to attack ordinary people easily. This regulation is naturally intended to protect ordinary people. If any warrior is unhappy, he can kill ordinary people. Then ordinary people in this world might easily lose their lives. But unexpectedly, this person from the Wang family is so shameless. It's fine if he wants to steal the genetic medicine, it's fine if he wants to kill me. After all, I'm also a warrior. But my aunt and sister are just ordinary people. But the Wang family was unwilling to let go of even 2 ordinary people. Damn it. I'm still not strong enough. If I were strong enough, if I were a martial arts master who could unleash powerful supernatural powers and all kinds of powerful martial arts with a wave of my hand, these people certainly wouldn't dare to make plans against me. He certainly wouldn't dare to target his own family. Although he is a martial artist of great perfection, he can defeat a martial artist of early stage. But this is clearly not enough. With this level of strength, he might be considered a strong and talented student among the school students. But in the outside world. But it's just a small shrimp. I can't be complacent with my strength. I must earn more defense points and become stronger. Su Chen opened his personal panel to take a look. Host, Su Chen. Talent, SSS level talent Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Breathing method, Dasha General Breathing Method. Martial arts, Diamond Fist Perfect, Thunder Blade Technique Perfect, Body Movement Martial Arts, Fleeting Snapshot Perfect. Level, Warrior Level 9. Strength, 4000. Combat Power, 41,129. Defense Breakpoint, 122,000. A total of 120,000 defense points. This is what Su Chen earned during this period, both at school and while fighting underground boxing. After this period of time, Su Chen discovered that by defeating and hitting a person, breaking his defense and earning defense breaking points, he could only earn the most defense breaking points the first time. There are very few later on. This means that no matter whether you are a genius or an ordinary person, you can only earn the most defense breaking points by defeating and breaking the enemy's defense for the first time. This is similar to the new user acquisition tactics used by some software in the past. New users can earn the most coins. When you become an old user, the gold coins will become less and less. Su Chen had already defeated almost everyone in the arena once, so it was difficult for him to continue earning defense points. So Su Chen didn't plan to go any further. Su Chen kept the defense breaking points he earned and did not use them. He wanted to wait until he found a better breathing method that was more suitable for his own talents and abilities before using it. That way you can practice faster. But obviously, It is impossible to keep all these defense breaking points. Among so many people brought by the Wang family, the weakest ones are all 8th level warriors, and there are many others whose strength Su Chen cannot see through at the moment. But he must be at the martial artist level. Generally speaking, those with a lower realm cannot see the realm of warriors with a higher realm. Even if he is more talented now, he is definitely no match for so many people. After all, he is only at the warrior level. System, use 60,000 defense points to practice the mass breathing technique. Su Chen shouted in his heart. Bite. Consume 60,000 training points, and the breathing training method officially begins. Since you have already reached the great perfection of the warrior realm, you are capable of breaking through to the martial master level at any time. After practicing for a week, you will feel that the barrier of that realm begins to loosen. After half a month of training, you successfully broke through the martial master realm and reached the first level of warrior. Since the breathing method you are using is just a general purpose breathing method, the speed of cultivation is not the limit you can currently achieve. After 1 month of training, you successfully broke through to the first level of martial artist and reached the second level of martial artist. After 2 months of training, you successfully broke through to the second level of martial artist and reached the third level. After 6 months of training, you successfully broke through to the third level of martial artist and reached the fourth level. After 9 months of training, you successfully broke through to the fourth level of martial artist and reached the fifth level. After 1 year of training, you successfully broke through to the fifth level of martial artist and reached the sixth level. After 1 year and 6 months of training, you successfully broke through to the sixth level of martial artist and reached the seventh level. After 3 years of training, he reached the late stage of martial arts master. All 60,000 defense breaking points have been used. This training session ends. At this moment, Su Chen only felt that his chi was filled with a stream of yuanli, but he was unable to release this yuanli yet. If one wants to release one's yuanli, one must break through the martial master realm and reach the martial master realm. A strong person at the martial sect level can not only display various awakened talents and abilities, but also maximize the power of martial arts. Every gesture he made was filled with astonishing power. It is far beyond the realm of martial artists. However, the current state of great perfection of the late martial artist is enough. In a small place like Linchuan, there are not many strong people at the level of Wuzong. Boy, are you scared, silly? Zhang Hu sneered and said. Before, he saw that the boy looked calm and thought that he was not afraid. But I didn't expect that. The so-called lack of fear is all pretending. Not long after, I saw the boy standing there in a daze. Both eyes were somewhat dull. He was obviously terrified, but that was normal. No matter how talented he is just a teenager and a high school student. It is normal for a high school student to be scared when encountering such a scene. Oh, no, I was just thinking about something. Su Chen reached out and wiped the rain off his face. Ha, you're so stubborn. Zhang Hu raised the corners of his mouth. The young man must have been scared to death. But soon, he felt something was strange. The young man standing upright in the rain seemed to be slightly different from before. He looked carefully. Finally found the reason. The aura of this young man seemed different, and Zhang Hu discovered that he was unable to see the young man's realm. It's as if this young man's realm is generally higher than his. But how is this possible? Just now he could clearly sense that this young man was only at the warrior level. But at this moment, he couldn't see through this young man. Chapter 56, The Death God Harvesting Lives on a Rainy Night. Could it be that this young man's realm is higher than his? How is this possible? The rain was still falling, and the young man stood there straight under the night sky. At this moment, the boy's aura was like a sword drawn from its sheath. It seems that it can launch a fierce attack at any time. Zhang Hu felt a little uneasy for no reason at this moment. It seems like something unexpected is going to happen. But this is obviously impossible. It is impossible for that handsome young man to reach a higher realm than him in the blink of an eye. This is most likely some kind of martial art that conceals one's aura. This type of martial arts is very rare, so not many people practice it. But now this is the only explanation. This young man practiced martial arts to conceal his aura, so unless his realm was much higher than the other person's, it would be impossible to tell the other person's realm. Playing tricks. Zhang Hu sneered. He waved his hand, and immediately 3 men in black windbreakers walked out from behind him. These 3 are all warriors in the early stage of martial arts, and each of them holds a long sword in his hand. The knife is a weapon that is small, light, very sharp, and easy to carry. In the world of high martial arts, swords are very popular weapons. Therefore, many people are willing to choose this kind of weapon when learning martial arts. Su Chen glanced at them calmly. Are you sure? Are you sure about what? Are you sure you want to die? He is still pretending to be a ghost when he is about to die. Go and kill him. Zhang Hu ordered several people. Why bother? Su Chen sighed. He didn't want to kill anyone, but the people of the Wang family really deserved to die. Tonight, none of these people can leave. He also wants to get rid of the Wang family behind them. While he was sighing, 3 martial artists approached at high speed with long swords in hand, the swords flashing a cold light in the rainy night. However, in Su Chen's eyes, the actions of these people seemed to be played in slow motion. Su Chen dodged the first blow by gently turning sideways. Then the Vajra fist burst out with all its strength, and Su Chen showed no reservations. The fist cut through the rain curtain and whizzed away with unparalleled murderous aura. Bang! The fist hit the martial artist's wrist hard. There was a hint of disbelief in the martial artist's eyes. Then there was a crack and the sound of broken bones echoed in this rainy night. Then there was a sharp pain in the wrist. The long sword in the martial artist's hand fell and was tightly grasped by Su Chen with one hand. Swish! Su Chen swung his long sword fiercely, a head flew out, and then fell heavily to the ground. Blood mixed with rain fell on the ground, dyeing the ground bright red. Zhang Hu, who was not far away, suddenly widened his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. I thought the 3 martial artists should be able to take down the young man, but after just one encounter, one of the martial artists was beheaded. But before Zhang Hu could be surprised, he saw the young man's figure like a ghostly shadow, shuttling back and forth several times. The long sword stabbed through the chest of a martial artist and then was pulled out fiercely. Then another knife chopped down the shoulder of the last martial artist among the 3. With the blessing of the strength, the blade was like an indestructible weapon. The sword chopped down directly from the martial artist's shoulder, and the blade passed through the martial artist's body. The martial artist's upper body slid diagonally from his shoulders. He was actually split in 2. The raindrops hit the blood-stained long sword in the young man's hand, and the rain mixed with blood kept dripping from the sword. The strong murderous aura emanating from the young man at this moment seemed to freeze even the air on this rainy night. Zhang Hu was even more shocked at this moment. How could a warrior in the late stage be so powerful? The 3 martial artists had almost no ability to resist in the hands of the young man. In a few breaths, all 3 of them died. Is this really a young man at the level of a warrior? How could there be such a strong warrior? Ding, you killed 3 martial artists in a few breaths. Zhang Hu's defense is broken. He is in disbelief. Defense breakpoints plus 300. Raindrops kept dripping along the boy's hair. The rain had already soaked the boy's clothes, and the clothes stuck to his body, revealing the strong muscle lines underneath. The young man turned his head slightly and looked at Zhang Hu and others. Now, it's your turn. These plain words sounded like a call from hell to the ears of everyone in the Wang family. At this moment, many of the Wang family members who were at the warrior level had begun to tremble. Among those who came, there were only 4 warriors at the martial master level. All 3 except Zhang Hu are dead. Then how can they, a warrior, resist? Boss. A warrior looked at Zhang Hu with a trembling voice. Now, if there is anyone who can resist this young man who is like a god or devil, it is only Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu has already stepped half a step into the middle stage of martial artist. I can definitely kill this young man. Why are you panicking? Zhang Hu cursed. In fact, he had no idea at all. Killing 3 martial artists in just a few breaths was something even he couldn't do. Now he really felt it. This young man's realm is higher than his. But what exactly happened? Why did he, who was clearly just a sheep at the perfect martial arts realm before, now become a tiger that even he, a martial artist, couldn't see through? Even a rocket can't go up that fast. Something must have happened. Suddenly, Zhang Hu's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. He laughed a few times and said, "Boy, you must have used some secret method to increase your strength in a short period of time. Although the secret method can improve strength in a short period of time, it cannot last for long. You still can't escape death today. After you die, we will go and kill your aunt and your sister. Your family will be reunited in the underworld. Ha, are you happy or not?" Zhang Hu had a smile on his face and looked very proud. It was as if he had seen through everything. Su Chen was speechless. These people are really good at imagining things. However, Su Chen understood. After all, in the blink of an eye, he was promoted from the 9th level of warrior to the 9th level of martial artist. Most people would not know that someone's strength could be improved so quickly. Of course. In fact, Su Chen did not do it in the blink of an eye. He also spent several years practicing in the system. But in reality, it only takes a few breaths. He said calmly, "Really? Do you think you're so awesome and that you've seen through everything? Why, isn't it? Fool, how can a frog in a well understand the vastness of the world? What did you say? Are you looking for death? Kill him at all costs." Zhang Hu directly ordered everyone to attack together. Although he thought Su Chen was just using his secret method to increase his strength, he still let everyone go together for safety reasons. All his men immediately rushed towards Su Chen, and Zhang Hu was at the back. Obviously, he planned to let these men weigh Su Chen first. Although you should fall into a weak period after using the secret method. But what if the time this young man spent using secret methods to increase his strength hasn't ended yet, and he hasn't entered a period of weakness? Ha! Looking at Zhang Hu's actions, Su Chen sneered, a little clever, but not much. He gripped the long sword in his hand and said calmly, "You bunch of trash, today I will let you know what a wrong decision your Wang family made." Boom! A flash of lightning flashed across the dark sky covered like a curtain. The moment the lightning flashed, the young man tapped his toes and displayed his martial arts skills. His entire body seemed to transform into a floating light, or like a shadow passing quickly in the dark night, shuttling among several people. The long sword in his hand left an afterimage. Every time the long sword was swung, it brought up a cloud of blood. Many people were torn apart before they even had time to scream. Broken limbs and remains were scattered all over the ground. The blood gathered on the ground and flowed like rushing bloody streams. Chapter 57 Chapter 57 Why is he so unlucky? Ding, you killed the Wang family. Zhang Hu can't believe how powerful you are and is deeply shocked. Defense breakpoints plus 200. In the forest on a rainy night. Zhang Hu was the only one left among the people brought by the Wang family. At this moment, the confident smile on Zhang Hu's face had disappeared, leaving only deep fear. His Adam's apple rolled up and down a few times, suppressing the fear in his heart. How come your secret method of increasing time lasts so long? At this moment, there was still a last glimmer of hope in his heart. That is, once the young man's secret method of improving his strength is finished, he will be able to kill the other party. Su Chen took a glance at Zhang Hu's face and could already tell what this man was thinking. Are you thinking that once my secret technique lasts, you can easily kill me? The young man's deep eyes seemed to have seen through everything. Well. Zhang Hu was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that this young man was so cunning. Haha, idiot. Su Chen cursed, "Do you really think I used a secret method to increase my strength?" Su Chen glanced at Zhang Hu. What secret method of increasing strength can increase strength so much? And if I really used the secret method of increasing strength, why would I be talking so much nonsense with you here? Zhang Hu's eyes widened. What do you mean? I mean, do you really think I only have the strength of a warrior? Maybe what you saw is just what I want you to see? Zhang Hu's eyes widened. Ding, Zhang Hu's defense is broken because of your words, defense points plus 100. Difficult, are you a mid-level martial artist, or a late-level martial artist? Zhang Hu became more and more shocked, and his back began to feel cold. Thinking of Su Chen's outrageous strength, Zhang Hu was full of disbelief. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. You are just a high school student, how can you be so strong? Zhang Hu shouted hysterically. If this young man is really that strong, then is there any chance for him to survive? Humph, a frog in a well. Su Chen didn't say anything more, and directly used the thunder sword technique, gathering all his physical strength into his arms. The long sword left a trail of afterimage in the dim light. The white, cold blade flashed by. Zhang Hu quickly drew his sword to block, still holding on to the last glimmer of hope in his heart. He expected Su Chen to be just bragging to confuse and scare him. Maybe he can kill this young man who looks strong but is actually trash with just a few moves. However, after all, this is just his wishful thinking. The sword strike from a powerful warrior who was at the late stage of great perfection and about to break through to the martial arts sect, and the sword technique was at the perfection level. How could he, a warrior who had not yet completely broken through to the middle stage of martial arts, be able to withstand it? With one knife. The huge force was so strong that Zhang Hu couldn't even hold the long sword in his hand, and it fell directly to the ground. Zhang Hu's body flew backwards uncontrollably. Su Chen took advantage of the victory and pursued the opponent, using his body skills and martial arts to turn into a shadow and rush forward. Under Zhang Hu's incredulous gaze, he slashed with his sword. Zhang Hu's body suddenly broke into two pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. He widened his eyes and fell to the ground in disbelief and unwillingness. Zhang Hu died. At this point, Zhang Hu and his group all died in less than half an hour. Su Chen lowered his hand holding the knife, and the rain fell on the cold knife that was emitting a cold light, mixing with blood and flowing to the ground. On the ground, broken limbs and remains were scattered all over the ground. The blood stained the wet, cold road surface, appearing crimson under the dim light. Su Chen looked at the messy road surface, but his heart was not too moved. Although this was his first time killing someone, it didn't seem as disgusting as he thought. He was even quite calm. He raised the long sword in his hand and took a look. The quality of the sword was actually quite good. He looked down at the direction of Zhang Hu's body again. The long knife on the ground seemed to be made of better material. He stretched out his hand and the long sword in his hand flew out and fell to the side. Su Chen picked up the long sword that Zhang Hu had held before. It was obvious that the craftsmanship of this sword was much better. It just so happened that he didn't have a suitable weapon. This knife can be used as a temporary transition. When there is a better one in the future, I will change it then. He looked up at the sky. It was raining lightly. This rain will soon wash away all traces. Things like fingerprints, footprints, and traces of fighting can all be washed away by this heavy rain. As for the corpses scattered on the ground, Su Chen didn't want to deal with it as he thought it was too troublesome. As for whether the higher-ups would investigate, Su Chen didn't really care. He's the victim anyway. Besides, who would believe that he could kill so many martial artists and warriors by himself? Thinking of the Wang family member who sent people to kill him, Su Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. This person. He will never let it go. We must eradicate him immediately to prevent him from causing trouble again. He is not like the plot in some TV dramas, where others shit on his head but he doesn't know how to fight back. After searching the bodies on the ground, they found a lot of cash. Su Chen accepted it without hesitation. Just think of these people treating him to a meal. Then, I called home and told my aunt that I would be back late. Then Su Chen carried a long knife on his back, avoided the surveillance along the way, and rushed towards the hospital. Now his strength has reached the late stage of martial artist, and he uses his martial arts skills to move quickly through the city under the cover of night. Under a building, a fat plush orange man holding a bunch of balloons was squatting under the eaves to avoid the rain. Apparently this was a balloon vendor, dressed in a stuffed toy costume. Hey! The boy in the doll costume sighed. It rained today, so not many balloons were sold. It seems I will have to continue eating steamed buns tomorrow. Just then, the boy only felt a lightness on his head, as if a breeze was blowing past. The orange cat mask on his head suddenly fell off his body. What's going on? The boy reached out and touched his head in confusion, but it was empty. He turned his head and looked. All I saw was a dark afterimage quickly disappearing at the end of the alley ahead. We didn't sell many balloons today, and it's raining so heavily. The headgear he bought online was also stolen. Why is he so unlucky? The more the boy thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Wow. He squatted down, holding his head and crying. There were tears and snot. He reached into the pocket of his doll costume to get some toilet paper, but that's when he felt something wet. What's this? The boy didn't care about crying anymore and quickly took out the wet things from his pocket. All I saw in my hands were two wet red heads. These are two $100 banknotes from the Dragon Kingdom. Could this be left by the person who just stole my hood? His mood also improved. He bought this doll costume online. The quality is average and the whole set costs only 100 yuan. Even if I buy a new one, I can still save 100. Now I can have a full meal tomorrow. Very nice. Chapter 58 Uneasiness. A dark figure moved quickly through the streets. He was like a ghost in the dark night, moving so fast that ordinary people could not see him clearly. They could only see a blurry black shadow that flashed by. While Su Chen was still walking, in the VIP ward of Linchuan People's Hospital, a woman was pacing anxiously in the ward. Not long ago, Lu Qingwen began to feel uneasy. As time went by, the uneasiness in her heart became stronger. Why haven't you replied after so long? Lu Qingwen had begun to feel anxious. In fact, not much time had passed, but because of her uneasiness in her heart, it felt as if a long time had passed. She didn't know why she was anxious. I always feel in my heart that something unexpected is going to happen. But what kind of accident could happen? She sent several martial artists and several warriors to kill a young warrior. There's no way this could possibly happen. But why? Why are her eyelids twitching so much? Mom, when can I be discharged from the hospital? I don't want to stay here anymore. It's too boring. At this time, a little boy about 10 years old asked on the hospital bed. He didn't even look up. He was holding a large tablet in his hand, operating it with both hands, and clicking on a video to watch. In the video, a little boy tied all four paws of a cat to a chair and approached the orange cat with a sharp knife in his hand. The orange cat was so scared that it kept meowing. There was a pleading look in her eyes, as if she was begging the boy. But the little boy didn't care. The little boy in the video raised the corners of his mouth and stabbed the kitten's eyes with a sharp knife. Blood splattered. The orange cat screamed and tears came out of its other eye in pain. The orange cat's cry became more and more shrill. However, this seemed to excite the little boy in the video even more. The little boy in the video smiled more and more ferociously, and the blood-stained knife was replaced by a sharp dagger. On the hospital bed, the boy slid his finger across the screen. The video progress bar is pulled. Soon, all that was left in the video was the bloody corpse of a cat with one eye exploded and its skin peeled off. See here. The little boy on the hospital bed laughed happily. Lu Qingwen looked at her son lovingly. Don't worry, son. You will recover soon. Yeah, that's good. I want to go perform surgery on the kittens and puppies right away. Lu Qingwen obviously understood what the boy meant. The so-called operation is actually a massacre. My son likes to torture and kill kittens and puppies. She didn't think it was a big deal. The young master of the Wang family is so noble. It was fate that those stray cats and dogs were abused and killed by my son. Not to mention that the son just killed a few cats and dogs. Even if it was a person, as long as the son was happy, it would be fine. Lu Qingwen took out her cell phone and checked the time again. She felt that it was about time. Zhang Hu's situation should be over now. Lu Qingwen thought so. After all, some time had passed. Judging from the efficiency of Zhang Hu and his team, the job should be almost done. Lu Qingwen waited. However, after she waited for another half an hour, there was still no news from Zhang Hu. Strange, why does it take so long? Even if I kill that high school student and then his entire family, it should be over by now. With a nervous heart, Lu Qingwen took the initiative to dial Zhang Hu's number. The call was connected, but no one answered. The phone rang for a long time while waiting for the other party to answer, but the result was finally sorry, no one is answering the call you dialed. Did something unexpected happen? Lu Qingwen frowned. If nothing unexpected had happened, Zhang Hu would not have ignored her call. As a martial artist, his hearing is far superior to that of ordinary people. Therefore, there is no such thing as not hearing the sound of an incoming call. Just when Lu Qingwen was feeling uneasy, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Bang! The camera in the ward suddenly exploded, and all kinds of fragments fell to the ground. Among the sounds of falling, a dull thud was very obvious. It was clear that there was some material with a greater mass than the fragments. It was a gravel. Apparently, someone had just smashed the camera in the house with a piece of gravel. Who? Lu Qingwen shouted, and a powerful aura suddenly emanated from her body. This is also the momentum of a martial artist in his early stages. But it is obvious that her strength is far inferior to Su Chen's. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them not to notice someone approaching. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and soon her gaze stopped outside the window. Now in the corridor outside the window. A person wearing a yellow-orange cat mask was standing outside the window. Swish, swish. Two sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and two men in black suddenly appeared beside Lu Qingwen. They are all black and can hide perfectly in the darkness. Obviously. The two of them were Lu Qingwen's bodyguards. Moreover, one of these two people is in the early stage of martial arts, and the other is in the middle stage of martial arts. This kind of bodyguard configuration can be said to be quite high. This also proves that Lu Qingwen's identity is also very unusual in the Wang family. The man wearing the orange cat mask outside the window did not say a word, but walked slowly to the door. Who are you? Lu Qingwen's mind raced as she quickly considered the identity of the visitor. To be able to appear here at this time, combined with the fact that Zhang Hu had lost contact before, Lu Qingwen quickly figured out the identity of the visitor. Are you the person that Su Chen brought here? He's just an ordinary person and shouldn't know any masters. Are you his master? Lu Qingwen's tone was very firm. The guy named Su Chen is just a high school student and there is no way he has the ability to deal with Zhang Hu and the others. So, then there is only one possibility left. This person is Su Chen's master. Many high-level but older warriors will accept talented young men as their disciples. Since they have no possibility of making further progress in martial arts, they like to place their hopes on the next generation. This kind of person likes to take in apprentices. Su Chen did not refute, and Lu Qingwen thought this situation was a tacit agreement. She looked at Su Chen carefully and found that she couldn't see this man's realm at all. This shows that this person's realm is higher than hers. This made her feel a little flustered. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sir, I am from the Wang family. Why would you become an enemy of my Wang family just for a poor boy?" While talking, she also looked at the demeanor of the bodyguard who was at the mid-stage martial artist level. He discovered that this mid-level martial artist's bodyguard also looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Obviously, for a bodyguard who is in the middle stage of martial arts, this man is also a formidable enemy. As she spoke, she was still backing away. He retreated to the side of the child on the hospital bed. Chapter 59 Ants transform into elephants. The little boy who was sitting there and watching the video he had taken of torturing a cat also saw Su Chen at this moment. When he saw Su Chen wearing a plush orange cat mask, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly tugged at Lu Qingwen's sleeve. Mom, is that a human-shaped orange cat? Catch him quickly, I want to dissect him. I've never dissected a human-shaped orange cat before." The little boy was not afraid when he saw a man wearing a hood standing outside the door. On the contrary, still very excited. He has been influenced by his mother's arrogance and domineering behavior since he was a child, and he is fearless. I think his family is the most powerful in Linchuan and the best in the world. No one dares to mess with his family. Previously at school, he used a pencil to damage a little girl's eye, and the little girl became one-eyed. But under the power of the family, he still received no punishment. On the contrary, it was the little girl who lost one eye and dropped out of school. This made the little boy feel more and more that his family was awesome and could solve anything. Not afraid of anything. Okay, Mom will definitely catch him for you." Lu Qingwen hurriedly comforted her son. The little boy clapped his hands excitedly. "Great, I want to dissect a human-shaped orange cat. I want to dissect a human-shaped orange cat." The boy was almost beside himself with excitement. Su Chen had also heard his call. He was speechless for a moment. Such a young child, probably only about 10 years old. From what he said, he has started to abuse cats at such a young age? Really? Some bad people are developed at a very young age. To be able to raise a child like this. No wonder the child's mother wanted to kill her entire family just because of a genetic drug. You know, although genetic drugs are rare, it should not be difficult for the Wang family to obtain them. Possible. It's just a little more troublesome. But in order to save trouble, the Wang family wanted to kill the entire family without hesitation. It's like killing an entire family is like crushing a few ants. Poor boy? Just because you are poor and have no power or influence, does that mean you deserve to die? Su Chen said coldly. Lu Qingwen was stunned. Then he said, "Isn't that so? In this world, strength is respected. Family background is also a form of strength. A peasant with a low level of cultivation and no background, can't he be crushed to death at will? Sir, with your strength, don't you think so? Those without backgrounds, with average strength, and only at the warrior level, are nothing more than ants." He. Su Chen sneered. In the world of high martial arts, the strong are respected. He had actually always known this, but having been in school all his life, he had never felt it so directly. Now, it was the wife of the Wang family who made him feel the meaning of this sentence so intuitively. But Su Chen only agreed half of Lu Qingwen's words. Context is important. But one's own strength is more important. To him, martial arts families are nothing but empty talk. If his own strength is strong enough, then his family will be the most powerful martial arts family. He himself is his own biggest background. Su Chen remembered that a celebrity in his previous life once said, "I don't envy the wealthy, I am a wealthy family myself." Although the star who said this later became unpopular, Su Chen still agrees with this statement. What are you laughing at? Lu Qingwen frowned. I think you're wrong? No? What's wrong? So-called background may be useful when facing ordinary people. But what if you are facing warriors whose strength far exceeds that of the most powerful person in your family? At that time, your so-called background was bullshit. I believe that my own strength is my greatest reliance. Having said that, Su Chen glanced at Lu Qingwen coldly. For example, you think you have a strong background, and I am just an ant in front of you, who can be crushed to death at will. But to me, your background means nothing. If you don't have enough strength, you will still die even if you have a background. Speaking of this, Su Chen took off the plush hood on his head. A handsome face appeared in front of them. This was a tall and straight young man with strong features. His hair was soaked by the rain and stuck to his forehead. Although the boy looked a little disheveled, his dark eyes were dark and deep, like a bottomless pool. It's you! Ding, Lu Qingwen knows your identity and her defenses are broken. Defense points plus 500. Lu Qingwen's pupils dilated and her face was filled with horror. She had investigated Su Chen before, so she naturally remembered this face. She had always thought that the man wearing the hood might be Su Chen's master or something like that. She had never associated this person's identity with Su Chen himself. After all, one was a high school student at the warrior level, whom she thought was an ant that could be crushed to death with ease. The other one was a powerful martial artist whom even she couldn't see through. How could Lu Qingwen not be shocked when she knew the identity of this powerful man? It was clear that when she investigated before, this young man was still an ant at the warrior level. But now he has become a powerful martial artist. It is really hard to accept such a rapid change of identity. Su Chen quickly put the hood back on. The reason why he dared to take off the hood was mainly because the surveillance here had been destroyed by him. In his eyes, everyone at the scene was already dead. The dead are the best at keeping secrets. Of course he is not afraid. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qingwen quickly came to her senses. This is Su Chen himself coming to the door. There is no reconciliation at all. Now, there is no doubt that the situation between the two is either you die or I live. In that case, she could only deal with the other party. Go ahead, kill him. Lu Qingwen's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards immediately attacked Su Chen from the left and right. These two people learned fist and palm-based martial arts, so they did not have any weapons on them. While the two men were attacking Su Chen, Lu Qingwen was holding the child and gradually approaching the window. If the two bodyguards were defeated, she would immediately escape through the window with her child. There is no doubt that she was scared at this moment. So much has happened today. Even with a mid-stage martial artist bodyguard, Lu Qingwen still felt uneasy. Although the boy was just a boy, he gave her a very scary feeling. I thought it was just an ant that could be crushed to death at any time, but I didn't expect that the ant would suddenly transform into the king of the forest that could make all the beasts submit to him. Chapter 60 Regret. For ordinary people, a mid-stage martial artist may indeed be considered a strong person. But to Su Chen today, he is still just an ant. Although he has not tested his combat power yet. However, his combat power in the warrior realm has already surpassed that of an average martial artist in the early stage, and now he is even in the late stage of martial artist. The next step is to break through Wu Zon's existence. In Su Chen's eyes, the current mid-stage martial artists are nothing but ants. The Thunderblade technique was performed casually, and suddenly a cold light flashed by. Two heads flew up. With this blow, he actually cut off two heads. Lu Qingwen was so frightened when she saw this scene that the little boy in her arms was too scared to make any more noise. How come this boy is so strong? A martial artist in the early stage and a martial artist in the middle stage were both killed by a young man with one sword. Unexpectedly. He spent the whole day hunting geese, but got his eyes pecked out by the geese. Escape! We must escape quickly. Otherwise, she and her son would probably die here today. Lu Qingwen dodged. With a bang, the glass of the window in the ward near the corridor broke. A figure broke through the window and left. Swish! Another sound of metal breaking through the air was heard, and the figure that had not yet jumped out of the window was directly pierced through by the long sword. Lu Qingwen's eyes quickly dimmed and the vitality gradually disappeared. In the last moments of her life, endless regret surged in her mind. If only I weren't so arrogant, if I could stop using my power to bully others, stop stealing other people's things, stop killing entire families. If this had happened, I wouldn't have been killed today. At the last moment of her life, Lu Qingwen regretted it. Before her body could completely break through the window and get out, Su Chen had already nailed her to the wall with a knife. The child in her arms fell directly to the ground. Seeing the tragic death of his bodyguard and mother, the little boy got up from the ground and looked at Su Chen with horror on his face. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The little boy shook his head, his face full of fear. "Brother, please don't kill me, okay?" he begged. Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Would it be right or wrong for him to kill the child? Just as Su Chen hesitated and lowered his head, a hint of hatred flashed in the little boy's eyes. Dare to kill his mother. If he could survive, he would go back and ask his grandfather to kill this man's entire family. He also wanted his grandfather to torture this man until he was unable to resist, and then he would dissect him bit by bit. Just like dissecting those stray cats and dogs. Su Chen kept staring at the little boy. When hatred and cruelty appeared in the boy's eyes, his head had not yet completely lowered. Su Chen's eyesight is so sharp now. He immediately noticed the resentment in the little boy's eyes. He understood what to do. He walked over and pulled the long knife out of Lu Qingwen's body. Then he raised his hand and swung the knife. Squeak! The sound of a long knife piercing flesh was heard. Blood splattered. Perhaps this is the law of survival in this world. Being soft-hearted is not advisable. Su Chen murmured softly. Then he left the ward, jumped down the corridor, and landed directly on the top of the tree outside. The figure disappeared in the rainy night. Fortunately, it is a rainy night, and the heavy rain outside is making quite a noise. And it was the middle of the night. Almost all the doctors and nurses in the hospital were resting, and even the nurses on duty were taking a nap. In addition, Su Chen's movements were quick and decisive. The battle ended with almost no sound of fighting. So no one noticed the movement here at first. Half an hour after Su Chen left. "Oh, I'm so tired. I really don't want to go on ward rounds. And I don't want to go to the VIP ward." In the nurse's office, a slightly plump nurse with a round face held her cheek and sighed. "It's okay, Fong Fong. After we finish this check, the patients should all be asleep. We'll have several hours to rest." Another nurse in the office comforted her. But she knew why Fong Fong didn't want to go to the VIP ward. The patient in that VIP ward and his family are very difficult to deal with. Relying on his family background, he is extremely arrogant. The last time Fong Fong went to check on the ward, she was slapped by the patient's mother. The reason was that she woke up her sleeping son during the ward rounds. A very outrageous reason. How can a doctor or nurse not make any noise when making rounds? Fong Fong nodded listlessly. "Yeah, all right. Let's go check on the wards quickly. Finish as soon as possible and get some rest." Then Fong Fong went to check on the ward wearing a mask. The order of ward rounds is from lower floors to higher floors. The VIP ward is on the top 2 floors. Because it is a special ward, not many people live there. There was only one patient living on the top floor. That family is very powerful. They are from the Wang family, a martial arts family in Linchuan. It was also the patient's family member who slapped her. That family was powerful, so they occupied an entire floor generously. Fong Fong came to this floor with some trepidation. As soon as she approached the ward, Fong Fong saw broken glass in the corridor. What's with this glass? Fong Fong was puzzled. The glass in this hospital was tempered glass. Generally speaking, it is difficult to break into this shape without external force. Could it be that naughty kid who smashed it? That naughty kid stayed in the hospital for so long, and Fong Fong had a lot of dealings with him. That's also a bad kid. With a nervous mood, Fong Fong slowly approached the ward. She walked the short distance with great difficulty. Mainly, she didn't know whether she would encounter any difficulties this time. As the distance gradually approaches, Fong Fong smelled a bloody smell. As a nurse, she was no stranger to the smell. Did something happen? She quickly quickened her pace and walked to the window. Looking inside through the shattered glass window, there were corpses everywhere, and the floor was stained red with blood. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the hospital. Soon, the doctors and nurses on duty at the hospital came here. The security guards in charge of the hospital were all warriors, and they also came here at this moment. It was quickly determined that this was a dispute between warriors. Only among the dead in one place, two had very unusual identities. One of the women is the daughter-in-law of the Wang family, and one of the children is the grandson of the current head of the Wang family. Report to the Warrior Association. Someone said. In this world, the Warrior Association is the one that manages warriors. Every city has a Warrior Association. There is also a special Wuan Association in the Warrior Association. The Wuan Association is dedicated to maintaining order among warriors. Only after reporting to the Warrior Association did Fangfang regain her composure. She was just a little frightened when she first saw the corpses on the ground. But I soon calmed down. After calming down, Fangfang actually felt a little secretly happy. She actually felt that it was a good thing for the mother and son to die. At the same time, on the forest road leading to the old town, one after another, the Wuan Association's exclusive vehicles stopped here, and warriors in special uniforms got off them. Chapter 61 The Angry Second Master of the Wang family. These are all members of the Linchuan Wuan Society. The leader was a man with strong and resolute features. Check the scene for traces. Chen Yi ordered. Soon, professionals came to examine the traces at the scene and the wounds on the body. Captain, judging by the wounds on these victims, they were almost all killed in one blow. And there was hardly any damage at the scene. This shows that the killer's strength is likely to crush these dead. Well, can you see anything else? Chen Yi asked. The subordinate shook his head. No. Many of the finest traces have been washed away by the rain, making it impossible to find the murderer. Captain, wasn't there also a murder at Linchuan People's Hospital? Do you think there's any connection between these two cases? Yes. Chen Yi nodded. That's possible. Find out the identity of the deceased as soon as possible and see if there's any connection between him and the Wang family members who died at Linchuan People's Hospital. Okay, Captain. After dealing with the mother and son, Su Chen rushed directly back to his home in the old city. Of course. Along the way, he tried his best to avoid surveillance on the street. Of course, the surveillance in the new urban area is very intensive. Moreover, the technology in this world is actually far more advanced than in the previous life. Su Chen is currently unsure whether he can completely avoid leaving any traces in the surveillance. When Su Chen returned to the downstairs of his home in the old city, he was slightly out of breath. Using his body skills to run for such a long time in the rainy night naturally almost exhausted his physical strength. However, martial artist level warriors also have strong recovery abilities. Su Chen just rested downstairs for a few minutes, and his fatigue was much relieved. He had already disposed of the hood he had been wearing in a deserted place. The voice-activated lights in the old stairwell lit up one after another when they heard footsteps. Su Chen walked upstairs. Arriving at the second floor where his home was, Su Chen took out the key and opened the door. The warm yellow light in the house is extremely heartwarming. It's great to have a light on when I get home. Just closed the door. Crunch! The door of my aunt's room opened and she came out. Apparently his aunt was still awake and waiting for him to come home. Seeing that Su Chen was wet, my aunt quickly found a towel and wiped the water droplets off Su Chen's face and head. Kid, why don't you know how to find an umbrella? Even if the hospital doesn't have one, you can buy one from the small supermarket outside. My aunt muttered something, then hurriedly said, go take a shower and change into clean clothes. Otherwise you'll catch a cold. Okay, Auntie. You don't have to worry about me. I'm a warrior and I don't catch colds that easily. By the way, Auntie, is my sister asleep? Yeah, I'm asleep. I brought the medicine back. Auntie, please wake up your sister and ask her to drink it quickly. Su Chen took out a tube of green liquid and handed it to his aunt. It's better to drink this medicine as soon as possible. Only when they drink it, it belongs to them. Even if it is placed there and not used, it does not belong to them. If you leave it there, someone can steal it. Only after you drink it, it can't be taken away from you. Okay, my aunt took it with trembling hands. I'll go wake up your sister now and tell her to drink it quickly. Su Chen nodded. It is said that this potion is made from spiritual herbs from the wilderness that are full of energy. That's why it's so precious. Su Chen saw his aunt walk into his sister's room, wake her up and let her drink the medicine, then she took clean clothes to the bathroom. Turn on the tap and run hot water. Let the warm water wash away all your fatigue. I've been through too much tonight. It was the first time I killed someone, and the first time I truly experienced the truth that the strong are respected in this world. After Su Chen finished taking a shower and changed into clean clothes, his aunt had already asked his sister to drink the potion. This medicine is a genetic medicine. It doesn't have an immediate effect, but it slowly repairs genetic defects. It will take at least tomorrow to see the results. I don't know if it was the effect of the medicine, but my sister fell asleep quickly after drinking it. Okay, sister will be better soon, aunt, you should go and rest. My aunt nodded and wiped her tears. Thank you, Xiaochen, and thanks you. If it weren't for Xiaochen, Yue would have had no choice but to wait for death. It was Xiaochen who saved Yue's life. Aunt, why are you saying this? We are a family, and Yue is my sister. This is what I should do. After comforting my aunt, I sent her back to her room to rest. Su Chen returned to the room, lay on the bed and began to think about what to do next. Judging from the way the mother and son from the Wang family act, the Wang family's style of doing things is probably pretty much the same. I killed someone from the Wang family, and the Wang family will probably not let it go. Even if the Wang family has no evidence to prove that I was the one who killed the person, but based on their domineering way of doing things. As long as they think I am involved in the death of someone from the Wang family, they will definitely come straight to me. They don't need evidence, just a suspicion is enough. How about finding a time to wipe out the Wang family? Su Chen began to think about the feasibility of destroying the Wang family. After thinking for a moment, he decided to forget it. At present, he is not capable of destroying an entire family silently. If we are tracked down by the Warrior Association, it will be very troublesome. But this matter certainly cannot be let go like this. If we can't wipe out the entire Wang family, we must at least wipe out the immediate family members of the mother and son. This is the only way to ensure that the other party will come and seek revenge. Linchuan Wang family. Who is it? Who killed my son? A roar was heard from the mansion, and a middle-aged man's face was full of anger. He is Wang Anyu, the eldest son of Wang Ping'an, the head of the Wang family. For a martial arts family, a son is actually nothing. But Wang Anyu is an exception. Wang Anyu was once poisoned, which caused him to lose his fertility. And before he lost his fertility, several children born to him by women outside died young for unknown reasons. Therefore, he only has one son left. Just now Wu Anhui informed him that his wife and son were dead. How can I not be angry? Without his son, he had no descendants. Although he also has brothers and many nephews. But a nephew and a son are different after all. After all, the nephew is not his own descendant. From today on, Wang Anyu will be extinct. At this moment, he wished he could skin the man who killed his son alive and drink his son's blood. The rage and hatred in my heart were intertwined. Investigate for me. You must find the person who killed my son as soon as possible. I will kill his entire family. Wang Anyu quickly ordered his men. Okay, second master. The subordinate answered in fear, fearing that he might accidentally offend this gentleman. The second master, Wang Anyu, is now infertile. The dead child was the second master's only descendant. You can imagine with your toes how angry the second master is. At times like this, one must be cautious, so as to avoid accidentally angering the other party and losing his life. Chapter 62 Warn Su Chen not to be arrogant. The next day. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on Su Chen's door. My sister's voice came from outside the door. Brother, get up and have breakfast. Her voice sounded much more energetic. Before in the hospital, my sister spoke weakly, with a strong sense of exhaustion. But today, obviously much better. At least it sounds like a normal person. When Su Chen opened the door, he saw his sister smiling at him. He reached out and rubbed his sister's head. How are you feeling today? Thank you, brother. I feel much better now. I feel more energetic and have more strength. That's good. Thank you, brother. It's because of you that I am back in good health. Zhang Yue looked at Su Chen and said sincerely. If I didn't have a brother, then she must be just like what her uncle said, waiting to die. It was her brother who saved her life. My brother is the best brother in the world. Why are you thanking me? We're all family, no need to be so polite. Let's go and eat. Su Chen smiled and went to sit at the dining table in the living room. After drinking the genetic medicine, the sister's body has almost recovered, which makes Su Chen in a very good mood. A stone in my heart finally fell. Next, his goal is to get into a good Wuhan university, and then continue to earn more defense points to become stronger. The dining table was filled with golden and shiny fried dough sticks, plum fried eggs, and milky white soy milk, all steaming. A family of 3 sat down at the dinner table. Aunt, you made a great breakfast. Su Chen praised sincerely. During this period of time, my aunt has been staying in the hospital with my sister, and Su Chen hasn't had breakfast made by my aunt at home for a long time. If it tastes good, eat more. Yeah, by the way, Auntie, I think you can open a breakfast shop. Su Chen spoke sincerely, saying that his aunt not only knew how to make soy milk and fried dough sticks, but also buns and steamed buns. The breakfasts tasted pretty good. Su Chen felt that. My aunt has some talent. He had heard his aunt say before that her dream when she was young was to open a small shop of her own. Su Chen thought that maybe he could make enough money to buy a shop and open a breakfast shop for his aunt. This way my aunt doesn't have to go to work in the chemical factory anymore. Working in a place like a chemical plant for a long time is not good for your health. As for the money to buy the shop, as long as he can get a good ranking in the college entrance examination, he will definitely get a large bonus. You kid. My aunt shook her head. My skills are just average, and it's not easy to open a shop. Su Chen remained silent. He bit into the crispy outer layer and soft inner layer of the fried dough stick and took a big sip of fresh soy milk. As for opening a store, he will tell his aunt after he buys the shop and then give her a big surprise. As for today, he was going to school to return the martial arts he had taken from the martial arts room. After all, the 2 martial arts that were taken away have been fully learned. It was useless for him to hold it in his hand. Then, he has now reached the martial artist level and can go to the Warrior Association for martial artist certification. In this world, only warriors at the martial master level or above can be certified by the Warrior Association. Every certified martial artist can be registered by the Martial Arts Association. You can also receive a subsidy from the Warrior Association every month. Martial artists are divided into 9 levels in total. The higher the level, the more subsidies they will receive. The lowest level subsidy for a martial artist is higher than an ordinary person's monthly salary. Don't underestimate this 1 month's subsidy. His aunt may not earn this much in 2 months. And you don't have to do anything, this happens every month. Is equivalent to this money is free. Therefore, basically no one would be unwilling to take this subsidy. Every warrior, once he breaks through to the martial artist level, will basically be eager to go to the Martial Artist Association for certification. However, Su Chen had some concerns. He wasn't sure if going to the Warrior Association for certification would reveal his full strength. And if he reveals his strength, will the Wuhan Association track him down? After all, he killed many people from the Wang family. Forget it, let's not go to the Warrior Association for certification yet. Let's wait until the Wang family's troubles are completely resolved. Having made up his mind, Su Chen took the 2 martial arts books he got from school and went to school. Linchuan High School. In the principal's office, Teacher Wang was standing in front of the principal. How is the recent training progress of the seed team members? Zheng Jiangmo asked. It's pretty good. Everyone has been practicing very hard lately. Several children spend most of their time in the school practice room. When Teacher Wang said this, his expression hesitated. Several children are practicing seriously, especially Li Shishir. Ever since Su Chen beat him like a pig, he has been practicing harder than before, spending almost the entire day in the practice room. However, Su Chen was not among those who practiced hard. It would be better not to bring up this matter in front of the principal. Just in case. The principal thinks that Su Chen is an unreliable kid and it's not a good thing that he has left a bad impression on people. Teacher Wang has good ideas, but reality will not go according to his ideas. The principal then asked, well, how has Su Chen's training been going recently? Well, Teacher Wang looked confused and didn't know how to answer. To him, Su Chen is no different from his benefactor. It was all because of Su Chen that he was able to lead the rocket class and these seed students. Therefore, he was still very willing to cover for Su Chen. But now that the principal asked Su Chen, he naturally couldn't lie. He is not a good liar either. What's wrong? Seeing that Teacher Wang was a little embarrassed, the principal comforted him. Old Wang, just say whatever you want to say. Don't be shy. Teacher Wang nodded. Actually, I don't know Su Chen's recent training situation. The principal frowned. What's going on? How can you, as a teacher, not be aware of your students' cultivation progress? Seed students require special attention. The main reason is that Su Chen hasn't been to school recently. What? The principal also showed surprise on his face. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Could it be that this child has become arrogant since he got first place in the class placement test and defeated Li Shishir? I have become lazy in my cultivation. Old Wang, please contact Su Chen more often and tell him to be diligent and not be arrogant. Although S-level talent and 40,000 combat power are very strong in our school, they are not top-notch in those more powerful high schools. Practice requires perseverance, a down-to-earth approach, and no slacking off. If we slack off and stagnate, we might be surpassed by Li Shishir and others in no time. The principal spoke with great sincerity, and it was obvious that he still cared very much about Su Chen. Okay, Principal Zhong, I will contact Su Chen and talk to him. But I believe that Su Chen is not the kind of arrogant person. Just because he didn't come to school to practice doesn't mean he didn't practice. Perhaps he has his own way of practicing, his own rhythm. Teacher Wang was speaking well of Su Chen. Principal Zhong nodded and said, Old Wang, what you said makes sense, but we still need to warn these children so that they can stay alert at all times. Now. Neither the principal nor Teacher Wang knew that the student they were talking about, who might have stagnated, was now far ahead. He left the seed team members far behind. Chapter 63 Su Chen is even more terrifying. School practice room. The four seeded players have been spending most of their time here recently. At this moment, the door of the training room opened. Several seed students met outside the practice room. Recently, the few of them had become very familiar with each other. They even set up a small group where they would practice together and compete with each other almost every day. As a result, their martial arts skills improved rapidly, much faster than when they practiced alone before. At this time, several people met outside the training room, preparing to go to the school's martial arts training ground to compete together. How is Su Chen doing recently? Li Shishir asked everyone. After being defeated by Su Chen last time, she didn't feel any resentment in her heart. On the contrary, she was also very grateful to Su Chen. To be honest, she was a little proud before. But after being defeated and taught a lesson by Su Chen, she instantly realized that there are always people better than you in this world. Even Linchuan High School has geniuses who are stronger and more talented than her. Not to mention those better specialized martial arts high schools. In those specialized martial arts high schools, geniuses emerge endlessly. Not to mention S-level talents, even those with SS-level talents possess it. And those true geniuses are not simply those with high talents and abilities. The speed of cultivation, the speed of practicing martial arts, and the resources that can be used are all far beyond those of ordinary geniuses. Therefore, she should be more steady and cautious. Su Chen hasn't come to school recently. It seems that he only comes when the school distributes cultivation resources. The fat boy Tang Yang replied. Ever since he saw Su Chen's performance last time, he gave Su Chen the nickname Su God. Li Shishir frowned slightly. The school has a special practice room, and Li Shishir thinks practicing in school is very good. Although she had a dedicated practice room at home, it didn't have that kind of atmosphere. At school, with the company of the seed team members, almost everyone is full of motivation. This is like the difference between an ordinary class and an elite class. Although there are some people who love to study in ordinary classes, it can be said that most of them are not that fond of studying. But the elite class is different, almost everyone is studying hard. In such an environment, you will feel that it is a great sin if you don't study. That's the atmosphere. But after the class placement test, they discovered that Su Chen had never practiced in school. Su Chen's family conditions are also very ordinary, and there is definitely no special training room at home. Therefore, it is impossible for Su Chen to practice better at home than at school. Although she was thinking about this, Li Shishir didn't say much. After all, she believed that Su Chen was not a confused person. Perhaps Su Chen has his own way of practicing. Hey, Su Chen is here. The little fat man suddenly looked into the distance and exclaimed in surprise. He looked as if he saw someone who shouldn't be there, and seemed a little surprised. Su Chen is here? Hearing the sound, everyone hurriedly looked towards the school gate where the fat boy was looking, and saw a tall and handsome boy with strong features walking towards them. The clothes the boy was wearing were very ordinary, and even looked obviously old. But this can't conceal the unique temperament of the boy. It's actually Su Chen. Why did he bother to come to school today? Are you here at school to practice? Several people talked in low voices, puzzled. Su Chen's steps were very even and his speed was not slow. He soon arrived in front of several people. What are you guys doing standing here? Seeing several members of the seed team standing here, Su Chen did not pretend not to see them. After all, among these people, Li Shishir and Su Xiaoyun provided him with many points to break through the defense. Now they are classmates again, and are both members of the seed team. If you meet me, come over and say hello. None of them had a very good relationship with Su Chen, so they still felt a little restrained when they saw Su Chen coming. Su Chen, we just came out of the training room and are preparing to go to the martial arts field for sparring. The little fat man replied. Oh, that's great. More sparring will help you become more skilled in martial arts. You guys get busy, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Okay. Take care, Su Chen. The little fat man was extremely excited at this moment. Su Chen also encouraged him. So excited. Looking at Su Chen's back, Li Shishir's expression was solemn. Su Chen seems to be more terrifying than before. I can no longer see through his realm. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. You mean, he has also broken through to the martial artist realm? Su Xiaoyun said in a deep voice. Well, that should be the case. Li Shishir nodded. Wow, he's worthy of being my Su Chen. He's just awesome. Even if he's not practicing in school, his training speed is still so fast. The little fat boy clapped his hands in amazement. He looked like a little fanboy. Okay, forget about Su Chen, let us practice hard according to our own methods. If I don't work hard, by the time I take the college entrance exam, I'm afraid Su Chen will leave me so far behind that I won't even be able to see his tail. Several people hurried to the martial arts training ground to practice. When several people were sparring with each other, they all used all their strength to master their respective martial arts. They all had a strong desire in their hearts. Catching up with Su Chen, several people felt that it was impossible. I just hope that Su Chen won't be left too far behind. The other side. As Su Chen walked up the stairs, system prompts kept appearing. Ding, Li Shishir senses you might become stronger, and her inner defenses break. Defense points plus 500. Su Xiaoyun senses you might become even stronger, and his defenses break. Defense points plus 400. What's going on? Su Chen, who was climbing the stairs, looked confused. It seems like I didn't do anything, so why did those people suddenly break down? Take a closer look at the system prompts. Oh, it must be Li Shishir who discovered that she couldn't see through my realm, and from this she concluded that I had become stronger, and then told the others. Su Chen suddenly understood. I didn't do anything, but others were defeated. This was a pleasant surprise for Su Chen. Although this little bit of defense penetration is not much, he didn't do anything, so it was in vain. Moreover, Su Chen is not a person who has high expectations but low skills. Although there are few points to break through the defense, it will add up to a lot. Soon, he arrived at the school's martial arts room. He reached out and knocked on the door of the martial arts room, and soon a head popped out of the window. What? This person was none other than Mr. Liu, who was guarding the martial arts room. Even the principal treated him with great respect. Su Chen was also very polite. Grandpa, I'm here to return the martial arts I borrowed from the martial arts room. Mr. Liu frowned slightly when he heard this. How long has it been? Are you coming here to return your martial arts skills? Could it be that he couldn't understand it and had no progress in cultivation, so he gave up? Come in. The old man said this with a lot of thoughts in his mind, and then opened the door of the martial arts room. Su Chen hurried in. Old man, I'm here to return the 2 martial arts books I borrowed earlier. He took out the 2 martial arts books he had borrowed earlier and placed them on the table. Chapter 64 shocked Mr. Liu. Well, put it on the table, Mr. Liu said calmly, but his brows furrowed even deeper. After Su Chen placed the two martial arts books on the table, Mr. Liu couldn't help but continue. Martial arts training isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. There's no need to get discouraged just because you haven't made any progress yet. The school's martial arts skills are given to students and do not need to be taken back. Students only need to destroy the original after successfully practicing and not pass it on to others. Therefore, basically, after students take martial arts from the martial arts room, they rarely come back to return them. After all, practicing martial arts is very difficult. It is impossible to master it in a short period of time, so practitioners will basically take out the original martial arts from time to time and read and study them carefully. It is rare for someone like Su Chen to return martial arts after borrowing them for just a few days. Therefore, Mr. Liu naturally thought that Su Chen had encountered difficulties in practicing martial arts and thus gave up practicing martial arts. In his opinion, this was really too stupid. It is a very rare thing for an ordinary high school student to be able to practice martial arts. But this young man gave up because of a tiny difficulty, which was a complete waste of this opportunity. Mr. Liu himself came from an ordinary family, so he knew how difficult it was for ordinary students to acquire martial arts. Looking at Su Chen's dress, he knew that Su Chen's family was definitely very ordinary. So when he saw Su Chen wasting this opportunity, he, who was usually a man of few words, couldn't help but speak. Under normal circumstances, he would not bother to say much. Su Chen, who had just put the martial arts on the table and put his hand back, paused slightly when he heard this. After thinking carefully about what Mr. Liu said, Su Chen immediately understood the meaning of what Mr. Liu said. I felt a little amused and helpless. Mr. Liu, I think you misunderstood, Su Chen said respectfully. He had heard that Mr. Liu in the school's martial arts room was a retired soldier from the battlefield. It is an existence that has fought with extraordinary creatures. He is a tough soldier. Su Chen has great respect for those who defend their country and dedicate the best years of their lives to their country. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Old Liu frowned, with a hint of anger in his words. This young man from an ordinary family doesn't listen to the advice of the elderly and likes to refute what his elders say. He comes from an ordinary family and retreats when faced with a little difficulty. I can't hear what's being said. This made Mr. Liu's impression of Su Chen worse and worse. He was usually calm, but now he was a little angry. Master Liu, it's like this. I didn't encounter any difficulties. Rather, I've already mastered this martial arts technique. I've also practiced a little bit on that incomplete sword technique, but it's incomplete after all, so I can't continue to practice it. Well, it's normal that cultivation is difficult. At this point, Lu Lao's face changed drastically. What did you say? Have you already mastered that martial art? After all, that incomplete sword technique martial arts book is incomplete, so it is normal that it cannot be practiced. But that martial art is complete. What this young man meant was that he had already mastered that martial art. But how long has it been? Is that it? Yes, I've mastered it. Su Chen nodded lightly. Are you sure? Mr. Liu looked suspicious. Obviously, Mr. Liu did not believe what Su Chen said. What Su Chen called mastery might just be the beginning in Mr. Liu's opinion. There is a huge gap between getting started and so-called mastery. In Mr. Liu's opinion, the so-called mastery should at least mean that the proficiency in martial arts is above a small level. Sure. Su Chen is very confident. With the help of the system, he has cultivated his martial arts skills to a perfect level. Of course I have this confidence. Oh, young people should be down to earth. Don't talk big. Old Liu looked at Su Chen deeply. Since you said you have mastered it, I wonder if you can show it to me. The young man in front of me is a restless and boastful person. Just bragging. It's just the upper lip touching the lower lip, and there's no cost. Just blow it however you want. But once the other party uses it, he will definitely show his weakness. The young man certainly wouldn't dare to display his martial arts skills in front of him. However, Mr. Liu was wrong. The young man didn't show any fear when he heard his suggestion. The other party just responded lightly, okay. Then the young man's figure flashed, as if turning into an unclear floating light afterimage, and moved through the not very spacious room of the martial arts room. Seeing this, Mr. Liu's pupils shrank slightly. His insights are extraordinary. When he saw Su Chen perform Fleeting Light, he understood that this young man had truly mastered this martial art. And the progress is not low. At least it is at the level of minor success. But this is a bit too unbelievable. How long had it been since the boy took the fleeting glimpses from the martial arts room? He has reached this level of cultivation so quickly. In other words, in just a few days, the boy had mastered a B-level martial arts skill. Who would believe this if I told them? I also learned this martial art before, but it seemed that it took me a year to achieve some success. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Ding! Your martial arts skills remind old Lu of the time you practiced this physical skill. Old Lu is shocked and his defense is broken. Defense breakpoints plus 600. After performing a circle in the martial arts room using his body skills, Su Chen returned to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, you see, I didn't brag, did I? Su Chen said with a smile. Old Lu nodded, and then began to look Su Chen up and down carefully. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply. How could it be? You've actually reached the late stage of martial arts master. Mr. Lu was extremely surprised and shocked. Just now, after taking a closer look, he realized the young man's realm. He hadn't cared before. But now, after taking a closer look, he discovered that the young man had actually reached the late stage of great perfection of a martial artist. Just one step away. You can enter the realm of Wuzong. Although this realm is not too high in Lu Lao's opinion, the other party is just a high school student. And the boy took away the incomplete Thunder Sword technique last time, so he looked at the boy carefully out of curiosity. Last time. This young man seems to be only at the warrior level. But in such a short time. The other party not only cultivated the martial arts skills of body movement, but also reached the great perfection of the late martial artist. It would be extremely difficult to reach the level of a teenager in either of these two aspects in such a short period of time. But the young man's progress in these two areas is so amazing. What kind of talent is this? What kind of understanding is this? Old Lu took a deep breath and was deeply shocked. Thinking back to the beginning. It took him several years to advance from a warrior to the late stage of martial artist. Your cultivation speed astounds Elder Lu. Recalling the time he himself spent cultivating at this stage, his defenses are broken. Defense points plus 500. Chapter 65 A Loving Family. Su Chen looked at Mr. Lu in surprise. He didn't expect that. The number of defense breaking points exploded on old Lu's body was actually more than those geniuses. But soon, Su Chen understood why. Obviously, it is because Mr. Lu is very powerful that the defense breaking point is so high. You are very good. After looking at Su Chen with deep eyes for a long time, old Lu said this. Now. In his eyes, Su Chen was already a very good young man. Talented and insightful. He is a man of calmness and composure, not arrogant. In a short period of time, his opinion of Su Chen has changed drastically. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Well, you have great talent, but you have to understand one thing, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If others knew you were so talented, it would probably attract a lot of attention. I understand, Mr. Lu. Su Chen answered this way, but he felt helpless in his heart. With such a system, he is destined to stand out. Wait a moment. Old Lu said something again, then turned and walked into the small room where he usually rested. There was a sound of a safe opening in the room, as if Mr. Lu was opening the safe to take something out. After a while, old Lu walked out of the small room, holding a not too thick booklet in his hand. This is for you. This is a martial arts book I obtained that can conceal my own realm. When this martial art is cultivated to a high level, it can disguise your realm as any realm lower than your own. Even if someone who is several realms higher than you doesn't carefully observe you with their spiritual power, they won't be able to see your true realm. After Mr. Lu finished speaking, he handed the booklet directly into Su Chen's arms. Su Chen reached out and took it, feeling a little happy. His current cultivation speed is indeed quite fast, and people who are stronger than him can see his realm. People who are weaker than him cannot see his realm clearly, and it is easy for them to guess that his realm is higher. This is really not good. Easy to expose yourself. Su Chen is still used to keeping something in reserve for everything he does. With this martial art, he can disguise his own realm and appear to be at a lower realm. It is really the best way to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. And This way he can always keep a trick up his sleeve, and if he encounters an enemy, he can catch the opponent off guard. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Suchen did not refuse, mainly because this martial art that concealed his own realm was really important to him. As for Mr. Liu's help, he will find a way to repay it later. Although Mr. Liu is very powerful, Suchen believes that he will soon be able to repay him. He has the confidence. Seeing that Suchen was not too polite, Mr. Liu was even more satisfied with Suchen. This young man is calm, decisive, and efficient. He just couldn't stand those people who clearly wanted something but pretended to refuse. Wanting is wanting. If you don't want it, you don't want it. Okay, go ahead. Old Liu waved his hand, indicating that Suchen could leave. Suchen clasped his hands together, then turned around and left very neatly. A real dragon is about to appear in our Jiangnan province. Looking at the young man's back as he left, Old Liu's face was full of emotion. Having been in Linchuan Middle School for so long, he had never seen a student whose cultivation speed was so fast. Such a speed of cultivation is not inferior to those geniuses in big cities. Even worse than that. Suchen did not check the martial arts given by Old Liu immediately. He plans to go home and watch it later. Suchen put the martial arts into his arms so that no one could see them and left the school. There is a bus stop right in front of Linchuan High School. Suchen waited at the platform for a while and then got on a bus. Sitting in the car, Suchen took out his cell phone out of boredom. Opening the social software, Suchen saw several messages sent by Wan Peng. But it was nothing important, Wan Peng was just chatting. After Suchen replied, he found an invitation to join the group on his phone. Lonely Wolf invites you to join the group chat dating family. Suchen frowned slightly. After searching his memory, Suchen remembered that the man named Lonely Wolf was his uncle. He was the one whom my aunt asked to borrow money, and he just said, "I don't have money," and cried poor. In fact, as for borrowing money, Suchen didn't think there was anything wrong with the other party not lending it. To be honest, my aunt is just a chemical factory worker, and her monthly salary is just enough for the family to live on. It is understandable that my uncle is unwilling to lend the money because he is afraid that my aunt will not be able to pay it back. But there is one thing about this uncle that is very annoying. I often persuaded my aunt to give up my sister. They said things like, "It can't be cured at all, why spend that money?" Moreover, this uncle often acts superior and shows his superiority everywhere. Whenever I meet my uncle's family, this uncle kept preaching to my aunt, Suchen, and my sister. But it would be fine if those sermons made sense and were really good advice. But this uncle's preaching is all useless. It's all suppression, belittlement, contempt, and arrogance. Therefore, the original owner hated this uncle very much. Later, because his sister fell ill, the uncle was afraid that his family would borrow money, so he took the initiative to cut off contact. He was afraid that his aunt would ask him to borrow money. Now I guess he heard that his sister's disease can be cured, so this came up again. Suchen's mouth corners rose slightly. He wanted to see what trouble this uncle was going to cause by appearing now. Reach out and click to agree. Successfully joined the group chat. A message appeared in the group. Last night, Xingchen joined the group chat. Last Night's Stars is Suchen's social media nickname. It was chosen by the original owner. Suchen himself doesn't like to bother with these things, so he has never changed his online name. Not long after Suchen joined the group chat, a message rang in the group chat. Lone Wolf, congratulations, we're the last person to join the group chat. But Suchen, you're quite difficult to invite. It took me so long to invite you before you agreed. Last Night's Stars, huh, uncle, you're joking. I'm already in my third year of high school, so I naturally have to study hard. That's why I just saw this invitation. Suchen directly sent a message like this. However, this gave the old man something to talk about. Lonely Wolf, oh, yes, Suchen, you are already in your third year of high school. You will soon be facing the college entrance examination, so you should study hard. But there's no need to push yourself. Last time, I heard your aunt say that Suchen, you only have a D-level talent. You definitely can't learn martial arts with such low talent. So you probably didn't choose military science, but liberal arts. Hua Kai Fu Gue, it doesn't matter if you're not good at martial arts, Xiao Chun, if you choose liberal arts, you can get into a good liberal arts university. A job like a clerk in the future would also be a good option. At least I don't have to go out in the wind and rain anymore. This Hua Kai Fu Gue is my aunt's cousin, so she is a close relative. Chapter 66 Show Off. Shangshan Ruoshui, Tisk, what's the point of having good grades in liberal arts? No matter how good your liberal arts grades are, you can only get ordinary jobs at best. Those high-ranking positions won't be given to those with poor martial arts skills. Half a candy sweet to sadness, yes, in this world, martial arts prowess is still the key. And liberal arts isn't that easy to learn. But it doesn't matter. Even if your grades in liberal arts and military subjects are not good, the worst that can happen in the future is that you will end up working in a factory as a screwdriver or delivering food. How Zaiwu, delivering food? Ha, you're overthinking it. If you don't have martial arts skills, you can't even deliver food better than others. Those who have a little bit of ability can deliver food faster. Half a candy dollar sweet to sadness, I heard that my uncle spent money to enroll cousin Suyu in extracurricular classes at the best martial arts school in Linchuan Wuji Martial Arts School, where there are special teachers to guide his practice. Uncle, cousin Suyu should have done well in this class placement test, right? Lone Wolf, ha, not bad. Yuer's combat power reached 18,000 in this class placement test, and he successfully entered the rocket class at Linchuan No. 2 Middle School. Half a candy sweet to sadness, oh, where's the rocket class? Cousin Suyu is truly amazing. The highest good is like water, Yuer is an amazing kid. He will definitely go to a martial arts university in the future. Congratulations, bro. As soon as Su Chen was mentioned in the group, the topic immediately shifted to Suyu. This Suyu is the son of Su Chen's uncle. He is a few months older than Su Chen and is considered Su Chen's cousin. He is also in his third year of high school this year. However, when awakening his talent, Suyu directly awakened a level talent. My uncle's family told the relatives about this matter a long time ago. My uncle's family runs a small business, and they can be said to be the best performing family in the entire Su family. So when Zhang Yue was diagnosed with a serious illness, her aunt first went to her uncle's house to borrow money. However, my uncle's family kept making excuses for it. Later, he avoided the original owner's family like the plague, and it can be said that he completely cut off all contact with them. There was a family gathering to entertain guests, and all the relatives of the Su family were invited, but my aunt was the only one not invited. You know, my aunt is my uncle's biological sister. This relationship is absolutely the closest blood relationship. They are real relatives. Now that Yue's illness is almost cured, this uncle starts jumping around in front of her again. If Yue's illness doesn't get better, her uncle's family and other relatives will definitely stay as far away from her as possible. This time he created the group obviously to show off. My uncle's family is the richest in the Su family. Usually, the relatives in the family praise my uncle's family in various ways. This time, my uncle's son was assigned to the rocket class, which was obviously a great honor for my uncle. I really don't know what's so proud about having over 10,000 combat power. Su Chen shook his head and muttered. He didn't continue speaking in the group. In order to intimidate these relatives and bring honor to my aunt, all I have to do is get a good score in the college entrance examination and be admitted to a martial arts university. Click on the group settings and you will see Do Not Disturb group messages. The world suddenly became quiet. When I got home, my aunt was sitting on the old sofa in the living room knitting slippers. The needle and thread in his hand so through the insole stitch by stitch. Auntie, why are you making this? It takes so much effort. You can just buy it outside for a few dollars. Su Chen didn't really want his aunt to do this. It takes many days to make a pair. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive. My aunt smiled and shook her head. Kid, the insoles you buy for a few dollars are of such poor quality that they break after just a few days. Your pair of insoles is broken, and since your aunt hasn't been working lately, I thought of making you 2 pairs so you can alternate between them. Su Chen's eyes suddenly felt a little hot. Although my aunt is not my biological mother, she is better than my biological mother. Su Chen was deeply moved. Thank you, Auntie. In his previous life, his parents died early, so he never felt what maternal love was. I didn't expect that in this life, I would experience it from the original owner's aunt. There are thousands of words in my heart. But Su Chen is not good at expressing emotions with words. Final. Thousands of words are reduced to just 4 words. Thank you, Auntie. Everything I want to say is contained in these 4 words. No need to say more, no need to say more. Seeing Su Chen's red eyes, my aunt smiled and said, You kid, you're already an adult, but you're still so sentimental. Su Chen smiled and said, no matter how old I am still a child in front of my aunt. Brother, your eyes are red. Are you going to cry? Shame on you. The little girl next to him poked Su Chen's face and teased him. You girl. Su Chen smiled helplessly, but he was very happy in his heart. Since my sister recovered, she has become more lively. This is a good thing in Su Chen's opinion. My sister used to be sickly and always in a hurry, without any of the vigor of a little girl. We. The little girl giggled. Well, today's food is gone. It's time to go out and buy some vegetables. My aunt put down the insole in her hand that she had not finished knitting. Ever since Yue became seriously ill, her aunt has often been with her in the hospital. I was fired from the chemical plant because I hadn't been there for a long time. My aunt couldn't find another job for a while, so she stayed at home. Fortunately, Su Chen transferred tens of thousands of yuan to her, so she didn't have to worry about living expenses. Su Chen also asked his aunt to have a good rest and not to rush to find a job. However, Su Chen knew that his aunt had also gone out to look for a job, but she just couldn't find one for the time being. Aunt, I'll go with you. Su Chen knew that he wouldn't spend much time at home. After the college entrance examination, he will definitely go to a bigger city to attend university. In the future, he will have even less time to come back. So while you're still at home, spend as much time as possible with your family. Su Chen looked at Zheng Yue. Yue, are you going with us? No, brother. I'll study at home. I've been sick for so long and have fallen behind in my studies. I want to catch up. The little girl shook her head quickly. Su Chen was quite satisfied with her reaction. Although this girl is not very old, she is very clear about her plans. Su Chen didn't say anything like going out together or studying later. His sister has her own plans, and as her brother, he should support her. I'll get a bag. My aunt turned around to get the shopping bag. She had specially sewed a cloth bag with dark cloth, specifically for buying vegetables. This way, when you go to the supermarket to buy vegetables, you don't have to spend a few extra cents to buy plastic bags. Auntie quickly found the cloth bag and went out with Su Chen. The two went to a vegetable market near where they lived, and my aunt bought some pork ribs and corn, a piece of pork belly and some vegetables. When buying groceries, bargaining is inevitable. Su Chen followed his aunt patiently throughout the whole process, watching his aunt bargain with the vegetable vendor. Chapter 67 let him teach Su Chen a few moves. After the work was done, Su Chen still provided good emotional value. Aunt, you are this. Su Chen immediately gave a thumbs up. You kid, life is all about saving where you can. Even if it only costs a few cents, it can add up to a lot of savings over the years. Yeah, I got it. Su Chen nodded quickly to show that he accepted the lesson. After buying the groceries, they headed back home. When I walked downstairs, I met my next-door neighbor Aunt Zhang and her son. Aunt Zhang's son is called Wang Ji, and he is about the same age as Su Chen. They were in the same class in elementary school, and even went to the same school in junior high school. But before, Wang Ji and Su Chen could not be compared. Whether in elementary school or junior high school, Su Chen's grades were top-notch. In elementary and junior high school, we learn academic subjects, and it is not until high school that we begin to awaken our talents and abilities. So when Su Chen was in elementary and junior high school, he was always called other people's child by his neighbors and relatives. At that time, Wang Ji's grades were very average, so his family members did not criticize him for using Su Chen as a textbook. So starting from childhood, Wang Ji was actually not very happy with Su Chen. The relationship between the two is just average. Fortunately, martial arts are what people admire in this world. So-called cultural knowledge means nothing in this world. After starting to awaken his talents in high school, Wang Ji awakened a B-level talent, while Su Chen only had a D-level talent. Since then, Wang Ji finally freed himself and the serf sang. No matter how well you studied academically, this world is ultimately a world of warriors. Only martial arts are supreme. Aunt Zhang has always been very proud in front of her aunt since her son awakened his B-level talent. As for Su Chen's later talent test, his aunt did not tell anyone. So none of my relatives and neighbors knew about it. Hey, Xiaoju, what are you and Su Chen doing? Xiaochun and I went out to buy groceries. Aunt Zhang nodded, so that's how it is. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, Xiaochun, you are also in your third year of high school, right? I remember you and my Xiaoji are in the same grade. You will soon be taking the college entrance examination. Yes, Aunt Zhang. Xiaochen, did you choose the liberal arts or martial arts? Wu Ku. When Aunt Zhang heard Su Chen's words, the smile on her face became even wider. The wrinkles on his face had been squeezed into a chrysanthemum shape because of his smile. Wu Ku is good. Wu Ku is good. Only by choosing the military subject could she look impressive in front of Wu Xiaoju. You still have to work hard on your training before the college entrance exam. After all, you chose the martial arts subject. My Wang Ji is quite good at training. I'll ask him to teach you a few moves someday so you can improve. Aunt Zhang looked very proud after saying this. Upon hearing this, my aunt looked at Su Chen and wanted to say something. Su Chen shook his head slightly, and his aunt swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. He looked at Aunt Zhang with a smile on his face. Oh, really? He pretended to be delighted. Mom, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I don't even have enough time to practice myself, so how can I have time to guide him? Wang Ji, who had been following Aunt Zhang and had never spoken, finally spoke at this moment. While speaking, Wang Ji even rolled his eyes. How could he have the time to instruct a useless person with D-level talent? Even if I give him some pointers, will this loser be able to understand? A waste with D-level talent, neither his comprehension nor his aptitude are good enough. He is the kind of person who cannot be taught no matter how hard you try. Before the classes were divided, there were already many D-level talents in their class. No matter how hard these people try, they cannot do many things that seem simple to those with higher talents. Asking him to teach Su Chen, a loser, is like playing the lute to a cow. It's a complete waste of time. Hey, how can you talk like that, kid? Aunt Zhang pretended to be angry, but there was no trace of blame in her words. She looked at Su Chen pretending to be sorry. I'm sorry, Xiaochen, maybe Aji and the others have too much study load, so they don't have time. It's not that he doesn't want to guide you, he is just too busy. Aunt Zhang said this, feeling extremely proud in her heart. Cool. It feels so good. She could finally hold her head high in front of Wu Xiaoju. It's okay. I'm in my senior year and starting to prepare for the college entrance exam. I'm really busy. There was a hint of regret in Su Chen's tone. It seemed that he really felt sorry that he couldn't get Wang Ji's guidance. Su Chen felt that his acting skills were pretty good. Well, Xiaochen, do your best. Xiaoju, we'll go back first. It was impossible for Aunt Zhang to really want her son to teach Su Chen. She just wanted to show her presence and feel proud in front of Su Chen's aunt. After Aunt Zhang and her son left, Auntie looked at Su Chen and said, Xiaochen, why didn't you let me tell you your current grades? She knew that her son Xiaochen had done very well in the class placement test. It's okay, Auntie. There's no need. They might not believe it even if you told them, and it wouldn't be shocking enough. When the college entrance examination results come out, they will understand that what they are so proud of is just a joke to me. Su Chen spoke very confidently. As my aunt listened, her eyes became brighter and brighter. Xiaochen, your idea is good. My aunt gave me a compliment. During this period, the eldest brother and other relatives in the family group have been proudly bragging about his son Suyu in the group. That look. I want to kneel down and lick him. That's fine, she doesn't want to pay attention to it. But when these relatives praised Suyu, they would occasionally bring up her Xiaochen and criticize him. When Xiaochen's college entrance examination results come out and he gets admitted to a good university, the expressions on his relatives' faces will definitely be very happy. She is looking forward to that day. Xiaochen, Auntie is waiting for the day when you will make her proud. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll make sure you're proud in front of them. When my aunt heard Su Chen's words, she nodded with a smile, and her eyebrows and eyes curved into crescents. After returning home and having dinner, the lights were turned off. A crescent moon hangs high in the sky. The whole world gradually fell silent. Even if the lights are off, you can still see what's going on in the room. Su Chen picked up the long knife he had taken from the Wang family beside the bed, found the orange cat mask and put it on, and carefully opened the window of the room. They live in an old building with only 6 floors. Their home is on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is not high, and there is a huangguosha tree that has been growing for many years outside the window of Su Chen's room. The huangguosha tree has never been pruned, and its branches are lush. In the summer, many neighbors living in the old buildings come to enjoy the coolness under the tree. Su Chen turned over and jumped out of the window gently. His body landed lightly on the branches of the huangguo tree. His control over his body had now reached a very exquisite level. When they fall on the branches, they only make a very slight sound. In the dead of night, it only woke up a few birds sleeping in their nests in the trees. Chapter 68 Everyone Must Die. His body landed lightly on the branch, and after a few more jumps, he landed steadily on the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A few startled sparrows flew into the sky and landed on a cable not far away. Pairs of bird eyes stared at the young man on the ground without blinking. Only when the young man's figure disappeared into the darkness did it fly back to its nest. Su Chen's figure moved quickly in the darkness. Tonight, he wants to completely solve the Wang family's troubles. He will always feel uneasy until this trouble is solved. It would be fine if the other party only looked for him, but he was afraid that the Wang family would continue to look for his aunt and sister. Judging from the Wang family's previous behavior, this is very likely. So, in order to prevent the Wang family from causing further trouble for his family, he took the initiative to resolve the problem. It is better to strike first than to strike first. Su Chen didn't want to wait for the Wang family to take action first. If something happened to his family, it would be too late to regret. Any trouble that may come should be nipped in the bud. Soon, Su Chen left the old city and entered the new city. The Wang family lives in the wealthy area of the new city. On a hillside. A luxurious villa was built on the hillside, and it covers a large area. Su Chen naturally didn't know where the Wang family was. But the Wang family is a well-known martial arts family in Linchuan. You only need to do a quick search on the internet to find out where the Wang family is. Su Chen searched the Wang family's address on the internet and then went straight there. Su Chen is now quite powerful. Even if you run in the dark for several hours, it won't consume too much energy. Just meditate and regulate your breathing to get back to your peak state. Su Chen's figure moved quickly in the darkness. He seemed to have begun to like the night, as it could hide everything and give people a strong sense of security. The basement of the Wang family villa. No, I don't want it. A young man wearing tattered clothes and with a dirty face was brutally dragged out of the cell by several big men. This cell was specially built by the Wang family. Specially used to do some shameful things. The boy's dark eyes were filled with fear, and he knew what was going to happen next. Before, another teenager who was imprisoned in the same cell with him was dragged out by these bad guys. After they were done, the men carried a stretcher on which was his cellmate. He saw from a distance that the boy had lost his body. The boy's head was transplanted into a tiger's body. The tiger was beheaded and its companion's head was replaced. Then the companion suddenly turned into a monster. Everyone here is a devil. They dismembered healthy people and performed various transplant operations on them. Those who were dragged out undoubtedly turned into monsters. He doesn't want to become a monster. He doesn't want to become a monster. If he turned into a monster, he would rather die. However, those people ignored the boy's expression. In their eyes, the boy was just a pig. They are just mice kept by the Wang family for various experiments. The boy was already thin, and he had not had enough to eat since he was locked up here for a long time. Where is the strength? Faced with several warriors, he had no power to resist. He was quickly dragged out of the cell. Was he going to turn into a monster? The boy's eyes were filled with despair. Soon a towel was covered over the boy's mouth and nose. After struggling for a while, he fainted and did not move. Several people dragged him into an operating room. In the operating room, there are several people wearing white clean room suits. There are many instruments inside, and in the middle, there is a huge operating table. A huge wolf-like creature was lying on the operating table. Although it is called a wolf-like creature, it actually looks almost the same as a wolf. However, it looks more imposing and larger than a wolf. And the wolf is still in a coma. If it were in an awake state, it would be hard to imagine how much of a deterrent it would bring to people. This is the extraordinary creature in the wilderness. But obviously, it is a low-level extraordinary creature. The so-called extraordinary creatures come from two sources. One type is the extraordinary creature from another time and space that came through the space tunnel. The other type is extraordinary creatures that evolve after the Yuan force passes through the space tunnel and the local creatures absorb the Yuan force. The former kind of extraordinary creature is extremely powerful. The latter type is generally much weaker in strength. This extraordinary wolf is obviously an extraordinary creature that evolved from a local wild wolf. Outside the operating room, there was also a group of people standing. These are all senior members of the Wang family. Is the transplant surgery safe? A middle-aged man outside the operating room asked in a deep voice. This person was Wang Anyu, whose son died not long ago. Tonight, a very important day for him. He is in charge of the Wang family's transplant project. Recently, the Wang family has made a new breakthrough in transplantation technology and is about to begin the first transplantation of the new technology. Of course, he had to be there. Second master, there shouldn't be any major problems with the transplant surgery. Even if it fails, it's only because we're not familiar with the new technology. After a few more attempts, there won't be any problems. The person in charge replied. Wang Anyu nodded. Well, that's it, the operation will begin as soon as possible. Then he found a seat nearby. He took out his cell phone and checked the information his subordinate sent him today. I saw. First is a photo of a handsome young man. Then he continued to look through the information. After a while, he finished reading the information and murmured, Su Chen. The information sent to him by his subordinates made him understand that when his wife was in the hospital, she wanted to steal the medicine from the boy's sister. Later. That's why his wife and son died. Certainly. Wang Anyu didn't think that this young man would be able to take care of his wife and son. After all, the data shows that. Although this young man has been very popular in school recently, he is considered a top student in the military department of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. But no matter how talented one is, he is just an ant at the level of a warrior. Among my wife and the deceased members of the Wang family, several were powerful martial artists. A young man at the warrior level, no matter how talented he is, cannot possibly have the ability to kill so many martial artists. But, although it is impossible that the young man killed his wife and son directly, it is very likely that it has a lot to do with the young man named Su Chen. Perhaps there is a master behind this young man. For example, there is a powerful master. Of course, it is also possible that the wife and son offended someone else and were killed. The Wang family has indeed offended many people. Especially my wife, she has always been arrogant, so it is normal for her to make enemies. As long as you have any possible connection with the death of my wife and son, your entire family must die. A fierce look flashed in Wang Anyu's eyes. After things here are over, he will definitely take some time to wipe out the entire family of this man named Su Chen. Chapter 69 Wang Family's Underground Base. Su Chen came to the villa area where the Wang family lived. He avoided various surveillance cameras along the way and entered the villa area. After strolling around the villa area, no one noticed him. He was looking for Wang Anyu in the villa area. Because he had the mother and son in the hospital as a clue, he naturally found out about Wang Anyu very easily. I also learned that Wang Anyu was the father of that naughty child. Wang Anyu's photos are not secret at all and can be found on the internet. And he also learned that the most powerful patriarch of the Wang family had left the Wang family and was in seclusion outside to break through to the martial sect realm. That's why we decided to take action tonight. He wanted to send Wang Anyu downstairs as soon as possible to reunite with his family. Su Chen felt that. Since we are a family, it is natural that we should be neat and tidy. Su Chen's current strength is difficult to be noticed by those people in the villa area. However, Su Chen searched the entire villa area but couldn't find Wang Anyu. In the end, Su Chen directly found a member of the Wang family and after intimidating them, he found out the villa where Wang Anyu lived. In order to prevent this man from affecting his actions, Su Chen quickly and decisively cut the man's throat. Then the body was thrown directly into a dense bush several dozen meters away from the villa area. After doing all this, Su Chen avoided the Wang family and rushed directly into the villa where Wang Anyu lived. There was no one in the villa. At this time, the servants have all gone to bed and there is no one in the villa. The whole villa was also in darkness. Su Chen was not in a hurry. Since he knew where Wang Anyu lived, he could just wait here quietly. If Wang Anyu doesn't come back today, he can just come and wait tomorrow. Su Chen is very patient. Su Chen looked around the rooms in the villa. One of the rooms contained a lot of toys, including some for children. There is no doubt that this room is the room where the child who abused the cat lives. Next to this room is a room where couples live. There are men's and women's clothes in the wardrobe. These clothes are of very good quality and you can tell at a glance that they are worth a lot of money. So Su Chen waited directly behind the door of the room. This wait lasted more than an hour. Su Chen was not in a hurry and stood there as quietly as a sculpture. Until the sound of a door opening was heard outside. It was Wang Anyu who opened the door of the villa. Although the operation was going on in the operating room, the transplant operation was very complicated. After all, it is not easy to combine humans and supernatural creatures. An operation often takes dozens of hours. It's okay for him to leave for a while. So I came back to get my stuff. Su Chen originally thought that Wang Anyu would go back to his room to sleep, but he didn't expect that. Wang Anyu was searching for something in the hall of the villa, and after a while the door was closed again. Su Chen frowned slightly. What is Wang Anyu doing? It's already early morning and he is still not sleeping. Su Chen was a little curious, so he went out of the window and followed Wang Anyu. The Wang family villa is on a whole hillside, and the whole hillside here is the Wang family's territory. Su Chen did not take action immediately. Instead, he followed Wang Anyu. Then he found that Wang Anyu was walking towards the woods behind. And he walked for quite a while until he was far away from the villa. There was a cave at the back, and Wang Anyu entered the cave. The cave was winding, and Su Chen followed for several dozen meters before Wang Anyu in front stopped. Then he was seen placing his palm on a stone wall in the cave. With a loud boom, two huge, ancient stone slabs on the ground opened up, and a passage leading deep underground appeared before their eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's pupils shrank slightly. This place is so secretive and leads underground. There's obviously a secret hidden here. I wonder what secrets the Wang family is hiding underground. Su Chen had a feeling in his heart that perhaps this was an opportunity to directly bring down the Wang family. Perform body movements and martial arts. Before the two huge stone doors were completely closed, he quickly followed. Then Su Chen discovered the huge space underground of the Wang family. Huge glass containers are placed here, and there is green liquid in the containers, which looks like some specially prepared medicine. Soaking in the solution are various extraordinary creatures of huge sizes. This was the first time Su Chen saw a supernatural creature. The original owner had always lived in the city and had never been to the wilderness. Therefore, there is no chance to see extraordinary creatures. Now Su Chen is a soul from the 21st century in another world. Not to mention seeing extraordinary creatures, he rarely sees even some wild animals. You can imagine the shock at this moment when you see those huge and extraordinary creatures. Maybe it's because the internet is not secure. There are no cameras here either. After all, camera surveillance basically needs to be connected to the internet, but once it is connected to the internet, it is definitely not safe. Everything here is shameful. So there are no cameras here, but there are many warriors patrolling. However, it was very easy for Su Chen to avoid these patrolling warriors. He took out his cell phone, muted the camera, and turned off the flash. Then, he took a series of photos of these extraordinary creatures soaked in a special solution. After filming, he continued to check here. Soon, he discovered an even more shocking scene. Soaked in the solution are many extraordinary creatures combined with humans. Some have human heads and snake bodies, some have human heads and spider bodies, and some have human bodies and animal heads. Obviously, these are creatures made up of humans and extraordinary creatures. Seeing these, Su Chen instantly understood what kind of place this was. This is a base specifically used for secret transplant and grafting operations. Wang family, researching the transplantation and splicing of humans and supernatural creatures. This is creating a special human-animal hybrid creature. After understanding this, Su Chen was shocked. Although I don't know the rules of order in this high-level martial arts world, I can tell with my brain that the Wang family's behavior is totally against the rules. Otherwise, the base would not be built in such a place. Humans and supernatural beings are spliced together. The Wang family is really bold. What is the Wang family going to do? Create an army of monsters? And where did these people come from? Were they captured alive for experiments? Su Chen felt that there is no need for him to take action to deal with Wang Anyu now. The Wang family is courting death. He only needs to report everything the Wang family did to the Warrior Association. Then the Wang family will definitely be wiped out. The Warrior Association will certainly not allow any force to do such a thing. After taking photos of some special creatures spliced together from humans and humans, Su Chen used his body movement and martial arts skills to the extreme to avoid the patrolling warriors. He found the switch to open the stone door. Fortunately, the switch to exit from the inside does not require face, fingerprint, iris, or other things. There is a switch inside. Press it to open the stone door. After leaving, Su Chen went back to look for the place where he had dumped the body. The corpse's phone is unlocked using the corpse's fingerprint, and the photos taken are then transferred to the phone. Then, Su Chen directly sent a report email to the Warrior Association. Then he destroyed the phone. In this way, the Warrior Association won't be able to find out about him. Chapter 70 surrounding the Wang family. Lin Chuan Wuan meeting. Hey, it's another overtime night. Would you like some coffee? Asked a woman in a Wuanhui uniform. The Wuan Association is an organization under the Warrior Association that specializes in handling warrior affairs. Similar to the uncle with a hat among ordinary people. In order to receive reports at any time, the Wuan Association naturally has dedicated personnel on night shift. At this moment, a man and a woman were on night duty, specifically handling reports from warriors at night. After all, many times, cases often occur late at night, so it is impossible not to have people work night shifts. Coffee? Where can I get coffee at this hour? The male colleague who was also working overtime looked confused. The woman rolled her eyes. Nonsense, of course it's instant coffee. You really want freshly brewed coffee? After saying this, the woman pulled out 2 packs of instant coffee from her uniform pocket. Here, just drink this. Just mix it with a cup of hot water, it's convenient. Make one for me too. All right. The male colleague reached out to take the instant coffee, picked up 2 cups of water and walked towards the water dispenser. The woman then sat back in front of the computer. Ha! The woman glanced at the computer screen and let out a light exclamation. At this moment, the new email icon in the official mailbox on the computer is flashing. This is new mail. An email sent so late at night is probably about something very important. The woman quickly opened her mailbox and opened the new email to check. Ah! After reading the content of the email, the woman exclaimed. What's wrong? The male colleague came over after making 2 cups of coffee. Something big has happened. I have to call Captain Chen right away. The woman quickly stood up and ran to the phone. The male colleague also hurriedly checked the computer screen, and his pupils slowly dilated. Something big happened. At this time, the woman reached out and grabbed the microphone and quickly dialed the team leader Kai Chen's number. Captain, something big has happened. After the phone call, Chen Yi immediately issued various orders. The members of the Lin Chuan Wuan Society quickly gathered together, just like an emergency assembly during military training, and soon the strongest members of the Wuan Society were summoned. A group of Wuan Society elites drove quickly to Wang's house, with cars driving through the quiet streets in the early morning. Occasionally, people who come home late see these vehicles and are all surprised. What happened? Why are there so many cars from the Wuan Society? Could it be that another warrior has committed a crime? On the moving vehicle. Although there was no expression on Chen Yi's face, his dark eyes appeared unusually deep. According to the report email, this Wang family is likely to be connected to the beast god cult. If that's the case, then this is a huge case. Only, who would be the one to report such a confidential matter of the Wang family? It is unlikely that ordinary people would have access to such secrets of the Wang family. There were quite a few photos in that report email, and it was obvious that the photos were taken in the Wang family's secret base. But it is such an important base. There couldn't be anyone patrolling. But that person was able to take such important photos and even send a reporting email. This is obviously not easy. Maybe that person is a member of the Wang family project. Or, the man was very powerful and could easily avoid the patrols of the Wang family without attracting the attention of the Wang family. No matter what, this person is extraordinary. Has the IP address that sent the email been confirmed? Chen Yi asked in a deep voice while sitting in the car. Next to him was the subordinate whom he had previously instructed to follow up on the IP address of the reporter. It has been confirmed that the IP address is located in the Wang family villa area and has not changed. Okay, I understand. Chen Yi nodded. The IP address has not changed, which means that the device used to report the crime has probably been destroyed. Under the cover of night, a line of vehicles stopped in front of the Wang family villa area. Then a group of armed people quickly got out of the car and approached the gate of the Wang family villa area. Who are you and what are you going to do? When the Wang family members guarding the villa saw the people coming, they hurried forward and asked in a stern voice. The Wuhan Association will act. Everyone must kneel down and surrender. Those who resist will be shot on the spot. What? When the Wang family heard that it was from the Wuhan Society, they all showed horror on their faces. Some of the gatekeepers wanted to resist. But when he saw so many members of the Wuhan Society, he was immediately frightened. In the crowd, a member of the Wang family wanted to do something. But when he saw the resolute-faced man in the lead, the thought of doing something in his mind immediately died down. This man is Chen Yi. He is the captain of Linchuan Wuhan Association and also the general manager of Linchuan. He is also a powerful martial arts master who can release supernatural powers and various powerful martial arts with just a wave of his hands and feet. He had seen Chen Yi take action before. As he raised his hand, countless vines grew, and a group of warriors were directly swallowed by those vines and turned into nutrients. A strong martial artist can release his energy. Every move he made had a powerful destructive force, which was beyond the reach of warriors and martial artists. Chapter 71 The Wang family is finished. Chen Yi waved his hand. Several thick black vines emerged from the ground. The trunks of the vines swayed like black snakes swinging non-stop. They seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to strike. It seems like it can deliver a fatal blow at any time. When the Wang family saw these swaying vines, they were all horrified. These vines? I'm afraid it can easily penetrate a person's body. Everyone get down, anyone who resists will die. Chen Yi said in a deep voice. Hearing this, no one in the Wang family dared to resist. Squat down obediently with your head in your hands. It's not that they don't want to resist, it's that they simply don't have the capital to resist. Their knowledge is not comparable to that of ordinary people. When they saw these swaying vines, they understood that this was the method used by the powerful martial arts masters. The entire Wang family. There is not a single strong man in the Zhongwuzong realm now. What can we use to resist? Soon, members of the Wuhan Society arrested these people one by one. Chen Yi selected a few elites to go with him to the Wang family's secret base, and the rest of the people were to capture the remaining members of the Wang family. Arriving at the secret base in the cave. After entering, a group of people looked at the two huge stone doors on the ground. Boss, according to the report email, the Wang family's concentrated base is here. Chen Yi nodded. He stretched out his right hand, and a huge black vine emerged from the ground. The tip of the vine stabbed fiercely at the stone gate. Bang! Gravel splashes. The huge stone door exploded, revealing a passage leading underground. Buzz! 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 Continuous alarms sounded from the passage below. Hold your weapons and follow me. Chen Yi didn't pay any attention to the alarm. Anyway, the Wang family members are all under this underground passage. It's like a turtle in a jar. Don't worry about these people running away. What's wrong? What happened? Wang Anyu looked surprised and puzzled. Everything was fine, so why are the alarms going off throughout the base? Just as Wang Anyu was about to take people to check the situation, he saw a group of people wearing Wuhan Society uniforms and with extremely powerful aura quickly surrounding them. Don't move. Those who resist will die. Wang Anyu was not someone who didn't know how to resist, but as soon as he picked up a long knife, he was firmly restrained by black vines that emerged from his side. Lost the ability to resist instantly. A warrior at the martial master level would naturally be powerless to resist the innate abilities displayed by the martial master. Wang Anyu was instantly in despair. He understands. The Wang family is finished. Soon. Everyone in the Wang family's secret base was arrested. Even the servants of the Wang family were not spared. The entire family was imprisoned in the Wuhan Society prison. The Wuhan Society also found a boy in the operating room. Perhaps because the Wang family's surgery was extremely time-consuming, when the Wuhan Society members entered the operating room, there was still a young man lying there. The head of the extraordinary creature on the operating table had just been removed, and the nerves on its neck were still clearly visible. The people from the Wuhan Society took the young man away. Before leaving, Chen Yi also went to find the exact IP address that sent the report email. After searching for a while, they only found a broken cell phone and the body of a member of the Wang family. It's obvious. The person who reported the case used Wang's cell phone. And he also silenced the witness. There is no way to find out the whistleblower. After checking the Wang family's surveillance footage, no trace of that person was found. Obviously, he was a master with great strength. He could reach Wang's house without attracting the attention of the Wang family and avoid all surveillance. This is something that ordinary martial artists cannot do. The next day. Hey, have you heard? The Wang family was raided by the Wuhan Society last night. It is said that several trucks have arrived to transport people. The entire Wang family was arrested, even the servants were arrested. It is said that the Wang family has connections with cultists and is secretly researching the grafting of supernatural beings onto humans. It's a good thing to catch this kind of scum. Didn't the Wang family resist? Haha, resistance, what can you use to resist? Isn't the Wang family a martial arts family? A martial arts family? Although the Wang family is powerful, can it compare to the Warrior Association? The Wang family only has one patriarch who once had the strength of a late-stage martial artist, but Captain Chen, who led the raid this time, is a martial arts master. No matter how many martial artists the Wang family has, they are nothing more than a few stronger ants when facing a martial arts master. For a time, the news that the Wang family's property was confiscated quickly spread throughout Linchuan. As a martial arts family in Linchuan, it is a behemoth in the eyes of many ordinary people. Now, the Wang family's behemoth collapsed. This caused countless people to sigh. Many people also speculated behind the scenes about the real reason for the Wang family's downfall. Some people say that the Wang family offended a big shot, which led to the destruction of the entire family. Some people also say there is a traitor in the Wang family. Su Chen didn't care about the online discussions at all. Anyway, it wasn't him who destroyed the Wang family. If he had destroyed it himself, it might have caused quite a stir. Most of the people in the Wuhan Society will get to the bottom of this. But now the Wang family has been raided by the Wuhan Society, and it has nothing to do with Su Chen. Su Chen was in a good mood after solving the Wang family's trouble. This person. I am most afraid of unknown hidden dangers. Once signs of hidden dangers appear, the best thing to do is to nip them in the bud. Now, it's time to go to the Warrior Association to certify your martial arts identity. Now that the Wang family's troubles have been resolved, Su Chen naturally doesn't have to worry about exposing his own martial arts skills. Of course, what should be hidden should be hidden. Although a martial artist is nothing special, a high school student who has reached the late stage of martial artist perfection is still very eye-catching. Su Chen always seeks stability when doing things. Even if he went to the Warrior Association for certification, he was not going to reveal his full strength. What needs to be hidden still needs to be hidden. Go to the Warrior Association to certify your martial artist status, and you can receive a monthly allowance from the Warrior Association. That income. It's much higher than my aunt's working salary. What's not to like? After washing and packing, Su Chen changed into a sports suit and went to the Warrior Association in Linchuan. In fact, many warriors who have reached the martial arts master level will wear combat uniforms sold by the Warrior Association. The combat suit is made of special polymer materials with strong extensibility. This material is difficult to damage with ordinary pulling. Therefore, this kind of combat uniform is very friendly to all warriors. General clothes. It is easy to damage clothes by performing some martial arts and engaging in some fighting. Wearing this combat uniform can avoid this situation. However, the price of this combat uniform is very high, so Su Chen did not buy it for the time being. Now, a certified martial artist can save up a few months' subsidy to buy almost a set of equipment. Su Chen's goal. Just buy a set of combat suit before the college entrance examination. I went out and took the bus, which took an hour to get to the Warrior Association. The Warrior Association is a separate building, not much smaller than those in the commercial plaza. At the entrance of the Warrior Association, various warriors were coming in and out. Chapter 72 Martial Arts Master Certification. The Warrior Association can be said to be a gathering place for warriors from every place. Here there is not only the Wuhan Association responsible for the security of warriors, but also the weapons, martial arts techniques and various resources used by warriors, as well as warrior-level certification. Even those warriors who specialize in training in the wilderness can sell the resources they find in the extraordinary creatures they hunt in the Warrior Association. It can be said that anything related to warriors can be found in the Warrior Association. Therefore, the Warrior Association is crowded with people every day. Su Chen took a look at the building and walked straight into it. I want to sell some herbs. Can you show me if this is a magical herb? I want to buy weapons. Where can I find weapons? Brother, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've already reached the 8th level of warrior. It was just a fluke. As soon as I walked into the Warrior Association building, I heard all kinds of sounds. It's very lively. There are a lot of people in the hall. There are so many departments that Su Chen couldn't find the location for the martial arts test for a while. He scanned it carefully. Find the service desk in the middle of the Warrior Association building. 2 women wearing the uniforms of the Warrior Association were standing at the information desk. Hello, may I ask where the martial arts certification is? The 2 young ladies at the service desk glanced at Su Chen and then said, Go forward for the martial arts certification, turn left at the fork in the road and you'll see it. Okay, thank you. After Su Chen left, the 2 young ladies were still looking at Su Chen's back. He looks so youthful, he must still be a high school student. Is he going to get a martial arts certification? Said a young lady. Another shook his head, not necessarily. Maybe they just want to watch the fun. Many young people are watching the fun at the Warrior Certification Department. Take a look at the certification process in advance to lay a good foundation for the future. Maybe. On the other side. In the weapons sales shop. There are all kinds of weapons displayed here. There are knives, swords, spears, axes and other weapons. Of course. The most common weapons are long swords. In this world, swordsmanship is the most common martial arts. Therefore, the most popular weapon is naturally the long sword. Now. 3 boys were standing together at this moment, and one of them was holding a long knife in his hand. Daji, your long sword is really good. Yeah, this knife is made of good material. I don't know when I'll be able to afford it. Looking at the long sword in his hand and listening to the envious voices of his classmates, Wang Ji felt extremely happy. He saved money for a long time and even spent all the family's savings before he finally bought the knife. With this knife, I believe it will be of great help when I take the college entrance examination. Work hard and you will be able to buy it soon. Wang Ji comforted. Let's just buy a regular one. Yours is too expensive. Where are we going next? Wang Ji pondered for a moment. Well, let's go and see the warrior certification. To obtain warrior certification, one must be at least a martial artist or above. After certification, you can receive subsidies from the Warrior Association every month. If he goes over to check out the certification process now, he will not be unfamiliar with the process when he comes for certification after breaking through to become a martial artist. Wang Ji's proposal was immediately joined by 2 other students. Several people immediately walked towards the direction of warrior certification. And at this moment, Su Chen also happened to come to the place where warriors were certified. Warrior is a general term, and anyone who is a warrior of the 1st level or above is called a warrior. Warrior certification is only available to warriors above the level of martial artist. As long as the certification is successful, you can receive subsidies from the Warrior Association. This is a national benefit. Su Chen found the front desk. Hello, where can I get a martial arts certification? Warrior certification, each level has different certification methods. Natural certification also varies from place to place. Sir, are you going to get a martial arts certification? The receptionist asked with a smile. Yes. Then please follow me. The young lady looked at Su Chen in surprise. There are not many martial artists in the small place of Linchuan. Most of the people who come here for certification are in their 40s, and people as young as Su Chen are relatively rare. So young? Being able to come here for martial artist certification means that this young man has reached the martial artist level. Such a young martial artist is most likely a genius from the school's martial arts high school. Such a person. As long as he doesn't die in the future, he is destined to become a strong man. Therefore, the young lady behaved very respectfully. Soon the young lady brought Su Chen to the place and personally took a number for Su Chen. Su Chen carefully looked at his number against the order displayed on the screen. His number was A05. The screen shows there were only 2 people in front of him. He is the 3rd person. I didn't expect there are so few certified martial artists. Su Chen was a little surprised, but soon felt relieved. Although martial artists are not that great, Linchuan is a small place after all, and its martial arts are far less prosperous than those in big cities. Naturally, the number of martial artists cannot be too many. There were quite a few people watching. They all came to watch the fun. Soon, a burly middle-aged man was called and stepped forward to begin the martial arts certification process. The martial artist certification process is not overly complicated, it only requires testing of combat power. Even if your true realm is only that of a warrior, as long as you have a combat power of more than 40,000, you can pass the martial artist certification and enjoy the treatment of a martial artist. The middle-aged man passed the test quickly. Next, a woman in her 20s also passed the test. This is nothing surprising. Anyone who can come here for martial arts certification has a clear understanding of themselves. It is clear how much combat power one has and whether one can pass the test. Unless the person's combat power is stuck at the critical point, it is possible that he or she will not be able to pass the martial artist certification due to nervousness and poor performance. Next, number 805. The staff member in charge of martial artist certification shouted. In the crowd, a tall and slender young man walked forward. After seeing the young man, Wang Ji, who was watching the fun in the crowd, opened his mouth in surprise. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a stiff puppet, standing there in a daze. He had already seen Su Chen in the crowd. But he didn't say hello. After all, in his opinion, he and Su Chen are no longer from the same world. Su Chen came here, definitely to watch the fun just like himself. Wang Ji didn't even think that Su Chen came here to get certified as a martial artist. Su Chen is much worse than me. How is it possible to get martial artist certification? But the facts told Wang Ji that Su Chen was indeed here for martial arts certification. Impossible. Su Chen's skills are so rubbish, how can he get a martial arts certification? He must be here to attract attention. Right. It must be so. Wang Ji thought so in his heart. This was the only possibility he could think of at the moment. He didn't dare to associate Su Chen with a martial artist. In his opinion, this is simply impossible. He was also unwilling to believe that Su Chen really had the strength of a martial artist. Chapter 73 Wang Ji collapses. Before awakening his natural abilities, Su Chen had always been very good at academic subjects. At that time, he had always lived in Su Chen's shadow. Su Chen has always been the other people's child. Later, when their talents and abilities were awakened and the students all began to learn martial arts, he was finally able to surpass Su Chen, who had only awakened a D-level talent. The shadows of many years have completely dissipated. From then on, Su Chen was stepped on by him. He looked down upon me. He finally surpassed Su Chen. How could I be willing to believe that Su Chen could make a comeback? He just felt that Su Chen must be trying to attract attention. The two classmates who came with Wang Ji were also surprised to see how young Su Chen was and started talking about it. Brother Wang, this person is so young, he must be a high school student. That's right, Brother Wang should be a student from another high school. Is he already at the martial arts master level at such a young age? This is too amazing. I don't know when I can become a martial artist and get certified in such a grand manner. Several people were chattering. The words were full of longing and admiration. Martial artist. This is the state they most desire at the moment. This is also their current goal. The two of them didn't look at Wang Ji while they were talking, and didn't notice Wang Ji's increasingly ugly expression. Shut up. Wang Ji scolded in a low voice. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Only then did the two classmates notice Wang Ji's ugly expression. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? That's right, Brother Wang, what happened? Both students were puzzled. Wang Ji clearly looked very happy after buying a new weapon. But why does he look so ugly now? Could something have happened during this period that they didn't know about, causing Wang Ji to become so upset? Do you really think this man is a martial artist? Wang Ji said in a deep voice. What does Wang Ji mean? The two classmates were puzzled when they heard this. Would the people who come to the martial artist certification place for certification not be martial artists? Both of them looked at Wang Ji, waiting for his next words. Wang Ji said disdainfully, this man is called Su Chen, a student of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. He is also my neighbor, so I know his affairs very well. He is just a piece of trash who awakened a D-level talent. How could he be a martial artist? The two of them became stunned when they heard this. A moment later, the two came to their senses. Fuck, this guy is just a D-level talent. A D-level talent may not be able to break through to the martial master realm in this lifetime. A useless piece of trash is so bold. How dare he come to the Warrior Association to get a martial artist certification? Aren't you ashamed? Wang Ji sneered, how should I know? Maybe he was stimulated after awakening his D-level talent. He came here for martial arts certification just to attract attention. When the two classmates heard this, their eyes changed when they looked at Su Chen. I saw Su Chen before. That is longing. It is worship. Now look at Su Chen again. That means looking at someone who is stupid and foolish. A D-level gifted person. Still a high school student. I'm afraid his strength is only at the first or second level of warrior now. At most, it's only level 3 or 4. It was such a low-level warrior who dared to go to the Warrior Association's martial arts certification office for certification assessment. I have to say, he is simply so bold. It's ridiculous that he comes for martial arts certification with such lousy ability. Wang Ji looked at Su Chen and sneered in his heart. Su Chen, Su Chen. Let us see how you end up. He couldn't wait to see Su Chen make a fool of himself. Su Chen naturally didn't know what these people were thinking. In fact, he didn't even notice Wang Ji. There were so many people at the scene. Wang Ji and others were in the crowd, and Su Chen was not very familiar with Wang Ji, so he naturally did not notice the inconspicuous Wang Ji and others in the crowd. At this moment, he has come to the combat power tester. The tester in charge of recording combat power made a pleased gesture. Su Chen nodded at him. Take a deep breath and act nervous. This is of course an act. It's just a martial arts certification, there's no need for him to be nervous. But you still have to pretend to be what you should be. After all, he doesn't want to reveal his strength now. Su Chen twisted his neck and shrugged his shoulders. To others, this is just relaxing the body so that one can be in the best condition for martial arts certification. Just pretending. Wang Ji sneered. The two classmates beside him nodded in agreement. That's right. He has a lot of drama. He will probably have thousands of combat power later. After Wang Ji's introduction, Su Chen had become a useless trash who was just trying to attract attention in their eyes. A piece of trash. There are so many dramas. It's absolutely ridiculous. The looks they gave Su Chen were all filled with 3 parts of disdain and 7 parts of sarcasm. Su Chen clenched his fists. He punched the combat power tester. Boom! The fist hit the combat power tester, and the numbers on the combat power tester immediately began to flash and change. The numbers kept flashing and jumping. Finally, a number appeared on the small LCD screen that displayed the combat power. 41,351. More than 41,000 combat forces. Just wait to become a clown that everyone laughs at. Wang Ji thought so in his heart, with a smug smile on his face. He didn't think Su Chen could fight with the strength of a martial artist at all. He didn't even glance at the numbers on the combat power tester. This guy is good. More than 40,000 combat power, very good. I didn't expect that this young man is already a martial artist at such a young age. The future is limitless. I could hear the discussions of the onlookers. Wang Ji's smile froze on his face. As expected, there was no laughter from the crowd, but instead there was a chorus of praise. What's going on? At this moment, the staff member in charge of martial artist certification announced. Combat power 41,351, martial artist certification passed, realm martial artist early stage. How could it be? Wang Ji showed an expression of disbelief on his face. A waste? How could a piece of trash with D-level talent have reached the level of martial artist? The more I think about it, the more unwilling I feel. The more angry. Finally, Wang Ji shouted out loud. I don't believe it. How could he possibly be at the martial master level? There must be something wrong with the combat power tester. It has to be like this. The staff member in charge of martial artist certification gave Wang Ji a dissatisfied look. He said in a deep voice. Stop talking nonsense. The martial arts certification is fair and impartial, and the combat power tester undergoes rigorous testing before each test, leaving absolutely no room for error. At the same time, He exuded a powerful aura from all over his body and pressed down on Wang Ji. Wang Ji's face turned pale instantly. The martial artist certification conducted by the Martial Artist Association symbolizes fairness and justice. How can I allow others to question it? Wang Ji's two classmates standing by also had complicated expressions. Isn't it said that this boy is Wang Ji's neighbor and a waste with D-level talent? Martial artist realm. More than 40,000 combat forces. If this is all trash, then what are they? Even worse than trash? Ding, you've successfully certified as a martial artist. Wang Ji can't believe it, and his defense breaks down. Defense points increased by plus 1,000. Zhang can't believe you're so powerful at such a young age. Defense penetration plus 400. Wang can't believe you were able to successfully become a certified martial artist. Defense penetration plus 300. Chapter 74 Wu will ask. Su Chen felt quite pleasantly surprised to have gained another batch of defense points. Unexpectedly, Wang Ji is actually here too. Thinking of Wang Ji's unbelievable and ugly expression just now, Su Chen felt relieved. This Wang Ji. He used to put on airs in front of me and my aunt. That look of him looking down on others makes him look like he deserves to be punished. Now that's better. I wonder how he will look down on others in front of me from now on. Sir, your information has been registered. Please follow me to receive your martial artist badge. Just as Su Chen was thinking, the staff came to him and reminded him. Oh well. Su Chen responded. Under the envious gazes of Wang Ji and others, he followed the staff to a room on the side. The staff member took out a badge and handed it to Su Chen. Sir, this is the badge that symbolizes your status as a martial artist. The staff were very friendly towards a young martial artist like Su Chen who had unlimited potential. There is no condescending attitude at all. Demonstrating the professional service of the Warrior Association staff. Trouble. Su Chen reached out to take it. The badge was branded with two large gold-plated words, Martial Master. The onlookers all looked envious. Humph. Let's go. Wang Ji in the crowd snorted coldly and spoke to the two classmates beside him with a dark face. Several people left with anger. Su Chen put the martial artist badge into his pocket and prepared to leave. However, just after he took 2 steps, a staff member wearing a Wanhua uniform came to Su Chen and blocked his way. Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Chen? I am. What can I do for you? Even when facing the people from the Wuhan society, Su Chen remained calm. We have something we would like to ask Mr. Su. Please cooperate with us. Su Chen nodded and said, okay, let's go. The member of the Wuhan society looked at Su Chen in surprise. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so cooperative. There wasn't even the slightest resistance. I immediately agreed to cooperate with their work. If it were someone else, they would at least be nervous and ask all kinds of questions. But Su Chen didn't. Su Chen is still such a young boy. This was the first time he had seen a young man so calm. However, the staff did not say much and took Su Chen to the Wuhan Association office space on the underground floor. Su Chen was taken to a closed room for questioning. The room was very empty, with only a desk and 3 chairs. 2 members of the Wuhan society were sitting on 2 chairs. The chair opposite the 2 of them was naturally reserved for the person being questioned. The whole room is decorated in dark tones, which is a bit depressing. From a psychological point of view, dark colors can easily trigger emotions such as depression and tension. This kind of atmosphere can weaken the psychological defenses of the person being interrogated, thus making it easier for the person being interrogated to confess. Sit down, said a man with strong features and a very imposing aura. This person was Chen Yi, the captain of the Linchuan Wuhan Society. Sitting next to him was a female member of the Wuhan Society. She held a pen in her hand, apparently responsible for taking notes of the interrogation. Su Chen moved his chair a little further and sat down, his eyes falling on Chen Yi. Sir, if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Chen Yi didn't reply immediately, his eyes kept meeting Su Chen's, full of oppression. If the person sitting opposite him was a mentally fragile person, his inner defenses would probably collapse directly under this oppressive gaze. Su Chen felt okay. Mainly, he is strong. Chen Yi's aura had not been fully released, so he was not greatly affected. Chen Yi sighed inwardly. He is indeed a genius who can break through to the level of a martial artist at such a young age. His mental quality is also quite strong. He began to admire this young man. Seeing that Su Chen was not frightened by his aura, Chun-Yi spoke after a while. I'm Chen-Yi, the captain of the Wuhan Society. I came here to ask you, do you know anything about the Wang family mother and son? The mother and son of the Wang family? What mother and son of the Wang family? What are you talking about, sir? Su Chen looked confused. It seemed as if he really knew nothing and had no idea what Chun-Yi was talking about. A few days ago, when your sister was in Linchuan People's Hospital, the Wang family mother and son were also there. In the early hours of the morning, Wang's mother and son died in the hospital ward. The perpetrator avoided all surveillance cameras in the hospital, so naturally no clues could be found in the surveillance footage. As Chen-Yi spoke, he looked at Su Chen's expression carefully. Su Chen was not nervous, only confusion appeared on his face. Sir, why are you telling me this? I don't even know the Wang family mother and son. Then let me ask you, what were you doing at around 3 a.m. on August 12, 2035, Gaowu calendar? Su Chen looked thoughtful. After a moment, he said, I didn't stay up late that day and went to bed early. So I should be sleeping at home. Chen-Yi nodded, and then asked some questions related to that day. He even revealed some secrets of the Wang family. However, Su Chen behaved very normally throughout the whole process, as if he was completely unaware of the situation. Well, did he lie? Chen-Yi asked after Su Chen left. The female member of the Wuhan team next to him immediately took out an instrument from under the table. This instrument is called a lie detector. It can measure the heart rate changes of the person being questioned remotely. Generally speaking, people with guilty consciences will change significantly when they tell lies. The fluctuations in the heart rate graph will be very obvious. She glanced at the heart rate graph on the polygraph. According to the polygraph, he is not lying. The heart rate graph is very stable, with no sudden changes throughout the whole process. But Captain, this lie detector is not accurate. It determines whether the other party is lying by detecting changes in their heart rate. If the person is very calm and composed, and can lie without their heart rate increasing, then this device will not be able to detect whether they are lying. Chen-Yi nodded to show that he understood. If the other person's heart rate doesn't change when he or she is lying, then it can only be said that he or she is a very calm person. But the other party is just a teenager. Is it really possible to lie without changing your heart rate? If the other party said that he was not lying, Chen-Yi would not believe it. He always had a hunch. That is, this young man is closely related to the affairs of the Wang family. But anyway, what the Wang family did was outrageous to both humans and gods. If this young man was really the one who reported the Wang family, then it could be considered a good thing. This matter. There's nothing wrong with not delving into this any further. Wang family? He deserves to die. After leaving the Wuhan Association base, Su Chen felt very calm. Many things. The Wuhan Society will not continue to pursue the matter. If the Wuhan Society is really the same as those sects in the previous life, it would be impossible to track them down. This is a world of high martial arts. Fights between warriors occur almost every moment, and deaths in battles are common. If the Wuhan Society continues to investigate every time, they will be too busy to handle it. As long as it is not a major case and it is not something extremely abhorrent, the Wuhan Society is actually too lazy to investigate further. In this way, Su Chen naturally didn't need to worry too much. Chapter 75 The old patriarch of the Wang family is back. If Su Chen had not discovered the Wang family's underground base, he would have been in a lot of trouble if he had killed the Wang family. Since the Wang family had an underground base incident, the Wuhan Association would naturally no longer uphold the so-called justice for the Wang family. What Su Chen had done before was insignificant. The reason why Chen-Yi asked Su Chen this time was because he happened to know that Su Chen was in the Warrior Association. He called Su Chen over to question him. By the way, let us take a look at what kind of person Su Chen is. At this glance, Chen-Yi discovered that Su Chen was indeed a character. Not only did he reach the level of martial artist at a young age. More importantly, this young man has an extraordinary mind. If it weren't for the obviously childish face, Chen-Yi would find it hard to believe that this was a teenager. The young are really formidable. Chen-Yi sighed in his heart as he watched the young man leave. It's sunny outside. A breeze blew a strand of hair off the boy's forehead. After leaving the Warrior Association, Su Chen was still very calm. Thinking about the big things that will happen next. Next, it will be the college entrance examination. The Wang family's issue has been resolved, and the next thing to face is the Warrior College entrance examination. He wants to get a good score in the martial artist college entrance examination. Enter Wuhan University, the best university in Dragon Country. The martial artist certification has also been passed, and Su Chen will receive a considerable allowance in his card every month. I felt so relieved. The stone that had been weighing on my heart finally fell to the ground. Walking on the road, Su Chen felt as if his whole body was light and airy. Today is a good day, we should celebrate it. I bought a hand-shredded chicken and some other cooked food at the vegetable market and took them home. When I got home, I found that no one was at home. I looked at the time and it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. My aunt may have gone out to find a job, and my sister went to school today. My aunt would probably wait for my sister to finish school, pick her up, and then come back. Su Chen prepared dinner at home and ate it when his aunt and sister came back. We have dinner early at home, usually around 6 o'clock. Su Chen started cooking at around 5 o'clock. He bought a lot of ready-made food and didn't need to cook much. I stir-fried some vegetables and made some tomato and egg soup. Even so, the table was already filled with food. It also looks extremely rich. After dinner was ready and I waited for a while, the door opened with a click. My aunt came in with my sister carrying school bags. My aunt had a sad look on her face and seemed to be in a bad mood. Su Chen thought clearly that his aunt must have gone out to look for a job again, and the result of the job search must not be very good. He didn't say much, nor did he think about helping his aunt find a job right now. Once I get a good result in the college entrance examination, my aunt's employment problem will naturally be solved. This world. The martial artist college entrance examination is also taken very seriously. Even worse than the college entrance examination in the previous life. As long as you can get a good grade in the exam, not only you but also your family will be taken care of. It can be said that when one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. Brother, you're back. Yue said in surprise when she saw Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. Well, aunt and sister, I have prepared dinner, you wash your hands and come to eat. Upon hearing this, the little girl quickly changed into slippers and ran over. Seeing the dishes on the table, he was immediately surprised. Wow, brother, what day is it today? Our family actually eats so well. There's something happy happening today, go wash your hands. Aha! The little girl nodded quickly, put down her school bag and went to wash her hands. After a while, the family of 3 sat at the dinner table. Xiaochen, your aunt just heard you say there's a happy event at home. What is it? Your aunt asked. Su Chen went to the Warrior Association to get his martial arts certification today without telling his family, so his aunt naturally couldn't guess what kind of happy event was going on at home. Su Chen sat up straight and took out a golden badge from his pocket. Aunt, I went to the Warrior Association today to get my martial arts certification, and I've passed. Look, this is my martial arts badge. Wow, brother is so awesome. The younger sister clapped her hands with an expression of admiration on her face. My aunt was stunned for a moment, and then she also showed ecstasy. Xiaochen, what you said is true. Of course it is. This badge cannot be faked. My aunt quickly took the badge in her hand and examined it, moving very carefully. Looking at the golden badge is like looking at a priceless treasure. The smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Although she is just an ordinary person, she also knows what a martial artist is. He is a very important person. Unexpectedly, her son Xiaochen could also become a martial artist. The old Su family is really in great trouble. Aunt, you don't have to worry about finding a job. Leave the money making for the family to me. Su Chen spoke very generously. I took out my cell phone and transferred 10,000 yuan directly to my aunt. The 10,000 yuan was the money the Warrior Association transferred to him on his way back. It's his allowance for this month. 10,000 yuan is enough for the family. My aunt used to work in a chemical factory and only earned a few thousand yuan a month. He doesn't have to do anything and still gets a lot of subsidies every month. Besides, if he really has no money, he can still go and fight underground boxing. That way you can make money much faster than waiting for your monthly allowance. But this is the worst choice. For now, the monthly allowance is enough. The school also provides the resources needed for cultivation, so Su Chen naturally no longer needs to worry about money. Just stay at home more and spend time with your family. waiting for the college entrance examination. When he goes to college, he won't be able to come back as often. Xiaochen, where is this money? My aunt asked in confusion when she saw the arrival notification on her phone. Aunt, this is my subsidy. Now that I'm a martial artist, I get a subsidy of 10,000 yuan every month. Our family won't have to worry about money anymore, so you don't have to rush to find a job. Just get some rest. My aunt smiled and nodded, okay. She was happy for Su Chen. But you still have to keep looking for a job. Although Xiaochen can earn money now, the cost of cultivation is relatively high. She still needs to continue saving more money. But she didn't say these. In the following days, Su Chen hardly ever went out. Only when the school distributes cultivation resources will he go to school to collect them. During this period, a white-haired old man came to the villa area where the Wang family lived. The old man's surname is Wang, and he was the head of the Wang family in the previous generation. This time I went out to break through to the Grandmaster level. After a long period of training and seclusion, he finally got what he wanted. Become a master. As soon as he made the breakthrough, he returned to the Wang family. I believe that the younger generations in the family will admire him immensely when they see him. I'm back, he shouted. The powerful voice echoed throughout the area. The sound spread throughout the entire villa area, ensuring that everyone in the villa could hear it. Just when he was imagining that a group of young people would come out to greet him, he saw no movement in the villa area. He frowned and then realized something was wrong. That is, the villa area is unusually quiet. It was as if there was no one there. Chapter 76 Breakthrough to the Martial Sect Realm. The old man jumped into the villa area. First he came to the villa where he lived. When he discovered something stuck on the villa's door, his pupils shrank sharply. That turned out to be the seal of the Warrior Association. What exactly happened? Why is my villa sealed? Thinking of the quiet environment of the villa, I suddenly had a very bad premonition. He quickly used his martial arts skills and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Soon he appeared in front of the gates of other villas. After checking the gates of 3 villas in a row, they found that they were all sealed with seals of the Warrior Association. He understood. I'm afraid the entire Wang family has been sealed off. What exactly happened? Could it be? The old man's eyes flashed, and he thought of the cooperation between the Wang family and the Beast God cult. The Wang family was sealed off. It's probably related to this matter. He quickly raised his left wrist and tapped the communicator on his wrist. Suddenly, a virtual light blue screen appeared above the communicator. This is a communicator, the latest and most advanced communication equipment launched by Blue Star. The price is extremely high and most people cannot afford it. Many ordinary people are still using old-fashioned mobile phones. Searching on the virtual screen, I quickly got the news I wanted. As he read the report, the old man's face became darker and darker. He was right. Something really happened to the Wang family. It really is because of the underground base. Soon he saw a report saying that someone had reported the Wang family. The old man's eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy. Who is it? If I find out, I will make sure you die miserably. He stretched out his hand. A blazing fireball appeared in his palm. The air around the fireball seemed to be distorted by the burning, which shows how hot the fireball is. Time goes by day. The college entrance examination is getting closer and closer. That night, the young man sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the young man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, and purple light flowed in his eyes. Purple arcs of electricity jumped around his body like snakes. It's done. The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he stretched out his right hand, with a purple electric ball jumping in his palm. This is his current innate ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Su Chen only felt that he was full of strength now. That is the yuan li flowing around the body. After practicing for a period of time, he finally broke through to the Wuzong realm. This was practiced entirely by himself, without using the system's defense breaking points. He planned to use those defense breaking points to practice new breathing techniques after obtaining a good breathing technique from Wuda University. Now that he has reached the Grandmaster level, Su Chen feels more confident. This strength. He will definitely get a good score in the Warrior College entrance examination. Even if it's just to try to become the provincial top scorer. There is also a great chance The college entrance examination is getting closer, and the relatives in the family group often talk about the college entrance examination. They often brag about how great their children are and how they will definitely be admitted to Wuhan University. Advertisements for the countdown to the college entrance examination also began to play on television. Many electronic billboards on the street also displayed only days left until the college entrance examination. The school's martial arts students also study harder, and everyone seizes every opportunity to practice. Everyone hopes to make one last sprint before the college entrance examination. The students of the seed team are also practicing hard. Principal Zhong, the strongest person in the school, also gave them special lessons and explained his cultivation experience to them. However, Su Chen did not join in. His practice mainly relies on breaking defense points, which is different from the practice methods of ordinary people. Naturally, I don't want to spend time in school. Everyone in the seed team has made considerable progress during this period, and almost all of them have broken through to the martial artist level. Among them, Li Shishir directly reached the third level of martial artist, worthy of her S-level talent. Her cultivation speed is much faster than others. Su Xiaoyun also broke through to the martial artist level and reached the first level of martial artist. He now feels that he's doing it again. During this period, Su Chen did not come to school and did not attend any lectures at the school. That is, every time cultivation resources were distributed, Su Chen would come to the school. Su Xiaoyun feels that Su Chen was probably getting carried away. Relying on his own talent, he began to be complacent. That's good. By the time of the college entrance examination, maybe he could overtake Su Chen and leave him behind. Think about this. Su Xiaoyun couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The fat man beside him saw Su Xiaoyun's appearance and asked curiously, "Xiaoyun, is there anything happy? Why are you so happy?" "Oh, no, nothing. Just thought of something funny." "It's funny, what's that?" "Tell it to make your brothers laugh too." The fat man seemed unable to understand the hidden meaning of Su Xiaoyun's words. "Keep asking questions." Su Xiaoyun's face suddenly turned dark. Doesn't this fat guy understand what people are saying? Can't you tell that what I just said was an excuse? He kept asking questions. No eyesight at all. As the countdown to the college entrance examination decreases day by day, the senior high school students begin to take their studies seriously. Even those students who were usually not very serious began to study hard. They understand. They only have this one chance in their lifetime. There is no such thing as repeating a grade in the military science exam. If you can't pass the exam, you can't pass the exam. There are no second chances. In this way, everyone is naturally willing to try their best in this final period of time. If they don't fight harder, they won't even have the chance to fight. Su Chen was quite relaxed. It can be said that he is the most leisurely seed student now. He would just practice the various martial arts he had learned from time to time as a warm-up. Avoid being unfamiliar during the college entrance examination. This day, Su Chen went to school to get the last batch of training resources distributed by the school. On the way home, he discovered that he was being followed. And the person following him, like him, was a martial arts master who had just broken through. Su Chen's strength is stronger than that of a martial arts master of the same level, so he can easily detect the follower. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he walked directly towards a woods near the old town. The forest he chose was very remote and usually no one came here. Seeing Su Chen coming to such a remote place, the old master Wang sneered in his heart. Did this guy find a burial place for himself? Good. While Patriarch Wang was lost in thought, he saw the young man in front of him stop. Why is this kid going to stop? Patriarch Wang was puzzled. What is this kid doing in a place like this? After thinking about it for a while, I couldn't come up with an answer. The answer doesn't matter. He had already checked on this guy and found out that he was just a high school student. Moreover, his strength is only at the martial artist level, which is just an ant to him, a master. How could a giant elephant think about the thoughts of an ant? No need. Old Patriarch Wang stopped thinking about it and appeared in front of Su Chen in a flash. During this period, he has checked many things. Although it is not clear who reported the Wang family, this guy is definitely related to the death of his grandson. So just kill him. Chapter 77 Vomiting 3 liters of blood? Boy, is this the burial place you chose for yourself? Patriarch Wang spoke proudly with his hands behind his back. He had just broken through to the Wuzong realm and was in high spirits. The posture is naturally very high. In his opinion, this kid is just a martial artist. For him, just an ant. Just reach out and crush him to death. Looking at the old man in front of him, Su Chen frowned slightly. Who are you? Su Chen knew that this person was sent by his enemy, but he didn't know which enemy it was. After all, he has offended a lot of people. Patriarch Wang was speechless. It turns out that this person doesn't even know who he is. He snorted coldly, "Did you kill my grandson?" Grandson? Su Chen pondered for a moment and remembered the psychopath who was not satisfied with torturing cats and was ready to torturing people. So you are from the Wang family. He had heard before that the Wang family had an old patriarch. This person had reached the peak of martial arts a long time ago and went out to gain experience in order to seek a breakthrough. So, this is a successful breakthrough. Yes, I am the old patriarch of the Wang family. I have now broken through to the Grandmaster level. It is your honor to die by my hands. Patriarch Wang looked very proud. This was his first move after breaking through to the Grandmaster level. It's enough for this kid to brag about for several lifetimes. He was just about to throw out a fireball and burn Su Chen to ashes. Wait! Su Chen shouted. Patriarch Wang looked unhappy. What are you doing? Do you know that interrupting others casually is impolite? But it's still okay to let this kid say a few last words before he dies. It would be best if this kid cried bitterly, lost all dignity and knelt down to beg for mercy. Then he rejected it mercilessly. A fireball was thrown over, burning the opponent to ashes in despair and regret. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Old man, how can you be so sure that you can kill me? Have you ever thought that you might be killed by me? Are you serious? Patriarch Wang looked at Su Chen in surprise. This kid is really bold. And also fought back. Does he know what a powerful martial arts master is? A powerful Wuzong is someone who can unleash powerful supernatural powers with just a wave of his hand and can easily cause great destructive power. And also fought back. It's just a daydream. Patriarch Wang narrowed his eyes and didn't want to continue talking nonsense with this kid. Boy, I will let you understand now the gap between a martial arts master and a martial arts master. A fireball appeared in the hand of the old Patriarch Wang and was thrown directly at Su Chen. He was feeling very proud. It is very difficult for martial artists to dodge this move of his. This kid will be burned to ashes soon. However, the imagined scene of Su Chen being burned to ashes did not happen. Su Chen turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The fireball fell to the ground, burning in darkness. Old man, can you do this? The mocking voice reached the ears of the old Patriarch Wang, and immediately made him very angry. Ding, your taunt breaks Patriarch Wang's defense. Defense breakpoints plus 200. Patriarch Wang threw out several fireballs in succession, but Su Chen dodged them one by one. The old Master Wang was very angry. I was also extremely puzzled. What's wrong with this kid? He's using a body movement technique, right? However, no matter how powerful one's martial arts skills are, it is difficult to avoid the supernatural attacks of a powerful martial arts master. But this kid always avoids me. This is unscientific. You evaded Patriarch Wang's attacks continuously, defense points increased by 300. If you have the guts, don't hide. Patriarch Wang said angrily. Not hiding? If I don't hide, am I going to stand here and be your target? Are you stupid? Your angry curse broke Patriarch Wang's defense points broken plus 200. I'm so mad, you little bastard, die now. By continuously using fire-related abilities, some dry trees around were set on fire. The flames are burning fiercely. Patriarch Wang was also exhausted. He had just broken through to the Grandmaster level and was barely able to release his energy to display his supernatural powers. The release of superpowers consumes a lot of energy. It is also impossible for Wuzong to display his supernatural powers continuously. Besides, his special abilities had no effect on Su Chen, and he dodged them all. He wanted to get close and use his martial arts to kill Su Chen. For a time, various powerful martial arts were displayed again. Palm techniques, fist techniques, and leg techniques. The air trembled and the sound of breaking air continued. However, what shocked Patriarch Wang was that Su Chen was actually able to withstand his attack. It looks quite relaxing. How is this possible? How can a martial artist like you be so strong? Patriarch Wang was confused. Even began to doubt the world. Wasn't he agreed that Wuzong was in a whole new realm? Is it extremely powerful? How come I can't even deal with an ant at the martial artist level? Suchan gave a sarcastic smile. You really think I'm just a martial artist? What's the meaning? Patriarch Wang felt a little uneasy. Then his pupils suddenly dilated. Purple arcs of electricity were seen surrounding Suchan's body, as if countless snakes were swimming around him. You are, at the martial sect level. Patriarch Wang was shocked. This lightning seemed to be filled with infinite power. A mountain of pressure came over him. Only now did he understand that what he thought was an ant was not an ant at all, but a lion. Such a young martial arts master is simply a super genius. That's right. Do you think you're so proud of being a Wuzong? You're already over 70 years old, and you're still so proud of becoming a Wuzong at this age. If I were you, I would go buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. You're a piece of shit. Suchan mocked him. Puff. Patriarch Wang's heart collapsed and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Patriarch Wang's inner defenses are broken by your words, defense points plus 1000. Chapter 78 complete end. You arrogant boy. Patriarch Wang immediately used his unique skills. His fist was enveloped in a stream of flames. This is another use of supernatural powers. Superpowers can not only be used directly to attack, but can also be used in conjunction with various martial arts. Combining superpowers with martial arts can increase the power of the original martial arts several times. The flaming fist attacked Suchan with a scorching heat. Suchan looked quite surprised. As he retreated, he watched Patriarch Wang perform moves that combined his supernatural powers with martial arts. It was the first time he saw this type of attack and he was quite curious. He soon discovered that this is not a unique skill. It's just about using superpowers in combination with martial arts to attack and increase the power of martial arts. He is now also at the martial sect level, and he can learn this attack method just by looking at it. He possesses the supernatural power of Purple Sky Divine Thunder and knows several martial arts. The power of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder combined with the Thunder Sword technique will most likely be quite great. Suchan didn't have any weapons with him now, so he couldn't experiment with the combination of swordsmanship and martial arts. After all, he couldn't possibly carry a knife with him whenever he went out. That would be too troublesome. He is a troublemaker. It would be nice if I had something like a space ring. This thing does exist in this world. It is refined by a space-based mutant using a material called Kongming Stone. Has storage function. But ordinary people don't deserve to own this thing. Space rings are extremely precious things in this world, and they are not something that a high school student like Suchan can afford. Suchan was deep in thought while using his body skills and martial arts to dodge. This made Patriarch Wang extremely angry. Is all you know how to do is hide? It's really strange. How could a kid at the martial artist level be so weird? Even though he was a powerful martial arts master, he couldn't touch this kid at all even with all his strength. This is too weird. Patriarch Wang cannot touch you at all, breaking your defense points plus 100. It's obvious. There are fewer and fewer defense points. It is also time for the final harvest. Okay, since you've asked for it, old man, how can I not satisfy you? The words fell. Purple arcs of electricity crackled on Suchan's right hand. Seeing this scene, Patriarch Wang was immediately horrified. What, you are actually at the martial sect level. Everything made sense now. It turned out that this young man named Suchan had already reached the martial sect level. No wonder. No wonder he couldn't attack the opponent. A powerful martial arts master, and one who has cultivated his martial arts skills to perfection, it would be strange if he could attack the other party. Such a young and powerful martial artist. Even compared to those geniuses who possess countless skills and resources, he is not much worse. The old patriarch of the Wang family didn't break through to the martial sect realm until he was 70 years old. The other party broke through when he was in his teens. A feeling of jealousy rose in my heart. He was so proud of himself for breaking through to the martial sect level. His previous performance must have made him look like a clown in the eyes of the other party. Patriarch Wang, because you have broken through to the martial sect realm at such a young age, your inner defenses have been broken. Defense breakpoints plus 1000. Su Chen smiled and said, "That's right. You're a 70-year-old old man. In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. What's there to be proud of?" The purple thunder on the fist became stronger. The purple thunder was combined with the Vajra fist, and Su Chen stepped on his feet and moved closer to the old master Wang. A punch was thrown. Boom! The space seemed to be exploding. Patriarch Wang's pupils suddenly shrank. Quick! Too fast. He just felt that he couldn't avoid it at all. He quickly raised his fist to block. Click! The sound of bones cracking was heard. However, Patriarch Wang did not feel any pain. The purple thunder on Su Chen's fist instantly flowed through his whole body, paralyzing his body's instincts and making him unable to feel pain. The purple sky divine thunder flowed through his entire body, destroying all the vitality in the body of the old Patriarch Wang. With a loud thud, the old Patriarch Wang fell heavily to the ground. The physical fitness of the martial arts master was quite strong, and the old master Wang did not die for a while. Seeing this, Su Chen spoke again calmly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I was the one who reported your Wang family's affairs. It can be said that your entire Wang family was destroyed by me." Hearing this, Patriarch Wang's pupils widened, his eyes filled with hatred. It turned out that their Wang family was indirectly destroyed by this kid. He also died at the hands of this kid. Hatred rose and filled the eyes of Patriarch Wang, and he really wanted to cut this kid into pieces. Pity. He simply can't do it. In the end, Patriarch Wang died with hatred and unwillingness. Su Chen picked up the body of the old master Wang, tied a stone to the body, and then found a nearby river and threw it into it. In this way, the body would remain undiscovered for a long time. By the time someone discovers it, it will be impossible to trace it. In the world of high-level martial arts, a large number of people die every day. If we investigate everyone to the end, we will never be able to control them all. Poor old Patriarch Wang, he finally broke through the Wuzong realm, but died before he could become a local hero. Chapter 79 College Entrance Examination Rules. Time goes by day. The college entrance examination is finally approaching under the attention of everyone. Teacher Wang sent a message in the class group, asking everyone to go to school the next day. The school will talk about the relevant matters of this Wuka college entrance examination. This is of course unavoidable. Su Chen came to school early the next morning. When he walked into the classroom, he found that many of his classmates had made considerable progress. This is also inevitable. Everyone's future depends on this college entrance examination. Everyone put in a lot of effort and tried every possible way to improve their strength. If you can get into a good university, the resources you get will be different. Good universities have more abundant resources. The breathing methods used in the practice are very different from those in ordinary martial arts universities. Going to a good university will give you better resources, more advanced skills, and a better environment for cultivation. All these aspects add up. The gap will only grow. Whether or not you can go to a good university will largely determine your future achievements. Therefore, everyone is trying their best to improve themselves. Looking at Su Chen walking into the classroom, everyone's eyes fell on him. The emotions in everyone's eyes varied. There is banter. There is envy. There is jealousy. During this period, Su Chen had not come to school to practice, and many people thought that Su Chen was a little stupid. Practicing at home is no match for practicing at school. The school's training environment and various equipment are far beyond the reach of ordinary students' homes. And, to a large extent, it is impossible to be self-disciplined when practicing at home alone. Human nature is decadent. Who doesn't want to lie flat? It's just that I have no choice. Su Chen is alone at home, so it is very likely that he will not work very hard. I have to say, to some extent, these people are right. The classroom was filled with the sound of people talking quietly. What do you think? Li Shishir and the others have been working so hard lately. Have they surpassed Su Chen? I think he's surpassed her. The gap between Li Shishir and Su Chen wasn't that big to begin with. Plus, Li Shishir and the others have been working so hard lately. But I feel like Su Chen seems to be even more terrifying. He's stronger than us to begin with. It's not like he hasn't made any progress at all during this period. Su Chen's hearing is very good now, and he can clearly hear the whispers of these people. I don't care. There was no rebuttal. Everything will be revealed in the college entrance examination. Su Chen walked directly to the back of the classroom and sat down in his seat. Brother Chen, how is your cultivation going recently? Wan Pang, who was sitting next to him, asked in a low voice. There has been a lot of discussion about Su Chen in school recently. Those who are jealous of Su Chen's strength are spreading rumors about Su Chen. It is said that Su Chen will definitely not practice hard at home, and will most likely be overtaken by the time the college entrance examination comes. Wan Pang naturally didn't believe it. If Su Chen hadn't worked hard, he would have given up on the path of martial arts long ago. It is even more impossible for a D-level talent to reach the current level. It's okay. There have been some breakthroughs recently. Su Chen said lightly. Oh, that's not bad. Brother Chen, you will definitely get good grades in the college entrance examination. Wan Pang comforted him. He thought that the billion dot Su Chen said meant a little bit. Just a little bit, not much of a breakthrough. He guessed that Su Chen had just reached a small level. In this regard, he wasn't surprised. Su Chen has now reached the martial artist level, which is a very rare level. The advancement of each small realm is also much more difficult than that of the warrior realm. Even a slight improvement was already quite remarkable in Wan Peng's opinion. How could he know? What Su Chen said was not a little bit, but billions of bits. The classroom was noisy. Everyone was talking about the college entrance examination, their favorite schools and their future. Not long after, the head teacher, Mr. Wan, walked into the classroom. He stood on the podium and stretched out his hand to press down. Quiet. The students suddenly quieted down and waited for Teacher Wang to talk about matters related to the college entrance examination. Students, this year's college entrance examination is different from previous ones. This year, the format of the college entrance exam has been changed. This time, you will all be taken out into the wilderness to participate in actual combat with extraordinary creatures. The students all opened their mouths wide when they heard this. A look of shock on his face. After a while, everyone started talking. Oh my God, we're actually going to the wilderness this time. Oh my God, Mom, I want to go home. The wilderness is too scary. People will die. I suddenly want to give up the military science entrance exam. What should I do? What is the wilderness? That is the territory of extraordinary creatures. Aren't these small fry going to the wilderness just to get killed? Teacher Wang gave everyone some time to discuss. He also knew that the news was shocking and that the students needed to digest it carefully. After everyone had finished discussing the matter, he continued to talk about the situation of the college entrance examination. In the past, the college entrance examination examined many aspects. For example, the level of talent and supernatural powers, martial arts proficiency, combat ability, and other aspects. But this time it's not that complicated. There are only 2 words: fight. A battle with supernatural creatures. The more extraordinary creatures you kill and the higher the level of the extraordinary creatures you kill, the higher the corresponding score will be. Selection will be carried out in this way. Without a doubt. This is to select talents who can fight against extraordinary creatures. Some students may have good grades, but they lose their courage when facing extraordinary creatures. It is simply impossible to exert one's full strength. People who don't have the courage to face extraordinary creatures are naturally not the talents the country needs. The greatest enemy of mankind at present. It is an extraordinary creature. What the country needs are talents who dare to face extraordinary creatures. Chapter 80 No time. There is a certain danger in facing extraordinary creatures, but the danger is not very great. The military will carry out special clearing work in the area where the college entrance examination is held. Make sure that there are no extraordinary creatures with extremely powerful strength in the area. Moreover, the scorer warned by each candidate also has a distress function. If you encounter danger that cannot be resolved, you can directly ask for help. When nearby soldiers receive the distress call, they will rush over to provide assistance immediately. Of course, using the help function means giving up on continuing the exam. This is equivalent to handing in the paper early. As for danger, it is impossible that it does not exist at all. There is still a possibility that students will be injured or killed. However, this amount of casualties is still within the acceptable range. Military science students are destined to be different from ordinary students. It is impossible to keep it growing in a greenhouse forever. Those greenhouse flowers cannot withstand any wind or rain. Do you understand the format of this year's college entrance examination? Teacher Wang asked in a deep voice after introducing the format of the college entrance examination. Understood. A unanimous response came from the crowd below the podium. Teacher Wang nodded and said, "Come with me, a few people, to the office to move the scorer." Many students below raised their hands. You, and you. Teacher Wang called a few students and asked them to walk out of the classroom and go to the office together. Not long after, the students carried large cardboard boxes to the podium. When the podium was full, the remaining 2 boxes were placed on the ground. Teacher Wang stood on the podium and distributed the scorers one by one. This scorer does more than just count points. It also contains the candidate's name, test number, and other information. It can be said to be quite smart. Just as all schools were distributing scoring machines and explaining the rules of this college entrance examination. Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto Military Region. Bang! The door of the commander's office was pushed open. A woman in combat uniform rushed into the office anxiously and quickly came to the desk of a middle-aged man in military uniform. The woman has a graceful figure, wheat-colored skin, just the right amount of muscles, and a wild beauty. Although she is a woman, she is full of explosive power. She leaned her hands on the desk and said anxiously, "No, Commander Lin, I don't agree with the format of this college entrance examination. Those high school students were still just children. How could they face extraordinary creatures right now? Even if there is backup protection, it is impossible to be airtight. Not everyone has time to call for help, which will inevitably result in casualties among students. The number of students injured and killed at various test centers across the country would be significant." The woman spoke very quickly. Although it was a long speech, she finished it in just tens of seconds. This shows how much he disapproves of this college entrance examination model. The middle-aged man in military uniform opposite the woman showed a look of helplessness on his face. He was wearing a military uniform, with thick eyebrows and a broad face, and he exuded a sense of dignity. He is the supreme commander of Dragon Country, Lin Jindong. Why? Lin Jindong sighed helplessly and pinched his eyebrows. The whole person looks a little tired. Lina, this is also a helpless move. Why are you so helpless? Why not give these children more time to grow up? Lina asked in confusion. She didn't understand why the college entrance examination mechanism was suddenly changed this year. In previous years, the college entrance examination was used to judge the candidate's talents, abilities, and martial arts proficiency. But this year? However, it only allows candidates to face extraordinary creatures directly, and scores are calculated based on the number and level of extraordinary creatures killed. There are no other projects. This is too aggressive. She didn't know why she made such a decision this year. She has been in seclusion for some time. I just got out of customs yesterday. I just found out about the format of this year's college entrance exam today. Then he rushed into the commander's office in a hurry, wanting to question him. I'd love to give the children more time to grow up, Commander Lin said helplessly, but we don't have time. Lina was stunned when she heard this. No time? What do you mean no time? During your retreat, several more space tunnels appeared around the world. We no longer have enough manpower to guard them. The situation at the front was extremely anxious. We have to train our children quickly because they don't have that much time to grow up. They must grow up quickly and stand on their own feet. Lina was stunned when she heard this and took a step back. His face was full of shock. How could it be so serious? She finally understood why these children were allowed to face extraordinary creatures so early. It turns out that the situation on the front line has become so tense. Between humans and extraordinary creatures, humans are already at a disadvantage. Countless cities fell. Human living space is shrinking rapidly. Now the number of space tunnels is still increasing, and the number of extraordinary creatures coming out of them will also increase accordingly. The already difficult situation of mankind has been made even worse. Chapter 81, The Fallen City. There weren't enough people guarding the front lines. Now that the number of space channels is increasing again, manpower is becoming increasingly stretched. The best way is to train independent warriors as soon as possible. In this way, now let the high school students face extraordinary creatures, and you will understand. There is no way around it. These kids have to grow up quickly. Lina sighed dejectedly. Commander, I understand. That's right. Commander Lin tapped the table with his fingers, as if he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly said, Captain Wang, who is in charge of the safety of the candidates in Shu province, has been injured and is unable to take charge for the time being. Li Na, you will take charge and be responsible for the safety of the candidates. Yes, all right, Commander. After leaving Commander Lin's office, Li Na came to the open space downstairs. With a light step of her feet on the ground, she flew up from the ground, quickly disappeared into the clouds in the sky. If a warrior saw it, it can be known that her realm is at least the Martial King realm. A warrior must reach at least the Martial King realm before he can fly. Li Na is also one of the 9 powerful Martial Kings of Dragon Country. Early morning. A family in the old city of Linchuan. A sumptuous breakfast was placed on the table. On the plate in front of Su Chen, there was a fried dough stick and 2 peel eggs behind it. The word 100 is displayed. In addition to these, there was a ready-made sandwich and a cup of steaming milk. My aunt smiled and said, Xiaochen, today is the day of your college entrance examination. I made this breakfast in the shape of 100, which means you will get good grades today. Thank you, Auntie. The little girl next to him also made a cheering gesture. Come on, brother. Okay, come on. Su Chen smiled at his sister. After breakfast, Su Chen went to school. Today is the college entrance examination. We need to gather at school at 6 o'clock and leave school for the wilderness at 7 o'clock. Along the way, the family group messages kept flashing. There are 2 relatives among them who are also senior high school students majoring in military science this year. I will also take the college entrance examination this time. Although these relatives are not in the same city as Su Chen, they are from nearby cities in the same province. This exam. High school students taking the military science exam in the same province are in the same examination room. Su Chen and his 2 relatives in the group are from the same province. Naturally, it was the same examination room. With the college entrance examination being such a big event, the 2 families in the group who were taking the college entrance examination were obviously awakened. Compliments are being exchanged at the moment. While complimenting him, he mentioned Su Chen again. Of course. Naturally, they all spoke of Su Chen in a sarcastic tone. Although he seemed to be comforting, his words were full of sarcasm. Say something like, just do your best. What he meant was that Su Chen would not do well in the college entrance examination. There was even a relative who said that Su Chen couldn't even get into an ordinary martial arts university. Looking at the group message, Su Chen showed a sneer on his face. Ha, I'll let you guys show off for a bit now. I hope you guys stop crying after the college entrance exam. Not long after, Su Chen came to school. A banner made of red cloth was hung on the school gate. The banner reads, Linchuan No. 1 High School wishes all senior high school students success in the college entrance exams. As Su Chen entered the campus, he saw several aircraft parked neatly on the school playground. The aircraft is round, like 2 discs buckled together. It was similar to the flying saucers in alien civilizations that Su Chen had seen in movies and TV shows in his previous life. The original body had seen this kind of aircraft in the sky. The energy used by this aircraft is something called yuanshi. Ordinary people at the bottom of society have almost no chance to ride. High martial arts world. Many ordinary people stay in the same city almost all their lives, so they don't have the opportunity to ride such advanced transportation. Su Chen, come here quickly. As soon as he walked to the playground, he saw Teacher Wang waving at him. Su Chen hurried over and lined up in the class. Then the school began to call the roll in each senior class. As for students in other grades of the school, they had 3 days off. This is to prevent them from influencing senior high school students. At exactly 7 o'clock, Teacher Wang organized everyone to board a flying vehicle. It was Su Chen's first time to ride in such a futuristic aircraft, and he showed considerable interest. The others were similar to Su Chen. Most people were riding it for the first time, so they were naturally very curious. Soon, everyone sat down in their seats. This aircraft is similar to the interior of an airplane. There are several rows of seats neatly arranged, and each seat has a seatbelt. After a while, the broadcast on the aircraft reminded everyone to prepare. The flight attendants began to remind everyone to fasten their seatbelts. After everything was ready, the aircraft took off from the ground and quickly flew into the air. Unlike airplanes need to run on a runway, and the distance is not short. This aircraft does not require a running start at all. It can take off immediately after starting. The speed of aircraft is also several times faster than that of airplanes. It took 40 minutes to reach the destination. This time, the examination venue for everyone was an abandoned city outside the wilderness. Before its fall, this city was a second-tier city with a large urban area. Chapter 82 College Entrance Examination in Progress. After the fall, this second-tier city, once full of skyscrapers, has become a paradise for extraordinary creatures. Hundreds of extraordinary creatures make their homes in the city. It can be said that the city is now a paradise for extraordinary creatures. There are countless cities around the world that have fallen like this one. There are only a few dozen cities left in the entire world. The population also declined sharply. There may have been more than 1 billion people originally, but now there are only a few 100 million left. The aircraft stopped on the flat ground at the entrance of the city. This is the original entrance to the city highway. But once clean and tidy, it was now shabby, with the cement floor full of cracks. Tufts of weeds sprouted from the cracks, swaying in the breeze, the half-man-high weeds. A temporary site was built inside the half-collapsed highway entrance. Several large screens are placed here, as well as a group of staff responsible for college entrance examination-related work. Many school aircraft have been parked on the nearby flat land. These are all military science students from Shu Province. The door of the aircraft where Su Chen was located just opened. Go down slowly, one by one, don't crowd. Teacher Wang's voice rang out in the cabin. Under the guidance of Teacher Wang, the students of Class 1, Grade 3 of Linchuan High School stepped off the aircraft one by one. As Su Chen followed the crowd down, he turned around and looked around. The road near this highway intersection wasn't entirely flat, but rather quite hilly. However, even the slightly flatter areas on the slopes were now filled with aircraft parked and people standing around. Teacher Wang organized everyone to line up near the aircraft and wait. After a while, the staff began to call out the names of each school to confirm that all schools in Shu Province had arrived at the scene. "Look up at the sky," someone suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky. I saw a woman in black combat uniform flying towards me quickly. Oh my god, flying in the air, this must be at least a martial king level warrior. Only those with strength above that of a martial king can achieve flying. Amazing. It seems that there are not many martial king level warriors in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If only I could reach the martial king realm. You're dreaming. The martial king is a legendary realm, requiring countless efforts and extremely high talent to achieve. King Wu? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Flying in the air is indeed an extremely enjoyable thing. Once you reach this level, the transportation problem will be solved. If you can fly in the air, there is no place you can't go. It is indeed an essential skill for traveling as a monk. This state may be difficult for ordinary people to reach. No matter how talented you are, you still need to put in a lot of hard work. But this is not the case for Su Chen. He just needs to earn more defense breaking points. Earn defense points as quickly as possible and strive to break through the King of War as soon as possible. By then, you don't need to take transportation to go anywhere. It's convenient just thinking about it. Everyone. Just as Su Chen's thoughts were racing, the woman spoke. I believe your teachers have already told you the rules of this college entrance examination. I am Li Na, the Sichuan Province College Entrance Examination Security Officer. I won't say anything else. I'll just talk about safety. There is a button on your scorer. If you encounter a supernatural creature that you cannot deal with, you can directly press the button on the scorer. Pressing this button does more than just call for help. It can also generate an energy shield that can withstand attacks from extraordinary creatures comparable to the peak martial artist level for about 1 minute. Able to withstand 3 attacks from extraordinary creatures in the martial sect realm. So your safety is still guaranteed. However, if you press this button, it means your college entrance examination is over. Li Na's words made the students ecstatic. I didn't expect the scorer to have defensive capabilities. This can greatly increase the survival rate of students, especially those with weak abilities. It's so humane. Of course, if you are killed by a supernatural creature before you can press the button, you can only blame your bad luck. After Li Na finished speaking, the director of the Sichuan Provincial Education Bureau spoke. He once again explained in detail the rules of this college entrance examination. Students can take the college entrance exam in teams or individually. A team can only consist of 3 people at most. The score of each extraordinary creature is fixed. If you form a team, points will be distributed based on each person's contribution. If you act alone, the points you gain from killing extraordinary creatures will belong entirely to you. His inner tendency was naturally to act alone. But after all, he has a good friend, so he is willing to take care of him. Wan Peng, do you want to team up with me? Su Chen asked. As soon as he said this, all the classmates showed envy. This is Su Chen. Although I don't know Su Chen's current strength, he was number 1 before. If they could team up with Su Chen, wouldn't they win without any effort? This way they can also get good grades and enter a good martial arts university. Wan Peng pondered for a moment and shook his head. Brother Chen, I know you want to take care of me, but forget it. There's a huge gap between your strength and mine. I probably won't be able to make any contribution to the extraordinary creatures of a higher realm that you can kill, nor will I get many points. So I'll just act on my own. If I encounter someone with a higher level, I'll avoid them and won't burden you. Okay. Su Chen nodded. What Wan Peng said does make sense. If Wan Peng was with him, he might not be able to lie down. With his own strength, he could kill any extraordinary creature of any realm in seconds. In this way, Wan Peng will not make any contribution and will not be able to get any points. It is best to form a team with people of similar strength. Chapter 83 Who is this Su Chen? Okay, keep going. Okay, Brother Chen, you should do your best too. While the two were talking, students are also looking for people to form teams. Some look for people with whom they have good relationships, while others look for people with strong abilities. Su Chen, can I team up with you? A girl came to Su Chen and asked. Su Chen turned his head and looked. This girl is none other than his ex-girlfriend Lu Qingqing. Ever since Su Chen defeated her boyfriend, Lu Qingqing has become increasingly emotional. She originally thought that she would be able to live a better life after kicking Su Chen out. But unexpectedly, Su Chen seemed to have awakened, and he fought back all the way, becoming stronger and stronger. This also made Lu Qingqing feel that her new boyfriend didn't seem attractive at all. The relationship between the two is no longer as good as before. I refuse. I don't want to team up with anyone. Besides, if your ugly face keeps hanging around me, it will affect my mood. Su Chen said coldly. How could he possibly let this ordinary woman stay around and disgust him? You rejected Lu Qingqing's request to form a team, and Lu Qingqing's inner defense was broken, and the defense points were broken plus 300. Su Chen, don't you have any feelings for us? It's been so long, and you're still angry? Lu Qingqing said angrily. Why did Su Chen become so indifferent? Didn't you love her the most before? Why haven't you forgiven her for so long? A grown man is so angry. How stingy. Ha ha. Su Chen sneered, don't be so sentimental. I don't have any old feelings for you. Who are you disgusting here? Your words break Lu Qingqing's defense points plus 200. Before Lu Qingqing could say anything, her boyfriend came over. Qingqing, why are you looking for him? Zhang Yuwei's face was full of disbelief. After it was announced that teams could be formed for the college entrance examination, the first person he wanted to do was to find Lu Qingqing to form a team. Although during this period, the relationship between the two was not as close as before. But they are still boyfriend and girlfriend after all. As soon as the team formation rules came out, the first person he thought of was his girlfriend Lu Qingqing. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingqing actually ran to find Su Chen. This made Zhang Yuwei furious. He felt a lush green area above his head, like a green grassland. Lu Qingqing's visit to you made Zhang Yuwei feel like he was cheated on. Defense breakpoints plus 500. The two started arguing right there. Su Chen was happy to watch the show. These two people perfectly illustrate the saying when dogs bite each other, they get a mouthful of fur. Little Fatty, Li Shishir and others also came to ask Su Chen if he wanted to form a team, but were politely rejected by Su Chen. Joke. If so many people really form a team, the points will definitely be divided up. The more teams there are, the more people there are. The more points a monster has, the more points will be divided away because the monster's points are fixed. Certainly. Su Chen can quickly kill those extraordinary creatures and directly grab points. This way others won't get any points. This kind of behavior is a little bit immoral. So, Su Chen felt it would be better to act alone. At the entrance, All equipment has been set up. 10 huge display screens have been completed. Several drones are also ready. During the military examination, the drone will follow the top 10 candidates. The performance of the top 10 candidates during the exam will be broadcast live on 10 display screens. At the same time, it will also be broadcast simultaneously on provincial TV stations. At this time, a person in charge of the college entrance examination shouted loudly, "I declare that the college entrance examination officially begins." Hearing this voice, all the candidates trembled, and then they entered the examination room one after another. The exam is very long and will last all day. The students who entered the examination room were naturally not in a hurry and moved forward at an even pace. Su Chen is one of the few people who score points alone. Most people have formed teams. As soon as they entered the city, each team chose a direction to move forward. Throughout the examination room, the extraordinary creatures on the edge have the lowest strength, and the closer you get to the city center, the stronger the extraordinary creatures become. The center of the entire lost city. The most powerful extraordinary creature occupying the entire examination room. If it is named after the game, the extraordinary creatures in the center of the city can be called bosses. The boss is strong and has the highest score. Of course, most students are not qualified to go head-to-head with the extraordinary creatures in the central area. Those who are eligible to go to the central area, the student must be one of the strongest in the entire district. Even so, you also have to form a team. Those bosses are not ones that most students can fight one-on-one. Teaming up is the safest way. Therefore, the majority form teams. Shortly after, everyone entered the examination room with scorers in their hands. At the entrance to the examination room, a middle-aged man with a large belly and black-framed glasses asked, "Are there many candidates traveling alone this time?" The man, wearing a striped polo shirt, was Zhang Qingyang, the director of the Shu Education Bureau. The person he questioned was also a staff member of the Education Bureau. "Wait a moment, Director Zhang, I'll check." The staff took out a tablet computer and started searching in the system. Candidates who want to form a team can do so directly through the team forming function on the scorer, and successful teams will also be entered into the system. Students who are not in teams are also in the system. It's easy to find. Soon, the staff replied. Director Zhang, most of the candidates have already formed teams. There are only 3 students who haven't formed teams yet. While talking, the staff then handed the platform computer to Zhang Qingyang. Zhang Qingyang took the platform and his eyes fell on the computer screen on the platform. Now, displayed on the screen were the names of several candidates who did not form teams. Wu Di, Zhang Manman, Su Chen. Seeing the last name, Director Zhang frowned slightly. Who is this Su Chen? He knew the first 2 names. He is one of the top talents in the entire Shu province. He wasn't surprised that these 2 were going to act alone. Chapter 84 A large wave of scores. Upon hearing this, the staff quickly retrieved Su Chen's detailed information. Director Zhang, this Su Chen is a student from a comprehensive high school. Students from a comprehensive high school, Zhang Qingyang's face darkened. This is just nonsense. A comprehensive high school is a high school that offers both liberal arts and military courses. This kind of high school is basically the school that ranks last in military science. Compared with a pure martial arts high school, it is far inferior. This kind of comprehensive school generally has difficulty producing any good talents. If 1 or 2 good seedlings emerge occasionally, it can be considered as the school burning incense and being blessed by the gods. Students of this school, how dare you act alone without a team? Where does this confidence come from? Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Looking at the information displayed on the tablet, Zhang Qingyang swept his eyes across the group of school leaders and asked sternly, "Who is the principal of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School?" I am. A hand was raised among the faculty and staff. A middle-aged man in a suit rushed out of the crowd and came to Zhang Qingyang. It was Zhong Jiangwo, the principal of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. But at this moment, cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead, and he quickly reached out to wipe it off. Zhang Qingyang's eyes fell on Zhong Jiangwo, his eyes full of pressure. The students in your school are very confident. What strength do they have to dare to act alone? It would be fine if he was a student from a powerful martial arts high school, as he might have the ability. But how could a student from a comprehensive high school, one ranked last in the province in terms of martial arts, dare to act alone? Nor is he afraid of being slapped to death by a supernatural creature. Zhong Jiangwo trembled when he heard the voice. Still suppressing his anxiety, he said, "Director Zhang, isn't acting alone permitted by the college entrance examination rules? In that case, Su Chen wouldn't be breaking the rules. I know Su Chen, he is a good and down-to-earth kid. He must have his own considerations for doing so. Okay, then I'd like to see what this guy named Su Chen can achieve." Zhang Xingyang felt a little angry, but he didn't say much. It is indeed as Zhong Jiangwo said, acting alone is not against the rules. But he felt that must be based on absolute strength. How can a comprehensive high school that teaches both liberal arts and martial arts produce such talents? Seeing the director, he said no more. Zhong Jiangwo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, left angrily, and returned to Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. "Principal." Teacher Wang said worriedly. Zhong Jiangwo waved his hand, "It's okay. Su Chen, the principal can only help you so far. I hope you can bring honor to our Linchuan No. 1 Middle School." On the other side, Su Chen walked into the examination room with a long sword on his back. Then he walked straight towards the center of the examination room. Among the crowd, Su Chen's figure seemed a little out of place. "Hey, look at that kid." The direction he was heading to looked like the center of the examination hall. What is this kid going to do? Isn't he trying to scout out the strength of the extraordinary creatures on the periphery? Going straight to the center of the examination hall like this is too reckless. So silly. The candidates looked at Su Chen's back and talked. "You know, I have just entered the examination room. The best approach is to make a breakthrough point from the periphery and gradually approach the central area. By doing this, you can clearly see your strength and ensure your own safety. If everyone is foolish enough to go directly to the central area, what will they do if they encounter extraordinary creatures that they cannot defeat? Bad luck. You may be in immediate danger and press the SOS button on the scoreboard. This way the college entrance examination will end directly. Scoring will also stop. In this case, how can the results be good? Therefore, many people think that Su Chen is just a fool. Some even thought that Su Chen would be eliminated soon, so they stopped paying attention to him. Su Chen didn't care about what others thought at all. This monster is not endless, it needs to be robbed. Only if you grab enough monsters can you get a high score in the college entrance examination. In the morning sun, the young man carried a long sword on his back. The figure is firm and lonely. Goo goo. Goo goo. Goo goo. Not long. Su Chen heard the pig's grunting sound. Then I saw a group of wild boar-like creatures appear on the grass ahead. The tusks at the corners of their mouths are not the white bone color of wild boars, but a dark metallic color. This is the extraordinary creature evolved from the wild boar. Those fangs evolved to a hardness comparable to that of alloy. If someone is stabbed by such a pair of fangs, it will definitely pierce a big hole in the body. Su Chen held the long knife on his back in his hand. There were 5 extraordinary creatures that looked like wild boars, and they all discovered Su Chen at this moment. These creatures are omnivores by nature. Both meat and vegetables are acceptable. At this moment, they also discovered Su Chen, and they were humming with bloodshot eyes. Such bipeds must taste delicious. It gathered its strength for a moment and then suddenly pounced towards Su Chen. Because of the accumulated power, it was extremely fast, and a whoosh sound was heard in the air. Su Chen gently swung the long sword in his hand, and a cold sword light drew a fan shape in the air. Squeak! The supernatural creature that pounced on him was instantly cut in half, blood and internal organs splattering everywhere. When these flying things came half a meter close to Su Chen, they seemed to be stopped by an invisible object and fell to the ground. There was not a trace of filth on Su Chen's body. Seeing their companion's tragic death, the extraordinary wild boars were not afraid at all. They just wanted to eat the young man. This time, the extraordinary wild boars did not attack one by one. Instead, they rushed forward and attacked Su Chen together. They rushed towards Su Chen with a strong wind. Su Chen was not panicked at all. From the previous battle, he had already determined that these extraordinary wild boars were merely low-level extraordinary creatures. Their strength was equivalent to that of a 5th or 6th level human warrior. They were capable of being instantly killed by Su Chen. He swung the thunder sword in his hand, chopping it at the extraordinary wild boar at various tricky angles. In an instant, just like cutting melons and vegetables, all the extraordinary wild boars that were cut by Su Chen's long sword were cut in half. He fell to the ground, groaned twice, and then died. The scorer on Su Chen's wrist kept ticking. After all the extraordinary wild boars died, the final number froze at 100. There are 5 extraordinary wild boars in total. That means killing one is worth 20 points. Su Chen wiped the blade of the long knife on the wild boar corpse front and back, and left only after wiping off all the blood. Not long after leaving, Su Chen encountered another group of Gale wolves. These wolves are twice the size of ordinary wolves and look more ferocious. The most important thing is, wolves are social animals. A group is not just a few, but dozens. They all looked at Su Chen with green eyes. In their eyes, humans with energy fluctuations on their bodies are undoubtedly the most delicious food. Oh, that's quite a lot. Looking at the wolves gradually approaching and surrounding him, what appeared in Su Chen's eyes was not fear, but excitement. Such a large group of wolves. It's simply a wave of college entrance examination scores delivered to your door. Chapter 85 Wukka in progress. Su Chen used a martial arts technique and rushed directly into the wolf pack. He swung his long sword so fast it left after images in the air. Blood splattered with each blow, and the wolf corpses fell to the ground. And Su Chen hadn't even used his supernatural powers to attach to his weapon. He simply used his martial arts skills and physical strength to easily dispatch the swift wolves. The extraordinary creatures he encountered now were only the lowest level of extraordinary creatures, evolved from wild beasts. For Su Chen, his strength was very average and could be easily solved. By not releasing your supernatural powers, you can save the energy in your body to the greatest extent possible. What Su Chen is doing now is to gain points with the least physical effort. The swift wolves were very fast, and speed was their advantage. However, Su Chen was even faster, and the swift wolves' speed was completely insufficient compared to Su Chen's. Not long. A group of Gale wolves were completely dealt with by Su Chen. The bodies of the wind wolves were scattered all over the ground. After dealing with the Gale wolf, Su Chen wiped the long knife on the corpse of a wolf that was slightly more intact. This blood is really uncomfortable to look at. Su Chen murmured. He was a person with some obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he felt uncomfortable when he saw the originally smooth blade stained with blood. After finishing everything, Su Chen walked straight towards the city again. He took the main road that led directly to the city, while no one else went as directly into the heart of the city as he did. If he moves forward along the avenue like he does, it is unlikely that he will encounter more extraordinary creatures, so no one else moves forward like he does. The rest of the people's routes of advance were almost all circular. As you move forward in a circular motion, you will encounter more low-level extraordinary creatures. The strength of the extraordinary creatures you encounter will also increase gradually, and you will rarely encounter very powerful ones directly. This way, it will be more stable. This also leads to... As Su Chen walked along the cracked avenue, he hardly encountered any students. Along the way, even if Su Chen encountered an extraordinary creature, if it was not on the sides of the avenue, Su Chen would just pass by and would not actively run over to kill it. Only when he encountered extraordinary creatures in the middle of the road, on either side of the road, or actively attacking him would he swing his sword to kill them. After killing them, he would wipe the blade clean again. No way. People with obsessive-compulsive disorder can't stand blood on a knife. Su Chen's route of advance also resulted in him encountering few extraordinary creatures along the way. Only once you enter the city will you see a large number of extraordinary creatures gathering. Especially in the central area of the city, there are a large number of powerful extraordinary creatures. In this way, Su Chen's score rose very slowly for a while. And others? Different from his route, many students even took the initiative to kill the extraordinary creatures when they saw them. The scores of those students with strong abilities increased rapidly. Wu Di and Zhang Manman, who chose to act alone, scored better than all the other students. Far ahead. At the same time, entrance to the examination center. As expected, the strength of students from comprehensive high schools is just not good enough. Acting alone with such strength is simply a foolish choice. This is the evaluation of the Director of Education Bureau. That's what the director said. It's a bit too conceited indeed. Young man, you are too impulsive. Does he think he's a genius like Wu Di and Zhang Manman? The staff around him echoed. Director Zhang's eyes fell on the two large screens in the front. At this moment, the top 10 students' martial arts exam results are being broadcast live on 10 large screens. The live broadcasts on the first two screens were of Wu Di and Zhang Manman, who were acting alone. These two people acted alone. The third person acted as a team, so Director Zhang focused on the first two. The rankings between Wu Di and Zhang Manman fluctuated. Sometimes, Wu Di would take first place, and a little later, Zhang Manman would take the first place and occupy the first big screen. It is obvious that the two are equally strong. The number of extraordinary creatures encountered was almost the same, so the score chase between the two was very intense. Zhang Manman's weapon was a spear, which she wielded with great vigor. Those extraordinary creatures could not withstand a few rounds under her spear and were killed one by one. Logically speaking, it is difficult for ordinary people to wield a weapon of the length of a spear flexibly. The length affects the user's agility, so not many people choose this weapon. Zhang Manman is very good at shooting. In her hand, the spear could be used to poke, stab, chop, or spin. She could use all kinds of techniques effortlessly, and the spear seemed to be her third hand. Zhang Manman's shooting skills are really good. She is worthy of being my niece. Director Zhang didn't say the latter part of this sentence. Zhang Manman is a member of the Zhang family and the daughter of Zhang Qingyang's younger brother. Although the Zhang family is considered one of the most powerful families in the entire Shu province, it is not easy to raise a talented girl like Zhang Manman. Zhang Manman has the SS-level talent Hellfire. This talent is also one of the top talents among the SS-level talents, and is very close to the SSS-level talent that is currently ranked last. This is a rare event in the Zhang family that only happens once in decades. The Zhang family is naturally the focus of training. After hearing Zhang Qingyang's words, the others also echoed him. Indeed, Zhang Manman's shooting skills are really good. She's probably already reached the late stage of martial arts master. It's rare for someone of her age to reach this level. Even compared to the geniuses in those first-tier cities, I'm afraid they're not much worse. Zhang Manman has a promising future. Everyone was praising it. Joke. As staff members of the Education Bureau, they naturally knew Zhang Manman's identity. This is Director Zhang's niece. It's the Zhang family. Just praise it as much as you can, and don't worry about whether it is reasonable or exaggerated. Of course, everyone wants to hear good words. Really? Hearing everyone's compliments, Zhang Qingyang immediately showed a bright smile on his face. How can she be that amazing? Compared to the geniuses from the first-tier cities, she still has some gaps. But I know that several students from this class in the first-tier cities have already reached the martial master realm. Ah, Director Zhang, is there another senior who has broken through to the martial sect realm? This is too amazing. Zhang Qingyang nodded. Indeed, there are. I know of two. This is normal. The children of those big families practice martial arts earlier than ordinary students. Moreover, they come from the most powerful and influential families in the country. Their family resources are so good that ordinary people can hardly imagine. As long as you have good talent and focus on training, you will naturally be better than ordinary people. Indeed, their starting point is probably the end point of 99% of people's lives. No, many people's end of life will not reach the level of others' starting point. The best breathing method, the best martial arts, the best teacher. How can ordinary people catch up? For a moment, everyone sighed. The entire Shu province is not worth mentioning in the whole country. This place is far inferior to those areas where martial arts are well developed. The students here naturally cannot be compared with the students there. Chapter 86, The Disaster of Madness. In the crowd, although Principal Zhong and Teacher Wang were also amazed at the geniuses mentioned by the Director of Education, they were in no mood to care about how awesome those geniuses were. The only thing they care about now is the people in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Especially Su Chen, the absolute top student of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Su Chen was in a separate team for the college entrance examination. Although this could increase the possibility of strong students getting sick, it also increased the degree of danger. I hope nothing happens to Su Chen. They were extremely worried, but after all, they were not the ones taking the college entrance examination, so they could not help at all. They could only pray for Su Chen and the other students in No. 1 Middle School. May God bless Su Chen and the other students in No. 1 Middle School to achieve good results. At the same time, Su Chen continued to rush towards the city. Although there were not many extraordinary creatures encountered along the way, Su Chen only dealt with the extraordinary creatures that blocked his way and actively attacked him. Even if Su Chen saw those extraordinary creatures far away from the road, he would just pass by them as quickly as possible. In this way, naturally, the number of extraordinary creatures killed by Su Chen was not as many as those of the previous students. Since he didn't actively seek out supernatural creatures to kill, his score wasn't as high as the students in front of him. However, Su Chen was a solo player, and every point he earned from killing a supernatural creature was his own, so his score wasn't at the bottom. Among all the students, it was considered above average. This situation is only temporary. The supernatural creatures are most densely populated in cities. Once they enter the urban area, Su Chen will not be as hurried as he is now. When the time comes, he will actively seek out and kill all the extraordinary creatures in the urban area one by one. He will try to get as many points as possible in the urban area. Su Chen's speed was not particularly fast, and it only took him half an hour to reach the outskirts of the city. Su Chen passed by a dilapidated high-speed railway station. Most high-speed rail stations in cities are built on the outskirts of the city. This is mainly due to technical reasons, land acquisition costs, relieving pressure on the central area, and reserving space for future development. This was almost the case with high-speed rail stations in the old era. After the high-level martial arts era, the preferred mode of transportation for powerful warriors was flying vehicles. As for the remaining high-speed rail stations, they are generally only located within the province and are an option for ordinary people. If you want to cross provinces, you can only use an aircraft. The outer walls of the high-speed rail station are covered with green vines, and the exposed walls are full of cracks and moss, as if telling of the former glory of the old times. Su Chen paused slightly and looked at the high-speed rail station carefully. Obviously, this high-speed rail station has been around for quite a few years. But Su Chen still felt very cordial. Previous life. Railway transportation is a very important means of transportation for humans. Just when Su Chen was reminiscing about the past, suddenly, a rustling sound was heard in the high-speed rail station, and the leaves of the green vines were shaking. Something's happening. Su Chen's eyes darkened slightly, and he held the long sword tightly in his hand. Although he took it seriously, he didn't feel much anxiety. Since this city can be used as the college entrance examination venue for military science students, the authorities will naturally not let anything unexpected happen to the students. Many powerful extraordinary creatures have been cleared out. Those who stayed, the threats are not that big. With Su Chen's current strength, there is naturally no need to worry. There's no need to rush. Just wait patiently, and the extraordinary creatures in the high-speed rail station will naturally be exposed. Soon, a green snake head the size of a wash basin was the first to stick out, with a huge tongue spewing out of its mouth. A pair of golden vertical pupils stared at Su Chen blankly without any warmth, as if waiting for an opportunity to move. Then came more. Giant snakes of various colors, including purple, red, and blue, showed up, and the entire outer walls and exits of the high-speed rail station were filled with snakes. At a glance, crowded. The smallest one was at least as thick as a bowl. If someone with trypophobia and a fear of snakes were here, they would probably faint. Su Chen's Adam's apple rolled up and down as he swallowed. Oh my goodness, so many snakes. Even someone as brave as him felt his scalp tingling at this moment. Although he is not afraid of snakes, he has a mild trypophobia. A dense swarm of giant snakes surrounded and coiled around the entire high-speed railway station. Each one, with golden pupils and red tongues, glared coldly at Su Chen. It was truly terrifying. It was like being trapped in some terrifying gothic horror story, leaving one's scalp tingling. After a moment of silence, these giant snakes seemed to have received some orders, and they all coiled and rushed towards Su Chen. Oh my god, anaconda? Su Chen complained, thinking back to the snake disaster movies he had seen in his previous life. When he watched movies before, he had complained that the snakes looked unreal. I didn't expect to encounter a real snake nest now. Su Chen thought, could this be God's punishment for his bad mouth? Su Chen didn't have time to hide his shortcomings, mainly because his trypophobia was a bit serious now. There are at least hundreds of snakes here. Hundreds of giant snakes are rushing towards you, and no one can remain calm. Hua hua! Purple gold lightning emerged from Su Chen's body, and his hair stood on end. The purple gold lightning quickly spread to the long sword in his hand. For a moment, Su Chen was like the thunder god who wielded purple gold lightning. Chapter 87. This data is abnormal. Thousands of purple gold divine thunders enveloped Su Chen's body, and in an instant it was as if the god of thunder had descended to the earth. Thunder Blade Technique. Su Chen unleashed the Thunder Blade Technique, wielding a purple gold blade. The blade's light carried Su Chen's own supernatural power, the purple gold divine thunder, and its power was terrifyingly strong. In an instant, wherever the blade passed, giant snakes were cut in half, and blood spilled all over the ground, gathering into winding streams on the ground. Near the blade light, some giant snakes that were not directly hit by the blade light were also hit by Su Chen's SSS-level supernatural power purple gold divine thunder arc contained in the blade light. As long as these electric arcs touch various giant snakes, they will instantly make the snakes tremble, and then fall straight to the ground and lose the ability to move. If you look closely, you can find that the giant snakes on the ground have lost their lives after being struck by lightning. Therefore, when Su Chen used all his strength, the destructive power was extremely great. The Thunder Blade technique isn't a traditional, one-stroke, explosive martial art, but rather a method of using a sword. When this technique is mastered to perfection, any swing is no less powerful than an ordinary martial art. Su Chen kept swinging the long sword in his hand. The giant snakes rushing towards him could not get close to him at all, and some of the giant snakes that pounced on him lost their lives while still in the air. The blood gathered into streams and the snake corpses soon piled up into a small hill. During the whole process, Su Chen's score was rising rapidly. Outside the examination room, a number of tablet computers connected to the examination system have been prepared in the examination room, and teachers in each school and class can use the tablets to check the scores of their students. Principal Zhong and Teacher Wang would check on Su Chen's grades from time to time, and they were particularly concerned about his grades. However, no matter how much they paid attention, Su Chen's grades only rose very slowly. It can even be said to be a snail's pace. The scores of several students in the school's seed team are much higher than Su Chen's. This made the two of them feel cold in their hearts. Su Chen is the best student in their school. How come after such a long time, his score is so low? Didn't Su Chen take the initiative to hunt down extraordinary creatures? If you put in more effort and try to find more extraordinary creatures to kill, your score won't be just that low. The scores of several other promising students in the school, such as Li Shishir and Su Xiaoyun, are much higher than Su Chen's. What's wrong with this child? Is he unlucky and doesn't encounter many extraordinary creatures? Teacher Wang murmured. Principal Zhong shook his head, not really. There are many extraordinary creatures here. Even if your luck is bad, you won't get such a low score. Perhaps it was because it overlapped with a more powerful genius route, so I couldn't grab the monster. Teacher Wang nodded after hearing the principal's analysis. At present, the principal's analysis is the most likely one. Perhaps Su Chen encountered the situation that the principal described. If the path overlaps with those of more powerful geniuses, then it means that we cannot compete with those geniuses. Since everyone else has killed the extraordinary creatures, Su Chen's score naturally rises slowly. Just like this, Su Chen's college entrance examination results are in jeopardy. Teacher Wang sighed. Don't worry too much. This college entrance exam lasts for 8 hours, and only half of it has passed. Principal Zhong paused, his eyes widening. This. The principal's voice faltered. Principal, what's wrong? Teacher Wang asked hurriedly. We were just talking about Su Chen's college entrance examination, but why did he suddenly seem frightened? Su Chen's score. Principal Zhong said stutteringly. What happened to Su Chen's score? Teacher Wang was so anxious that he snatched the tablet from the principal's hand. At this moment, he didn't have time to care about leadership or not, his eyes fell on the tablet. At this moment, there was only one name on the tablet, and that was Su Chen. Obviously. This was Su Chen's name that the principal specifically called out. Behind the name are Su Chen's school, class, test number, and most importantly, score, as well as the provincial ranking. I saw that the score kept jumping at this moment, and it would rise a lot almost every few seconds. The provincial ranking is also constantly rising. This. Teacher Wang was also stunned at this moment. It took him a while to regain his composure. What on earth just happened? Wasn't Su Chen's score and ranking pitifully low before? How come this data suddenly went crazy and soared up like crazy? There are a total of 120,000 students taking the Wuka College entrance exam in the province. Su Chen's previous ranking was at the bottom of the province. Ranked over 90,000. But now, Su Chen's ranking continued to soar. 85,000. 80,000. 75,000. 70,000. 65,000. The principal was also a little confused at this moment. Su Chen's score and ranking rose too fast. Especially the score, it's really outrageous. Su Chen's score increase is too outrageous. Could he kill several extraordinary creatures with one strike? But how is this possible? The principal was confused. The increase in Su Chen's score shows that Su Chen's kill rate is very high. It is of the level that can kill extraordinary creatures in seconds. But this? Is it realistic? Given the current strength of these high school students, many of them would find it difficult to kill a supernatural creature alone. Su Chen's strength is good, but it shouldn't be so outrageous. The principal and teacher Wang just stared at the tablet screen. His eyes didn't even blink. Then Su Chen's score continued to rise. The same goes for rankings. After about 10 minutes, Su Chen's data stopped rising wildly. The ranking finally stopped at more than 10,000. In just a short while, the number increased by nearly 100,000. Chapter 88. Who killed him? Although more than 10,000 people is nothing, the most important thing is this increase. The increase in Su Chen's ranking is the most shocking. From the bottom of the province, it rose to over 10,000 in a short period of time. This is simply the speed of a rocket. Oh no, not even this fast. Principal Zhong and teacher Wang looked at each other. Then they both showed joy at the same time. Before, they were worried about Su Chen's grades, wondering if Su Chen had encountered other geniuses or had been intercepted by other geniuses, which was why his scores were so low. Now, all these worries disappeared from my mind like floating clouds. It seems that Su Chen hadn't exerted his strength before, but now he has finally started to exert his strength. The principal said happily. Teacher Wang nodded in agreement. Yes, Su Chen is finally starting to show his strength. I hope he can bring us even bigger surprises later. Well, I hope so. Principal Zhong was very happy and glanced at the provincial director. This damn director actually looked down on their school and belittled Su Chen so much before. I hope Su Chen can do better and surprise the director later. Let this director look down on their comprehensive high school. Many important positions in this world are held by martial arts masters. For important positions like director, the person holding the position has certain strength requirements. The director's strength is naturally not low, and it is not comparable to that of a principal. The five senses of high-level warriors are extremely sharp. The director noticed it the first time Principal Zhong looked at him. He frowned slightly. Why was this comprehensive high school principal staring at him like that? His eyes seemed to be filled with deep meaning. What is this for? I just criticized the students of their school, so the principal is jealous of me? The director touched his nose and thought that this shouldn't be the case. But even if he held a grudge, it wouldn't matter. As a leader, it was inevitable that his subordinates would curse him in their hearts. He didn't care much about Principal Zhong's gaze. Attention returns to the top 10 students. At this moment, a live broadcast of the top 10 students was being played on the big screen. I have to say, now half of the time has passed and the performance of the top 10 students is very stable. Only the 10th student was replaced, and the first 9 students were basically left untouched. This is also easy to understand. Half of the college entrance examination time has passed, and the strong students have already stood out. Their strength is stronger than that of the others, so it is naturally difficult for others to catch up with them. Students are often rescued by college entrance staff at the entrance. Obviously, these people encountered extraordinary creatures that they could not deal with, and the bracelets on their wrists were automatically activated, and then they were brought out by the staff. It came out. This also means that their college entrance examination journey has come to an end. Therefore, everyone's expression was grim. Many girls were even secretly wiping away tears. Completing the college entrance exam so early meant their scores were set, meaning they were eliminated. Therefore, their scores would be ranked very low. Most students eliminated at this point would not be able to get into even a third-rate martial arts university. This also means that their path as warriors is almost cut off from now on. Students who couldn't attend a martial arts university were essentially forced to find ordinary jobs, like screwing in a factory. In the technologically advanced world of martial arts, screwing was a popular occupation for many young people. Then there are jobs like delivering takeout or moving bricks at construction sites. In short, It is almost impossible for them to cross class boundaries in their lifetime. They can only struggle at the bottom of society all their lives, just to have enough food and clothing. The path of martial arts is so realistic and cruel. If the college entrance examination fails to change your fate, then it means that your life will be like that. In the examination venue, Su Chen did not spend too much time to completely eliminate the snake's nest. The scene was a mess. There were countless giant snake carcasses that were broken into two pieces, and of course there were also intact giant snake carcasses that fell to the ground. These intact giant snake carcasses were killed by Su Chen's thunder innate ability when he attacked. Blood dyed the abandoned station red. After wiping the long knife in his hand clean, Su Chen left the stronghold and continued walking towards the city center. He didn't hold back anymore. The closer you get to the city center, the more powerful the supernatural creatures there become. But for Su Chen now, it is no longer a big problem. He didn't even need to release his energy, just use his sword skills, and then combine his own strength to kill many extraordinary creatures he encountered. In this process, Su Chen's use of the sword became more and more handy. After a while, finally, some people started passing by the high-speed rail station. When they saw the giant snake corpses all over the ground, these students all gasped. What the hell? What did I see? So many snakes were killed. A student walked forward to check the wound of the snake corpse on the ground. This person was Wu Di, the student who was currently ranked first in the college entrance examination and had a huge lead in scores. After examining them for a moment, he said, "These broken giant snakes were all killed by the same person. The wounds show the same knife technique. But why are there so many intact snake carcasses? How did these snakes die without any wounds?" Wu Di was a little puzzled. At this moment, he didn't think about the powerful Wu Zong at all. As the top talent in the entire province, he now ranks first in points, and is far ahead of the second place. A genius like him has only taken half a step into the Grandmaster realm, so naturally he doesn't believe that there are students who have already achieved Grandmaster status and can release their energy and unleash their innate abilities. Maybe a student was in danger and pressed the distress button, and the Gokao staff came to rescue the student and killed him, said a student who was with Wu Di. The student hugged Wu Di's thigh to ensure his own safety. Because the further you go inside, the more powerful extraordinary creatures there are. This is very dangerous. Wu Di had already promised him that as long as he followed Wu Di, he could take advantage of the opportunity to kill anyone he encountered who was weaker than him. This way you won't be eliminated so quickly and can also earn a few more points. After hearing this person's analysis, Wu Di pondered for a moment and nodded. This is the only possibility at the moment. Let's go, let's move on. Because the first place winner will have a drone to follow and film the live broadcast, the situation of the two people here is also broadcast live in real time through the camera on the drone. At the entrance of the examination room, many people were shocked to see the corpses of giant snakes all over the ground. These snake corpses were almost all killed by the same person. So there is no doubt that this student is very powerful. Of course, the strength of these extraordinary giant snakes has at least reached the early stage of martial arts, and there are so many of them that they are quite dangerous. And almost all of them are killed with one blow. Being able to kill so many extraordinary giant snakes with one strike shows that this person's strength is at least enough to crush these extraordinary giant snakes. This student's strength has at least reached the late stage of martial arts, otherwise it would not be so easy. After hearing this man's analysis, many staff members of the Education Bureau and principals of various schools nodded, clearly agreeing with his statement. Chapter 89 Entering the Top 10. Outside the examination room. Everyone who saw the situation at the high-speed rail station was shocked. At the same time, everyone was wondering who did it, or which team. In the eyes of many people, the only ones who can achieve this are probably those in the top 10. However, we still need to carefully confirm who it is. As a result, many people watched the top 10 live broadcasts more seriously. But after looking for a long time, everyone still couldn't find the person. During this period, Su Chen's killing continued. His scores and rankings are also growing at an extremely fast rate. On the way to the city center, the corpses of extraordinary creatures lay scattered on the ground. Those who passed by after Su Chen were all shocked by the familiar one-slash-sword technique. Especially Wu Di, who was ranked first before, was shocked beyond words. As a top talent in the province, his vision is naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people. He was certain that this man's swordsmanship had been cultivated to an extremely high level, which he could not match. And that person's cultivation is most likely very strong. Despite this, Wu Di is still very confident in his own abilities. He felt that since the other party could practice swordsmanship to this level, his own realm must not be higher than his. It is impossible for a person to be so strong in swordsmanship and martial arts, and also have equally strong cultivation. If that's the case, this person has already become famous throughout the province. However, when he recalled all the geniuses he knew in the entire province, he could not find any student with such sword skills. Therefore, Wu Di felt that this person with such powerful swordsmanship must have a deep attainment in swordsmanship. His own innate ability level and cultivation level are probably not as good as mine. Su Chen didn't care what these people were thinking. He just scored points quickly at his own pace. Time passed by little, and soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were only 2 hours left until the end of the college entrance examination. For many people, 2 hours is almost over. For many people, these 2 hours don't earn you many more points. Of course, this does not include Su Chen. With Su Chen's speed, the score he obtained in 2 hours is something that others cannot achieve in a whole day. At this moment, Su Chen's ranking has risen to 20th place. And still rising rapidly. Soon, Su Chen's ranking in the province directly surpassed the 10th place, squeezing out the 10th place. The Gaokao was nearing its end, and the top 10 were already very stable. Furthermore, the scores of the top 10 were much higher than those of the rest, making it almost impossible to be surpassed. In the eyes of many people, the top 10 titles are almost confirmed. After all, that's how it's been in previous years. The later the game progresses, the greater the gap between scores will be. Especially the top 10, which were almost determined by the middle of the college entrance examination. The people behind, it is almost impossible to surpass. If you can't rank well at the beginning, how can you suddenly become a god in the later stage? Even if 1 or 2 dark horses appear occasionally, it is a low probability event. When Su Chen's ranking broke into the top 10, it immediately shocked everyone watching the live broadcast. Oh my god, look, the ranking of 10th has changed. Someone exclaimed, pointing at the last big screen. Hearing this, everyone outside the examination room looked at the large screens that were broadcasting live. It was easy to find the last big screen. At this glance, I found that the 10th place ranking had indeed changed. This time, the 10th place was occupied by a man named Su Chen. The former director's eyes widened when he saw the familiar name. This is a student from that comprehensive high school, the one named Su Chen. The usually calm director exclaimed at this moment. This really caught him off guard. A student from a comprehensive high school actually made it into the top 10 in the Wuhan University College entrance examination. You know, according to past experience, students from comprehensive high schools who can make it into the top 500 in the province are considered to have performed exceptionally well. This is also the reason why he was so pessimistic when he saw students from comprehensive high schools playing solo. But at this moment, he had to admit that he had indeed made a mistake this time. This student dares to play solo, which shows that he is self-aware. The director's expression wasn't particularly grim. He admitted he'd made a mistake. But he was also concerned for the student's own good. After all, acting alone without the necessary skills was extremely dangerous. You might even lose your life. Now that this student has this ability, he is delighted. It is not easy for a comprehensive high school to produce such a dark horse. He wanted to take a good look at what abilities this dark horse had that allowed him to break into the top 10 of the overall rankings when the college entrance examination was almost over. At the same time, the school leaders and teachers of Linchuan High School were very surprised to see Su Chen make it into the top 10. I was so excited. The principal was so excited that he clenched his fists. 10th place. 10th place. This is the 10th place. After so many years, their Linchuan No. 1 middle school finally had a student who could rank among the top 10 in the province in the college entrance examination. This is the best result in the history of Linchuan High School. It is also the highest ranking in history. Principal Zhong couldn't help but wipe his moist eyes. Okay. He said the word good 3 times in a trembling voice. Teacher Wang also felt his eyes sore. I feel extremely proud of Su Chen as a student. When they had just divided their subjects, he had never thought that Su Chen would achieve such good results. At that time, he even wanted to persuade Su Chen to give up the path of the military college entrance examination and choose the liberal arts. But Su Chen was very persistent. Although the level of talent and ability tested at the beginning was not high, Su Chen did not give up. This is how we have achieved today's results. Teacher Wang was certain that for a long time to come, he would not be able to have a student with grades as good as Su Chen. The appearance of Su Chen among his students was a highlight of his teaching career, a moment he probably wouldn't experience again. Thinking of this, Teacher Wang quickly took out his mobile phone and took a picture of Su Chen appearing on the big screen. He wanted to freeze this moment. He needs to take photos and show them to the students behind him later. It is now nearing the end of the college entrance examination, and many candidates have been eliminated. Linchuan High School has also eliminated a lot of students. Now seeing Su Chen from their school making it into the top 10, everyone was so excited that they were rubbing their hands and were extremely excited. It was as if they had made it into the top 10. I am completely proud of it. Many people no longer have any jealousy at this moment, only admiration remains. When someone is a little better than you won't feel anything because you know that the gap between you two is not that big. When someone is much better than you may feel jealous. But when there is someone you can only look up to, there is no jealousy or envy, only admiration and worship. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chen in the picture was holding a long sword. Just by using simple knife skills, he easily killed those extraordinary creatures. It was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Many students were stunned when they saw this scene. Is it so easy to kill this extraordinary creature? Why Su Chen's killing of extraordinary creatures is completely different from their killing of extraordinary creatures. When they kill extraordinary creatures, they have to use all their strength, and even go through a lot of hardships to kill the lowest level extraordinary creatures. Chapter 90 arriving at the central area. At this moment, those standing outside the examination room had already been eliminated, and countless students watching the live broadcast were defeated after seeing Su Chen's operation. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau was also shocked by Su Chen's martial arts level at this moment. As the director of an education bureau, his strength is naturally needless to say. But it is rare for him to cultivate martial arts to the perfect level. But now it has been realized in a student. During the live broadcast, this student named Su Chen has reached the perfect level in both his physical skills, martial arts, and swordsmanship. This level of martial arts mastery can be said to be consummate, perfect, and without the possibility of further improvement. It can be said that martial arts training has reached its limit. This level of ability appeared in a student. It's really shocking. Perhaps only those top-notch talents in the entire country can have such attainments in martial arts. It is really hard to imagine that such a student could come from a comprehensive high school. In the crowd, Lu Qingqing, who had been eliminated long ago, looked at Su Chen's performance with a constipated expression. She clenched her hands so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. But she was completely oblivious. At that moment, she felt only one emotion, a deep sense of regret. The regret in her heart overwhelmed her like a tidal wave, and she felt completely enveloped in endless regret. How can I not regret it? This is ranked in the top 10. With such results, one can be admitted to the top martial arts universities in the country. The future can be said to be bright. Su Chen is destined to become a superior person. Originally, she had the opportunity to become the girlfriend of such a genius. In this way, even if a little bit of resources slipped through his fingers, it would be something she would benefit from endlessly. But she missed such an opportunity. How can I not regret it? She must be regretting it so much now. But what if I regret it? Once an opportunity is missed, it is lost and can never be returned. At this moment, Lu Qingqing's defenses were broken and her eyes turned red with anger. But no matter what she did, it was of no avail. In the examination room, system prompts kept ringing. This time the warning sound was louder than ever before. It can be said to be an endless supply. Ding, Lu Qingqing's defenses are broken by your achievements. Defense points plus 1,000. Zhang Chuan watched your livestream and was shocked by your martial arts prowess. He lamented how we're all human, yet the disparity between us is so vast. Defense penetration plus 500. Zhang Sihai saw your live broadcast and was deeply shocked by your strength. Defense breakpoints plus 300. It seems that I broke into the top 10 in the province, and my live broadcast was seen by these people, and then they attacked them, so I gained so many defense points. Seeing the constant system prompts, Su Chen quickly figured out what was happening. The system notifications kept coming, and Su Chen found them rather noisy. So he simply shut them down, and the world instantly became quiet. Su Chen continued to walk towards the city center with a knife in hand. As the college entrance examination is getting closer, Su Chen's speed has increased a lot. He easily killed all the extraordinary creatures he encountered along the way. He still did not exert his full strength, did not release any external energy, and did not use his own innate abilities. He just relied on basic sword swings to kill the extraordinary creatures he encountered. The extraordinary creatures he has encountered so far are not very powerful. Of course, this is only for Su Chen. For others, these extraordinary creatures are already very terrifying. Su Chen's score is still rising rapidly. It didn't take long to overtake 9th place. Then came the 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th. Just when people outside the examination room thought that Su Chen's score might only be 80th or 9th, Su Chen's performance exceeded many people's expectations and he directly made it into the top 5, shocking everyone watching the live broadcast. These people originally thought that they had overestimated Su Chen, but unexpectedly they underestimated Su Chen's strength. Su Chen shocked everyone again, and then gained a wave of defense points. By this point, many students have been eliminated. Those low-level extraordinary creatures on the periphery have been almost wiped out by the students, and the stronger students began to move towards the central area of the city. The students who were taking the same route as Su Chen soon discovered that as they walked further in, they saw the corpses of extraordinary creatures all along the way. After walking for a long time, they didn't encounter many extraordinary creatures. What the hell? Why are there so many corpses? What's going on? Someone asked in confusion. Have many people already begun heading towards the city center? Were these extraordinary creatures killed by these people? These people all looked unhappy. If they don't kill any extraordinary creatures, their scores won't increase. This is the college entrance examination. Every point counts. Because 1 point may eliminate a large number of people. Among these people, the fastest one is Wu Di, who ranks first. He just happened to choose the same route as Su Chen, and Su Chen was ahead of him. Naturally, all Wu Di saw along the way were a pile of corpses of extraordinary creatures. I want to see who it is, Wu Di said with a dark face. Then he just ran. As a top-notch martial artist, he naturally accelerates very quickly. Brother Wu, wait for us. Several students following Wu Di saw Wu Di running away, and hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Their speed was no match for Wu Di's, and soon Wu Di's figure disappeared from their sight. Whoosh! Several people were so tired that they stood there gasping for breath with their hands on their knees. Wu Di was very fast and moved forward quickly along the way. He was now feeling very angry. He wanted to see which team or individuals had killed so many extraordinary creatures along the way. When Wu Di got serious, he moved very fast. When Su Chen moved forward, he would kill any extraordinary creatures he encountered, which wasted a lot of time. In this way, the distance between Wu Di and Su Chen began to narrow, and the speed of narrowing was quite fast. During this period, Su Chen was getting closer and closer to the city center. His provincial ranking also made it into the top 3. Finally, Su Chen arrived at the city center. The extraordinary creatures here are indeed the strongest in the entire examination hall. Su Chen even sensed the presence of numerous extraordinary beings comparable to human martial arts masters in the central pedestrian area. Furthermore, it wasn't just one aura, it was clear that there were not just one, but a whole group of extraordinary beings of this level. If an ordinary student came here, he would probably be scared to death. Certainly. Many ordinary students cannot even set foot here. Anyone who can come here must be a super genius. Also, there are students who walked along the route that Su Chen passed by. Su Chen has killed all the extraordinary creatures along the way, so students following his route can naturally arrive here safely. Chapter 91 He is actually a powerful martial artist. As the extraordinary creatures became stronger and stronger, Su Chen earned more and more points. Soon, Su Chen's provincial ranking has risen to 3rd. This achievement made the teachers and students of Linchuan High School cheer, and also surprised the leaders of the Education Bureau. I used to think that 10th place was the limit for the student from a comprehensive high school, but I didn't expect him to be so competitive and make it directly into the top 3. The college entrance examination has not yet ended. I wonder how far Su Chen can go in the end. Other high school principals who knew Principal Zhang were envious, jealous, and resentful of him. Why? Why can't their school have such a dark horse? Why should such a good thing fall upon the principal of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, and not upon them? This is simply unfair. Principal Zhong, congratulations, your school has produced a good seedling. The principal of Linchuan No. 2 Middle School spoke in a sour tone. It is also a comprehensive high school in Linchuan. Linchuan No. 2 Middle School and Linchuan No. 1 Middle School were both comprehensive high schools in Linchuan. The two schools were constantly comparing and competing with each other, each wanting to outdo the other. But over the years, the academic performance gap between the two high schools has not been big. The number of students who are able to enter the martial arts university every year is also about the same. But this year is different. This year, Linchuan No. 1 Middle School has a variable, Suchun. This Suchan also made it into the top 3 in the province. This is the top 3 in the province. Since the establishment of Linchuan No. 2 Middle School, their best martial arts exam result was only around 200th in the province. This is already a very rare achievement. To this end, Linchuan No. 2 Middle School has held its head high in front of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School for many years. But now, Linchuan No. 1 Middle School produced Su Chen, who ranked 3rd in the province. This result, I'm afraid that for many years to come, Linchuan No. 2 Middle School will be surpassed and can only look up to Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. It's foreseeable. After this college entrance examination, Linchuan No. 1 Middle School's enrollment and the resources the school can obtain will be countless times better than before. In the future, Linchuan No. 1 Middle School will become the undisputed number 1 in the entire Linchuan. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Fortunately, I didn't expect Su Chen to be so promising. No one else was optimistic about him, but he was the most promising. He really brought honor to our Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Principal Zhong smiled in a filthy way, and even a fool could hear the smugness in his tone. The principal of Linchuan No. 2 Middle School had previously mocked Su Chen for acting alone, but now he was slapped in the face. Principal Zhong just felt extremely comfortable in his heart. I want you to look down on my Su Chen. Look at how cocky you are. The principal of No. 2 Middle School rolled his eyes. If your school could produce a student like Su Chen, you would probably be even more cocky than me. The principal of No. 2 Middle School was speechless when he heard this. It was exactly as Principal Zhong said. If their No. 2 Middle School could produce a student like Su Chen, he would probably be showing off to all the principals he knew. In the examination room, Su Chen has now entered the core area of the examination room. He could feel that there were many powerful auras here. There are even a few extraordinary creatures that are comparable to the powerful martial masters. There is also a group of extraordinary creatures that are slightly weaker than Wuzong. Next, it seems I will have to use all my strength. Su Chen thought so in his heart. He didn't completely restrain his aura, but only partially. At this moment, his aura gave people the impression that his strength was slightly inferior to that of a martial arts master, that is, the peak of a martial arts master. However, this breath was quickly sensed by many extraordinary creatures. There is a natural hostility between supernatural beings and humans, and supernatural beings hate humans extremely. If they encounter humans, the extraordinary creatures will try their best to kill them. It's completely their instinct. I don't know where this instinct comes from. Why are supernatural beings so hostile to humans? Experts have studied the behavioral logic of these extraordinary creatures, but have not found anything. They have only come to the conclusion that these extraordinary creatures seem to have been implanted with the mindset of viewing humans as their natural enemies, and are inherently hostile to humans. One after another, extraordinary creatures walked out of the jungle, and their figures were everywhere. Those who were watching the live broadcast outside were all shocked when they saw this scene. The school leaders, teachers, and students of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School were also worried about Su Chen at this moment. Oh no, Su Chen is surrounded by extraordinary creatures. Teacher Wang said nervously. Principal Zhong also looked worried. Hurry up and open the protective shield. These extraordinary creatures are no less powerful than Su Chen. This child must not be stubborn. In Principal Zhong's view, grades and other things are secondary. At this moment, he was only worried about Su Chen's safety. I don't want Su Chen to be so desperate for good grades that he would fight hard with so many extraordinary creatures. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau also saw Su Chen's current situation through the live broadcast. He was naturally worried about such an outstanding student. Quick, contact Li Na and ask him to go to the city center as soon as possible to protect the student named Su Chen. Although the scorer has a protective shield function, Su Chen is now facing a large number of extraordinary creatures with top strength in the examination room, and the protective shield is estimated to not last long. Such an excellent seedling cannot be defeated here. Soon, a staff member contacted security officer Lina and asked her to go to the city center to protect Su Chen's safety. As a powerful warrior at the level of king of martial arts, he is able to fly in the air. Lina responded and went there immediately. And at this moment, Su Chen's whole body was filled with energy, and at this moment he no longer restrained any of his energy. The pressure of the powerful Wuzong burst out. Holding the long sword horizontally, Su Chen's entire body began to emit purple gold arcs of electricity. The long sword in particular had several purple gold arcs dancing on its blade. An inexplicable wind seemed to blow through the surrounding woods, rustling the leaves. The leaders, teachers and students who saw this scene were all stunned. Everyone opened their mouths, speechless. The scene of tens of thousands of people was as quiet as a chicken at this moment. It took a long time for the shocked crowd to recover. He is releasing his energy. He is a powerful martial artist. Someone stammered. Only by releasing one's yuanli can one unleash one's innate abilities. Su Chen's performance was clearly the result of releasing his yuanli. Only a strong martial artist can achieve this. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be a student in their province who could reach the Wuzong realm at such a young age. This realm is comparable to even the top geniuses in the first-tier cities. The director of education muttered to himself. He stared at the big screen without blinking, afraid of missing any details. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. After a brief moment of shock, the principal and teacher Wang hugged each other excitedly. Okay, that's great. La Wang, Su Chen is a Wuzong, he is a Wuzong. Ha ha ha. Principal Zhong laughed out loud, looking like a madman. Chapter 92 Smooth Killing. Yes, ha ha ha, Su Chen is a martial master, a martial master. This is the most dazzling student I, old Wang, have ever taught in my life. Teacher Wang laughed out loud. At this moment, most of the students from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School had been eliminated, and Wan Peng was also eliminated early on. He is one of the more than 50,000 people in the province. This ranking is not very good, but it is not low either. Of course, I couldn't get into the top universities, but at least I could go to Wuhan University. Belong to the group that can go to school. He was satisfied with his achievement. After all, he knew his own strengths and weaknesses. But he didn't expect that his good brother Su Chen was so powerful. Wuzong. Such a young martial arts master must be one of the top geniuses in the whole country. Wan Peng smiled and was happy for Su Chen. Inevitably, there is a sense of loss in my heart. Brother Chen, from now on, you and I are no longer from the same world. A bitter look appeared on Wan Peng's face. He could no longer follow Su Chen. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School and other schools were all breached one by one. Many of them are still only at the warrior level, and at best they are at the martial master level. But this Su Chen has already become a powerful martial arts master. Compare yourself to others. It's so infuriating. They are all students, why is there such a big gap? They don't understand. Su Chen got another wave of defense breaking points, but he didn't know about it because he had blocked the system prompts because it was too noisy. Everyone was staring at the big screen without blinking. Su Chen in the live broadcast was holding a long sword horizontally, and purple gold thunder flashed and jumped on the sword. Because of the electric current, Su Chen's hair stood upside down, revealing Su Chen's angular facial features. Su Chen looked like the incarnation of the purple gold thunder god. Handsome. So cool. This is what everyone thinks. If I also become a martial master, will I be this handsome? Some people couldn't help but yearn for it, imagining that the person who transformed into the purple gold thunder god was actually them. They were completely immersed in this beautiful fantasy, unable to extricate themselves, their faces intoxicated. The people around him looked at him with disdain. Mouse, stop dreaming you can be that handsome. You're just an Earth-related superpower. The best you can do is cover yourself in a layer of dirt and turn yourself into a little Earthman. As soon as these words came out, the people around them who heard it burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter of the people around him, the man finally woke up from his fantasy. It was then that he remembered that he only had Earth-related abilities. Even if he became a master and could release his abilities, he could only cover himself with a layer of earth. It's impossible to compare with other people's lightning abilities. Thinking of his funny appearance covered with a layer of yellow dirt, the boy shed tears of despair. In the live broadcast screen, Suchen swung the long sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed. Each swing brought a series of swift purple-gold arcs, which were the visual delay caused by the purple-gold lightning swiftly passing through the air. A supernatural creature that ran over first, with bone spurs all over its body and similar to a crocodile, was cut into two pieces by the long knife in Suchen's hand. Before everyone could exclaim for Suchen in the live broadcast, an agile leopard-like supernatural creature quickly attacked Suchen from behind, and one of its sharp claws attacked Suchen's back directly. Although this extraordinary creature is not very big, it is extremely agile. Its body was not covered with hair, but rather diamond-shaped dark metal blocks. Under the sunlight, these scale-like metal blocks reflected a cold luster, looking extremely terrifying. It is obvious that this extraordinary creature is extremely powerful. He is the kind with extremely strong strength. Judging from Suchen's performance, he seemed to have not noticed the sneak attack from this extraordinary creature. Many people in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School felt their hearts in their throats at this moment. Some even covered their mouths. Someone widened their eyes. Some of the timid ones even covered their eyes and dared not look, fearing that Suchen's heart would be ripped out by this extraordinary creature in the next second. Although there was a protective cover on the scoreboard, Suchen didn't notice the danger at all and had no time to turn on the protective cover. After seeing Suchen's performance, Zhang Yuwei, who was jealous beyond recognition, showed a hideous smile on his face. Die! Suchen, go to hell! Die now! Zhang Yuwei screamed in his heart, and his whole face looked extremely distorted. Why is Suchen so strong? Originally, Suchen was just a waste. Why is Lu Qingqing no longer enthusiastic about him? It's all because of Suchen. Suchen stole the light that belonged to him. Suchen deserves to die. The next moment, the sinister smile on Zhang Yuwei's lips froze. In the live broadcast, Suchen didn't even look behind him. He swung the long sword in his hand, the blade spun a circle, and then Suchen grasped the handle and stabbed it directly behind him. Squeak! The sound of the long knife piercing the flesh was heard, and it fiercely penetrated the neck of the leopard-shaped extraordinary creature. Then Suchen kicked the corpse away with a sidekick. Li Na, who came rushing over, just happened to see the scene. A smile appeared on her lips. It seems that this little guy is much stronger than everyone thought. Not bad. Obviously, Suchen did not need Li Na's rescue, so Li Na disappeared and observed Suchen in secret to prevent Suchen from getting into any accidents. The students who saw the scene were immediately attracted by Suchen. Especially some girls, their eyes were full of stars. Suchen's move just now was quick and decisive, his movements were cool and free-spirited, and he looked extremely handsome. Zhang Yuwei's eyes were spitting fire. How come Suchen is so strong? The principal of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, Teacher Wang, and others breathed a sigh of relief, clearly feeling relieved that Suchen was all right. They were also proud of him in their hearts. Such an amazing student is from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Then, more extraordinary creatures approached Suchen and attacked him. Among these extraordinary creatures, there was even a tiger with wings on its ribs, which spit out white air blades from its mouth to attack Suchen from a distance. This extraordinary tiger has obviously reached a strength comparable to that of a human grandmaster, and can perform supernatural powers through its mouth. This is a wind-related ability. Suchen used his body movements and martial arts to the limit, moving quickly among the extraordinary creatures. While killing these extraordinary creatures, he also dodged the sharp air blades. This wave of operations is dazzling and overwhelming. When Wu Di arrived, he saw Suchen with lightning flashing all over his body and the purple gold lightning on his long sword jumping around to kill the last extraordinary creature. This is Martial Sect Realm. Wu Di opened his mouth wide and stared with a look of disbelief on his face. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a great god would appear in the examination room. A great god in the realm of martial arts. In the past, geniuses of this level could only be found in super first-tier cities. Chapter 93, Additional Question? Full Force Burst. Fuck, such a genius actually appeared in our province. Wu Di exclaimed. At this moment, his heart was deeply broken. We are all human beings, all students. Why is it that others have already reached the martial master level, while he is still at the martial master level? Crying. Thinking back to when he was feeling complacent about his martial arts skills before, he felt embarrassed. Even Emperor Wuzong was so low-key. What's so superior about a martial artist like me? While Wu Di was feeling envious, jealous, and resentful, Su Chen had already killed another wave of extraordinary creatures. His provincial ranking also jumped directly to first place, and he is already far ahead. This result made the principal of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School smile from ear to ear. Su Chen has brought honor to the school. Number 1 in the province, top scholar in the province. A provincial top student was born in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. The school's enrollment and support for school resources will be greatly improved in the future. A provincial champion. That is a living golden signboard. One can imagine the benefits it can bring to the school. After killing the extraordinary creatures that surrounded him, Su Chen walked towards the pedestrian street in the middle. This pedestrian street used to be the center of the entire lost city. Here, there is only one supernatural creature left. This is also the most powerful supernatural creature in the entire city. It looks like a giant fiery red dinosaur, its body covered with fiery red scales, and its big mouth full of sharp fangs looks extremely terrifying. Its strength is comparable to that of a human martial arts master, and it can also release its Yuanli and directly display its innate abilities based on Yuanli. It stood up from the ground, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. It stood on 2 feet, with its 2 front limbs hanging in front of it, and its long nails were as sharp as scimitars. There is not much difference in strength between the two. The man and the beast stared at each other from a distance of more than 20 meters. This distance may not be considered close for many people, but it is very close for Su Chen and this extraordinary creature. Su Chen's speed and the huge size of this extraordinary creature made the distance seem insignificant. People watching the live broadcast outside the examination room felt nervous at this moment. This extraordinary creature is undoubtedly the most powerful extraordinary creature in the entire city, and it is also an extraordinary creature that was left there intentionally. Many students would never face a supernatural being of this strength. This is the additional question left for students above. As long as you can deal with this extraordinary creature, you will undoubtedly get a lot of points. This is for the top talents. Everyone wanted to see whether Su Chen could still defeat this extremely powerful extraordinary creature. The director used the intercom to contact security officer Li Na, and asked Li Na to take action immediately if Su Chen was defeated. We can't let anything happen to a genius like Su Chen. Su Chen is the most outstanding talent in the entire province in all these years. It is the hope of the entire province. Nature cannot afford to fail. The principal of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, Teacher Wang, and many students from the same school were praying silently for Su Chen in their hearts. In the examination room, after a minute-long stare down, the battle between the two was about to break out. Wisps of hot flames rose from the surface of the dinosaur-shaped extraordinary creature. There was no doubt that it was an extraordinary creature with fire-type abilities. The scorching flames caused the air to begin to distort, and it rushed towards Su Chen at an extremely fast speed. A giant claw as big as a wash basin, filled with red flames, grabbed Su Chen. Su Chen also used all his strength to activate his supernatural powers. This was the most powerful force he had ever used in his supernatural powers. A huge purple-gold electric arc wrapped around Su Chen's entire body and the long sword, and Su Chen's eyes were flashing with lightning. Bang! The long sword and the giant claw collided with each other, making a huge impact sound. The sound stung Wu Di's eardrums as he was watching from a distance. It was conceivable how great the force of the impact was, and Wu Di quickly covered his ears. Su Chen used all his strength to display his body skills, and quickly performed the thunder sword technique, slashing the surface of the extraordinary creature's body with one blow after another. There was a continuous sound of metal hitting metal, like a chop on metal. Su Chen's body movements are very powerful and his attack speed is also fast. The dinosaur-like extraordinary creature was huge, and although its speed was not slow, it was not as fast as Su Chen. Therefore, it could not dodge all of Su Chen's attacks. However, its defense is very high. The scales covering its body were like armor with amazing defense, and Su Chen's attack only left shallow marks on its surface. You can imagine how powerful its defense is. Fortunately, Su Chen's thunder ability could penetrate directly into its body, electrocuting it so that it trembled from time to time. Suffered a great loss. It quickly distanced itself from Su Chen. It seemed to know that it would not gain any advantage in close combat with Su Chen, so after keeping some distance, it directly started the long-range attack mode. Open your mouth wide. A long dragon of fire came out of his mouth, and the scorching flames sprayed towards Su Chen. Su Chen used his body skills to dodge, jumping between nearby trees and various collapsed buildings. The scorching flames directly ignited the large trees, and soon the trunks were burned into charcoal, breaking in the middle and falling to the ground into more pieces, with charcoal ash scattered all over the ground. You can see how powerful it is. There is no doubt that this extraordinary creature in dinosaur form is already trying its best to display its innate abilities. Let me see how many times you can perform it, Suchen said coldly as he was moving around on many big trees and collapsed buildings. He can also unleash powerful supernatural powers. Therefore, he naturally knew how much energy it consumed to display his innate abilities so powerfully. This level of performance cannot last long. Once the energy is consumed to a certain extent, it will naturally no longer be able to be used. At that time, it was during the period of weakness of this extraordinary creature that Su Chen counterattacked. Chapter 94, Provincial Number 1 Scholar Su Chen. Too strong. I'm afraid Su Chen's martial arts skills have already been cultivated to perfection. Is Su Chen's martial arts skill a particularly advanced one? Which big family does this Su Chen come from? He is so powerful. Su Chen used all his strength to perform the martial arts skill Glimpses of Light and easily avoided the attack wave of this powerful and extraordinary creature, causing the teachers and students at the entrance of the examination room to scream in surprise. Many people thought that Su Chen's martial arts skills were of a very high level. After all, Su Chen's movements were so smooth and coherent that those with lower strength could not see Su Chen's movements clearly. Su Chen seemed to have transformed into thousands of phantoms. It was impossible for that extraordinary creature to attack Su Chen. On the contrary, extraordinary creatures will consume a lot of energy when using their ultimate moves. The school leaders of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School who were watching the scene couldn't suppress the smiles they made when they heard the exclamations of the people around them. These people don't know yet. Su Chen's martial arts skills are not of a particularly high level at all, but just a very ordinary martial arts skills. They, Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, simply do not have such good resources and do not have any high-level physical skills or martial arts. The reason why this martial art is so graceful and smooth on Su Chen, and so powerful, it was purely because Su Chen had practiced this martial art to the point where there was no room for improvement. This is entirely due to Su Chen's own strong understanding of martial arts training. And Su Chen is not from a big family at all. On the contrary, Su Chen's background was extremely ordinary, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he came from a slum. The old city where Su Chen lived was an area that had been eliminated by the times and was called a slum by many people in Linchuan New City. The people living there are ordinary people at the bottom of society. Any warrior with some strength has already moved out of the old city. But it's such a place. But a golden scale like Su Chen was born. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. Su Chen is the real dragon. After continuously dodging the shock waves of this extraordinary creature fell into a period of weakness visibly. It is no longer possible to gather shock waves, and it is no longer possible to release ultimate skills. Right now, Su Chen shouted loudly, and used his body movements and martial arts to the extreme, quickly approaching this strongest extraordinary creature in this lost city. When Su Chen approached this extraordinary creature, the long sword in his hand burst out with brilliant thunder, and the dazzling light was bright and dazzling. Fuck, so strong. Blind my titanium dog eyes. This talent is probably at least S level. People outside the screen found the light dazzling. If you are on the scene, it is conceivable that warriors with lower strength may not even be able to open their eyes. What level of talent and ability is this? The director of education quickly checked Su Chen's personal information. He wanted to see what level Su Chen's talent and ability were. However, when the director saw Su Chen's talent level on his personal information, his pupils suddenly shrank. S level, are you kidding me? Given the power of Su Chen's innate ability, how could it be just an S-level innate ability? S-level talents and abilities are indeed very powerful for many people, but many geniuses also have S-level talents and abilities. But the director has seen many of these S-level talents and abilities, and he has seen many S-level abilities in the Lightning series. It is absolutely impossible for them to be as powerful as Su Chen's. Su Chen's talents and abilities are definitely not just S-level. The director felt that Su Chen's talent and ability must be at least SS level. What the director didn't know was that he was still a bit conservative. Su Chen's innate ability was very rare, SSS level. This level of talent and ability is currently only possessed by a few of the top martial arts masters. Su Chen naturally had no idea what kind of sensation he had caused. At this moment, he pushed his innate abilities to the extreme, and burst out with all his strength, launching one attack after another onto the extraordinary creature. Oh ouch! The extraordinary creature roared in pain. However, Su Chen wasn't about to let it go. He quickly slashed at the extraordinary creature with his long sword. In just a few seconds, he unleashed dozens of consecutive strikes. However, this extraordinary creature has thick skin and flesh, and the long sword in Su Chen's hand can hardly break its defense. But the lightning didn't care whether the skin was thick or not. It would directly enter the body through the tiny wounds cut by the long knife, flow through the whole body, and cause great damage. Finally, after Su Chen's final blow, the extraordinary creature let out a wail, and its huge body fell straight down. Su Chen raised his wrist to check the time on the scoreboard. There's still half an hour until the college entrance exam ends. I don't think anyone can surpass my current score. Thinking like this, Su Chen pressed the scorer, and his college entrance examination was over. Back outside the examination room, Su Chen was immediately surrounded by a group of people. The leader is naturally the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, who is responsible for the college entrance examination in the province this time. Classmate Su, your performance is really great. I apologize for my previous rude behavior towards you. Please forgive me. Having said that, the director bowed reverently to Su Chen. A genius like Su Chen, not to mention the blessing he can bring to his political achievements, Su Chen's future achievements alone will definitely not be inferior to his own. It is very necessary to be humble and make friends with Su Chen. Fine. Su Chen waved his hand indifferently. Then the principal of number 1 middle school spoke excitedly. Su Chen, you have brought honor to our school. You are the top scorer in our province this time. Linchuan number 1 middle school is proud of you. It's okay, principal. It's my duty to bring honor to the school. My achievements today are inseparable from the guidance of the school. Su Chen said this very modestly. Teacher Wang quickly handed Su Chen an unopened bottle of mineral water and said earnestly, "Come and have some water, Su Chen. You must be thirsty." Teacher Wang looked at Su Chen with a smile on his face, his eyes full of concern. Su Chen gave Teacher Wang a heartfelt smile. "Thank you, Lao Wang." After removing the bottle cap, Su Chen sat down on a nearby rock and drank from it in big gulps. After such a long exam, he was really exhausted. I've been thirsty for a long time. The students around also wanted to come forward and flatter Su Chen, but were stopped by the principal and others. He said not to disturb Su Chen's rest. 10 minutes later, the college entrance examination is over, and those students who have not been eliminated have also come out of the examination hall. So far, everyone's grades were completely frozen. The number 1 in the province is naturally Su Chen. No suspense. Moreover, Su Chen's total score was far ahead of the second place, and he was leading by a huge margin. He deserves the title of provincial top scholar. Chapter 95 Return. Outside the examination room, the leaders and teachers all surrounded Su Chen. It was full of concern and flattery. However, how much of this is true is debatable. All right, stop surrounding Su Chen. Let's pack up and get ready to go back, the director of Education Bureau said. The others also nodded. Anyway, they had rested enough and it was time to go back. Everyone started watching. After a while, everyone has packed up. Then the principals of each school arranged for the candidates from their respective schools to board the aircraft in an orderly manner. Not long after, one after another, the aircraft quickly soared into the sky and soon disappeared into the clouds. The college entrance examination has officially come to an end. On the way back, some are happy and some are sad. The school leaders and teachers of those schools that achieved good results were all beaming with joy. Although their school also has many students who don't perform well in the exams, that doesn't matter to them. They focus on the school as a whole, and as long as the school can produce more students who get into good universities, that's the greatest joy. Linchuan number 1 Middle School. The principal and teachers were also very happy. In this college entrance examination, Linchuan number 1 Middle School can be said to be the biggest winner. Not only did they produce Su Chen, the provincial top student, but the students in the top class also had very good grades. At least a dozen people can go to a good martial arts university. Although Su Chen may be the only one who can attend the 4 top martial arts universities, the other dozen or so people can at least attend a first-class martial arts university. This has far exceeded the best historical result of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. There is no doubt that this class has the best performance in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Therefore, all the school leaders and teachers had happy faces. Su Chen did feel a little tired today. The whole day of college entrance examination was quite tiring and strenuous. Su Chen achieved such good results today that the school leaders let him sit in the front cabin near the cockpit so that he could have a good rest. The cabin is not large, with about 7 or 8 seats inside. However, the distance between each seat is relatively large, and the seats can even be laid flat for rest. It is comparable to the first-class cabin of airplanes in the previous life. Su Chen's cell phone had no signal on the aircraft, so there was nothing to do on the phone. Su Chen closed his eyes and rested. After an unknown amount of time, a mechanical female voice came from the aircraft's radio. Linchuan is about to arrive, passengers please get ready. This sound woke Su Chen up, and then he felt the feeling of weightlessness brought by the rapid descent of the aircraft. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. Ordinary people will have lower ascent and descent speeds when riding in an aircraft. Warriors' physical fitness is different from that of ordinary people, so they naturally don't have to worry about the loss of weight caused by rapid descent harming their bodies. They don't even feel the slightest bit unusual. After a while, the aircraft landed smoothly. It landed directly on the playground of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Seeing the aircraft landing, the teachers and staff who stayed in Linchuan No. 1 Middle School became excited. They're back. The senior students are all back. I wonder if our school's college entrance examination results are good this time. The school faculty and staff gathered around the aircraft while discussing. Although the college entrance examination is broadcast live, only people in the examination room can see it. It is not a live broadcast across the entire network. Therefore, the faculty and staff of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School are not clear about the school's performance. Now I see people coming back. They swarmed up and surrounded the aircraft. Crack! The hatch of the aircraft opened and the students returning from the college entrance examination walked down the ladder one after another. Wah 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 wah. There was a burst of applause. This is the faculty and staff clapping their hands vigorously. They all looked excited, as if they were welcoming soldiers returning from a victorious battle. Amidst warm applause, the students who had performed as expected walked down the aisle with their heads held high, while those who had not performed well looked embarrassed. When the principal came down, a group of faculty and staff rushed over and surrounded Principal Zhong. Principal, did our students do well in the college entrance examination this time? Principal, are there any students who performed outstandingly in this year's college entrance examination? Principal, how are our school's overall performance? They asked eagerly. Obviously, staff are very concerned about pupils' achievements. Principal Zhong had a smile on his face and reached out to press down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Really? Soon everyone quieted down and looked at the principal with their big eyes. Looking forward to hearing good news from the principal. Comrades, our Linchuan No. 1 Middle School did very well in the exam this time, very well. The most gratifying thing is that Su Chun from our school achieved the provincial top score in the college entrance examination. The principal's words caused exclamations from the surrounding faculty and staff. Fuck! What, provincial champion? Did I hear correctly? The principal is talking about the provincial champion? The faculty and staff all had expressions of horror on their faces. The provincial top scholar. This is simply unthinkable. The faculty and staff initially thought that they had misheard or that the principal had said something wrong. Chapter 96 High School I have never heard of. Everyone's eyes fell on the principal. They wanted to hear the principal say it again to confirm whether they had heard it correctly. Principal Zhang saw everyone's expressions and knew very well what these faculty and staff were thinking. No one would have thought that such an ordinary high school could produce a person like the top student in the province of Wuhan University. Dark horse is not enough to describe it. Ahem. The principal coughed twice and said, "Everyone, I know you find it hard to believe. But I can assure you that you did not hear wrongly. Our Linchuan No. 1 Middle School has a provincial top scorer in the Wuhan University College entrance examination. That is Su Chun from the top class in our school. In addition, there is one person who ranks within the top 1,000 in the province." As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence at first. Everyone was immersed in this shocking news. A moment later, everyone digested the news. Oh. Some people started cheering. Then more people cheered. All the faculty and staff were cheering for the good results achieved by the students of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School in the college entrance examination. Great! Our school actually produced a provincial top scorer. Yeah, that's amazing. Su Chen is really amazing. I thought he was a dark horse. But now it seems that he is not a dark horse at all, he is clearly a god horse. Awesome! Now our Linchuan No. 1 Middle School is about to take off. Everyone was very happy. If a school has a provincial top student, the school's overall ranking will naturally improve. More resources will also be allocated to schools. When schools have more resources, students will have more resources. In the future, students' abilities will be raised to a higher level. After that, the welfare of faculty and staff will be improved accordingly. This is a great thing. Everyone, please be quiet. After the faculty and staff were excited for a while, Principal Zhong spoke again. As soon as he opened his mouth, the faculty and staff immediately quieted down and all looked at Principal Zhong, waiting for his next speech. Everyone, our school has such a big happy event. What do you think, should we celebrate? Yes. Everyone answered in unison. The principal smiled and said, well, let's hold a celebration tonight. All the faculty and staff of the school should come. Good. The principal is mighty. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School is awesome. The faculty and staff echoed this sentiment. The evening celebration was thus confirmed. The principal invited Su Chen again, but Su Chen shook his head. No, principal. I'll celebrate with my family tonight. Well, the principal nodded, it's time to celebrate with your family. After saying goodbye to the principal and teacher Wang, Su Chen left school and took the bus home. The usual practice for announcing the results of the Wuhan University College entrance examination is to announce the results the day after the exam. Therefore, the results of the candidates have not yet been announced online. But some self-media have already obtained some gossip. For example, which school does the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination come from? On Su Chen's way home, some media had already announced the news about the provincial top scorer. #shocking. The top scorer in the Sichuan province Wuka province came from such a high school. This title is very well chosen, making people want to explore more. Many netizens who are concerned about the college entrance examination saw this title and clicked directly to view the content. This news is about the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Sichuan province who came from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. The so-called provincial champion. Naturally, people in this province will pay close attention to it. Those who follow the top scorer in Shu province are naturally all netizens from Shu province. Linchuan No. 1 High School is not a very famous high school, but a very ordinary high school. There is no ranking at all in the entire Shu province. Although the entire Shu province is not large, it still has quite a few cities. Many people have never heard of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Only those in Linchuan know about it. Oh my god, the top scorer in the Wuka province is actually from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. What kind of school is this Linchuan No. 1 Middle School? I've never heard of it before. A high school I've never heard of. I just checked. Linchuan No. 1 High School is just a comprehensive high school. There are students studying liberal arts and martial arts. This comprehensive high school in Shu province wouldn't even be ranked. The ancestral tomb of this school must be smoking. It's so funny, where are the ancestral graves in the school? Linchuan No. 1 High School is a high school in Linchuan City. It's normal that people from other cities haven't heard of it. Our school is not well known. There is a lot of discussion online. Many people in Linchuan know the name of the provincial top scholar. Linchuan. Old Town. Mom, the internet says this year's provincial champion is named Su Chen. Is that my brother? A little girl who was playing with her mobile phone on the sofa pointed at the video on her phone and asked. She is Su Chen's sister. In the kitchen not far away, a middle-aged woman was sorting green onions. She pinched off the roots of the green onions and the yellow parts at the tips of the leaves, leaving only the intact parts. The middle-aged woman was Su Chen's aunt. Hearing the girl's words, she smiled and said, "That's just someone with the same name as your brother." Although your brother has made some progress recently, it's impossible for him to become the provincial champion at that level. Oh. When the little girl heard that the provincial top scholar was not her brother, she pouted and her face showed obvious disappointment. At this moment, there was a click sound from the door. This is the sound of the door lock being turned. The door opened. Su-Chen appeared at the door. "Aunt, sister, I'm back." Su-Chen entered the room and closed the door. He changed into a pair of slippers in front of the shoe cabinet and then sat down on the sofa. Chapter 97 It's good for you to live an ordinary life. Xiaochen, how did you do on the college entrance exam? Can you go to university? Aunt handed Su-Chen a glass of milk and asked cautiously. The reason for being careful is... The main reason was that I was afraid that Su-Chen would not do well in the college entrance examination, which would make Su-Chen unhappy by remembering those unhappy things. Gudong. Su-Chen took a sip of milk and sat down on the old sofa in the living room. He looked towards his aunt. Then he said, "Don't worry, auntie. I did well in the exam this time. There will be no problem getting into college." That's good, that's good. My aunt finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Brother, you are awesome. The sister also gave Su-Chen a thumbs up. My aunt didn't continue to ask Su-Chen about the college entrance examination. In her opinion, it's already very good to be able to go to university. Far beyond her expectations. You know. Before, she had never thought that Su-Chen could be admitted to the martial arts university. In the past, she only hoped that Su-Chen could be admitted to a liberal arts university. That would satisfy her. Now that Su-Chen has been admitted to the martial arts university, it can be said that it has already exceeded her expectations. The next time she visits her brother and sister-in-law Esgrave, she will be able to face them with dignity. Okay, today is a great day. I'll go buy some old hens and make some chicken soup for you. My aunt went out happily. Soon he bought back a bunch of vegetables. There was also a slaughtered old hen and a small bag of dried mushrooms. When stewing chicken with mushrooms, you have to use this kind of dried shiitake mushrooms to make it fragrant. Not long. The sound of water boiling was heard. White mist emerged from the casserole due to boiling water. In the kitchen of this old house, the rich aroma of chicken soup wafts out. At the same time, the group of loving family that Su-Chen was in began to get lively again. Lone Wolf, the college entrance examination is over. How did you guys do? This is Uncle Su-Chen. Speaking in the group now, it is obvious that he wants to bring up the topic of the college entrance examination. After all, the person my uncle is most proud of is his son Suyu. Suyu is quite talented in martial arts, which is something his uncle has always talked about with great pleasure. My uncle always likes to show off Suyu in front of all kinds of relatives, even those who are thousands of miles away. After all, Suyu is currently the most promising young man in the Su family. My uncle felt proud. Moreover, elders like my uncle's age love to talk about their juniors the most. In particular, when this junior has a promising future, he will naturally be talked about more often. Every time my uncle appears in front of all the relatives, he will inevitably mention his son Suyu every 10 sentences he speaks. Then all kinds of compliments will come. This uncle. I love seeing the envious looks of my relatives. Flowers in full bloom. The exams are over, and my daughter did pretty well. With any luck, she should be able to go to martial arts university. Brother, how did Suyu do in the exam? This aunt is really good at playing the supporting role. Obviously, she knew very well that what her uncle loved to hear most was people praising his son. Suyu usually has good grades, so he should have done very well in the exam, right? That's right. Suyu usually has such good grades, he will definitely be able to get into a good university. Indeed, Suyu is a top student in the school. A group of people in the group were praising Suyu. That's why. The main reason is that my uncle's family is the best off among the entire Su family. Plus, Suyu has a good talent for martial arts. Naturally, the relatives all flattered me. Every family is like this. Those who are considered rich and powerful in the family are always flattered by others. And always be the center of attention. No one cares about the poor in the downtown, but the rich in the mountains have distant relatives. No, yours college entrance examination results were not very good, just average. But getting into a key martial arts university shouldn't be a problem. Faced with everyone's compliments, my uncle pretended to be humble. However, anyone could tell how proud he was from the messages he sent. Then, there was another round of compliments in the loving family group. My uncle obviously enjoyed the compliments from these people. After accepting the flattery for a while, the uncle began to pretend to ask about the younger generations of other people in the group. After a while, Uncle mentioned Su Chen. Lone Wolf, Su Chen, how did you do on your exam this time? It doesn't matter if you didn't do well, you can just be an ordinary person and work hard in the future. It's actually pretty good to be an ordinary person. There won't be so much trouble. Live a simple life. Chapter 98 Neighbor's Invitation. Yes, Big Brother is right. It's nice to live a simple life. Although being a warrior may seem noble, it is actually more dangerous than ordinary people. A group of people pretended to comfort Su Chen. The conversation quickly turned to their children. What kind of university should I go to? Or something like that. During this period, he mentioned Su Chen and his aunt from time to time, and his words were full of superiority. Su Chen sent a message directly in the group. Well, actually, my college entrance exam results were pretty good this time. As soon as this news came out, the group was quiet for a moment, and then a bunch of messages popped up. But most of them just laughed. Haha, Su Chen, when you say good, you don't mean the one that's not at the bottom, right? With your talent and ability, how can you get a good score in the exam? If you want to attend a martial arts university, you need to be ranked at least in the middle or upper reaches of the provincial rankings. You can't get into martial arts university if you're ranked low. The threshold for admission to a martial arts university is very high. I heard that the provincial champion this time is also named Su Chen. Ha, you didn't think it was you, did you? How could it be him? It must be someone with the same name. Su Chen didn't care when he saw the remarks of the so-called relatives. It doesn't matter if these people don't believe it. Anyway, the college entrance examination results will be announced tomorrow. By then, these so-called relatives will be completely slapped in the face. Thinking of this, Su Chen directly set the group message to do not disturb, and then threw the phone aside. The aroma of chicken stewed with mushrooms has become even more intense. In the kitchen, my aunt started preparing other dishes to be cooked later. Just then, bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Yue, go open the door, Aunt said in the kitchen. Oh, okay. Yue, who was watching TV, put down the remote control, stood up from the sofa and trotted to the security door. Crack. The door opened, and standing at the door was a person who surprised Su Chen. It was a middle-aged woman. It was Aunt Zhang, our neighbor in the community. Aunt Zhang has a son named Wang Ji. Although Wang Ji's relationship with Su Chen was not very good before, at least on the surface they were still okay. Only later, Su Chen only awakened a D-level talent, while Wang Ji awakened a higher-level talent. Since then, Wang Ji doesn't even pretend anymore. Whenever he met Su Chen, he would simply ignore him. Once, the original owner greeted him, but he didn't even respond. Instead, he looked at the original owner with contempt, then left arrogantly. In the past, my aunt and Aunt Zhang had a pretty good relationship, and the two families still kept in touch. But later, as Su Chen awakened a rubbish talent and Wang Ji's talent was even higher, Aunt Zhang seemed a little arrogant. He always belittled Su Chen in front of his aunt. My aunt didn't like to associate with her. The relationship between the two families became distant. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang would come to my house. Who is it? My aunt asked. Aunt, it's Aunt Zhang. Oh. My aunt put down the dish, patted the leaves on her hands, and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing Aunt Zhang, she was surprised but still put on a decent smile. Hey, Sister Zhang, what brings you here? Come in quickly. That elder sister, I won't come in. I'm here to invite you. My son Wang Ji did well in the college entrance examination. We are holding a celebration banquet at the nearby Lin Yun Hotel tomorrow at noon. I hope your family can come too. Oh, Wang Ji did very well in the exam, congratulations. Aunt Zhang showed a confident smile on her face, thank you. By the way, how did your Su Chen do in the college entrance examination? It's all right. Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up when she heard her aunt's reply. The words "it's okay" are very interesting. It is a sign of lack of confidence. Suchen probably performed poorly in the college entrance examination and did not do well. It must be like this. Aunt Zhang's smile widened as she thought about this. It's okay if I didn't perform well at the moment. I'll leave now. Remember to come tomorrow. Okay, we'll go. After hearing her aunt's assurance, Aunt Zhang left with a smile on her face. This time she received the good news that Suchen did not perform well in the college entrance examination. She has to spread this news to her neighbors. Then, every time Aunt Zhang went to invite someone, she would tell them that Suchen did not perform well in the college entrance examination. Suchen, that kid, even after his second awakening, still has bad luck. He didn't do well in the college entrance exam, so he probably didn't get into the martial arts university. Then, soon, the news that Suchen performed poorly in the college entrance examination and failed to be admitted to the martial arts university spread among the neighbors. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, many people in the entire old community knew that Suchen did not perform well in the exam. Some of the neighbors were gloating. Some also shook their heads and sighed. Suchen's family naturally didn't know about this. If my aunt knew that her modesty would cause Aunt Zhang to misunderstand her like this, she would probably feel speechless. I would sigh and say that Aunt Zhang is really too imaginative. Chapter 99 Turning grief and anger into appetite? The next day. College entrance examination results announced. Suchen was undoubtedly the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination. Although the school leaders of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School had known Suchen's results for a long time, there were regulations for the announcement of college entrance examination scores, and they had to be announced the next day. The school has been keeping it secret and has not announced it to the outside world. However, he had already prepared a banner in private to congratulate Suchen on winning the provincial top spot. This is the first time in the history of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, so it naturally has to be celebrated with great fanfare. The first time the college entrance examination results are announced. The school just hung a banner at the school gate. There was a line of congratulatory words written on the banner. Congratulations to Suchen, a student from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School in our province, for winning the provincial top spot in the college entrance examination with a score of 189,320. As soon as the banner was put up, many people passing by the school gate saw school staff pulling the banner. Everyone was curious when they saw it. They immediately started discussing. What does this say? It should be to announce the results of the college entrance examination. Let me see. Someone read it out loud. Congratulations to Suchen, a student from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School in our province. Hiss. After reading it, the man took a deep breath. Then the others who saw the words on the banner clearly also gasped. Miraculously, there was a gasp at the scene. Oh my God, Linchuan No. 1 Middle School has produced a provincial champion in martial arts. Is this true or false? Linchuan No. 1 High School, a high school that's not even ranked in the province, actually produced a provincial top scorer. Some people have questioned it. As soon as this question was raised, it was refuted by people around him. It must be true. This is something that people in the school can joke about. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, a real dragon has emerged. Linchuan No. 1 High School is amazing. I want my son to get into this high school too. Me too. I asked my daughter to apply to Linchuan No. 1 Middle School as well. Just as people around were talking, a group of people in festive attire walked towards the school gate. Dong dong dong. Woo la la. The sounds of drums, gongs, and swanas rang out. They were wearing white trousers, bright red suits, and red hats on their heads. It looks particularly festive. There were also several people holding signs that read, "Congratulations to Suchen from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School for winning the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination." In front of everyone's stunned gaze, he knocked, beat and blew. It's so lively. Along the way, pedestrians stopped to watch. What happened? There's all this banging and hitting. It says on the sign, "Congratulations to Suchen from Linchuan No. 1 High School for winning the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination." Fuck. Linchuan No. 1 High School has produced a provincial top scorer. Is he the top scorer in the province in the liberal arts or the military sciences? With all this fanfare, it must be the military science exam. The provincial champion in the humanities exam wouldn't be able to do that. Amidst everyone's discussions and envy, the group headed towards Su Chen's house, knocking and banging. You know, Su Chen's family lives on the edge of the old city, which is not very close to the school. Linchuan No. 1 Middle School is located at the junction of the new and old urban areas. It's south, not close to Su Chen's home. On weekdays, Su Chen takes a long bus ride to go to school. Today, the school's congratulations team walked to Su Chen's house. The whole process almost crosses the entire old city. This will take a lot of time. Just as the good news team was heading to Su Chen's house, Su Chen, his sister, and his aunt's family had already gone to Wang Ji's college entrance examination celebration banquet next door. My aunt gave me 200 yuan. This price is neither too much nor too little. This is basically the amount of gifts given by residents in the old city. Only those very close relatives would follow more. After all, most people are ordinary people, most of them are not powerful warriors, so naturally their salaries are not high. In this world, income is also linked to strength. Although it is not 100%, there is at least 70 to 80% correlation. Those who have no ability but can make money only account for a small part of this world. After Su Chen and his aunt and others gave their gifts, they found a table and sat down. Su Chen felt that many people's eyes were on him. Many people looked at him with pity. There were even quite a few people whispering about it. Those who were discussing were whispering to each other, but their voices were quite low. But what is Su Chen's current strength? Naturally, all those sounds entered his ears without a single one being missed. Hey, look, that's Su Chen. That kid has bad luck. I heard he didn't get into university. Yeah, I heard about that too. It's said that he even awakened a second time. Unfortunately, he didn't do well in the college entrance exam, so he probably failed. This kid has a really big heart. I failed the exam, yet I still feel like attending Wang Ji's celebration banquet. He and Wang Ji grew up together, right? Now seeing Wang Ji so successful, don't you think he feels bad? Hearing the neighbors' discussions, Su Chen was speechless. My aunt has already started chatting with some neighbors. Su Chen did well in the college entrance examination, so my aunt is in a good mood and is smiling when chatting with people. The others didn't know, and when they saw my aunt's expression, they thought she was very generous. At this time, Su Chen was still so optimistic even though he didn't do well in the exam. Sister, you have a pretty good attitude. A neighbor said. My aunt didn't understand why. He casually replied, I have always had a good attitude. As a person, you need to have a good attitude. I can't do that. If my child doesn't do well in the exam this time, I'll be terribly upset. As the neighbor spoke, his eyes turned red. But there's nothing I can do. In the martial arts world, talent is key. If you don't have talent, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. It's hard for ordinary people like us to make a name for ourselves. Wang Ji is a lucky kid, as he was able to awaken a good talent. I can get into university through the college entrance examination. The people around nodded sympathetically. They all agreed with what this person said. It is extremely difficult for an ordinary family to have a child who can go to a martial arts university. Wang Ji's grades were only good enough to get him into a very ordinary martial arts university, and he couldn't get into any prestigious school at all. But for many ordinary people, this is already unimaginable. Being able to attend the martial arts university means that Wang Ji will be different from ordinary people in the future. Finding a good job is also easy. Su Chen ignored the comments of the people around him and took out his cell phone to play with it boredly. We played for a while and waited until 12 noon for the meal to start. Su Chen ate the meat with big mouthfuls. It's a gift anyway, so it would be a waste not to eat it. There is no need to be reserved. The host of the banquet, Wang Ji, was holding wine and toasting at every table. Amidst the compliments, he smiled with such satisfaction. Wang Ji feels that today is the highlight of his life. He finally understood the meaning of the poem, The spring breeze blows, the horse gallops, and I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Wang Ji's eyes quickly caught sight of Su Chen, who was eating heartily at another table not far away. His eyes flickered slightly. Even at this late hour, I still feel like eating a lot. Is this turning grief and anger into appetite? Chapter 100 The provincial number 1 scholar is him. Wang Ji quickly dealt with several tables and came to Su Chen's table with a glass of wine. Everyone at Su Chen's table stood up and started talking about compliments. After everyone had a drink, Wang Ji said to Su Chen alone. Su-chen, should we go one at a time? Okay. Su-chen nodded, poured a glass of juice and clinked glasses with Wang Ji. Wang Ji, congratulations. Thanks. Wang Ji would not miss such a good opportunity to ridicule Su-chen. He hurriedly added, Su-chen, I know you may be feeling disappointed because you didn't do well in the exam this time. But I don't think you need to feel disappointed or sad. If it doesn't work this time, we can try again next time. I suggest you repeat a year, maybe you will pass the exam next year. By the way, I heard that our provincial top scorer this time is also called Su-chen, the same name as yours. After repeating a year, maybe you can also become the provincial top scorer. Wang Ji seemed to be comforting in his words, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth carried a hint of sarcasm. It was clearly Yin Yang Su-chen. However, the neighbors at the same table did not hear Wang Ji's sarcasm and echoed him one after another. Yes, Su-chen, if you don't pass the exam this year, you can repeat the year. I will definitely pass the exam next year. I think you can do it by repeating a year. That's right, his aunt, just let the child repeat a year. My aunt didn't want to refuse everyone's kindness. He nodded perfunctorily. She knew that if she argued with everyone at this time, no one would believe that Su-chen had done well in the exam. You would think she is forcing herself. So I'm too lazy to argue. The final result will be revealed when the time comes. At the same time, a group of people beating drums and gongs have arrived downstairs in the residential area where Su-chen lives. These people were wearing red suits, white trousers, and red hats on their heads. It looks extremely festive. There were also many people in the crowd holding signs congratulating Su-chen on winning the provincial top spot. There were many people near where Su-chen lived who knew him, and they were all surprised to see these people coming. Someone stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, is this provincial champion Su-chen our neighbor who attends Linchuan No. 1 Middle School? That's right, Su-chen is a student from Linchuan No. 1 Middle School, and he's also the provincial champion in this year's college entrance examination. Hiss. The people around gasped when they heard this. The provincial top scholar. Oh my, this is the god of literature from the Su family descending to earth. What Wenkuxing? That should be Wukwing. Yes, Wu Xiuxing. Amidst everyone's discussion, the congratulatory team went upstairs and knocked on the door. However, no response was found. Obviously no one is home. The person who led the announcement of the good news was Zhong Jiangwo, the principal of Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Seeing that no one opened the door, he hurriedly found an old man to ask where Su-chen had gone. The old man passing by replied, Su-chen, they may have all gone to Wang Jiaxiuji's celebration banquet. What's the address, please? I'll take you there. Thank you very much, old man. Led by the old man, a group of people banged their way to the restaurant where Wang Ji was going to hold a celebration banquet. Along the way, this caused everyone to exclaim in surprise again. After all, this is the provincial top scholar. The top scholar. Such important figures can only be seen nowadays. Even if I want to see you in the future, I won't be able to. As a result, more and more people followed the team. Many people followed him to the hotel, wanting to see what the provincial top scholar looked like. The group headed to the hotel in a mighty procession. At this time, in the hotel, Wang Jijing was standing on the stage giving a speech. Their family held a very grand celebration banquet this time, and they even invited a special host to preside over it. If you don't know, you might think this is a wedding. Not long after, a hotel staff member came running over. Master, yes, the team is coming with good news. Aunt Zhang was stunned when she heard this. The people around started talking immediately. This person who brought the good news must be here to tell Wang Ji the good news. That's right. We came to the hotel to announce the good news. Isn't it to announce the good news to this young man Wang Ji? Wang Ji is a good kid. It seems he did quite well in the college entrance examination. Aunt Zhang smiled brightly when she heard these words. That's right. If the good news isn't given to my son, who else can I give it to? She is really getting senile. Wang Ji, come with mom to welcome the good news team. Aunt Zhang spoke with high spirits, her brows full of pride. Wang Ji was a little confused. Good news? For yourself? This doesn't seem likely at all. He did quite well in the college entrance examination this time, with a score that was good enough to get him into university. But this achievement is actually nothing. Even in school, he is only among the top dozens. Is this worthy of coming here specially to announce the good news? But if it's not for yourself, how can you give it to others? This is also impossible. It should be to announce the good news to myself, and it may be organized by the school. With doubts, a group of people hurried to the hotel entrance to wait for the team to arrive. Everyone had almost finished their meal and went downstairs to wait for the arrival of the good news team. Not far away, a couple in festive attire approached. The big drums were beating loudly, and the gongs, swonas, etc. also sounded, as if a lively and complicated symphony was being performed. Here I come. Look, the team announcing the good news is here. Wang Ji quickly adjusted the collar of his shirt, put on a smile and walked over. Thank you for your hard work, I am Wang Ji. As soon as he said this, he was pulled aside by Principal Zhong, who was anxious to find Su Chen. Son! Aunt Zhang exclaimed and hurried over to support her son. Aren't you here to tell my son the good news? My son Wang Ji is right here. Principal Zhong's eyes fell on Aunt Zhang. I think you misunderstood. The principal pointed to the signs held by the team. See? We are here to tell Su Chen the good news. Su Chen, the provincial #1 scholar. Su Chen, are you there? There were too many people at the scene, so Principal Zhong used his internal energy to shout. The deafening sound instantly spread far away. Su Chen in the crowd scratched his ears. Here it is. Everyone looked at Su Chen in shock and quickly made way for him. Su Chen walked towards Principal Zhong under everyone's gaze. Oh my god, the provincial champion is Su Chen. It's Su Chen from the old Su family. Hiss, this is too incredible. Didn't he say he didn't do well in the college entrance examination? Amidst the discussion, Su Chen came to Principal Zhong. He looked calm. Principal, why are you making such a big fuss? Haha, our Linchuan #1 middle school finally produced a provincial top scorer, so of course we have to let everyone know. After hearing the conversation between the two, everyone was sure that the provincial top scholar was indeed Su Chen from the Su family. No, impossible. Wang Ji, who was forgotten in the corner, shouted. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wang Ji's face turned pale, and he kept shaking his head. Impossible, how is this possible? How could Su Chen be the provincial champion? I don't believe it. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 We are here to announce the good news to Su Chen. Ding, you became the provincial champion, breaking Wang Ji's defenses. Defense break points plus 2,000. Supreme. Congratulations to the team, not Wang Ji. Wang Ji's mother is heartbroken. Defense points plus 1,000. Principal Zhong glanced at Wang Ji and said, the college entrance examination results have been announced. You can check online to see if the provincial champion is Su Chen, a student of Linchuan #1 middle school. Wang Ji quickly took out his cell phone to check the score sheet. Su Chen's grades were top in the province, and his name was right at the top of the report card. Wang Ji carefully checked the information of the provincial top scorer. Name, Su Chen, school, Linchuan #1 middle school, home address, Linchuan Old Town. The more Wang Ji looked, the paler his face became. Really? It's actually true. Wang Ji shook his head dejectedly, and his original high spirits completely disappeared. Looking at Su Chen surrounded by the crowd, Wang Ji felt despair. The provincial top scholar didn't even hold a celebration banquet, but this little Karami started one first. This makes it seem that everything about him today seemed like a joke. He has never been able to beat Su Chen since he was a child. Now he feels sad and wants to cry. The principal and others ignored the frustrated Wang Ji, and the others didn't care about Wang Ji either. Now everyone only has eyes for the provincial top scholar. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Joke. This is a good opportunity to show off. On ordinary days, they would never have the chance to see the provincial top scorer. Many people took photos of Su Chen and posted them on their moments. The circle of friends is accompanied by the copy. I'm so honored to have seen the provincial champion today. He's truly a handsome man, a true gem. As soon as this circle of friends was posted, many comments quickly appeared below. Is this true? Is this the provincial champion? He's so handsome. He is truly a rare talent. Even such simple clothes cannot conceal his noble aura. I envy you that you can actually see the provincial champion. Being the top scholar in the province is a rare thing no matter where you are. As long as this is mentioned, everyone will feel curious. Principal Zhong chatted with Su Chen and Su Chen's aunt for a while. Then he announced it in front of everyone. Su Chen, you are the top scorer in our province, which is a very good result. It can be said that this has created a historical record for our school. On behalf of the school, I will reward you with 5 million dasha coins. Speaking of this, Principal Zhong took a red sign from a staff member who was traveling with him. The words 5 million yuan were written in large gold-plated numbers on it. Su Chen took it and shook hands with the principal in gratitude. Crack! The sound of taking a picture was heard. There was a photography staff member in the crowd, who was specifically capturing this scene as a promotional picture for Linchuan No. 1 Middle School in the future. Principal Zhong had already decided that the picture must be large and placed on the school bulletin board at the largest possible size, ensuring that every student and parent interested in the school would see it first. I believe that at that time, as long as students and their parents see the promotional photos of the provincial top scorer, they will definitely give priority to Linchuan No. 1 Middle School. Can't say. It can also attract several talented students to the school. When the aunt saw Su Chen surrounded by people and was rewarded with 5 million, tears immediately fell from her eyes. Thinking back to the beginning, the family tried every possible way to pay for Yue's surgery and even asked various relatives for help, but to no avail. Now, Xiaochen received a reward of 5 million yuan from the school just because of his college entrance examination performance. It's really a happy ending after all the hardship. My aunt quickly reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Mom, why are you crying? Yue asked puzzledly. Mom, I'm so happy. Your brother has made great progress. You should also become an outstanding person like your brother in the future, okay? Yeah, got it, I will. Yue clenched her fists, her little face showing a determined look. My aunt suddenly thought of the people in the family group. Originally, she was a very Buddhist person and didn't like to argue with others. I don't like to compare myself with others. But the relatives at home are so annoying and always belittle her Xiaochen. This situation is especially obvious after the college entrance examination. Whenever people chat in the group, they almost always talk about the college entrance examination. These people would pretend to talk about Xiaochen casually and make some derogatory remarks about him. Although she doesn't like to compare herself with others, the words of those relatives are really infuriating. Now, it's time to give these relatives who are fawning on the powerful a shock. Thinking like this, my aunt also took out her cell phone and used her cell phone, which didn't have very good pixels, to take a picture of Su Chen holding the bonus sign. Send the photos you took directly to a loving family. Then he sent another text. Xiaochen achieved provincial first place in the college entrance exam, and the school presented him with a 5 million yuan reward. This picture and text were posted. Not long. Ding. 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 The message notification sound kept ringing. The group is full of people tagging Auntie and Su Chen. Chapter 102, Two Holy Academies Fight for People. Uncle? Aunt? Cousin? A lot of question marks appeared in the group first, and after a while people started asking questions. Uncle, you are kidding us. Aunt, is today April Fool's Day? Suyu, Aunt, you must be joking with us, right? It is not easy to become the provincial top scholar. Cousin, doesn't cousin Su Chen have only a D-level talent? How could he possibly become the provincial top scorer with such a rubbish talent? Grandma, that's right, what's going on? Xiaoju, don't make such jokes. The limited number of people in the group responded to the photos and messages sent by my aunt. It's obvious how anxious they are. How much I care. In the past, no one would reply or pay attention to my aunt's comments in the group. It's probably the mentality of looking down on poor relatives and being afraid of them borrowing money from them. My aunt's words are often ignored by everyone. Everyone will skip directly to the aunt's speech. Later, my aunt probably realized that these relatives didn't like their family, and gradually she would not speak in the group unless there was something important. She still reads the comments of relatives in the group. Therefore, it was natural to know that many times people in the group were ridiculing Su Chen. This time Su Chen became the top scorer in the province, which was such an honor. Naturally, we have to make these people look up to Su Chen. The so-called joy. Just knowing this is not joy. Being clear about it yourself and being envied by others is the real joy. A smile appeared on my aunt's face. Reply to the message quickly. Aunt, of course it's true. How could I possibly lie to you? Besides, the school's people are right here, and the 5 million was promised by the principal himself. Besides, you can also check it directly online. The provincial champion's information is first on the report card, so it's easy to see. As soon as this news came out, the loving family group fell silent for a moment. The group was as quiet as a chicken. No one continued to speak in the group. At this moment, most of the relatives went to check the college entrance examination information. Although the above confidentiality will not release students' photos, but some basic information will be released, such as name, age, school, approximate home address, etc. They can also use this information to determine whether the provincial top scorer is Su Chen. Soon, the relatives discovered through the general information of the provincial top scorer that there was a high probability that the provincial top scorer was Su Chen. Everyone suddenly lost their composure. Uncle, what is going on? Doesn't Su Chen have D-level talent? How could he become the provincial top scorer? Suyu, yeah, what exactly happened? Cousin, were the previous D-level talents a lie? Aunt, Xiaoju, this is really dishonest of you. You're hiding Su Chen's talent from us, even though we're family. Seeing everyone's questioning, my aunt's mouth corners curled up and she was in a good mood. She could even imagine how anxious these relatives were. Just thinking about it is a pleasure. My aunt typed another reply. Aunt, Su Chen was indeed tested to have a D-level talent at the beginning, but later on his talent must have mutated. I don't know whether his talent is stable or not, so I didn't tell you. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to get busy. Everyone please wait for Su Chen's graduation banquet. I will notify you once the specific time is set. After sending your rather long message, my aunt closed the group chat window. She also set the message do not disturb mode. The phone won't keep ringing. Quiet. Principal Zhong transferred 5 million yuan to Su Chen on the spot, and took several photos with Su Chen before leaving with a smile. This is not the end yet. Not long after Su Chen and his family returned home, 2 more waves of people came to the door. These 2 groups are the North Holy Academy and the South Holy Academy. In this world, there are 4 top-notch universities. They are called the 4 Great Holy Temples. These 4 holy academies are named after directions, and are located in the east, west, south and north of Daxia respectively. These 4 academies are the top 4 colleges of Daxia Martial Arts University, and their overall strengths are not much different. Among them, the North Academies and the South Academies are the 2 most outstanding academies. The most powerful humans came out of it. The other 2 holy academies are slightly weaker than these 2. It is not difficult to see the strength of these 2 holy academies from their quick response speed. Please come in quickly. Seeing the people from the 2 holy academies standing at the door, my aunt hurriedly welcomed them in. Excuse me, Ms. Wu. People from the 2 holy houses entered the room and sat down on the old sofa in the living room. My aunt went to pour tea for everyone. Su Chen sat down on the sofa with the people from the 2 holy academies. Hello, Su Chen, we are from Beijing Academy and hope you can consider our academy. If you come to our college, we will definitely give you the best conditions. For example, we are willing to provide SSS level resources and waive all your tuition fees during your university years. The admissions teacher of Beijing Academy directly gave the conditions. The Southern Saint Academy on the side was not to be outdone. Student Su Chen, the conditions that the Northern Saint Academy is willing to offer us are the same. Please consider our Saint Academy as well. As soon as these words fell, the people from the 2 holy academies looked at each other. Their eyes met in the air, and the air seemed to emit hot sparks from the intertwining and colliding of their gazes. People from the Southern Saint Academy, could you please stop imitating us? Do you only know how to blindly imitate? The admissions teacher of Beijing Academy cursed. Who said we imitated? What's the problem? You offer the same conditions, and you don't allow others to offer the same conditions as you. Nan Shengyuan retorted. The 2 colleges were instantly in the spotlight. The noise made Su Chen's head buzz. Chapter 103. They came to the door one after another. However, Su Chen did not say anything to stop him and just endured it. Let these 2 companies compete well. This kind of encouragement will also help these 2 companies offer better conditions as soon as possible. For Su Chen, these 2 holy academies are both top-tier universities in Daxia, so he can go to either one. Anyway, he relies mostly on his own talents to improve his strength, not on external resources like others. Suchin felt that he had this ability entirely due to his own talent. In his opinion, the system is also his own talent. Otherwise, why do others not have a system, but he does? The two holy houses quarreled for a while. Baishanjaiwan gave another benefit. Suchen, if you come to our Baishanjaiwan, we can give you a house in the best community in Linchuan's main urban area. This community is home to some of Linchuan's most important figures, and its security is the best in the entire city. Hearing this benefit, Suchen narrowed his eyes slightly. He was indeed moved. Just as the admissions teacher of Beijing Academy said, what he is most worried about right now are his aunt and sister. Although Laochen district is nice, the relationship between neighbors is relatively harmonious. But after all, the public security is still not as good as that in the main urban area. Suchen is no longer an ordinary person now, and he might have offended someone at any time. If his aunt and sister could live in a community with good public security, it would make him feel more at ease. Suchen was not taking chow. He thought it was good enough. Suchen felt good about the fact that Baishanjaiwan considered his family when setting the conditions. Without further consideration, he immediately agreed to apply for Beijing Academy. The Southern Saint Academy continued to fight for a while, but seeing that Suchen had made up his mind, they did not stay any longer. After saying goodbye to Suchen and others, he left. They also have to hurry to the next place. Suchen is not the only provincial top scholar, they still have to continue to compete for others. The Beijing Academy stayed to sign an agreement with Suchen. Student Suchen, take a look at this agreement. If there is no problem, please sign it. The admissions teacher took out an agreement that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Suchen. Suchen picked it up and took a look. The agreement contained all the favorable conditions offered by Beijing Academy. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Baishanjaiwan had already thought of all the possible conditions and even prepared the agreement. Suchen can be sure. Baishanjaiwan definitely brought more than one agreement, so they must have prepared multiple copies. They will come up with a corresponding agreement based on the conditions finally agreed upon. After quickly scanning the agreement and confirming that there were no problems with the terms, Suchen picked up the pen and signed Suchen on the last page of the agreement. When the admissions teacher saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face from the bottom of his heart. Then he took out a glittering golden notebook with the words Baishanjaiwan admission notice written in large red gold letters on it. The admissions teacher held the admission letter in both hands and handed it to Suchen. Suchen reached out and took it. Student Suchen, welcome to the Northern Saint Academy. The admissions teacher smiled slightly and extended his hand to Suchen. It's my pleasure. Suchen reached out and shook hands lightly with the admissions teacher. So far, Suchen's joining the Northern Holy Academy was finalized. By the way, classmate Suchen, we will soon finalize the house, and someone will come to take you there. Our school starts on September 1st, but you can also come to school to register in advance. We'll be leaving first. See you at school later. After confirming Suchen's admission, Beijing Academy said goodbye to Suchen. Suchen nodded, okay, see you at school. After saying goodbye, the family didn't tea rest for long. Soon many more people came up. There are officials from Linchuan, as well as some local news media in Linchuan. The title of provincial top scholar will undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. What this contains is naturally massive traffic. Faced with these people, Suchen naturally couldn't refuse. He met with officials and accepted some official rewards, including another 2 million yuan reward from the officials to Suchen. On the news media side, Suchen also accepted their interview. The interview was conducted in an official conference room in Linchuan Old Town. Suchen and the official people sat at the top. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and a pair of cropped jeans. The whole person looks very refreshing. Reporters began to ask questions one by one. Student Suchen, what do you think of this provincial champion? Well, I'm surprised. Student Suchen, how do you practice? Well, God rewards hard work, and hard work will pay off. So, Suchen, you have achieved what you have today because of hard work? Well, not really. This thing mainly depends on talent. The reporter was speechless after hearing this. Student Suchen, I heard that you had a D-level talent when you first awakened. Is that true? What supported you to persist in the martial arts? Yeah, it's true. What kept me going was probably the unwillingness in my heart. I refused to be ordinary. Student Su Chen, which university are you planning to go to? Well, I'm going to the North Saint Academy. Reporters threw out questions one after another, and there was nothing wrong with Su Chen's answers. The interview is over. Reports about Su Chen quickly spread on the internet. People from other provinces may not pay much attention to Su Chen, but people in this province are very concerned about him. The related reports about Su Chen are known to almost every household in the province. Su Chen has also become the other people's child in the eyes of many people. Many parents will educate their children after seeing the news about Su Chen. Look at Su Chen, he's also in his teens, and he's the top student in the province, and all you do is play around all day. Some parents even saw Su Chen's report, looked at their son who was concentrating on playing games, and immediately slapped him in anger. Fight, fight, fight. All you do is play games all day. Don't you know how to practice properly? When will you be able to make me proud like Su Chen did? For a time, many children across the province were beaten by their parents. Of course, these are almost all poor students. Those children who are interested in martial arts regard Su Chen as their idol. They also want to get good grades like Su Chen. As for the relatives of Su Chen's family, they had not visited each other for 800 years. But now, even those who were not in Linchuan would come back to Linchuan and bring gifts to visit. The gifts almost filled up half of the room. For a while, Su Chen's house was deserted. It is extremely lively. The saying, a poor man in a busy city has no one to care about him, but a rich man in a remote mountain has distant relatives, is perfectly interpreted here. Among these relatives, there are even many who shamelessly want Su Chen to guide their younger generations. They even hope that Su Chen can give them extra lessons. Su Chen rolled his eyes several times in his heart after hearing this. However, my aunt dealt with it all with the excuse that Su Chen is about to go to Beijing Academy and has no time to give them extra lessons. Being rejected, these people were obviously dissatisfied. But Su Chen's family didn't care. Anyway, even if these relatives are dissatisfied, they won show it. You can only be a ninja turtle. Chapter 104 Chapter 10 For the house is here. Student Su Chen, this is a property in Lux Lakes International Community. The property certificate has been obtained through the fast-track process, and your name is on it. This house is fully furnished, and all the furniture and appliances are already in place. At the door of Su Chen's home in the old city, a staff member handed Su Chen a red property certificate. Okay, thanks. Su Chen reached out, took the property certificate and opened it to take a look. The owner of the house written above was Su Chen. The community is called Lux Lakes International. Area, 230 square meters. House number, 2715. After seeing off the staff, Su Chen hurriedly handed the property certificate to his aunt. Aunt, look, our new house. My aunt picked up the property certificate and looked at it. His pupils dilated when he saw the area on the property certificate. 230 square meters. Oh my God, how big must this house be? My aunt stuttered. After the shock, there was great joy. That's great. Now, Xiaochen, you'll have a new house when you get married, and our family won't have to worry about your new house anymore. My aunt had a smile on her face. Looks particularly happy. The changes at home in recent days made her feel like a dream. First, Su Chen ranked first in the province in the college entrance examination, and then he received various awards from the school and officials. Compliments from relatives. Now Su Chen has even got such a big house. It all seemed like a dream. It's too good to be true. Brother, you have a big house now. Can Yue live there? The younger sister asked happily. Of course. This is our house, and our whole family will live there. Su Chen rubbed his sister's head and said with a smile. No. My aunt's face changed slightly and she quickly refused. This new house is a reward for you. It will be your wedding house in the future. We can't live in it and let it get old. What if the house becomes old and my niece-in-law is not happy with it in the future? That won't work. When Su Chen gets married in the future, he should live in a new house. Seeing his aunt's attitude, Su Chen felt helpless. Aunt, I'm only a teenager, it's too early for me to get married. This house belongs to our family, not just me. Besides, only if you and your sister move in, I can leave home and go to school with peace of mind. Although he said this, Su Chen actually had no intention of getting married. The situation in this world is so serious. Danger can come at any time. In this world full of crises, all he wants is strength. He wants to become stronger. Becoming stronger and stronger. So strong that any future crises can be ignored. Strong enough to end the crisis brought by extraordinary creatures. When my aunt heard Su Chen's words, she still shook her head and refused. No matter what, he was unwilling to live in the new house. Su Chen spent a lot of time to persuade his aunt, and finally managed to convince her after a lot of effort. Let's go take a look today and prepare to move tomorrow, Su Chen suggested. My aunt hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Okay, it's better to move there sooner. The house has been so noisy lately. All kinds of relatives come to visit her every day, and she has to pretend to be harmonious on the surface and entertain those relatives politely. This also made her feel tired. It's better to move out earlier. By then, she was not going to tell the location of her new home to those so-called relatives. These relatives are all blood-sucking ghosts. He came up as soon as he smelled something, hoping to take advantage of me. Thinking back to when the family was in financial difficulty, these relatives wanted to cut off all ties with her. You won't be able to borrow a single cent from these relatives. Such relatives. It's better not to have any contact. After dinner, the family hurried out and took a taxi while no one was home yet. Boss, Lux Lakes International, Xinqing District. Ah, Lux Lakes International. The taxi driver's eyes widened slightly when he heard the name of the residential complex, a look of shock on his face. That's the most luxurious residential complex in Linchuan. Ordinary people aren't qualified to enter. The taxi driver looked at Su Chen's family through the rearview mirror. Simple dress, rustic temperament. No matter how you look at it, this family doesn't look like a wealthy one. Hey, master, we are going to visit relatives. Su Chen made up an excuse. Oh, so that's how it is. I was saying, this community isn't accessible to just anyone. The driver suddenly realized. Please fasten your seatbelts, we're leaving right away. The driver stepped on the accelerator and the car drove out quickly. Chapter 105 New Home. We've arrived at Lux Lakes International. A taxi stopped in front of the gate of the luxurious community. Su Chen paid the fare, and the family got out of the car and walked towards the community. The driver's side window rolled down. The driver stuck his head out and looked into the community, with envy in his eyes. What caught my eye was the extremely grand entrance gate to the community. Standing at the door were two imposing security guards who were obviously high-level warriors. Take a look inside. You can see the luxurious large flat inside, with a balcony of about 70 to 80 square meters, planted with green plants. Lakes can be seen scattered around the house. It can be said that these houses are built inside a huge lake, giving people an unreal sense of poetry and painting. With wisps of mist rising from the surface of the lake, the entire community looks like a fairyland. This neighborhood is so nice, it feels like a place for gods to live. I heard that a house here costs tens of millions of yuan, and an ordinary person like me will never be able to live in one in my lifetime. The driver looked at it for a while and shook his head, no longer envious. Drive away. Su Chen took his aunt and the others into the community. Hello, little brother, we don't allow outsiders to enter here. The warrior security guarding the gate stepped forward to stop Su Chen. The scenery in the community is very beautiful, so many people usually want to sneak in. They have encountered this kind of thing many times. For the safety of the community owners, they now guard the community gate more strictly. Su Chen didn't argue with the security guards, he could still understand them. As long as you're not deliberately looking for trouble. He took out the community entrance card and room card and said, "This is the entrance card and room card. We are new owners." The security guard looked at the room number on Su Chen's room card and quickly smiled. "It's Mr. Su. We've been notified. You can go through iris authentication first. You can enter the complex directly from now on." Good. Su Chen nodded. My aunt's eyes lit up slightly. Iris authentication, it sounds advanced. There is no access control in their old community, and the doors of the houses are still old-fashioned doors that need to be locked with keys. Today's technology is actually very advanced, with a variety of high-tech equipment. But these devices are not affordable for ordinary people. Ordinary people basically still use very basic things. Take communication equipment for example. There is something called a communicator on the market. Like a watch, it can be worn directly on the wrist. It can also perform holographic projection, projecting a light blue light screen above the wrist, which is also touch sensitive. It's just that it's expensive and ordinary people can't afford it, and there are no channels to buy it. Su Chen and his family were taken to the security room window by the security guard, who performed iris authentication on all three of them. In the future, you only need to scan your iris to open the gate to enter the community. There are also many devices in the community that can be used by homeowners for free, and they can all be unlocked and used by iris. Trouble. After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen took his aunt and sister into the community. Wow, Mom, brother, it's so beautiful here. My sister looked at the huge, clear lake and the buildings full of modern cyberpunk style and exclaimed in amazement. After this period of practice, my sister's body has fully recovered. Her personality is also much more lively than before. My health is getting better now. I was always sick when I was a child and was often sick. Now my sister hardly gets sick. It seems that the effect of that potion is quite strong and can gradually improve the user's physical condition. Su Chen took his sister's hand and went with his aunt to Building 13 where their home was. On the way there, I took a look at the living facilities in the community. The community is very big. There are almost all living facilities in the community. Schools, supermarkets, and everything else are available. We found Building 13 and scanned our irises when entering. The door at the bottom of the building opened and a few people went in. Then take the elevator to the 27th floor. After finding the house number, Su Chen swiped the room card on the electronic door lock and the door opened. The room card is for temporary use, and the homeowner can enter fingerprints, irises, and other unlocking methods. The door opened. Inside is a clean and spacious living room. A large cream-colored sofa and warm yellow wooden floors. The huge transparent white phantom gauze curtains swayed in the breeze like layers of waves on the sea. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Moving to a New Home. What a big, beautiful house. Seeing the inside of the house, my sister exclaimed. My aunt also opened her eyes wide at this moment, her face full of surprise. Xiaochen, from now on, is this our home? Her voice was trembling, showing how shocked she was. Yes, Aunt. Su Chen smiled. Let's go in and take a look. Why don't you go buy some slippers and change into them before going in? No need, Auntie. This house hasn't been cleaned yet. It's dirty inside. Yeah, that's right. Auntie nodded. We have to clean it first. The family walked into the house and looked at the room's layout and decoration. The house is indeed a large flat, it is really big. The three of them could feel how spacious it was when they walked in. The layout of the house is also good, with 4 bedrooms, a study, a large living room and 2 bathrooms. The balcony of the house is also very large. It is almost 50 to 60 square meters, and the balcony is not included in the house area. Various flowers and plants, even fruit trees, are planted on the balcony. Because the balcony is open to the sky, no one takes care of the flowers and plants and they don't die. It's green and lush, and you can see that the plants are living well. Standing on the balcony, you can also feel the natural breeze blowing towards you. The wind carries the light salty fragrance of the lake, making people feel very comfortable in this hot summer. It's great that this balcony can get some fresh air, my aunt exclaimed. Su Chen nodded. Well, when we move in, we will put 2 hanging baskets on the balcony and sit in them to enjoy the breeze. It will be very comfortable. My aunt nodded and said, okay, that's great. Tears glistened in her eyes. It was totally thrilling. She never thought that one day she would be able to live in such a high-end house. All of this is thanks to Su Chen. Scenes from the past emerged in my mind. At that time, Su Chen's parents had an accident, and none of his relatives were willing to take Su Chen in, and all of them declined. She couldn't bear to see Su Chen become an orphan. He resolutely took Su Chen home to take care of him. Many people didn't understand, and her relatives called her stupid. But she still resolutely kept little Su Chen by her side. Over the years, she has already regarded Su Chen as her own son. In her eyes, Su Chen is the same as his daughter. They are a family. Now Su Chen has become successful and achieved success. She can finally do justice to her dead brother. Aunt, what's wrong with you? Su Chen asked when he saw the tears in his aunt's eyes. It's okay. My aunt shook her head. I'm just so happy. Seeing how successful you are now, my deceased brother and sister-in-law must be smiling in their graves. My aunt wiped her eyes and said, "By the way, let's go buy some cleaning supplies and clean the house today." "How about we hire a cleaner to do the initial cleaning?" Su Chen suggested. "Anyway, he has a lot of Daxia currency in his bank card now, which can be considered as a small asset. Why call her a cleaner?" Auntie reached out and patted Su Chen's hand, scolding him, "The house isn't dirty, and cleaning is easy, so why spend that money? You, child, keep the money you have. You can use it when you marry a wife in the future, but don't spend it recklessly." Okay. Su Chen nodded in agreement. My aunt is a frugal person and probably doesn't want to spend this money. If he paid for a cleaner, my aunt would probably be uncomfortable for a while. Fortunately, the house is just as my aunt said, not dirty. It's easy to clean. Then let's go buy some cleaning supplies. Su Chen took his aunt and sister to a large supermarket in the community to buy cleaning supplies. The family spent the entire afternoon cleaning the room. Although the room was not dirty, it was large. It is not easy to clean up, as the floor, walls, glass, etc. all need to be cleaned. By the time the room was cleaned, it was dark. The whole family was so tired that they sat on the sofa to rest. Although they were tired, the whole family felt satisfied when they saw the clean house. Took a break. The family took a taxi back to the old town. The next day the family went to the new house. Originally, my aunt wanted to bring the things from the old house to the new house, but Su Chen persuaded her by saying, "It's better to buy brand new daily necessities for the new house." Then the family went to the new house and started shopping. Everything Su Chen buys is good and expensive. Many of them are branded goods. The prices are not cheap, and my aunt's eyelids are twitching. He seemed to be hesitant to speak to Su Chen several times. But when she thought about Su Chen's words, she felt that it made sense. For such a nice house, we can't use those cheap brands that we used in the old house. She felt that those things were not worthy of her new house. After buying all the daily necessities, Su Chen took his aunt and sister to buy several new sets of clothes. Everyone in this community is dressed brightly and beautifully, and Su Chen doesn't want his aunt and sister to be looked down upon. After buying everything, the family cooked a meal in the new house. So far, the family announced that they were officially moving in here. Time flies. September 1st is coming soon. Su Chen went to the airport and bought a flight ticket to Kyoto. The airport here is different from regular airports. The aerospace vehicles here are not airplanes, but UFO-shaped aircraft. In this world, airplanes are not suitable for long-distance travel. Not safe. There are also extraordinary creatures in the sky. If an ordinary plane encounters one, the plane will be destroyed and everyone on board will die at any time. The aircraft is different. The aircraft is engraved with an invisible inscription array, which allows it to hide in the clouds while flying and not be discovered by flying supernatural creatures. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Departure to report to school. Aircraft tickets are easy to buy. Kyoto is quite far from Linchuan, and most people live in the city, with many of their transportation needs being within the province. They don't have the need for long-distance flights. Aircraft are also expensive, and ordinary people can't afford to buy them. Generally, those who fly long distances are warriors. So it is very easy for Su Chen to buy tickets, and there will be no situation where he cannot buy tickets. Su Chen didn't bring much with him, just a long knife and 2 sets of summer clothes. As for autumn and winter clothes, he plans to just buy them when the time comes. Anyway, he is not short of money now. He transferred 2 million to his aunt as living expenses, and he still had over 5 million Daxia coins on him. Tuition is free at the 4 sacred academies. The better your grades are, the more income you can earn every month. The minimum is 100,000 Daxia coins. A provincial champion like Su Chen receives a monthly subsidy of 500,000 great Xia coins. In addition, there are other cultivation resources. The reason why the 4 holy academies are holy places in the hearts of warriors is that, in addition to their rich educational resources, they also provide good benefits in other aspects. Being admitted to such a top university can be said to have transcended class. Of course, the expenses for students in these schools are also high. After all, martial artists need a huge amount of resources to practice, which is very expensive. But Su Chen doesn't really need these. He mainly relies on systematic training. External resources only serve to add icing on the cake. He can save his monthly allowance and doesn't need to use it to buy cultivation resources for himself. It's true that not many people go to Kyoto. There weren't many people in the entire terminal. Space travel in this world uses aircraft, but the passenger waiting area is still called the terminal hall according to the old-fashioned name. But what he was waiting for was not an airplane, but an aircraft. Suchen sat on the metal chair and waited for a while before the ticket check began. This world was full of warriors, and there weren't any rules like those in later generations that prohibited the carrying of knives. After all, most warriors probably carry one or two weapons. Long sword, long knife, long spear, etc. Suchen handed the ticket to the security officer in charge of ticket checking. After the ticket check, he boarded the aircraft through an exclusive channel. Find your seat and sit down. Suchen's position is on the edge of the middle. Not long after he sat down, he closed his eyes and began to rest. People sat down next to him and across from him soon after. The seat layout on this aircraft is somewhat similar to the green train in Suchen's previous life, with 3 seats in a row. The seats are oriented in pairs facing each other. Sitting on the seats opposite Suchen were a man and 2 women, who looked about the same age as Suchen. At this age, people going to Kyoto were most likely going to school like Suchen. There is not only Beishin Jaiwan in Kyoto, but also many other martial arts universities. Sitting on Suchen's right were 2 young people, a man and a woman. Most of the people in the aircraft were young people, and there were also a few adults. There are also many vacant seats. From this we can see that not many people go to the imperial capital. Young people are talkative by nature. At the beginning, everyone was not familiar with each other and had little to say to each other. Maybe young people can't stand boredom either. Not long after the aircraft took off, the people on it started chatting. The boy sitting opposite Suchen is called Chen Yun, a student at number 2 middle school. One girl is called Wu Mingjie and the other is called Fang Yuqing. Both are students of number 3 middle school. These 3 people were chatting the most lively. Among them, Chen Yun and Fang Yuqing talked the most. Fang Yuqing is a little beauty. She looks like a pretty girl from a small family and has a pure temperament. Chen Yun was obviously interested in Fang Yuqing, and his eyes fell on Fang Yuqing's face from time to time. Let me tell you, the school I got into is Jingda Jade Bird. As he spoke, Chen Yun took out a red admission letter. A green long-tailed bird is branded on the left side of the notice. This bird is the legendary blue bird, a mythical bird. Our school has a huge natural rock, and it is said that a mythical emerald green bird once landed on it. This mythical bird was named Blue Bird. Our school's name comes from this. After saying this, a smug look appeared on Chen Yun's face. Suchen didn't say much, but he heard the conversation between Chen Yun and others. After all, it's right across the street. As for this Beijing University Blue Bird, Suchen also knew about it. This school is also considered a pretty good school. Equivalent to 211 in Suchen's previous life. Only. There are many such schools across the country. Wow, that's amazing. Wu Mingjie praised. Fang Yuqing on the side didn't say anything, but was looking at Suchen, who was playing with his mobile phone opposite. Suchen is already handsome, and now that his cultivation has reached a higher level, he has a unique aura that makes him even more extraordinary. This kind of appearance. For some girls who are obsessed with looks, it is extremely attractive. Especially towards Fang Yuqing, who was sitting opposite Suchen. Suchen's appearance completely fits Fang Yuqing's aesthetic. To Fang Yuqing, he is completely a heavenly dish. Chen Yun noticed Fang Yuqing's gaze, and a hint of displeasure and jealousy flashed across his eyes. Chapter 108 Arriving in Kyoto. Just a pretty boy. Something worth paying attention to. In this world, strength is everything. What is the use of just having a good-looking face? No matter how handsome you are, if you don't have the ability, you will just be a canary in a cage. Brother Su, may I ask which university you are attending in Kyoto this time? Chen Yun asked deliberately. When introducing himself earlier, Suchen only said his last name, Su, and did not say his real name. Therefore, the others did not know his name. Chen Yun asked this because in his opinion his own school was already very good, and could be considered a first-tier school under the 4 sacred academies. Basically, no school would be better than his. Suchen probably just got into some crappy school. That's why he was so silent along the way. If it were a really good school, it would have been bragging about it all the way like he was. Asking this question now would definitely embarrass Suchen. You little bastard, you dare to compete with me for a woman? I'll teach you a lesson. Oh, it's just an ordinary martial arts university. Su Chen answered casually. Chen Yun smiled when he heard this. As expected, it was just as he imagined. As for why Su Chen didn't say which college it was probably because Su Chen's school was too rubbish and he was embarrassed to say it out loud. An ordinary martial arts university is not bad. After all, not everyone can get into a top university. After graduating from an ordinary school, you can still find a good job in the future. Chen Yun seemed relieved, but in fact there was a condescending attitude in his words. It's like a superior is instructing those who are inferior to him. Chen Yun. Fang Yuqing felt that Chen Yun's words were a bit unfriendly and quickly glanced at Chen Yun. That look meant that Chen Yun should stop talking. Seeing Fang Yuqing defending Su Chen, Chen Yun felt even more unhappy. What's wrong, Yuqing? Is there something wrong with what I said? Fang Yuqing was speechless for a moment. If you think carefully about what Chen Yun said just now, there is really nothing wrong with it. You can't say that Chen Yun is wrong. After all, Chen Yun seemed to be trying to sympathize with Su Chen. However, she still didn't like the way Chen Yun spoke to Su Chen, so she found a random topic to divert Chen Yun's attention. Chen Yun quickly returned to his previous state of chasing after the bull. He started bragging again. Many times, what Chen Yun boasted about were somewhat false, empty, and unrealistic. It makes people feel that he is floating. I don't have any good feelings towards him. When Fang Yuqing and Wu Mingjie heard what Chen Yun said, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. My impression of Chen Yun continued to decline. Fang Yuqing couldn't help but look at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't say much throughout the whole process. Most of the time, he just closed his eyes and rested. This face is very handsome, and Su Chen also has an inexplicable calm temperament. At least on the surface. But Fang Yuqing had a very strong feeling in her heart. That is, beneath Su Chen's indifferent appearance, he hides a sharp edge that can kill without bloodshed. What kind of person is this man? Fang Yuqing thought so as she looked at Su Chen's face with his eyes closed and pretending to sleep. As for Chen Yun, who was chattering beside her, she had no idea what he was saying. She was always thinking about Su Chen and couldn't hear anything about Chen Yun's bragging. Time flies. 3 hours passed in a flash. The aircraft was very fast. Even though Linchuan and Kyoto were thousands of miles apart, it only took 3 hours. The journey was quite smooth. Didn't encounter any high-level flying supernatural creatures. Although aircraft have a stealth effect, this stealth is actually only relative. It's like a warrior hiding his own cultivation level, but warriors of a higher level than him can easily see through it. High-level flying supernatural creatures can also see through the whereabouts of hidden aircraft. But this kind of high-level flying supernatural creature is not common, and can even be considered rare so far. Therefore, the aircraft is safe most of the time. We're finally here. Fang Yuqing stretched and said. Kyoto. Aircraft parking area. A disc-shaped aircraft slowly landed. Let's go out as a family. Fang Yuqing looked at Su Chen and suggested. Okay. Su Chen didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. He has to go to war anyway, so there's nothing wrong with going together. When Chen Yun saw Fang Yuqing talking to Su Chen, the jealousy in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. When he went to battle, he seemed to walk with anger. Walking out of the hall door, they came to the huge square opposite. There is also a parking lot on the square. Almost all the cars that come to pick people up are waiting here. There were many buses parked in the parking lot, and many senior students who were responsible for welcoming the new students were sitting near the buses. Chapter 109, Boasting to the Sky. Some of them held banners, while others held signs. Both the banner and the sign have the name of the school written on them. Without a doubt. These people are the teams coming from their respective schools to welcome new students. Su Chen had experienced this in his previous life. Most of these welcoming teams are members of the school student union, and welcoming new students is their job. They can also sell products to freshmen and make a profit from it. Soon, Chen Yun discovered the Peking University Jade Bird welcoming team among these welcoming teams. Yuqing, look, our school's welcome team is over there. Chen Yun said proudly. Fang Yuqing nodded and glanced at the welcoming team. After scanning all the welcoming teams on the scene, a hint of loss flashed in his eyes. She didn't see her school's team among the welcoming group. Thinking about it, it seemed normal. Their school was just an ordinary martial arts university, so it was not surprising that there was no welcoming team to pick them up at the airport. Yuqing, Munjie, has your school's welcoming team arrived? Chen Yun asked. Fang Yuqing shook her head, no. No one from our school came either. Wu Mingjie also spoke with a disappointed look on her face. Even though they had guessed that no one from their school would come, they still felt a little disappointed when no one came. Especially when I saw that other schools had welcome teams but my own school didn't, the bitterness in my heart became even more intense. Since no one from either of your schools is here, why don't you just come with me and take a look around our school? Let me tell you, our school is a century-old school. I had already made some travel plans online before coming here, and now I know everything about the school. I can be your guide and show you around the school. Only today, when school starts, can outsiders enter. They may not be able to enter in the future. Our school has very strict control. Fang Yuqing hesitated for a moment. They were somewhat tempted. After all, Jingda Jadebird was a prestigious school for them. Although it was far inferior to the 4 sacred academies, it was still one of the best among them. It would be pretty good if I could get into such a school. Yuqing, let's go. This is a rare opportunity. Wu Mingjie pulled Fang Yuqing's hand and said coquettishly. She also really wants to visit such a school. Okay then. Fang Yuqing nodded, then looked at Su Chen. Student Su, how about you, why don't you join us? Shen Yan also quickly said, yes, classmate Su, you should go too. If someone like you missed this opportunity, it will be difficult for you to visit our school in the future. Although he hated Su Chen, he did not refuse Su Chen to go with him. In his opinion, it would be better for Su Chen to go to Peking University Jadebird with them. So, Su Chen could see how prosperous and historical the Peking University Jadebird was. Only then can you see how big the gap is between you and a top student like yourself. Shen Yun believed that if Su Chen went to his school, his inner confidence would definitely suffer a huge blow. Let us see if this guy continues to act cool from now on. He wanted Su Chen to understand. Being handsome is useless. This world doesn't judge by looks, it judges by strength. Strength and status are everything. As a student of a prestigious university like Peking University Jadebird, this proves Chen Yun's strength and status. As for Su Chen, it's just mud at the bottom of the lake. Now, Chen Yun's inner sense of superiority reached an unprecedented peak. Oh, I'm not going. Just when Chen Yun was feeling proud, Su Chen's lazy voice came. Okay, wait, what did you say? Chen Yun originally thought Su Chen wouldn't refuse. After all, it was a rare opportunity to visit a prestigious university. But he didn't expect Su Chen to refuse directly. It looked like he hadn't given it much thought at all. No. Why should he? Ding, you rejected Chen Yun's invitation. Chen Yun's inner defense is broken. Defense points plus 300. I said I won't go. Su Chen's voice was still indifferent. Fang Yuqing was also a little confused and asked, why, Su? She also felt that being able to visit Peking University Jadebird was a very good opportunity. I didn't expect Su Chen to refuse so bluntly. Well, I have already discussed it with the teacher at school. The teacher from our school will come to pick me up later. What did you say? Your school teacher is going to pick you up in person? Ha 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 ha. Shen Yun was so angry that he laughed. No, who do you think you are? The teacher from your school came to pick you up. Why didn't you say your school principal came to pick you up? It's not the way to brag about being awesome. Why would a teacher from another school come to pick up a student like you? Who do you think you are? Fang Yuqing and Wu Mingjie didn't say anything, but their looks were full of disbelief. They also thought Su Chen was bragging. Fang Yuqing was a little disappointed at this moment. She had originally thought that Su Chen was quite aloof. I didn't expect that he is also a braggart. Although Chen Yun was also a boaster, much of what he boasted about was true. But Su Chen's bragging was completely without any basis, making people feel like he was exaggerating. Chapter 110 The clown is actually me. You said a teacher was coming to pick you up, so tell me which school you are from. Chen Yun spoke with disdain. In his opinion, Su Chen just saw that his school had lost face, so he was bragging to get back at the school and avoid being too embarrassed. As a result, the hype was exaggerated. Yes, it's the admissions teacher of Beijing Academy. Su Chen said truthfully. As a provincial top scorer in the college entrance exam, it makes sense for him to have a dedicated admissions teacher to pick him up. Su Chen is a student that the school spent a lot of money and had great difficulty to recruit. Naturally, it is of great importance. However, Chen Yun and others could not possibly know this. They could never imagine how good the treatment would be for a provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination. At this moment, I listened to Su Chen's words. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, ha 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 ha. There was a roar of laughter. It was Chen Yun who was laughing. He held his stomach and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. Chen Yun laughed and slapped his thigh. It's too funny, it's really too funny. Fang Yuqing and Wu Mingjie, who were standing nearby, lowered their heads slightly, their shoulders twitching, obviously trying to hold back their laughter. They are girls after all. Too embarrassed to laugh out loud, he lowered his head and held back his laughter. What's so funny about this? Why are you laughing so happily? Su Chen looked confused. I was just talking about my school, I really don't know what's so funny about it. Isn't this funny, man? You're bragging too much, you're blowing the bull out of the sky. The admissions teacher from Beijing Academy is coming to pick you up. Do you think we really believe that you were admitted to the Northern Saint Academy? Wu Mingjie also nodded hurriedly at this moment. Yeah, it's indeed a bit outrageous, classmate Su. You are joking with us, right? Not really. Su Chen shrugged. I won't explain too much, you'll know it soon anyway. Just now, Teacher Hu from Beijing Academy sent him a message, saying that he would be there soon. When the time comes, everything will become clear. I want to see if a teacher from the Northern Saint Academy will come to pick you up. There was a hint of gloating in Chen Yun's words. I have a feeling of fighting against fakes in my heart. Su Chen is the fake one who is going to be beaten. He wanted to see how this guy would explain himself if no one came to pick him up. By then, he wanted to mock this guy who only knew how to brag. Su Chen didn't care what everyone was thinking. Not long. The car from Chen Yun's school arrived. It was a 7-seater commercial vehicle. This is the car that Peking University Jade Bird uses to pick up new students. Classmate, are you also a student of Jingda Jade Bird? Yeah. Then come with us to school. No, I'm staying here with my friends first. You guys pick up the others first and come pick me up later. Chen Yun didn't get in the car. He wanted to stay here to expose Su Chen's lies. He even dared to brag that he was from the Northern Holy Academy. He would have to wait and see what outrageous excuse this guy would make up if no one came to pick him up. The Peking University Jade Bird bus was quickly filled up and left with the new students. Not long. A flying car appeared in the sky above everyone. It's a real flying car. This car literally flies through the air. Look, what is that? Wu Mingjie exclaimed, pointing at the flying car in the sky. That's a flying car. This car is a low-altitude flying vehicle that can largely avoid traffic jams. It's just that the price is very expensive and ordinary people can't afford it. Chen Yun gave some scientific knowledge to Wu Mingjie and the other two girls, but there was deep envy in his eyes when he looked at Fei Chen. The vehicle was getting closer and closer to the crowd. The words Beishan Jaiwan on the car body caught everyone's eyes. This is the car of Beishan Jaiwan, but it seems to be coming towards us. Fang Yuqing said in surprise. The speed of the car is very fast. The speed was much faster than that of ordinary cars driving on the ground, and it arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. And landed next to several people. Then the high-tech metal car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a white short-sleeve and gold-rimmed glasses walked out. Under the puzzled gazes of Chen Yun and others, the middle-aged male teacher came to Su Chen with a smile on his face. Sorry, classmate Su Chen, I guess you've been waiting for a long time. Teacher Hu quickly apologized to Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head, we just arrived not long ago. Then let's go. Okay, by the way, can I show my friend around our school? Teacher Hu nodded, yes, sure. Su Chen's gaze fell on Fang Yuqing and Wu Mingjie. Mr. Fang and Mr. Wu, do you want to visit our school? The two girls showed surprise on their faces when they heard this, and then nodded quickly, we are willing. Oh, by the way, there's also this classmate Chen, are you going? At this moment, Chen Yun's face turned blue. Ding, Chen Yun suffers a blow, defense points plus 200. No need, just go. He didn't want to see this guy looking smug. Alright then. Mr. Feng, Mr. Wu, let's go. After saying that, he opened the passenger door and got in. The two girls quickly followed and sat in the back. The two were filled with surprise at this moment. They had never ridden in such a high-end car before. It was a speeding car. A car that can fly in the sky. That's pretty cool. Under Chen Yun's jealous and crazy gaze, Fei Chen slowly rose into the air and then flew away with a whoosh. After they left, Chen Yun finally remembered what the teacher from Beijing Academy had just said. The teacher called the one with the surname Su Chen. Why does the name Su Chen look so familiar? After a moment of doubt, Chen Yun's eyes suddenly widened. Su Chen. Isn't this the provincial champion in the college entrance examination who came from Linchuan No. 1 middle school? Chen Yun was deeply shocked. He suddenly remembered how he had laughed at Su Chen's words before. At that time, he thought that everything Su Chen said was just bragging. Watch now. What they said was simply the truth. After all this time, the clown actually did it himself. Chen Yun felt like his whole body was breaking apart. Chen Yun realizes the gap between you and him, and his defense breaks down. Defense breakpoints plus 500. At the same time, Fang Yuqing and Wu Mingjie in the speeding car were whispering to each other. Yuqing, I just heard this teacher call classmate Su Chen. Why does the name Su Chen sound familiar to me? How could I not be familiar with him? Su Chen is the provincial champion in the college entrance examination from Linchuan No. 1 middle school. Fang Yuqing said speechlessly. Wu Mingjie's eyes widened when she heard this. No wonder she felt the name Su Chen was familiar. It turned out he was the provincial champion. Fang Yuqing ignored Wu Mingjie's shock. She felt a little lost at this moment. If she had some thoughts about Su Chen before, it was because Su Chen's appearance completely captured her heart. But now that he knew that Su Chen was the provincial top scorer and a student of Beijing Academy, the flame that had just ignited was extinguished in an instant. She knew that she and Su Chen were not from the same world. Chapter 111 Enrollment. The speed of the flying car is very fast. Its speed is far greater than those of ordinary vehicles on the ground. Su Chen noticed that although there was not much flying dust in the sky, it was not uncommon. There is also a radar on the flying car that is specifically designed to monitor the speed of the car. The system will remind the driver to avoid it to prevent collisions. Along the way, Fang Yuqing and Wu Mingjie were both speaking in low voices. They also understood that the people in this car were not ordinary people, so they didn't dare to speak too loudly. From time to time, the two of them looked out the window and admired the scenery outside. The flying car is quite high from the ground, and you can enjoy a different scenery from this angle. Kyoto is very large, several times the size of Linchuan. 20 minutes later, the flying car had already passed through the entire Kyoto and then flew to the halfway point of a mountain. Beishinjaiwan is located here. The flying car landed in the parking lot. Student Su Chen, we're here. Do you want to register first or go shopping first? Teacher Hu asked as he reached out to open the car door. Su Chen glanced at Fang Yuqing and Wu Mingjie. He invited two people to visit the school, so naturally he couldn't leave them behind and go to register first. That doesn't make sense. Just take us for a walk first. Okay, the teacher is a little busy. Can I ask one of your senior students to show you around? Teacher Hu also noticed that his presence made these young people feel uncomfortable. As a young person, you will feel more comfortable hanging out with people of your own age. Su Chen nodded. Okay, teacher, you go ahead and get busy. After getting off the car, Teacher Hu made a phone call. After a while, a tall senior student was called over. She had a neat high ponytail and a delicate and beautiful face. This is Wang Manyu, she's a sophomore this year. Manyu, this is Su Chen, you are my junior. Teacher Hu introduced them to the two of them. Senior sister, please take care of me. Su Chen took the initiative to extend his hand. Wang Manyu reached out and shook hands with Su Chen. You don't have to be so polite, junior. Who are these two? Wang Manyu's eyes fell on Fang Yuqing and the other girl. They are my friends. Su Chen replied. Teacher Hu also hurriedly said, Manyu, take Su Chen and his two friends around our school, and then take Su Chen to register. Okay, teacher. Wang Manyu quickly nodded in agreement. After Teacher Hu arranged everything, he left. He has a lot of things to do at the beginning of school today, so he naturally can't stay here all the time. Wang Manyu took Su Chen and others to visit the school. Along the way, I introduced the school's important attractions and some check-in spots to several people. Walking on the campus, feeling the grandeur and historical atmosphere of Beijing Academy, Fang Yuqing and Wu Mingjie were deeply shocked. This is the Northern Holy Academy, which is ranked first among the 4 holy academies. It is worthy of being a famous school with hundreds of years of history. Compared with Beijing Jaiwan, even the century-old Jingda Bluebird is nothing. There's no comparison at all. Not to mention their own school, which is not even as good as Beta Jade Bird. People like Su Chen are undoubtedly the chosen ones of heaven and the best among men. They are not from the same world at all. He is someone they can only look up to. Fang Yuqing realized this, and her previous feelings towards Su Chen subsided. She couldn't dream of such a person. After touring the school, Su Chen treated the two to a meal in the school cafeteria, so that they could fully experience the cafeteria of Beijing Academy. After all, many people have said that the food in Beijing Jaiwan's cafeteria is particularly delicious and is not inferior to some big restaurants. After dinner, Su Chen and Fang Yuqing parted ways. Su Chen called a taxi for the two of them. After all, Beijing Jaiwan was located on the edge of the city and the distance to the city was not close. If they took the bus, Fang Yuqing and her partner might not be able to register at school in time. Fortunately, the two of them were from the same school, so they could be sent there in one trip. After seeing the two girls off, Wang Manyu took Su Chen to the freshman registration office. After registering his name, the teacher in charge of registration threw a door card to Su Chen. "You'll live in Villa 36. Pick up your necessities over there. Thank you very much." After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen thanked him. He didn't expect that Beijing Academy was so generous that the freshmen actually lived in villas. This treatment is a bit too good. When Su Chen arrived at the daily necessities distribution point, he was a little surprised that he didn't see any daily necessities there. Instead, there were a bunch of dark-colored, rough-looking rings. Yes, it's a ring. While Su Chen was in a somewhat confused state, the school staff member responsible for distributing daily necessities gave Su Chen a ring. "The daily necessities are in there, next." Su Chen was still a little confused holding the ring. "A ring? Is this a daily necessity?" Looking at Su Chen's expression, Wang Manyu had already guessed the general situation. She hurriedly explained, "This is the Yuan ring, which was invented and researched by our school's equipment director last year. There is a certain amount of space inside the ring. The Yuan ring was invented not long ago and is expensive. Currently, only some wealthy and powerful people know about it. Children from ordinary families may not have even heard of it, so they don't know anything about it at all." "Space ring?" Su Chen asked in surprise. Wang Manyu smiled and said, "You are right to call it that. You only need to input Yuan Li into this Yuan ring to sense the space inside. Then you can access your items." After listening to Wang Manyu's introduction, Su Chen hurriedly input a strand of energy into it. Just as Wang Manyu said, inside the ring I felt a square 3-dimensional space with a length, width, and height of 2 meters. Inside were brand new sheets, quilt covers, pillows, toilet paper, face towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shower gel and other things. Everything needed for life, big or small, is ready. It can be said to be quite comprehensive. Su Chen tried the ring. He took out a pillow and put it back in. After doing this several times, he knew how to use it. I have to say, it's really convenient. Su Chen also put the knife he brought with him into the Yuan ring. He used to think it was inconvenient to carry weapons, after all, he had to carry them on his back at all times. At that time, he thought that it would be nice to have something that could hold weapons. I didn't expect such a small wish to come true so soon. This is quite convenient, but the space is a bit small and I can't put too many things in it. Su Chen sighed. This Yuan ring is sold in our school store, but it requires contribution points. Contribution points, what are those? When Wang Manyu saw Su Chen asking, she hurriedly explained to Su Chen. The so-called contribution points can only be used within the school. The school will issue tasks, and you can earn contribution points by completing these tasks. Contribution points can be used to buy weapons and resources in school shops, and use the school's training room, etc., which also requires contribution points. In short, money doesn't mean much in Beijing Jaiwan. Beijing Jaiwan only recognizes contribution points. Chapter 112 Check into the villa. We're here. Your villa is right here. The freshmen living in the villa area are all top scorers from their respective provinces. Wang Manyu said as she and Su Chen stood in front of a villa. Oh? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Can I live in this dormitory from the beginning of school to graduation? Of course not. The school holds a competition every 6 months to rank students' abilities, and only the top 10 students in the school can live in the villa. If you drop down in the rankings, you'll have to pack up and move into a regular dormitory. Wang Manyu smiled when she said this, but the ordinary dormitories in our school are actually not bad, they are large flats. The villas are for 2 people, and the large flats are for 4 people, each with their own room. Su Chen nodded to show that he understood. It seems that the treatment at Beishinjaiwan is indeed very good. It is equivalent to top students being able to live in villas, and ordinary students being able to live in single rooms in large flats. Being able to live in a villa is a symbol of strength. Students are ranked and those with strong abilities are given villas. This can also greatly stimulate competition among students. After all, who doesn't want to live in a villa? People living in villas will also have a great sense of crisis. No one wants to fall out of the top 10 and end up living in an ordinary dormitory with their luggage in disgrace. From this we can see that the competition in the Northern Holy Academy is quite fierce and cruel. Su Chen could understand this approach. If there were no competition, many people would probably become lazy in their cultivation. Some people may not even want the curl to lie flat. This is naturally something the school does not want to see. If there is no competition, then people are no different from salted fish. How can you become a truly strong person? Senior, thank you for today. Su Chen thanked him politely. Today, the senior student took him around for almost the entire afternoon, so he should show his gratitude. It's okay, Junior, let's add each other as friends. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Wang Manyu said shyly. This junior student has such a good image and temperament, she really wants to get to know him better. If nothing else, it's nice to be friends. Who doesn't want to meet a handsome, good-tempered, and polite brother? Okay, senior. Su Chen took out his cell phone and added Wang Manyu as a friend, and then the two said goodbye. Goodbye, senior sister. Su Chen waved to Wang Manyu. Okay, bye, junior. Wang Manyu turned and left, while Su Chen used the access card to swipe through the villa's door. With a beep, the door lock of the villa opened. Su Chen put his hand on the door handle and turned it, then gently pushed the door inward. The door opened, revealing the interior decoration of the villa. The overall color style of the interior is mainly black, white, and gray. The color combination is extremely simple, but it gives people a simple, fresh, and calm feeling. There was a black leather sofa in the lobby on the first floor, and a fat man was sitting on the sofa playing games. Alpaca, are you saving your ultimate for the new year? Assist, why are you hiding behind the shooter? Mid lane, are you fucking stuck in the middle lane? Don't you know how to support? Other junglers are killing enemies recklessly, but our junglers are just giving away enemies with a bang. Don't be so reckless in the top lane, with so little money, who can you beat? Fuck, what a bunch of trash. Shit. Bang. After the little fat boy had cursed out a lot, he was so angry that he threw his phone on the sofa. I'm so angry. What a bunch of idiots who can't be led. Perhaps the game was finally over, so he had time to look up at Su Chen. He had heard the sound of the door opening before, but he ignored it because he was in the middle of a critical team fight. But just by thinking about it, he knew that it was probably a new roommate who had arrived. The school villas are not for one person to live in alone, but for 2 people to live in. When he arrived, there was no one else in the villa used as a dormitory, which meant that his roommate had not arrived yet. At this moment, the door opened and someone came in. It was undoubtedly his roommate whom he had never met before. First look. This brother is quite handsome. At second glance, well, it gives people a very powerful feeling. Zhang Lei still trusts his intuition more. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. However, those who can live in villas are almost all the top scorers in their respective provinces, so they cannot be ordinary people. Zhang Lei walked up to Su Chen and stretched out his hand. Hello brother, you are quite handsome. I am your new roommate Zhang Lei, you can just call me Fatty. Hello, I'm Su Chen. Please take care of me in the future. Zhang Lei patted his chest and said proudly, no problem, leave it to me. I'll show you around the villa. Good. Zhang Lei took Su Chen around the villa and told him about the layout of the villa. This villa is not very big, after all, there are only 2 people living in it. The villa has 2 floors. On the left and right sides of the second floor are 2 rooms for students to live in. In the middle is a study and a small cinema. There are 2 professional training rooms on the first floor. Fatty Zhang lived in the room on the far right, so Su Chen naturally lived in the room on the far left. After taking the bedding out of the yuan ring, the fat man helped Su Chen make the bed. There was nothing to do next. "Brother, do you want to play Summoner's Rift together?" Zhang Lei asked. "Okay. How's your skill level?" "Of course, no problem, C included." Zhang Lei guaranteed it. The two added each other as friends and entered the game. Then Su Chen once again witnessed the fighting power of Zhang Lei, the king of big talk. The shooter and the support were scolded so much that they just AFK. Fortunately, Su Chen started playing jungle. Su Chen's fingers tapped quickly on the screen, performing all kinds of extremely gorgeous operations. After a pentakill, the game was successfully won. Su Chen looked at the fat man with a questioning look. The eyes seemed to say, "Is this the Bao Si you were talking about?" Zhang Lei scratched his head embarrassedly. "Hey, that was just an accident." "Yes, an accident. I didn't expect that this new roommate is so good at playing games. Perfect thighs. Boss, you must be thirsty. I'll go get you some water." Zhang Lei poured Su Chen a glass of water in a very servile manner. "Just kidding, this guy is a real big shot. If he gets along well with this guy, his future path to higher rankings will be stable." Thinking of this, Zhang Lei became even more servile. "Big boss, are you tired? Would you like me to give you a shoulder massage? That fawning look is simply unbearable to watch. Get lost." Su Chen cursed and said, "Continue." The two played several rounds in a row. Almost every word Su Chen said was of top quality. As for Fatty Zhang, he lost 2 games, and then played just fine in the other 2 games. Until the game is over. Su Chen got 12 stars and Zhang Lei got 6 stars. Su Chen's performance in the game was very impressive, and he was always the MVP. This way, he could only get 2 stars in 1 round. After the game, Zhang Lei's way of addressing Su Chen changed from brother to brother Chen. Chapter 113 Selecting a Mentor. Night. The two went to the school cafeteria to eat together. This time, Fatty Zhang treated Su Chen to a meal of the famous dishes in the cafeteria. Beishan Jaiwan is most famous for its cold chicken. In the school's forum, many people are full of praise for this dish. Even many graduated students said that they missed the cold chicken in school. As you can imagine, this dish holds a great importance in the hearts of students. It represents more than just a dish, it represents a longing in the hearts of those students who have already graduated. Su Chen tasted it. Spicy with a hint of sweetness, this cold chicken is not just chicken, but is also mixed with diced bamboo shoots. If you are tired of chicken, a few pieces of bamboo shoots can perfectly neutralize the greasiness of the meat. How about it, Brother Chen? This cold chicken is pretty good, right? Fatty Zhang asked with a smile. Yes, it's really unique and delicious. Su Chen commented seriously. The school cafeteria is not expensive and is much cheaper than eating out, which greatly reduces the cost of living for students. Of course, students who are able to be admitted to Beijing Academy are unlikely to be too short of money. The students who are able to get in are all very capable. They can find a part-time job outside or by some resources provided by the school. Su Chen also discovered that the school emphasizes strength. There was absolutely no comparison of money or family background, and all the students were dressed in ordinary, normal clothes. Obviously, no one cared whether your family was rich or not. All people care about is your strength. If you are strong, you will be respected by everyone. Su Chen and Zhang Lei were chatting while eating. Soon the two started talking about choosing a teacher. Brother Chen, which teacher are you going to choose as your mentor? Choose? What do you mean? Can I choose my own teacher? Su Chen was a little confused. Shouldn't the school directly divide the classes, just like in high school, and randomly assign students to different teachers' classes so that everyone can study together? From what Fatty Zhang said, it seems that students should choose their own teachers. Of course I have to choose a teacher. Brother Chen, didn't you do any research before coming here? Students at Beijing Academy aren't divided into classes after entering. All students must choose their own teachers and strive to be accepted. Teachers also have to choose their students, so the selection process is a two-way process. Each teacher has different abilities and specialties. It is best for each student to choose a teacher that matches their own abilities. I see. After hearing what Fatty Zhang said, Su Chen nodded. He finally understood the model for selecting a professor. It was similar to how doctoral students used to choose their professors. Students would select a potential advisor, then meet with the advisor and interview him/her. If the teacher recognizes the student's ability, he will agree to accept the student. Su Chen finally understood why there was no class division when he reported to school. He also thought that the class division situation would be announced later, such as posting the class division table on the bulletin board. I didn't expect it wasn't the case at all. By the way, what should we do if a student is not selected by any teacher? Su Chen asked casually when he thought of this situation. After all, it is impossible for all students to be selected by the teacher. The relationship between the two is one of mutual selection. As a result, there are situations where students are not selected by any teacher. What else can we do? Zhang Lei shook his head. We can only blame ourselves for our bad luck. These students who haven't been accepted by any teacher actually make up the majority. The school will provide these students with the opportunity to choose a breathing method. There will also be opportunities for various supernatural attribute instructors to give public lectures in the future. I see. These people don't have one-on-one guidance, so they have to learn on their own. Yes, so we still have to strive to be accepted by a mentor. That way, if we encounter any difficulties in cultivation, we can directly seek guidance from the teacher. In fact, it is almost the same as finding a master. Su Chen nodded to show that he understood. After finishing their meal and returning to the dormitory, neither of them played games anymore. Zhang Lei's strategy is indeed very good. I also know a lot about the school and the teacher's situation. The two sat on the sofa, and Zhang Lei introduced Su Chen to the various teachers in the school. Su Chen was told everything about the teacher, from his gender, talents and abilities, to his temperament, breathing techniques, and martial arts. If Su Chen's talents and abilities are divided according to their attributes, it is undoubtedly the lightning attribute. Then the mentor he is looking for should be one with lightning attributes. Soon. From Zhang Lei's explanation, Su Chen decided on his target this time, Tang Hechuan. Tang Hechuan is a very strong instructor in Beijing Academy. His innate ability is S-level lightning ability, and his strength is unfathomable. However, this instructor has very high requirements for his students, and both talent and strength are essential. But obviously these are not a problem for Su Chen. As a cheater, how could he be afraid of not having enough talent? What a joke. The next day, Su Chen, who had reminded Zhang Lei not to wake him up in the morning last night, slept until he woke up naturally. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Su Chen went to see teacher Tang Hechuan. He didn't want to go find a teacher early in the morning. This is what Su Chen thought. It's so hard to have a good rest, who wants to be disturbed so early in the morning? If it were him, he would probably be in a terrible mood if he was approached by many students early in the morning. How can he expect others to have a good impression of him when he is in a bad mood? So Su Chen thought that it would be just right to go there during this time in the afternoon. On the way, I asked someone about the teacher's residence. It turns out that the old teachers of the school also live in the villa area, and right next to the student villas. Sister, may I ask where teacher Tang Hechuan lives? Su Chen found a middle-aged woman on the road in the teacher's villa area and asked. Women, no matter what age they are, don't like being called too old. Su Chen's call of sister made the middle-aged woman very happy. Hey, you're such a sweet talker, young man. Teacher Tang's house is just up ahead, turn left, it's room 6. The middle-aged woman happily pointed Su Chen in the direction. Thank you, sis. After saying thank you, Su Chen hurried forward. Not long after Su Chen left, another boy came to the middle-aged woman. Auntie, may I ask where teacher Zhang Wei lives? As soon as the boy said this, the middle-aged woman, who was originally smiling, suddenly turned pale. The young man sitting on the stone pier opened his eyes, but squinted slightly because of the glaring sunlight. Very Su auntie? Who are you calling auntie? Is she that old? This guy is far worse than the previous one. He has no manners at all. After glaring at the young man fiercely, the middle-aged woman left in anger, leaving the young man standing there, bewildered. Looking at the middle-aged woman's back, the young man touched his nose. What's wrong with this old lady? Her attitude is so bad. Did she eat a barrel of explosives? Su Chen naturally didn't know the situation here. If he knew, he would only say, "Brother, please understand the ways of the world." Soon they arrived at the intersection that the middle-aged woman had pointed to. Su Chen turned left and soon saw Building 6. At this moment, many students were waiting outside the gate of Villa number 6.